The Cosmic Parallel. Book 8 of the Evaran Chronicles. Written by Adair Hart. Narrated by Michael Pauley. The story so far. In The Arrival, the Evaran Chronicles prequel, a space and time-traveling being known as Evaran rescues Jake Melkins and Kathy from a Sesselter slaver named Gricho. It is Evaran's first adventure in the Milky Way galaxy and introduces him to Earth. In The Awakening, Book 1 of the Evaran Chronicles, Dr. Albert Snowden and his niece, Emily Snowden, are abducted by an alien race known as the Crotivore. They are rescued by Evaran and V, Evaran's trusty mobile artificial intelligence, who drop them back off on Earth. In the Fredorian Destiny, Book 2 of the Evaran Chronicles, Evaran returns to check on Dr. Snowden and Emily, and they ask to travel with him. Evaran accepts. They then help Fredoria, a planet of human ex-slaves, become a full trade partner with the Kregan Star Empire, the local galactic superpower in Earth's region of the galaxy. Hampered by Ceros and bounty hunters, they secure the Archeron for the Fredorians to give to the Kregan Emperor. In The Purification, Book 3 of the Evaran Chronicles, they fight the timeline invaders known as the Purifiers, a human supremacist group led by the Overlord that tries to change Earth's history. In The Time Refugee, Book 4 of the Evaran Chronicles, they tangle with Bilazine, a rogue time traveler, while helping Jane Trellis, a time refugee who is pulled out of her timeline. In The Evaran Origin, Book 5 of the Evaran Chronicles, they discover Evaran's origin and meet Leverin, another one of Evaran's plane forms, while fighting the Time Wardens, a timeline void race that hunts rift travelers. In The Shadow Connection, Book 6 of the Evaran Chronicles, they group up with Jake Melkins and the non-human community to defend Earth from the ambitions of Kaltoris, a dimensional being that rules over a vast empire encompassing worlds in many dimensions. In The Human Factor, Book 7 of the Evaran Chronicles, they head to AD 10105 and deal with a ruthless AI known as Salazar, in addition to fixing the timeline. This book continues their adventures. Evaran's technology. Torvatta, his disc-shaped ship that can travel through time and space. It is roughly 15 feet tall by 30 feet wide. The interior contains 6 dimensional rooms, an open area, and a roof that can be transformed by hard holograms. A shielding around the Torvatta prevents most matter from entering. Universal Interface Card, UIC, a credit card-sized device carried on his belt that allows access to most technological systems that do not have an artificial intelligence in them. It can also view limited information on biological systems. Augmented Reality Interface, ARI, an interface that only he can see around him. Utility Handle, a hilt-like device carried on his belt that can extend morphable matter in any shape, typically a baton or staff, can also fire repulsion, grappling, heat, mist, sticky globules, and stun beams. Illumination Orbs, small orbs on his belt that provide lighting and can hover. Projection Orb, an orb that allows projections to be sent to it from remote sources, such as Evaran's ring or the Torvatta. Ring, a ring that can provide holographic projection and also scan. Chapter 1. A thin, circular, metallic platform kept Dr. Albert Snowden from plunging several thousand feet to the ground, and possibly his death. Although he had been intrigued and wanted to try out the hovering platforms he had seen before, looking down made his muscles tense. There was a shielding of some type that encompassed the platform and went up to his knees. Even if he were to fall over or tilt too far, the platform would right itself and put him back up. At least the shielding rooted him to the platform. The more intriguing aspect was that when off the platform, it could shrink and fit in his pocket. To his left was his niece, Emily, on her own platform. On the other side was Evaran. V flew along in orb mode. Dr. Snowden had enjoyed the last 2 months in AD 10105 on Earth. It had been a nice change of pace from their last adventure, which took them to another part of the galaxy and involved a rogue AI. "This is cool," said Emily. "It'd be cooler if we started off a little lower to the ground, maybe," asked Dr. Snowden, adjusting his glasses. "Bah," she said. She leaned forward and took off, with V pursuing her. Evaran tilted his head. "We can go lower if you wish." "I'm all right. I know these are safe and won't let me fall to the ground," said Dr. Snowden, licking his lips. It takes a bit to get used to the height and all that." "I see," said Evaran. "I will follow you then." Dr. Snowden grinned. "You don't want to go zooming around like Emily and V?" "I do not. However, these are quite efficient." "Yeah, I wish we'd had these on previous adventures," said Dr. Snowden. He shook a hand out. I know, I say that every time we discuss enhancements, but this really would have been handy." "I will look into integrating something similar to your PSD." Dr. Snowden leaned forward, and the platform moved ahead. Evaran kept pace. "I guess we can't just borrow these." "That is correct," said Evaran. "You can imagine how even just one of these could change history, or even the future. If it was integrated into your PSDs, no one other than yourselves could make use of it, since your PSDs are bound to each of you." "We could still be forced to use it," said Dr. Snowden. "Perhaps. But even then, it is not something that could be replicated for mass consumption." "I get it." Dr. Snowden's muscles relaxed. "I think I'm getting the hang of this." He jumped when Emily laughed as she whooshed past him and slapped his arm. Apparently, she had circled around and was enjoying herself. He gulped as he watched her and V fly around. It was good to see her smiling and having a good time. Her joy reminded him of giving her airplane rides when she was a kid. "I'm glad Emily likes this." "It would appear she does," said Evaran. He pointed in the distance to a large, hovering disk with guardrails. "We can take a break there." After 10 minutes, everyone had assembled on the disk. Their small, hovering platform shrank enough to fit in their hands. Evaran wore his usual light gray suit with metallic forearms, boots, and neck guard, and padded armor pieces outlined with multiple colors, and Emily wore her light armor suit, which looked more appropriate for battle than a casual outing. V was still in orb mode, and his 4 segmented tentacle-like arms hung behind him as he flew around. Dr. Snowden wore his gray form-fitting survival suit, which he had come to rely on to keep him safe. He leaned on the guardrail and looked over the city. Earth in AD 10105 was beautiful, and although it was only about 7:15 p.m., the sun was still out, but beginning to set. Sleek buildings rose like monuments to mankind, with humans and aliens alike flying around everywhere. Energy beams of some type quickly transferred others between buildings, while in the distance, on the far edges of the city, he could see ships arriving and departing. "It's so nice out here," said Dr. Snowden. Emily joined him. "Yeah, it is. There's so much to do. The virtual environment here is amazing." "I seem to recall you and V heading out to the dance clubs quite a few times," said Dr. Snowden, wagging a finger. "Leave you two alone for 2 months and watch out." She smiled. "They had some interesting music, that's for sure."
Analysis. I have acquired several new dance techniques,
said V. "I'm sure you two brightened the place up with your presence," said Dr. Snowden. Emily dipped her head toward V. "He took Solia along?" Dr. Snowden drew his head back. Solio was a female android from a previous adventure who had to be left behind in an alternate timeline. He narrowed his eyes. Was she the same, or?
Analysis. I did not mention anything of our previous meeting. She was curious about why I contacted her, and I mentioned I had heard of her while browsing the Galactanet.
Dr. Snowden chuckled. You lied. V's lights glowed a bit brighter.
Yes, but it was necessary, and I enjoyed her company.
Dr. Snowden raised a hand. V extended one of his 4 arms and high-fived Dr. Snowden. Well, I'm glad you two had fun. I got a lot of research in while I was here. Speaking of alternate places, I still want to see that parallel timeline with the Neanderthals, said Dr. Snowden. He shook a finger at Evaran. You mentioned it during our abduction long ago, and it's been a fire in my head ever since. Evaran glanced over at Emily. Does this intrigue you as well? She smiled. Oh yeah, I'm always up for something new, and since I did study them in depth, I'd be curious as to what an advanced Neanderthal society is like, assuming we're going there in AD 10105 and not AD 2012.
Analysis. I would be interested in seeing another Earthborn species.
Then it is settled, said Evaran. We can go there tomorrow. As it is our last night here then, perhaps we should all take in a natural meal, non-replicated, before heading to the Torvatta. Dr. Snowden grinned. Works for me. One thing he liked about Evaran's ship, the Torvatta, outside the ability to travel through space and time, was that it had a neural effect that helped him sleep. It was his new home, one with 6 doorways to other dimensions and a plethora of abilities such as stealth, tractor beams, and an impenetrable shield, at least to regular matter. Several hours later, and with a full stomach, Dr. Snowden eased back into his chair around a square table. Looking out over the patio at the city while eating had been a treat. He enjoyed moments like this, with good food, close friends, and no stress. Although the pull of sleep was strong, he savored every moment he could. He knew how chaotic it could be traveling with Evaran. The downtime between adventures was what Dr. Snowden had initially envisioned traveling with Evaran would be like. Helping Evaran was Dr. Snowden's newfound purpose in life, and with the enhanced nanobots that kept him healthy and extended his life, he appreciated and understood the opportunities for research and learning about new cultures that was afforded to him. It was truly a once-in-a-lifetime situation, and one he could not fathom having almost passed up on. 10 hours later, Dr. Snowden woke up from a solid night's rest. According to his personal support device, it was 9:00 a.m. He loved his pen-shaped PSD. It could shoot various types of beams and form morphable metal to meet all sorts of situations. It was also a miniature computer in its ability to analyze things, provide augmented reality views, and even store food and water via the use of dimensional mechanics. There were a lot of recently added patterns for the morphable metal, and some looked like it could form another material that was not metallic. How that worked he was not sure, but it was something on his list of things to find out about. His mind focused on getting coffee, and he was a blur as he got cleaned up. Stepping into his form-fitting silver survival suit was always something he enjoyed. It had saved his skin more times than he could count, and it was resilient and also had defensive abilities. After getting his cup of coffee from the conference room, he went to the command center. A smile crept onto his face as he saw Emily sitting in the U-shaped seating area off to the left. She was talking animatedly with Evaran and V. Evaran was in his usual command chair, while V hovered near the front of the U-shaped console. Dr. Snowden went to the right side of the command center and took his seat. "You're finally up," said Emily. Dr. Snowden took a sip and then smiled. "Yes, I am, and I'm ready to see this Neanderthal world."
Analysis. I am excited as well.
Evaran half smiled as he tapped at his chair console. "Very well then. V, take us to the coordinates I have entered. Make sure we are in Torvatta scan profile 1 and stealthed."
Acknowledged,
said V. After a moment, he said,
Torvatta scan profile 1 activated. Stealth mode engaged.
The Torvatta floated in orbit above Earth, which was buzzing with activity. Dr. Snowden bet anyone seeing the Torvatta would do a double-take when it formed a portal and flew through. As if on cue, the Torvatta shot out a silver beam that formed a blue-bordered portal with a red surface, the color scheme for a portal to a parallel timeline. The Torvatta flew through the portal and exited above a parallel timeline version of Earth. V. Perform standard scans, said Evaran.
Acknowledged.
Dr. Snowden examined the transparent floor and sides of the room, expecting to see advanced Neanderthal ships. There was no sign of activity around the parallel Earth. Where is everything? Evaran raised a finger. Something is not right. Emily wrinkled her eyebrows as she studied the various data windows popping up. On the mini-map of the galactic region they were in, she could see a concentric circle pulsing out 10 light-years from the representation of the Torvatta. There was some activity on the edges, but around Earth and in the solar system, there was barely anything. Her eye caught a small blip in low Earth orbit. What's that? Evaran tapped at his chair console. After perusing his augmented reality interface, or ARI, for a moment, he said, It appears to be a satellite. V, take us to it.
Acknowledged.
The Torvatta moved near the satellite. It was unusual looking, a dodecahedron with each of its 12 sides containing a small bump in the center. No antennae were visible, and it had a green sheen to it. V, attempt to connect to it, said Evaran.
Acknowledged. Initiating connection,
said V. After a moment, he said,
No connection protocol or mechanism found.
That is odd, said Evaran. In what way? Asked Dr. Snowden. Evaran glanced at Dr. Snowden. Satellites usually have a system capable of some form of receiver and transmission capability. This satellite has neither, unless... V. Perform a targeted exotic energy scan.
Acknowledged.
A green beam swept over the satellite. Small labels popped up off the side. Evaran sat up in his chair. Emily's eyes widened as she glanced at Dr. Snowden. Whatever was showing on the labels, which seemed like gibberish to her, was something that had attracted Evaran's attention. Evaran narrowed his eyes. This satellite has a trace of cosmic and rift energy. It has a connection to something on the planet. Emily remembered that rift energy could also come in the form of crystals, allowing for portals to other places. So the lack of any other type of technology out here, and now this, what do you think that means? I suspect whatever this satellite is, it is involved in the change of this world. V, take us down to whatever the satellite is connecting to. Let us see what we are dealing with.
Acknowledged.
The Torvatta angled itself and then flew toward the planet. Dr. Snowden chuckled. Another mystery. Let's hope this time there aren't any hadron spawn overlords to deal with. Emily clenched her jaw. The Overlord had been held up as a god by the Purifiers, a human supremacist group that tried to alter Earth's history. They were defeated, and the Overlord was banished by Evaran. A part of her hated the Overlord for killing Leverin, one of Evaran's other plane forms. I do not think we will need to worry about that, said Evaran. The Torvatta broke cloud cover and soared over a lush forest. Emily noticed something shiny sticking out near one of the larger trees. You seeing that? Evaran tapped at his chair console. A data window popped up, showing the rusted remains of an advanced building. Dr. Snowden adjusted his glasses. Okay, so it looks like maybe there was a civilization here, and now there's not. You thinking a timeline change? I am, said Evaran. We will gather some additional information, then head to low orbit, travel back in time, and attempt to find where the change occurred. So a lot of little jumps? Asked Emily. Evaran raised a finger. We will jump back to a known point that I have visited before. That should establish a base point. From there, we have the time difference from then to now, and jump there, and then note if the satellite is present. This process is repeated until we narrow down to when it appeared. Huh, that's pretty cool. Evaran nodded. V, take us to low orbit, and then to AD 105.
Acknowledged.
The Torvatta ascended to low orbit, and then faded out and back in.
Analysis. The date is now November 2nd, AD 105. The satellite is not present.
Emily noted that on the next jump, the year showed AD 5105, and the satellite was not present. This could take a while. Not as long as you might think, said Evaran. The Torvatta jumped to AD 7605. Emily examined the scan results that appeared on the screen. Looks like the satellite is here. So it appeared sometime between AD 105 and AD 7605. Yes, we are getting closer. Now we have from there and keep going, said Evaran. After a while and many jumps, V said,
Analysis. The date is now January 1st, 5705.
That wasn't too bad, said Emily. We know it appears this year, said Evaran. V, deploy a tracking satellite. We can check on it in a year and pinpoint the exact arrival.
Acknowledged. Deploying a stealth tracking satellite.
A small orb shot out and then stealthed. Now take us to the end of the year, said Evaran. The Torvatta jumped forward in time. Why didn't we just do that in the first place? Asked Dr. Snowden. It could cause potential timeline issues if it was detected over a long range of time. However, in this case, it is only a year, and the satellite may not have lasted that long. All right?
Retrieving data, said V. Isolating appearance of the exotic energy satellite.
After a moment, he said,
Date confirmed.
Good. Retrieve the satellite, and then take us 10 minutes prior to the exotic energy satellite's appearance, said Evaran.
Acknowledged.
Dr. Snowden chuckled. We're time hoppers today. Indeed, said Evaran. The Torvatta satellite flew back into one of the Torvatta side panels, and then the Torvatta jumped to the point Evaran requested. Emily narrowed her eyes. There was some traffic, and most seemed to be rudimentary satellites. It looks like they were still around in this time period. Evaran nodded. After 10 minutes, the exotic energy satellite popped into existence. What the heck? Asked Dr. Snowden. Where did it come from? I am not sure, said Evaran, narrowing his eyes.
Scanning now, said V.
The Torvatta bathed the satellite in a multicolored beam. Statistics on the object appeared in a data window. Evaran rubbed his chin. Interesting. It came from another timeline, but which I do not know. The amount of power required to do that and be this precise must be immense.
Analysis. A link has been detected from the satellite to an object on the surface.
Display it, said Evaran. V interacted with the front console. A golden beam appeared from the satellite to an area on the planet. Well, that's what we saw in the future, said Dr. Snowden. Yes. I believe we may have found the cause of the timeline change. Whatever is on the planet, it possesses a sliver of cosmic energy. That is not a good sign, said Evaran. V, jump us 100 years forward. Let us see the impact of this.
Acknowledged.
Everything outside the Torvatta faded away and then eased back into view.
Analysis. The date is now November 2nd, 5805.
Emily studied the screen. The activity she had seen in orbit just 100 years ago was now gone. Whoa. It looks like whatever that satellite is involved in had a big change. It would appear so, said Evaran. He glanced at Dr. Snowden and then Emily. Shall we investigate? Emily laughed. Let's do this. Chapter 2. Jelton Stalerin, a Rift Guardian deathless rift blade, glanced at the projection that shot up from the back of his form-fitting black glove. The projection showed a gray-skinned humanoid with green rectangular strips arcing from the front of his face to the back of his head. A thin, metallic headband resided over his forehead, and two shiny metal plates hung on the sides of his head, with a cutout for his ears. Lightly glowing green circuitry-like lines ran along his face, and his eyes had a dim silver glow to them, typical of the Riven race. Jelton sighed. He knew the humanoid to be Galden Kull, the Rift Guardian commander of their base.
Jelton, we have an unusual disturbance. Come to the command center as soon as possible, said Galden.
I'm on my way. Galden nodded. The projection ended. Although Jelton was wrapping up his breakfast, it seemed his day was starting earlier than normal. He stood and did a quick survey of his form-fitting black mesh suit. Its tightness gave him a sense of comfort, and he enjoyed its versatility in keeping him warm, yet able to take punishing damage. He visually inspected the slightly glowing blue outlines of his padded armor that segmented the suit. The pads were small and numerous and gave a cracked look, not unlike dry parchment. They were durable and had earned their keep on his suit. Although it was a solid suit, it was only one piece of the Rift Guardian light armor he viewed floating in the corner of his room. He walked over to his suit and grabbed his belt. His two energy pulse sidearms were recharged and ready to go. After holstering his sidearms, he grabbed his dual green curved rift blades, which defined what he was. They fit snugly onto the underside of his metallic forearm cover. He extracted his boots and slipped them on. A quick stomp ensured they were on tight. He slipped on his metallic hand coverings and wriggled his fingers to make sure they were flexible. He smiled as he glanced at the chest piece. It was heavier than the other armor parts. A large blue circle on the left side pulsated with electrical arcs shooting out from the center. He pulled out his chest piece and put it on, then popped on a thin silver Rift Guardian headband that locked into the one embedded in his head. It could spawn a space-worthy helmet if need be, and although his suit could withstand the rigors of normal space, he preferred not to be in that situation if possible. The final piece was his favorite. Although it appeared as a hooded cloak, it was much more than that. He loved how resilient the rift-infused fibers were. The more important part was its ability to bend light around him. It wasn't true stealth, but at medium and longer range it made him hard to detect, especially when he crouched and it covered him. The hood was spacious and rigid enough to stand up on its own. He liked the fact that it also had a shadow-casting effect that made it hard to see his face, even when not stealthed. As he walked to the meeting room farther away in the compound, he took in the breathtaking views of Solace, the Rift Guardian headquarters. Being in a dimension inside a rift afforded some unusual visuals, most notably in the permanent pitch black beyond the light pollution of the floating headquarters. There were no planetary bodies or stars in the dimension, but the unusual fluctuations between the rift and the dimension produced power, and an unlimited supply of it. When the power was harnessed, it could be converted into something usable by the massive floating headquarters. After a brisk 15-minute walk, he reached the command room for his 500-strong group, known as the Riva. He nodded at Galden, who was standing by a large circular table. A projection showing a timeline as a vertical cylinder dominated the space above the table. Bright yellow dots flashed and sparkled up and down the timeline, but it was the pulsating red one that drew his eye. Jelton pointed at the red dot.
I guess that's the disturbance.
Galden nodded.
Whatever that is, it's caused a timeline change.
He tapped at the ringed console that hung slanted off the table. The projection zoomed into the dot.
I'm not familiar with that region of space or that time period, said Galden.
Jelton studied the solar system that appeared before him. It had 8 planets orbiting a yellow star.
Me either.
So, this is not a rift-induced change.
It isn't, and that's concerning. You remember the last time we saw a red dot?
Jelton's eyes narrowed. He remembered fighting a group that called themselves the Time Wardens. They had punched into the timeline, established a timeplex, and then begun surfing the rifts, spreading out and corrupting everything they touched. Unfortunately for them, the Rift Guardians were Riftborn, and not only were they able to destroy the timeplex, but they also went into the timeline void and hunted down the Time Wardens. There were a few that still existed in the timeline, and it was always a high priority to exterminate them if detected.
You think it's another timeplex being formed?
Galden shook his head.
It doesn't fit the timeline change pattern.
What do you think it is? Galden grinned.
You might find this hard to believe, but I don't know.
Jelton swallowed hard. Galden was thousands of years old and had seen almost every type of timeline change pattern possible. The gravity of the moment weighed on Jelton.
So, this is something new? Yes, it is. I'm excited to hear your report on what you find. Head out there, said Galden, raising a finger, and be prepared for anything. I know you will, but this, I don't know. It doesn't feel right. Maybe you should take the Reva with you.
Although Jelton was a part of the Reva, he did special operations solo and joined them if need be. The Reva were tough, resilient, and dedicated Rift Guardians through and through. They had recently seen battle when destroying several Time Warden anchor stations. Their current status was listed as available, and Jelton would have liked to call on them, but he knew it was best to perform reconnaissance before committing.
I'll handle it, like I always do, said Jelton with a big smile. If I need the Reva, I'll let you know. Best not to overcommit to what might be nothing. All right, said Galden.
He tapped at the console interface. The projection spat out various details on the planet in question. Galden pointed at the projection.
Another thing. It seems that there is an unusual type of energy that's causing the timeline change. It's one I've never seen before. Whatever's there, it will be unique.
He laid a hand on Jelton's shoulder.
You're one of my best Rift Blades, if not the best. You didn't earn the rank of Deathless by chance. I won't let you down. I know. I wish I could go with you, said Galden with a sigh. My place is here, though. I won't tell you what you should take, but I would gear up for a potentially hostile scenario. Oh, and keep the mental bonding with the natives to a minimum.
They're the ones that ask for it, said Jelton with a devilish grin. I'm just being friendly.
Uh-huh, said Galden, eyeing Jelton.
They shared a laugh. Jelton crossed both arms across his chest in an X pattern and then left. It only took half a day to prep a standard time rift ship and go through all the necessary medical tests, but he was ready to go. His blood pumped at the thought of yet another investigation. One of the advantages of having access to the timeline void was that it allowed for entry to any point in space and time, although there was always a slight variance upon entry. The recall engine on the ship offered an easy return to the Rift Guardian dimension. He sat in his command chair in the spacious command center. Although he was alone in the Time Rift ship, it could support a crew of 8 if need be. At least he had his support robots and drones. He enjoyed watching the holographic display of the exterior project out just a few inches from the walls, ceiling, and floor, making it seem like he was floating. Data windows hovered all around him. Weapon systems were online, and the ship had full power with capped-off reserves. The ship lifted off the spaceport and hovered in the air for a moment. It then flew toward a portal held in place by two massive green crystalline towers. Once through the portal, he checked the status projections and verified he was outside the timeline. It was dark everywhere, something that always made him uneasy.
Timeline re-entry calibration commencing,
said a voice. Jelton grinned. The virtual intelligence aboard the ship was humorless but functional.
Entering the timeline,
said the ship. Jelton's eyes narrowed as he studied the planet that appeared once they had gone through an opening generated from outside the timeline. The planet had cloud cover, and massive bodies of water had been detected. As the ship flew toward the point, he motioned forward. Any sign of technology?
One satellite detected,
said the ship. Jelton chewed his inner lip. One satellite should not be able to cause a timeline change. His eye caught an unusual reading on the satellite. Perform a rift scan. After a moment, a green glow outlined the satellite and showed a beam shooting down to the planet. I don't like it, said Jelton.
Please rephrase your question or command,
said the ship. Jelton laughed. All right. Take us down to where that beam ends.
Descending now.
After 20 minutes, the ship said,
Performing standard scans.
As the ship broke cloud cover, Jelton could see they were approaching a green landmass. As they got closer to land, Jelton motioned off at a side holographic display. Log. An unusual satellite had rift energy markings. It's connecting to something on the planet. The plant life is showing unusual readings. I'm also not seeing signs of any large creature, but the atmosphere seems to be a mix of nitrogen, oxygen, and a host of other minor gases. I'm landing now, and we'll see what's going on. Jelton exhaled from his nose as he exited the ship along with two service robots, which the ship controlled. Although he had not seen anything on the scanners before they landed, his senses told him that not everything was as it seemed. There was a spot cleared out in the middle of a forest, and the satellite beam was connected to the center of it. He looked around and then pointed at one of the robots. Secure the perimeter.
Securing the perimeter,
said the robot. A volley of drones shot from the ship and fanned out to form a circle. Jelton knew that each of them could shoot small energy beams with pinpoint accuracy. He motioned at them. Follow me.
Following,
they said in unison. They moved toward the center of the clearing. Jelton tapped at the interface on his inner palm. A golden beam shot out as he scanned the area. He jumped back when a white pillar with a metallic top half appeared. What is that?
Scans indicate the presence of rift energy and an unknown energy.
Show me the unknown energy pattern, said Jelton.
It has no pattern that can be detected.
Jelton narrowed his eyes as he scanned the pillar. He saw that there was a tremendous amount of power in the pillar, yet only the rift energy pattern was visible. Something else was giving it power, yet it just showed up as blank. He had hoped there would be someone to talk with, but it seemed to be a dead world, or at least one without sentient life. The pillar before him was advanced, which indicated a species capable of creating it. The more worrying aspect was that if he could not read the energy, then that meant it did not originate in his timeline. That was not a good sign, as he could not go beyond the timeline void to investigate the source.
A similar object has been detected farther away,
said one of the robots. That's odd. Okay, send a drone over to it and see what you can find. The rest of the drones fan out and map the area, said Jelton. He gestured at the two robots. Get the heavy scanner. The robots complied.
sending the drones now and retrieving the scanner.
They hustled back to the ship as the drones flew away, leaving Jelton alone at the pillar. Jelton stepped back as a holographic projection of a creature shot out in front of him. It had a thorax with 6 legs, an abdomen area, and a round, rigid head with a central eye in the middle. Small antennae fluctuated around, and 4 arms hung to the side. Jelton pulled out his dual blades from his thigh and adopted an offensive stance. His cloak swirled around him. "Who are you?" The creature looked around and then smiled with its massive mouth, temporarily exposing rows of sharp teeth. It emitted some sounds and, after a moment, said,
"Ah, language adapted. It took me a moment to adjust to your primitive tongue."
It looked around and then focused on Jelton.
"Well, what do we have here? Oh, quite aggressive, are we? Bipedal? Intriguing. I'm Locesius Tar Amol, and you're tasty."
He moved around and bobbed his meatball-like head.
"Yes, ascended. Ooh, rift energy. How interesting."
Jelton crept forward.
"I repeat, who are you? And what is this thing?"
Locesius laughed.
"So curious. For your first question, I'm beyond your comprehension, and I wouldn't waste my time explaining it to mortals or ascended."
His eyes glowed a dark orange.
"For your second question."
The pillar's top began to glow. A white wave emanating from the pillar's middle shot out in all directions. Jelton's helmet automatically shot up and covered his head. But whatever the wave was, its light had penetrated through. When he was able to see again, he looked around. His heartbeat ramped up as he realized they were now in a desert. A pillar sat before him with a post nearby that had an orb on it. He squinted as nausea overcame him.
"What happened?"
Locesius smiled big as he motioned around.
"I would say ask your ship, but it's elsewhere."
"Where are we? And where is my ship? And my robots, for that matter?"
"Isn't it obvious? You're in the same spot."
Jelton looked around.
"It doesn't look like it, but same spot, different environment. That means a different timeline."
Locesius clapped with his 4 hands.
"Very, very good. You're much more advanced than most that I see."
He raised a finger.
"Another timeline. Yes, but a parallel one."
"How do I get back?"
asked Jelton.
"Back? Why would you want to do that?"
asked Locesius, with his lips pulled to the right. Jelton's eyes flared.
"Are you responsible for this?"
"Of course I am."
"Why are you doing this to me, then?"
Locesius shrugged.
"Because I can. Now, before I go, 2 things. 1, this is a rift receiver. Not much you can do with it. However," he said, pointing off in the distance, "there is a rift sender over there." He motioned at the orb on the post. "You can get a map to it by placing your hands near the orb. I guess you'll just have to keep going from receiver to sender, timeline to timeline, until you get back to the one you want."
"What madness is this?"
asked Jelton.
"Oh, you have anger. I like your passion, but you'll want to hear my second thing."
"Speak, then."
Locesius shook his 4 hands in front of him.
"All right, relax. Thing 2. When you go through a sender, a portion of the energy that makes you ascended will be stripped for me to feed on."
"You speak in riddles,"
said Jelton.
"Oh, you don't understand,"
said Locesius, laughing. He paused as he collected himself.
What do you call yourselves? I'm always curious about other species, especially ones as tasty as you.
I'm a Riven, and a deathless rift blade in service of the Rift Guardians.
Rift Guardians?
Asked Locesius with a bemused look.
Well then, whatever it was you thought you were doing before, that's gone. Your only hope now is to reach the Rift Sender and hope it leads back to your timeline. In the meantime, I'll scan your ship back in the other timeline and see what I can find out about your species.
Jelton cleared his throat.
Could you send me back?
Of course I could. But that's no fun, said Locesius.
He pointed in the Rift Sender's direction.
When you get to the Rift Sender, it has an interface that will allow you to enter coordinates to your next parallel timeline. I'm not completely without mercy. And I'll give you a hint.
He grinned big.
Take note of the symbols you enter and where you go. Order of the symbols is important.
You're a monster. If I catch you, you will be served justice.
If,
said Locesius, raising a finger.
I'd move along now. My memory is hazy, but I seem to remember it gets hot here. Oh, and they have these aggressive sandworms that like to eat anything they can find.
His projection began to shimmer.
Time's up. Get moving so I can feast on your rift energy on your next jump. This one was quite delicious. Good luck.
The projection faded. Jelton sighed. Looking around, he was utterly alone, except for the rising heat and sand dunes ahead of him. He was not sure what to make of Locesius, but it was apparent that this was some sort of trap, or maybe even a game. Whatever it was, it seemed there was no choice but to participate. After Jelton placed his hands around the orb, it shot up a map of the area. He could see the location of the Rift Sender, as Locesius had called it. Jelton recorded the map with his palm scanner, and then began to trudge through the hot sands, going over dune after dune. The temperature in his suit had already been adjusted several times. Thankfully, his cloak reflected most of the heat. After a brisk 4-hour walk, he arrived at the Rift Sender location. Using pings back to his starting position, he was able to map the distance. Not having an overhead drone to help with the mapping made it difficult to find the sender. The crystal pillar appeared when he had approached it. It was similar to the one he had seen before. Next to it was a waist-high pole that held up an angled, flat, square surface. He approached it with blades drawn, and after reaching it, he put away his blades and studied the interface that appeared on the surface. It showed an 8x8 grid with a symbol on each cell. Near the bottom was a button with the word Execute. He figured that the symbol configuration in the grid was a coordinate system of some type. Assuming the symbols as they were now represented the current location, he could swap 2 cells and see where the Rift Sender would send him. Maybe a pattern could be detected. The number of possible permutations caused him to catch his breath. The alternative was to stay and get cooked. Maybe he could find help. It would not be easy, regardless of what he did. The mere fact that Locesius, assuming he worked alone, could create something like this, assign an interface to a Rift Sender and receiver, and cross multiple timelines, made him a formidable opponent. He was not a normal being. Jelton figured maybe there was a smaller amount of timelines and they mapped to the same grid configuration. Time would tell, but he knew he had a long road ahead of him. With a sigh, he changed one symbol by tapping on the cell in the first row, first column, and then tapping the first row, second column. The symbols swapped places. After that, He pressed the execute button. He closed his eyes as the pillar emitted a wave of blinding white light. Chapter 3. Dr. Snowden walked around the clearing where the Torvatta had landed. The forest had claimed what appeared to be the ruins of an advanced civilization, and the beam from the satellite was linked to a crystal pillar in the middle of a clearing. The Torvatta had highlighted the pillar since it did not initially appear until the Torvatta was close. Whatever the pillar was, he could see Evaran was very interested in it. Next to it was a post with a slanted interface hanging off the top. Although the atmosphere was breathable, Evaran had suggested that everyone keep up their helmets. Dr. Snowden wanted to sniff the air and feel the ground, but he also understood that whatever killed the Neanderthal civilization could be airborne.
"This place is creepy," said Emily. "Analysis. The ambient noise level is low,"
said V over group comms. Dr. Snowden looked around. "Yeah, come to think of it, I would have expected the sound of insects. It's like a ghost town, or a ghost city, I guess." Emily shook her head as she walked around the pillar.
"So what is this?"
Evaran scanned the pillar with his ring.
"I am not sure,
but it contains traces of cosmic and rift energy. I suspect, due to its shape, it may serve a similar purpose to the rift pillars we saw when we dealt with the purifiers." "Portal to another place?" asked Dr. Snowden. Evaran nodded.
"One with a cosmic aspect to it. There were 2 pillars before, though. There's just one here,"
said Emily, pointing at the pillar.
"Perhaps the cosmic energy allows for this specific pillar form,"
said Evaran. He raised a finger.
"I am more concerned about where the cosmic energy came from. Outside of this group and the Torvatta, there should be none in the plane. It is being sustained by something I am unaware of, as the plane would have kicked it out already."
V flew in after having done an area scan of a 50-mile radius.
"Analysis. There appear to be empty encampments. Another cosmic energy signature has been detected 10 miles away."
He shot down a projection of various sites. The sites reminded Dr. Snowden of various campsites he had left behind when he used to go camping with his brother and Emily. "Some of those look recent. Wonder if that other cosmic energy place is like this one."
"We will check it out after investigating this," said Evaran. "Where's the nearest encampment?" asked Emily. "I'd like to check it out." "It is nearby,"
said V, highlighting one in the projection.
"You 3 go ahead," said Evaran. "I want to investigate this pillar and the nearby interface some more. Then we can all check out the other cosmic energy signature that was detected."
They acknowledged Evaran and moved out. Dr. Snowden found that although the forest was sparse, the undergrowth was thicker than he had expected. Paths were visible from the clearing to each encampment, and it made the encampment stand out more. After a brisk 15-minute hike, they reached the first site. V flew around scanning while Emily pulled out her PSD and looked around using its augmented reality view. Dr. Snowden pointed at a shiny wrapper on the ground. Whoever was here had packaging of some type. Emily scanned it with her PSD.
"Huh. It's showing a lot of organic residue on it. It seems recent."
"That's odd," said Dr. Snowden. Emily pointed at some scratching on a nearby tree.
"What's that?"
They assembled around the tree.
"Analysis. It says, 'Don't trust her.'"
Dr. Snowden rubbed his chin. "I wonder if the translator is messing with us, or that's supposed to be her with an E." Emily shrugged.
"No idea."
He studied the scratching in more detail. It showed 2 circles with a line going between them. "I wonder what that means."
"Maybe something of value in whatever society this group came from."
"Could be," said Dr. Snowden. He returned to the clearing and kicked his foot around some black soot on the ground. "They set up camp here for sure." He caught Emily gazing at the soot. You thinking about when we used to go camping? She looked up, and then away. Dr. Snowden sighed. Yeah, I was too. Let's check out another site, said Emily. Sure, but let's check in with Evaran first, said Dr. Snowden. He contacted Evaran, who appeared on a screen inside Dr. Snowden's helmet. He knew that Emily would also see Evaran inside her helmet. Evaran perused his ARI. V has sent me some interesting information on your current location. There appears to be purple blood leading up to the campsite. I am unsure what species it was or if it was from something else chasing the group that used that area. Dr. Snowden went just a bit outside the campsite to the blood that V had highlighted. The stomped ground indicated something big had come through. Maybe we should head back. V has a continuous scan, and there is no sign of any large creatures, or even medium-sized ones, within a wide radius. Dr. Snowden wagged a finger. Okay, but where did this group or creature go? V, did you see any remains or anything anywhere?
I did not,
said V. I'm betting that we're going to find similar encampments in the same state, like a final resting spot before going somewhere, maybe to the other pillar. Emily drew her head back. We didn't see any remains near the pillar. Her eyes widened. Unless the pillar was able to open a rift somehow. That is possible, said Evaran. The interface is unusual and has a grid with symbols on it. There is a secondary overlay that only those with the ability to see cosmic-designed interfaces can see. Wow, that is weird, said Emily. All right, said Dr. Snowden. We'll check out another site and see if it's the same. Evaran nodded, and the projection ended. Lead on, V, said Dr. Snowden.
Acknowledged.
After a solid 20-minute hike, they reached a hole cut into a massive tree. A rock covered the entrance. I'm not sensing anything, said Emily. Me either, said Dr. Snowden. He pulled the rock covering off to the side. Tapping at his glove caused a focused light to shine forth into the darkness. It looks like this was just a place to rest. I'm not sensing anything out of the ordinary. V flew into the hole and mapped it out. He flew back with something in his claw. What is that? Asked Emily, peering at the object.
Analysis. It is a necklace. The symbol on it registers as purifier.
Dr. Snowden's face drained. Are you serious? Let me see that. V dropped the necklace in Dr. Snowden's hand. Dr. Snowden used his thumb to remove some of the dirt. The necklace had a red triangle with a circle in it. Lines from each point of the triangle connected to the circle, and everything was outlined in black. Oh no. Purifiers. Emily clenched her jaw. Dr. Snowden had come to hate the human supremacist purifiers, and remembered fighting them when they tried to cleanse Earth in a purification event. Their presence, even in an abandoned hole in a tree, was not a good sign. He contacted Evaran. Evaran rubbed his chin. V has sent me the scans of the necklace. It is older than the other site. It is apparent to me now that these recently used areas must have been those moving toward this pillar. I am still unsure of the reason. Head back here just in case. The projection inside the helmet ended. Dr. Snowden sighed. Although he was intrigued that this might be a new adventure, the purifier symbol had snapped him back to reality about how dangerous adventures could be. He glanced at Emily. Her raging heartbeat, narrowed eyes, and balled fist were not unexpected given her experience with the purifiers. He nodded forward. Come on, let's get out of here. Emily exhaled from her nose and followed along. 30 minutes later, they were back at the pillar. Evaran eyed Emily. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm good, said Emily. Just a lot of dark thoughts is all. I understand, said Evaran. He raised a finger. Know this. You are much stronger now than you were then. I have no doubt the purifiers would learn a harsh lesson should they choose to engage you now, and you would not face them alone. A small smile formed on Emily's face. Yeah. Evaran snapped his head toward the pillar as a projection appeared. Dr. Snowden studied the snake-like body that formed. Instead of a snake head, there was a meatball-like head. It had a myriad of eyes on it, with several unusually shaped mouths. The body was covered in fur and had 2 large arms off to the side. The back had razor-sharp bone fins that cascaded down. It was one of the more unusual forms he had ever seen. The being bowed.
Welcome. I'm Her Galrez.
Emily and Evaran had their shields activated, and their PSDs had extended morphable metal to form batons. Evaran bobbed his head around as he studied her. I am Evaran, and with me are
the great Dr. Albert Snowden, the heroic Emily Snowden, and more recently, the valiant V. Am I correct?
You are, said Evaran with narrowed eyes.
Good,
said Her. He clapped his hands. Dr. Snowden covered his eyes as a white wave shot out from the pillar and cascaded over them. Emily lowered her arm as she looked around. She was not sure what had just happened, but it was clear they were no longer where they were before. A tinge of nausea swept over her, and she felt weaker. Around the group was a vast grassland. While the pillar was still there, the interface that hung off a post was replaced by an orb. She verified that the others were okay, and that Her was still projected. Evaran surveyed the immediate area and then focused on Her. This is another timeline.
Of course it is,
said Her.
Same place, different timeline. Of course, given who you are, that would be trivial to figure out. However, I'm surprised that you're still going through all this effort just to track us down.
I have not met you before, and I am not aware of what you are or what this is. Her's many eyes scrunched up.
Really? You don't remember the Synesian breach?
Dr. Snowden recalled that when discovering Evaran's origin in a previous adventure, they had exited the universe, which was in a plane, which was part of a plane system. Synesia was the name of the plane system that they were in. It was the largest, but there were other powerful plane systems. They had learned that there had been a breach, and beings and planes from other plane systems had spilled into Synesia. Evaran's main form had taken off to investigate. I've heard of it. Your knowledge of that event means you are a cosmic entity, said Evaran. Her laughed.
Oh, yes. An immortal. From Drusgor to Torres.
Dr. Snowden remembered that as an immortal plane system. Evaran narrowed his eyes. A crossover. I am not sure why you are here. Although I banish cosmic entities from this plane, I give them a chance to prove they are not destructive. Teleporting us here is not a good first impression.
Oh, well, I'll get to that shortly,
said Her. He tilted his head.
Your current plane form must be from before your main form went to the breach. Yes, I think it is. Are you surprised to know that I know about your main and plane forms?
I am not. That is common knowledge among cosmic entities.
Yes, it is. And you're not the first we've run into,
said Her. He grinned with his many mouths.
Oh, I've run into many of your plane forms. Nonetheless, let me fill you in on some history from my perspective and future from your perspective. Then I'll go over the present. It's good for you to be informed, don't you think?
We aren't supposed to know the future, said Dr. Snowden. Her flung a finger out toward Dr. Snowden.
Do not speak when two cosmic entities are talking, mortal.
Dr. Snowden harumphed. He glanced at Evaran. Evaran sighed as he motioned a hand, palm down, toward Dr. Snowden. He focused back on her. Please proceed. But know this, they are my friends, and you will treat them as such. Her bowed his head slightly. Emily thought Her acted unusually, but given that he was a cosmic entity, that might not be too odd. It seemed like a part of her was scared of Evaran, yet also angry. She had questions to ask, but judging from what had just occurred, she would wait and let Evaran take the lead. Dr. Snowden, crossing his arms and staring at her, was the reaction she would have expected. She had seen it before when he was debating someone. Her smiled.
The Synesian breach. You were able to get it sealed. Synesia was saved from the brutality of the other plane systems, or so that was how it was portrayed. Unfortunately, when it was sealed, some planes from the other plane systems, like my own, were trapped, since they got sucked into Synesia. Through no fault of their own.
He raised a finger.
Let me reiterate that last point. No fault. We didn't ask to be sucked into Synesia.
Those planes would have begun to deteriorate since they were outside their native plane system, said Evaran. Her's many eyes narrowed.
Oh, they did. The Eternals, in their brilliant wisdom, decided to solve that issue.
Those planes would have been marked for deletion, said Evaran.
They were. Here's the problem. There were only several million immortal planes that came through, not to mention all the other planes from other plane systems. That's a lot of non-existence. A concept we, as immortals, struggled to understand. To your credit, you had a new plane created, and we were allowed to go there. But for those from Drusgor Tatares, only the immortals who ruled their plane could go. It was even harsher for the Hadron and Elemental planes. Our planes would still be destroyed, and along with it, all of our creations. That includes family.
Evaran looked down for a moment. The Eternals would have made that rule since every immortal would claim every living thing in their plane was family.
Yes, that's how it was explained to us. Some were stubborn and died in their planes. Others tried to fight, but against an Eternal. That was over before it began. The rest of us went to this new plane.
Her laughed.
Defecation, hunger, thirst, sensations no immortal ever dealt with before, yet they were now constant companions. And let's not forget, the new plane absorbed any immortal who died. So, what happens when you toss millions of immortals, hadron, and elements into a plane?
It would be chaos.
Chaos indeed. A group of us got together, the Mortani, as we like to call ourselves, and we figured a way out. We are immortals, after all, and still retain our cosmic level of knowledge,
said Her. He closed his many eyes for a moment, and then slowly opened them.
Although our plane was monitored, we were able to get to other planes. You, of course, chased us down. Any that were caught were exterminated. You dropped off plane forms at every plane our group was able to escape to, you and your Hawkscarus.
You would have violated the opportunity afforded to you. Defiance of that, given what you are, is extermination, said Evaran. Emily swallowed hard. It was unusual to hear Evaran sound cold, but she understood that at the level of power of the beings involved, everything was different. Her tossed his meaty arms off to the side.
Well, here we are, then. Only a small group of Mortani in this plane. We knew that if you found us, you would kill us.
That is not necessarily true, said Evaran. I would reserve judgment based on your actions in the plane.
Like you did with the Overlord.
You know of that. Her grinned.
Of course we do. He didn't come with us, but we knew of him and other Hadron filth that came to this plane.
He raised a finger.
The strange thing is, when my fellow immortals and I entered the plane and took on plane forms, we were sent to this universe, out of all the ones out there, to a particular timeline, and to a planet you call Earth, sometime around 2320. Now, why would the plane do that? It was like it did it on purpose.
Perhaps, said Evaran.
Nonetheless, using the technology of that time and learning of the Evaran protocol, we fled as fast as we could. We left a few tests to see if there really was an Evaran present.
Evaran narrowed his eyes. The location of Earth given to Kalturus, and the upgrade of Salazar from a virtual intelligence to a powerful artificial intelligence inside a space-time eddy. Her smiled.
Yes. Trivial for an Evaran to figure out. The final test was if you would find the cosmic rift pillars, and congratulations, you passed. We now know there is an Evaran plane form here, and thanks to this conversation, we know your status.
Evaran looked around. I can only be teleported by cosmic energy. You built these cosmic rift pillars for me.
Borrowed, not built. But we knew it would work on you, and we found another use for it. You're looking at a cosmic rift receiver. The other pillar that sent you here is the sender. The distance between a sender and receiver varies, and the one in this timeline is approximately 10 miles away. They only appear in the presence of beings of power, and don't worry, we didn't leave any in your timeline. That place is dangerous with all the beings of power there. It was best not to get mixed up with them, lest one of them tip our hand before it was played.
He shook a finger at Evaran.
Oh, and every time you jump to another parallel timeline, the sender strips a bit of your energy. A worthy snack.
Emily narrowed her eyes. She remembered that when she was on the prison planet, they had called the gates that brought in prisoners the Overlord's eyes. The stripping of power was to ensure that nothing too powerful came through. Evaran paused for a moment as he rubbed his chin. Then your goal is for me to lose enough cosmic energy to be sufficiently weak to be absorbed by the plane. Her laughed.
Oh, I forget sometimes how nice it is to speak with another cosmic entity outside the Mortani.
He glanced at Dr. Snowden and Emily.
It gets tiresome talking with pathetic mortals.
Evaran clenched his jaw.
Nonetheless, you're correct. Getting you away from the Torvatta is important. The only way back is to keep jumping timelines and hope you get back to the one with your Torvatta.
What are your plans for the Torvatta?
Nothing,
said Her, shrugging.
We know it is something that cannot be used by anyone of our power level. It's useless to us. Not only that, it is your ship. We also suspect that whatever was involved in our placement in the plane is also involved with the Torvatta. We're not taking that chance that the Torvatta could be used against us.
You could attack me now. Her laughed.
And when your plane form dies, and you have that moment where you have planar-wide power for a few moments, you'd crush us. No. We have to make you weak enough to be absorbed, and it has to be done in a way that you can't be killed until then. Besides, none of us want to be anywhere near you. We're aware that you're more physically powerful than we are.
An elaborate trap for me.
You're an elaborate being. So, the choices are simple. You could stay here and do nothing,
said Her. He waved a finger at Dr. Snowden and Emily.
These pathetic mortals would die of old age, and you would watch. You could go through the Cosmic Rift Sender and hope you find your way back, or you could kill yourself, crush us, and be done with it. I don't think you want to die, though. The presence of these mortals suggests to me that you will continue to jump around and participate in our little game.
Evaran sighed. You realize that your chance for my leniency has passed. Her paused as he studied Evaran.
What's done is done. If we die, then we'll at least have a chance to take your plane form with us. We've thought of every approach, and I think we'll not only survive this, but come out of this stronger.
He tossed his hands out to the sides.
Let the games begin, and know that we have satellites above every parallel world we've touched. We'll enjoy watching what you do, but please keep the mortals alive for at least 10 jumps. The others think I'm crazy, but I think these mortals mean more to you than just passing companions. Quite disgusting, if you ask me.
He smiled.
Entertain us, Celestial.
The projection ended. Dr. Snowden sighed. Well, that's just great. More psycho-cosmic entities, and now I'm guessing we're going to go parallel timeline Earth hopping. Evaran nodded. The alternative is to make a new life here, or don't say it, said Emily through gritted teeth. That's never an option. Ever. Evaran eyed Emily, then nodded. Emily looked around at the empty grassland. At least we're together. Yes. And we will get back to the Torvatta, one way or another. Her seemed to relish filling in how this is all set up, said Dr. Snowden. Usually we have to figure that aspect out. Evaran narrowed his eyes. I suspect this was not the first time he has dealt with one of my plane forms, and it is possible he was not truthful. We will find out. Dr. Snowden cleared his throat while pointing at the receiver. I can sort of see a wispy trail leading away. That is most likely the link between the Cosmic Rift Sender and receiver. At least we know which way to go, then, said Dr. Snowden. We do. But this receiver's interface, which seems to be activated by placing our hands on the orb, has the location we need to find and how far away it is, said Evaran. Nonetheless, I do not believe we are in any immediate danger. So rest up. I will study this interface more, and then we can head to the sender later. V. Scouting mode.
Acknowledged. Scouting mode engaged,
said V. He shimmered out of view as he took off. Chapter 4. Gelton sighed as he sat on the ground underneath a large rock outcropping. His nap had been brief, and after 16 jumps through parallel timelines, he found it difficult to get rid of the uneasy feeling that this was his fate. Although he could consume almost anything for energy, it had been hard to find anything worth consumption. On several of the jumps, Prior to jumping, Locasius had appeared to taunt, give critiques on how situations were approached, and, in general, try to demoralize. He would know death if Jelton could ever reach him. One positive aspect of Locasius's taunting sessions was that Jelton had learned some new information. Locasius referred to himself as an immortal and said he was a plane refugee making the best of it. Jelton was not sure what a plane was, but it sounded like a different reality of some sort. The ground trembled a bit. Jelton's eyes narrowed as he strained to listen. The ground stopped trembling. Jelton's breath intensified. He jumped up and burst toward the rift center. Looking back, he could see the pack of large, grayish bipedal creatures with massive arms ending in sharp claws. Their heads had beady eyes, a long snout filled with teeth, and a massive pair of horns protruding out the sides. Their scaly skin with sharp bones on the arms and legs gave them an aggressive profile. He suspected after killing one of them that this pack was out for blood. They were not going to have that pleasure. The creatures roared as they pursued him. His hands flew over the Rift Sender interface when he reached the sender. Changing one symbol seemed to take forever, and he could almost feel the creature's breath on him. Once the symbol was changed, he slammed his fist on the execute button. A white flash emanated out from the pillar. Jelton's lips drew down as he spun around. One of the creatures had come through, and it was still barreling toward him. Looking to his right, he saw a group of 3 beings with a drone above them. They had unknown objects drawn and pointed at him. He suspected the objects were weapons. Even if he dodged away from the creature, he would be hit by the others. Assuming he could take the hits, he had a chance. He rolled to the left and ended up in a crouching position, pulling out his dual rift blades. The creature came to a stop and shuddered as blue electrical arcs ran wild over its body. Jelton drew his head back as he got a good look at the group firing non-stop blue beams at the creature. They were light-skinned humanoids. The tallest had yellowish hair and wore a light gray suit segmented with various multicolored pads. In his hand was a staff with glowing ends. Jelton could sense that this person was more than a normal being, with an energy signature not unlike the pillar. He suspected this was a male of whatever species they were. The second being was smaller and was probably a female. She seemed animated as she discharged blue beams. The third being was a bit larger and seemed to be less active than the others, probably a male too. The drone had 4 segmented arms and was firing all of them simultaneously. The fact that this group responded as quickly as they did meant they were either expecting this or naturally that responsive. The creature roared and then turned and fled away over a vast grassland. Jelton stood defiant, with one arm to the side and the other in front of him. If need be, he figured he could leap to them using his cloak as a shield to absorb any hits and at least get to the smaller of the 3 beings, who could maybe be used as possible leverage. He was unsure of the intentions of the group, but they had driven off the creature. They could have easily attacked him, but chose not to. He recalled going through one jump and being ambushed. With no power in his weapon or suit, and only his close-quarter combat skills and rift blades, the situation was grim. If these were ambushers, he would give them a fight to remember. The tall one stepped forward and then bowed. With his left hand across his stomach, he said, "I am Evaran. We are not here to harm you. There is nothing to fear from us." Jelton's eyes widened. "I am Jelton Stollerin, Deathless Riftblade of the Rift Guardians. How is it we can speak?" "For the moment, that is not important," said Evaran. He pointed at V, then at Dr. Snowden and Emily, introducing them. Jelton nodded at them. Evaran rubbed his chin. "Rift Guardian, timeline 1746. You are a Rift-born species." "You know of us?" Yes, I have been to your timeline. Jelton exhaled from his nose. What are you? A traveler that helps those in need. Dr. Snowden is a male human, Emily a female human, and V is a variable utility artificial intelligence. Jelton studied them more in detail. He could now sense that all four had an unusual energy reading on them. They were not normal timeline denizens. Are you aware of what's going on? I am. It would seem we are part of a game. Jelton sighed as he put both of his rift blades back in his thigh holders. A game. With no chance of success. I would not be so sure of that, said Evaran, raising a finger. The game creators made a mistake in placing me in it. The pillar shot out a holographic projection. Jelton noted that it was not Locesius, but something different. Her. You again, said Evaran. What do you want? Her smiled.
I just wanted to show my appreciation for Jelton in making his 17th jump. Locesius was right. Jelton's quite resilient and delicious. I had bet he wouldn't make it through 10 jumps, but Locesius, he bet 20.
He sighed.
I think he might actually win.
Jelton pointed a finger at her. You're a monster, gambling with my life like this. Have you no mercy?
Mercy. What a concept. Evaran has no mercy, so I guess you could say we're just emulating him.
Evaran shook his head. No, you are not. Your game is killing others for the sake of power attainment and the joy of causing pain. He pointed at her. Know this. You have been made a priority. Her sighed.
Threats. Is that what it comes down to?
This conversation is ended, as is your view of this timeline, and yes, I have figured out how to do that, said Evaran as he interacted with his ARI. The projection faded away. Jelton rubbed his chin. Her Gall and Evaran seemed to have some history. Whatever it was now apparent that there was more than one being involved. Jelton glanced at Evaran. What happened? I sent a pulse using the power from his projection to the satellite above us. It will be destroyed. In doing so, I burned out the pillar's hollow emitters. If they wish to view this timeline, they will need to come here physically. How are you able to do that without an interface? Asked Jelton. I don't even see it. Evaran raised his head a bit. The pillar uses cosmic and rift energy, something I am familiar with. The rift receiver interface is primitive, but there is another interface I can access from my own augmented reality interface. It does require someone of cosmic energy to see it and access it, though. Jelton narrowed his eyes. Cosmic. That must be the energy we could not identify. We've never encountered it before. He watched as Dr. Snowden stepped forward. Although Dr. Snowden was humanoid, Jelton had never heard of humans before. Dr. Snowden wore a silver form-fitting suit with metallic covers over the forearms. The helmet was transparent, and on the back was a backpack of some type. His soft, fair skin, glasses, and partially bald head with tufts of gray hair stood out. Did I hear right that you've been through 17 parallel timelines? Asked Dr. Snowden. Yes, some were better than the others. I'm hoping this one is better, said Jelton. He observed as Emily stood next to Dr. Snowden. Unlike Dr. Snowden's outfit, hers was darker in color and appeared to be some type of battle armor. She was thinner, and her face seemed younger. Her dirty blonde hair was prominent. I hope it is too. I'm sorry to hear you've gone through so many, said Emily. Jelton nodded. Empathy was a rare trait from his experience, but it seemed she was genuinely concerned. He focused as V hovered off to the side of Emily. V appeared to be a standard drone machine on the outside, but Jelton could sense that, like the others, there was something different.
Analysis. Have all the timelines shared a similar atmosphere?
Actually, they have, said Jelton. Evaran raised a finger. Before we proceed, you should rest up. I sense you are depleted. Do you need any food or drink? Jelton sighed. I can convert rift energy into what I need. My reserves are gone, and these jumps have greatly weakened me. It is only a matter of time before I am no more. I can eat and drink organic as well, but I have been hard-pressed to find much of either. Dr. Snowden stepped forward. Maybe I could siphon off rift energy from the pillar to you. Jelton drew his head back. How? Well, I seem to have the ability to heal, although I think it's more of a channeling ability. It should work, right? Asked Dr. Snowden, glancing at Evaran. Evaran nodded. If you wish to try, my utility handle can siphon as well. I'd like to try, see if I can. All right, said Evaran. It would be appreciated, said Jelton, moving toward the pillar where he met Dr. Snowden. Jelton did not realize how weak he had become until this last jump. He knew it would have reached a point where he would have been unable to defend himself, but now it seemed he had a chance to get strong again. Whether or not this group could handle the parallel timelines he had seen was uncertain. At least they could talk. He was not alone anymore, and for that, he was grateful. Dr. Snowden had a lot of questions he wanted to ask, but he understood that Jelton had just arrived and was tired and feeling weak. If Dr. Snowden could help, he would. He placed one hand on the pillar, which felt like cold metal. He extended the other hand to Jelton, who held it. Dr. Snowden focused on the rift energy moving and redirected it to Jelton, and as the time passed, the crystals on his face seemed to brighten. We can talk as I recharge, said Jelton. I sense you have many questions, as do I. Dr. Snowden grinned. I have a question. Or three. Jelton laughed. Please, go ahead. It's the least I can do after your generous offer of assistance. All right. What do you call your species? Riven. We evolved in a system that existed inside a rift. Dr. Snowden licked his lips. Like a solar system? Yes. I didn't even know that was possible. We figured out how to move through the rifts, and now reside in a stable dimension that houses a majority of my species. Wow, said Emily. So are the Rift Guardians all Riven? Jelton smiled. The Rift Guardians are made up of several advanced time-aware species, but are mostly Riven. However, it was founded by the Riven, and not all Riven choose to be Rift Guardians. What is the purpose of the Rift Guardians? Asked Emily. To correct the timeline when a change is detected and rid it of timeline threats, such as the Time Wardens. Emily jerked her head back. Jelton narrowed his eyes as he looked around. I take it you know of them? Evaran nodded. We removed them from the timeline we are from by destroying their timeplex. However, some still exist inside the timeline. I see, said Jelton. And you fought them with this group? And a few other individuals, said Dr. Snowden. The commander was tough, but in the end, it went down. I find it difficult to believe you took down a timeplex and its commander with this group and a few others. The only way that makes sense is if you are far more than what I'm seeing physically. It took a legion to take down the timeplex in my timeline. Sometimes, guile and subterfuge are better than brute force, said Emily, glancing at Evaran. Evaran nodded. She smiled and then glanced at Jelton. I take it you dislike them as much as we do, then?
Yes, said Gelton. Our species was hunted inside the rifts by the Time Wardens long ago in our history. We were not technologically advanced at the time, but were able to fight back with the help of others who had come under attack. We formed the Rift Guardians to rid the timeline of the Time Wardens. The scope of what we did expanded to incorporate any timeline change that was harmful. We eventually destroyed the Time Warden Timeplex in our timeline, and now we hunt them.
Emily shook her head. They're tough. You must be tougher to hunt them.
Toughness born out of experience.
They shared a look, and then nodded at each other. Evaran tossed out a projection orb. I do not mean to change the subject, but I do have a question on this interface we saw at the last Cosmic Rift Sender. A projection shot up of the 8x8 grid with symbols. What is all that? Asked Emily.
The interface that determines where you go, said Gelton. I was trying to determine if any of the symbols had an impact on the destination by changing one at a time prior to jumping.
Dr. Snowden narrowed his eyes. That would be a lot of jumping to go through all of these.
Analysis. Due to the amount of permutations possible, the probability of reaching the original timeline for a jumper is low,
said V.
Gelton pointed at V. He's right. There was always the chance that there are fewer timelines with these in it, but so far, every one I've been to is unique.
He glanced at Evaran.
I also noticed that although the stars seem to vary, they usually seem to be consistent, so I'm guessing this is the same world in different timelines.
An astute observation, said Evaran. He pointed at Dr. Snowden and Emily. It is their home world in timeline 3681.
We can't travel to other parallel timelines, said Gelton. It is unnerving to know there are so many out there.
There are many, and I have visited a few of them.
How? Through this rift sender and receiver system?
Evaran shook his head. My ship, the Torvatta, can travel between parallel timelines and elsewhere.
Gelton lowered his head a bit. You're helping me, yet you possess the same energy presence as these senders and receivers. Locasius said he was an immortal and a plane refugee, but those terms do not mean anything to me. Do you know what her is? Or Locasius, for that matter?
I do, said Evaran with a sigh. They are immortals, and part of a group called the Mortani. These cosmic senders and receivers were originally set up as a trap for me, but it seems the power drain the senders and receivers exert has changed the Mortani's focus to ascended.
That's what Locasius called me, said Gelton. What is an ascended?
Evaran raised his head a bit. Beings with exotic energy within this plane.
Plane?
Dr. Snowden chuckled. Gelton focused on Dr. Snowden. Dr. Snowden tossed his free hand out. I'm sorry, I didn't mean any disrespect. It just reminds me of the first time I heard that term, too. Gelton continued to stare. Dr. Snowden glanced at Evaran. Evaran nodded. Typically, we would not discuss this with others. However, you are ensnared in a cosmic game. Dr. Snowden, please proceed.
All right, said Dr. Snowden.
You're familiar with timelines and parallel timelines based on what we've discussed so far.
Yes, said Gelton.
Well, they exist in a universe which exists among others in a plane, which itself exists in a plane system.
Gelton's eyes widened. We had theorized about other levels of reality, but not to that extent.
Yeah, Emily and I were the same way initially, said Dr. Snowden. The Mortani came from a different plane system. I won't go into details on how they got here, other than to say they lost their planes, blame Evaran, and are now here hiding. Well, were hiding. Now they're in plain sight, and we're in their punishment. Jelton looked around at everyone. The Mortani said they're plane refugees. Evaran nodded. That is an apt analogy. I assume you don't have access to your ship, this Torvatta. We do not. When we visited a parallel timeline that had a change due to the presence of these cosmic rift senders and receivers, we were ambushed and teleported while outside the Torvatta. Why wasn't the Torvatta teleported? Asked Jelton. Evaran half smiled. It is unique and cannot be teleported. Typically, neither can I or the others. He raised a finger. However, these senders and receivers possess a sliver of cosmic energy, which is an exception to the teleportation rule, at least for us. Yeah, lucky us, said Emily. I've been teleported before, but Evaran, V, and Uncle Albert haven't. Jelton observed her. I've heard the term uncle. This is a familial term? We have observed that in other species. Yeah, said Emily. Do you have families? We do, but not in the same way your species does, assuming I'm understanding your species correctly, said Jelton. As we evolved inside a rift, we're born from rift crystals. Dr. Snowden jerked his head back. But you're fleshy. Emily shook her head. Jelton laughed. Fleshy, I like that term. Our rift crystals are unique and can not only consume matter and energy, they can generate it as well, similar to how we can convert rift energy into sustenance like we're doing now. As such, the only bond we have at creation is to our rift crystal. Since it is powered and created by the rift itself, we view the rift as our creator, and we are its children. Wow, that's amazing, said Dr. Snowden. We met another species on our last outing that was born in pods and tied to the tree-like being that made it. It's so interesting that there are different ways to produce life. I would agree, said Jelton. As we are sharing information, I was going to ask again about translation. He glanced at Evaran. I understand if you do not deem it important for me to know. At this point, you may know, said Evaran. We are linked to the Torvatta, even this far away, and it can translate most languages. We are all speaking in our native tongues, but to you, you would hear it in your language, and vice versa. If there were another here not linked to the Torvatta, I would use a translation orb so they could understand you and you them. Jelton nodded as he ran a hand over his face. I appreciate your trust, and I'm feeling much better. Good, said Evaran. We should head to the Cosmic Rift Sender when you are fully charged. The creature that came through with you may come back. I do not wish to harm it, if possible. Jelton nodded. You defeated a Time Warden commander, helped me, and do not wish to harm the creature. He smiled. I suspect we are of the same alignment. As do I, said Evaran, slowly bowing his head.
Analysis. Do you have a visual record of the other timelines?
Asked V. I don't. What I can say is that while temperatures varied, the gaseous composition of the atmosphere was all close together. There were many different types of creatures, both sentient and not. The environment was equally as diverse. I was beginning to believe I needed to find one where I could spend the remainder of my time comfortably before I became too weak. These lights dimmed.
You are with us now, and will not suffer the same fate.
I hope so, friend, said Jelton. Dr. Snowden noted Emily's heartbeat had increased a bit. The thought of losing anyone was probably roaring through her mind. To be fair, it was going through his as well. Surviving without the Torvatta was not new, but given the choice, he preferred to have it. "We have some time before we can head out, based on your recharge rate," said Evaran, sitting. "V is going to access the interface while we wait and run some algorithms on it. If you can, we would like to know more about the Riven and Rift Guardians." Emily sat while V hovered near the receiver. Dr. Snowden noted an unusual feeling, and for a moment, everything went black. When he could see again, he was on the ground. What happened?" "It appears you passed out," said Evaran. Dr. Snowden sat up. "How? I was just transferring energy." Evaran rubbed his chin. "I am not sure. I suspect this receiver is agitating your cosmic energy. You should rest and avoid doing that again. From here on out, we can use my utility handle." "All right," said Dr. Snowden, sighing. "I knew it was unstable, but I didn't know it could trigger from a simple transfer." "My friend, I appreciate your attempt to help me. I have recharged fully, although I feel a little unusual," said Jelton. Evaran used his ring to scan Jelton. "It appears you have a sliver of cosmic energy in you now. That may be why Dr. Snowden passed out." Jelton raised his eyebrows. Sorry about that," said Dr. Snowden. He did not know what the effect of cosmic energy in Jelton would be, but hoped it was not detrimental. The last time he channeled energy like this was in their previous adventure, but that was a drastic situation. This was not anything like it. Dr. Snowden hoped the passing out thing was not something serious. He glanced at Evaran. "I remember that with Draxus, but I helped Sandus and he had no cosmic energy in him." Evaran nodded. "Perhaps it's the amount of interaction that causes the transfer." "Huh." Jelton smiled. "I greatly appreciate your hospitality." He waved a hand around. "While everyone is relaxing, let me tell you about deathless rift blades." Chapter 5. As the group walked to the Cosmic Rift Center, Emily took in the vast grasslands. Jelton had gone through the history of the Rift Guardians and explained what a deathless rift blade was. Deathless was a master rank, and rift blades were the chosen, who were sent out to investigate timeline anomalies. They also served as an elite unit in various groups, with Jelton's being the third, named the Rava. The discussion had taken several hours, and it was approaching 3:30 p.m. Earth time. She could see that he had become at ease with the group. His straight-to-the-point manner was something she appreciated, and a bit of his humor had poked through, maybe due to him being fully recharged. She noted that the crystals on his face glowed much brighter now. Evaran motioned forward. "V. Scouting mode."
"Acknowledged. Scouting mode engaged,"
said V as he shimmered out of view and flew off. Jelton pointed at where V had been. "V is quite useful. We've had drones, but we don't work much with AIs." "Any reason?" asked Dr. Snowden. "We had an AI rebellion early in our technological evolution, and it caused a lot of problems." Dr. Snowden rubbed his chin. "I'm not too surprised by that. Psychotic AIs are no stranger to us." Jelton nodded. Emily found the uses of AIs interesting. The Mortani were responsible for Salazar, a rogue AI from their last adventure. She suspected Evaran would not be lenient with the Mortani. Evaran's eyebrows had slightly moved several times during their discussion with her, a sign that Evaran was agitated. Whatever happened, she would back his decision 100%. She paused as she sensed movement all around them. Her nanobots began to tingle. Evaran raised a hand. The group stopped. I'm sensing something, said Emily. Evaran tilted his head. I am as well. Jelton looked around. Looks clear to me. We are not alone, said Evaran. Prepare for battle, just in case. Emily pulled out her PSD and extended it into a baton. Her breathing increased as her eyes roamed around. She felt a hand on her shoulder. You all right? Asked Dr. Snowden. Yeah, she said. Just bad memories. Prison planet? She nodded. He shook his head. That place. I hate it. She swatted his arm. Yeah, me too. They chuckled. Prison planet? Asked Jelton, looking over. Long story, but I ran into a portal that could strip power, kind of like the cosmic rift senders, said Emily. I see, said Jelton. I sense that you travel around quite a bit. Is there a purpose, or is it just exploration? A bit of both, said Dr. Snowden, chuckling. Sometimes it's peaceful, other times it's not. However, if there's a timeline change or something bad going on, we investigate and try to fix it. Jelton nodded. I can see how having a ship like the Torvatta would make things much easier to do that. Yeah, it does, said Emily. She stopped as a visual popped up on the interior of her helmet. Looks like V found that creature that came through. Evaran extended his hand. A projection shot up from his ring. Emily studied the mutilated carcass of the creature. Part of it was submerged in the ground, which seemed to have small ripples and bubbles around it. Tiny, green, crab-like creatures were swarming the carcass, while worm-like creatures were attached to the outside, with their bodies flailing around in the wind. What the heck happened to that thing? Asked Dr. Snowden. I do not know, but it suggests that there are patches on this grassland that are not stable. It appears this creature fell into one and was set upon by the other creatures, said Evaran. Emily grimaced. A gruesome death. It would have had no idea about those soft patches. We need to be careful. V is plotting our path now, said Evaran. Dr. Snowden tilted his head. So this is like quicksand, or I guess quick grassland. Emily shook her head. Jelton let out a loud laugh. Dr. Snowden raised his eyebrows while glancing at Emily. She shrugged. It's good to laugh, and I appreciate you sharing your humor with us. I don't know if what is being said translates like I think it is, but I enjoy it, said Jelton. The Riven as a whole are informal relative to other species I've seen. We enjoy what life has to offer. Dr. Snowden grinned while eyeing Emily. She chuckled. After an hour and a half, they reached the edge of the non-solid grassland. Evaran scanned around with his ring. Emily could barely recognize the carcass, and the creatures on it skittered away when approached. Although she could see the boundary between solid and non-solid land, it was hard to detect. The scan from Evaran's ring appeared inside her helmet and showed a grainy, liquid-like substance covered by grass. She could see how easy it would be to fall in. To do so would be death. I wonder how many others that came through the rift receiver fell to this, said Dr. Snowden. What a way to go. Wet, eaten, and drowning. Horrible. She nodded. Evaran studied the ground to the right of the patch of non-solid ground. It would seem the tactic is to drive creatures to these holes, where they are then attacked. What makes you say that? Asked Emily. The footprints. But more importantly, these are creatures that resemble the ones at the bottom of your oceans. Although they are eating this carcass, I suspect the creature could have pulled itself out. Jelton narrowed his eyes. What creatures could be capable of driving this large one off? Evaran looked up toward the sky, then to his sides. I do not know, but suspect they came from the air. I do not think a land-based creature would fare well against it. Oh, that's just great, said Dr. Snowden. Let us go, said Evaran. Jelton wagged a finger at Evaran. I can now see why your group has survived as long as it has. You're thorough and efficient. Like Dr. Snowden mentioned, I suspect many a traveler have fallen to these quick grasslands. Dr. Snowden chuckled. Evaran nodded as the group continued around the non-solid land. After 20 minutes, they were within viewing distance of the cosmic rift sender. Evaran raised his hand. It seems whatever these flying creatures were, they have discovered us. V shot down a projection of a swarm of large, hornet-like creatures. Emily gulped. Based on the metrics she was seeing, each one of these was about the size of her head, with matching mandibles and stingers. There were a ton of them, and they were flying in fast. She could see now why the large creature ran. To the cosmic rift sender, now, said Evaran. V flew ahead. After a moment, Evaran said, V is accessing the interface and is preparing the symbol grid. The group hustled forward. When they approached the cosmic rift sender, Emily and Evaran began firing repulsion beams at the approaching horde of flying insects. Dr. Snowden fired a mix of stun and cloud beams, while Jelton shot red energy beams. V, activate the sender, said Evaran.
Acknowledged.
The pillar began to hum, and after a moment, a white wave of light washed across the group. Emily's eyes widened when she saw that one of the creatures had come through. Jelton hit the creature with a red beam from his pistol, slicing it in half. Nice shot, she said. I couldn't let it infect this timeline, he said. She could see that even outside their element, Jelton would try to do what was right. Looking around caught her by surprise. They were in dense grass that was about knee-high. In the distance, she could see a rusted-out tractor that had crashed into a tree that marked the start of a large farm. A metal sign stood next to a road that seemed to be covered with vegetation. Looking farther away, she could see the outskirts of what looked like crumbling buildings, but they too were covered with plant life. This looks like the Earth we know. It's just a little destroyed and green, said Dr. Snowden. Evaran narrowed his eyes. It is close. Read the sign. Dr. Snowden focused on the sign. Looks like it's listing a city and distance. Hard to see with all those vines on it. Look closer. Dr. Snowden reared his head back. 132 something to England. What the heck is that? We will find out, said Evaran. However, I believe this world was destroyed recently and has had a different history than the Earth we know. I will check the receiver interface. He placed his hands around the orb, which projected a regional map. After looking around his ARI for a moment, he said, Based on the cosmic layer interface, I have found that it has information relevant to this timeline. They left notes. It sounds like a way for the Mortani to brag, said Emily. Perhaps so, said Evaran. He interacted with his ARI. I have disabled the satellite above this world, and also the holographic projection capability. We do not have to worry about a visit from the Mortani. He tossed out an orb. I can translate the notes. A projection shot up a window with some text entries on it. Emily studied the list. It looks like something was unleashed on this world. What's a timeline bomb? It is not a bomb in the literal sense, said Evaran. He tapped at his ARI. A line highlighted in the text. They seem to have let something through from another parallel timeline. Jelton glanced at Evaran. I suppose it doesn't say what came through? It does not, said Evaran. He looked around. It is obvious that whatever did come through had an impact. We should find a place to stay. According to the information, the Cosmic Rift Sender is about 25 miles away. It is almost 6 o'clock p.m., and I do not know how much daylight we have. I do not think we should attempt the trek through the night. V, scouting mode, said Evaran.
Acknowledged. Scouting mode engaged,
said V as he shimmered and flew off. Emily sighed. Let's hope then that whatever has dropped here is gone by now. Assuming the time is accurate that's showing at the top of the data window, then this event occurred almost 35 years ago. Yes, but we should remain vigilant. Make sure you are staying hydrated and using your food pellets from your PSD. Let us go. Dr. Snowden surveyed the environment as they walked across the grass field toward the road. He had a swig of fresh water from his PSD, and the food pellet he had reminded him of a bacon cheeseburger. He was thankful that Evaran had at least upgraded the pellets to be flavored. Focusing on the inside of his helmet, his eyes were partially glued to the video feed that showed what V was seeing up ahead. It was getting dark, and he was thankful he was not alone outside. The cosmic rift sender was on the other side of a large city ahead, and it appeared to be on the 4th floor of a building. Seeing artifacts of a civilization recently removed sent a shiver up his spine. It could be that this city was an anomaly and the world was healthy, but he did not think so. If there was any type of functioning society, it would not allow the level of disrepair that he was seeing, unless this was an exception. There could be survivors somewhere, but he suspected if there were any, they were probably in hiding. Emily swatted his arm. Thinking again? Yeah, I was just wondering what came through that caused all this, he said. He motioned toward Evaran. The air appears to be breathable, and I'm not seeing anything unusual in the atmosphere scan V did. Evaran half smiled. Yes, you may lower your helmets, but you may want to keep them up after sampling the air for the infrared aspect once it is dark. He glanced at Jelton. I suspect for you the quality of the air is not important. Jelton nodded. Riven do breathe, but our rift energy can handle any toxic elements. Dr. Snowden lowered his helmet and sniffed the air. He coughed. I was thinking I'd smelled the grass, but it smells horrible out here. So you're familiar with this environment? Asked Jelton. In general, yeah, said Dr. Snowden. It seems a little dated relative to our time period based on V's scan, but that could also be related to the general state of things here. Okay, I smelled enough. Helmet time. He raised his helmet. The group reached the rusting tractor. Evaran scanned it, then perused his ARI. After a moment, he said, Intriguing. This tractor is less advanced than ones from 2012. However, it could simply be an older model. Huh, said Dr. Snowden. He walked around it. It's kinda odd that it's crashed into a tree, almost like it was abandoned while it was running. I concur, said Evaran. The amount of vegetation and plant life indicates humans have not been active here in a long while. Whatever came through must have had a profound impact in a very short amount of time. He tilted his head. V has found a mall roughly 10 miles ahead. We can stay the night there, then travel the remaining 15 miles tomorrow. Dr. Snowden sighed. That's a lot of walking. We can break it up into 2 days if need be. Let us see how we do tomorrow, said Evaran. Emily pointed at the tractor. Looks like there's a symbol or something. Dr. Snowden studied the circle with an upside-down pentagram carved into the front of the tractor. That doesn't look good. I've never seen that symbol before, said Jelton. Emily glanced at Dr. Snowden and then Jelton. I've seen something similar. Back on our planet. Let's hope it isn't related. Jelton furrowed his eyebrows. Should we be worried? Well, I don't know. In our culture, at least in our time period, it referred to a lot of dark concepts. We'll be careful then. Emily nodded. Dr. Snowden followed the others as they crossed the road and continued toward the suburb. He had seen the symbol used in a variety of cultures, and it always elicited a sense of dread for him. What it was doing on this parallel Earth was a mystery, one he hoped would stay that way until they could leave. He focused back on the trip ahead. Along the way, he used his PSD's augmented reality functionality to scan around. Vegetation was everywhere, and most of it looked undisturbed. When they reached the suburb an hour later, he noted that the houses almost looked like a large, uneven patch of rough grass. It was dark out now, but he and the others kept any external lighting off, just in case it attracted attention. He did not see as many insects as he thought he would. Still, it meant there was some life present, even if it was just bugs. He had not seen anything larger than an occasional odd-looking rat. "It's so quiet out here," said Emily. Jelton nodded. "That's usually not a good sign. Whatever happened here, it seems to have decimated the local population, human or otherwise." "I've seen a few bugs, birds, and even a rat," said Dr. Snowden. "At least there's that." Evaran turned his head halfway back. That would indicate that they are either survivors of some biological attack, or that there are predatory creatures that routinely cull the population. "Let's hope it's not predatory creatures," said Emily. She grinned. "But if it is, they'll have picked the wrong group to mess with." "I concur," said Evaran. After another hour, they had reached the mall. Dr. Snowden studied the green parking lot and the various trees that had sprouted up. With the helmet's night vision, it seemed like it was still day out, although everything had a tint and there was less color. Rusted cars dotted the lot, and vines covered the mall's walls. Pools of rancid water were spread throughout, but the presence of various flowers was an uplifting sight. It was obvious at this point that if there were any humans, they did not live in the area. That did not mean that something else did not. They reached the busted-out mall entrance. "V, mapping mode," said Evaran.
"Acknowledged. Mapping mode engaged,"
said V. He emitted pulses of red light as he flew forward. "V will find us a place to stay the night, hopefully someplace dry and without mold. Worst case scenario, we stay on the roof and use whatever we can find for cover against the elements," said Evaran. Jelton looked around. "I take it on your world this was some sort of meeting place." "Yeah," said Dr. Snowden. "This is where people came to buy things and, if you're younger, hang out." "Interesting," said Jelton. "Were you a frequent visitor to these malls?" "Not if I could help it." Jelton laughed. Dr. Snowden was not sure why Jelton seemed to enjoy the humor, but it was refreshing. Emily would usually shake her head, and the joke would mainly be for him. Jelton was going to be an interesting traveling companion. As they walked farther into the mall on the first level, Dr. Snowden noted a large hole in the ground. With the starry sky above, it looked like something had fallen through the roof and crash-landed. V has found a dry room on the third level. It is near a roof exit and should be defensible if need be, said Evaran. He studied the busted stairs. "We will need to grapple up." Emily smiled. "A field test?" She eyed Dr. Snowden. "That's much better than a sniff test." Dr. Snowden chuckled. "Works for me." They continued to the section that V had marked. Dr. Snowden glanced up. "We'll need to grapple to a spot beyond the flooring. Angles and all that." "You three go first," said Evaran. "In case we fall, right?" asked Dr. Snowden. "It is just a safety precaution." Dr. Snowden nodded and then, with a flourish toward Emily, said, "Ladies first." "How kind of you," said Emily, with a slight dip of her head. Evaran half smiled. "V is already up there, so he is first in this case." Emily grinned as she shot her grappling hook up. A moment later, she was on the third floor. Dr. Snowden watched as Jelton shot out a black wire and grappled up. It was obvious that to Jelton this was routine. Dr. Snowden angled and then fired his grappling beam. When he reached the top, he crashed into the ceiling, then fell on the third floor ground. Emily helped him up. "You have to release before you hit." Dr. Snowden exhaled from his mouth. "Yeah, I'm gathering that." Evaran shot his grappling beam and appeared to float up before landing next to them. He pointed at an open storefront. "We can stay there. The hallway next to it leads to a ladder that goes to the roof. V is going to survey outside and check on the Cosmic Rift Center while I check out the roof. You three can look around and see if you find anything interesting. This high up, there should be no threats, and V has not detected any major life signs." "All right," said Dr. Snowden. He nodded forward. "Let's see what we're dealing with." Evaran and V took off down the hallway toward the roof. The others walked around the level. Dr. Snowden paused at one of the storefronts. A steel mesh roll-down was off to the side, and it looked like all the glass had been busted in. He stepped in and scanned around with his PSD. He shook his head. "It looks like this place was looted clean." "You think it was looters? Or something else?" asked Emily. "I don't know, but—" "What's that?" asked Dr. Snowden, pointing at something that resembled a pair of shoes sticking out to the side of a counter in the back. The contents of the shoes piqued his curiosity. The group hustled over to investigate. Dr. Snowden studied the bones of what looked like a regular-sized human. "I think whatever this was, it died on the spot and was eaten," said Gelton. "Eaten?" asked Dr. Snowden. Gelton knelt and pointed at one of the bones. "Look at those marks. They appear to be bite marks. Others are scratch marks, as if they were scraped." Emily grimaced. "That's disgusting." "It could be that if food was scarce, cannibalism set in," said Gelton. Dr. Snowden nodded. "The question, then, is what survived, and is it still around somewhere?" "This is one snack they'll regret coming after if they're still here," said Emily, cracking her neck. Gelton stood and eyed Emily. "You're not weak. Whatever did this, if it's still around, I don't think it would target us." "I hope not," said Dr. Snowden. "Come on, let's see if we can find anything else." The group exited the store. Chapter 6. After checking out about half the level for the next hour, Emily decided to head to the roof and see what Evaran was up to. Dr. Snowden and Gelton seemed to hit it off, probably because Dr. Snowden had a ton of questions, and Gelton seemed enthused about Dr. Snowden's humor. When she reached the roof, she looked around. Evaran was in the distance, kneeling at the roof's edge. She smiled and hustled over to him. When she arrived, she said, "Hey." Evaran glanced at her. "Is everything okay?" "Yeah, it's good. Uncle Albert is playing 1,000 Questions with Gelton. We didn't find much on the level, though. It seems like every store was picked clean. But we did find several skeletons. Oh, and more of those weird symbols. Quite a few, actually." Evaran nodded. "Interesting. On my front, I have been looking at areas V has highlighted. This is not an empty city. There is a lot of life present, but it seems a majority of it is hiding away. Life as in, like cats and dogs, or something else?" "We are not sure," said Evaran. "In one building, there are almost 100 life signs. It could be rats," she grimaced, "or nasty bugs." Evaran half smiled. "Your bug aversion is ever present." "I don't think that'll ever change," she said with a smile. Evaran nodded. "We did see small groups of humans scouring the city. They did not look healthy." "Wow, you think they were scavenging?" "I do. Whatever has happened to humanity, it has been reduced to persisting on whatever it can find. I have noticed that they came from outside the city. They are not living inside it. For whatever reason, living in the city seems to be dangerous for them." Emily sighed. "Well, I wish we could help them, but we have our own issues." "Yes, we do. We need to get back to the Torvatta," said Evaran. He cast a sidelong glance at her. "This trip so far does not seem to have dampened your spirits." Emily nodded. "I'm not alone this time, and I don't have to watch videos of you to keep my sanity. I can just come see you, like now." Evaran lightly squeezed her shoulder. "Know that you are never truly alone." He extended his arm out. She leaned in for a quick hug. V will be disappointed he missed out on a hugging session. She laughed as she swatted his arm. V flew down.
Analysis. I saw it from above but did not wish to interrupt.
She high-fived V. V's lights glowed a bit brighter. Evaran pointed at a building in the distance. V, that building appears to have some open windows. Per your scan, it has a high concentration of life. Go into scouting mode and let us see what is in there.
Acknowledged,
said V. He shimmered out of sight and took off. Emily watched V's view from inside her helmet. It looked like nature was reclaiming the city. There were some areas of the city that seemed free of any type of plant life, and those stood out relative to the other buildings around it. Her thoughts turned toward the humans Evaran and V had seen earlier. She wondered what their life was like in this weird environment. Turning her attention to the view from V, she saw he had flown through a busted-out window and was starting to fly down a dirty hallway. V hovered over where several life signs were detected. Emily grimaced at what seemed to be several green worms. V continued on and arrived at a large mass of life signs. Emily almost dry heaved at the sight of the pulsing ball of worms attached to a hallway corner. Ugh, that is so gross. I do not think they are a threat. Do you think they caused all this, or just hitched a ride? I do not know. Look, said Emily. She focused on a small bug approaching the worm pile. When the bug was near, a worm shot out and pulled it in. The bug was torn to pieces as the mass shuddered. Okay, I can't watch any more of that.
I apologize,
said V. It's okay. At least we know that's there. V, let us check some other life signs, said Evaran. I am marking several coordinates now.
Acknowledged.
Emily's eyes were glued to what was being shown inside her helmet. The display was highlighting the life signs as V flew over them. V hovered over a street. A cat-like creature cautiously moved around along the side of a building. It had bristles for fur and large fangs that sat outside the mouth. Yet it moved with little effort among objects of various heights. When it got spooked and ran, V highlighted a small pack of canine-looking creatures. They seemed to be overly muscular and had similar bristle-like fur. A row of razor-sharp bones ran down their back. The data window suggesting they were dogs surprised Emily. She glanced at Evaran. Are these readings right? Evaran nodded. It would appear that an agent of some type has caused unusual mutations. We have not seen what that would have done to humans, but if these creatures are examples, we could be dealing with mutated humans, although the ones I saw earlier were not mutated. Maybe there was a split of some type. Where would mutated humans be, though? Outside of the humans you saw earlier, we haven't seen anything that seems to resemble human activity. I do not know, said Evaran. We should be safe for the night on the 3rd level. Yeah, unless there's a flying threat we're not seeing. Let us hope that is not the case. V is headed to the outskirts of the city. V flew away from the suburbs into farmland. Unusual readings near a barn indicated life signs, and they were clustered. Around the barn were various posted signs with strange symbols on them. Yeah, that's not scary at all, said Emily. Evaran rubbed his chin. It seems there's a sealed tunnel in the barn that goes underground, but V cannot scan farther than that. You think humans went underground or something? Those signs look like someone or something with intelligence put them there. It is a possibility. Maybe it is where the humans I saw earlier reside, since it is outside town. They would then be nocturnal scavengers. We can investigate if you wish. She swatted his arm. Now you're being silly. I thought I would offer, he said with a half smile. Assuming we do not run into any trouble tonight, then tomorrow we can reach the Cosmic Rift Center. She sighed. Why would the Mortani destroy this world, assuming they're responsible? To them, mortal life is a joke, something to be toyed with. Although they are still immortal here, they are greatly weakened from what they once were. I am sure this has bred some resentment. Mortals, unfortunately, appear to be the target of that. And I am as well, it would seem. Then they do not know what they're messing with." He nodded. Emily enjoyed these brief respites where she could talk with Evaran. He was a constant in her life, and she knew that no matter what, he was there for her best interests at the forefront of every decision, and he would do anything to protect her. Ever since her time spent alone on a prison planet, he was her security blanket. Although she had lost her father, Evaran was a good stand-in. She simply could not imagine life without him, and found it hard to believe that after their abduction, but before traveling with him, she had considered not going. That seemed like a lifetime ago. "You are deep in thought," said Evaran. She looked up at him with misted eyes. "I'm just glad you're here." He extended an arm out. She leaned into him, and together they continued to look out over the darkened city. Jelton studied the faded cutout of a name above one of the storefronts on the 3rd level. He was not sure what the word was, and the bare bones interior had been picked clean and did not give any indication as to what it might have referred to. Dr. Snowden was inside scanning, poking at things and kicking debris around. His suit had launched an orb that provided illumination, and when he aimed forward, a beam of light shot out of the hand. Jelton was intrigued by the suit and could see an investigative and curious streak in Dr. Snowden. "Check this out," said Dr. Snowden, waving to Jelton. Jelton hustled over. When he arrived, he ran a scan over the open pipe that seemed to be exposed to the store interior. The sounds made him alert. "I hear something." "Yeah, now I'm wondering if that's two-way." "We're communicating via internal communications, so we should be okay." Dr. Snowden sighed. "Yeah, but I'm sure walking up here is making some noise." "We haven't seen much life around. It seems nature has claimed this place." "You're right." "Your cautiousness, my friend, even at an empty room, intrigues me." Dr. Snowden chuckled. "Well, given what I've seen, I'm not too surprised when nothing can turn to something quick. If I had to guess, we're going to be attacked tonight." Jelton narrowed his eyes. "By what?" "I don't know. Ever since we came here, my nanobots have been tingling slightly." Jelton studied Dr. Snowden for a moment. "That would explain the unusual amounts of metals in your body. If I had nanobots, they would be consumed." "What do your nanobots do for you?" "Oh, you know, relative to a normal human, I live longer and can think quicker. I'm also faster, stronger, and can regenerate. I could even lower my helmet and my nanobots would handle any discrepancy." Said Jelton. "Your group is quite unique. I've never seen anything like it in all my missions." Dr. Snowden wagged a finger as they moved to the next storefront. "Speaking of which, what were your missions like?" "They varied. We usually arrived a month after whatever event caused the timeline change. Using holographic mimicry, we would blend in with the native culture and try to undo whatever the timeline change was. Some missions were harder than others. One thing they all had in common was a lot of action. It's why rift blades are trained as hard as they are for combat." "Makes sense," said Dr. Snowden. "I had thought that when traveling with Evaran, it would be all scrounging around alien ruins, participating in alien cultural events, swapping knowledge with other species and the like. Instead, I've become half scientist, half fighter, although my fighter side is not as strong as Evaran's or Emily's." "There's strength in wanting to know more about other things. Not all minds are equal. Both require training to deal with the type of missions I do, and it seems the ones you and your group do." Dr. Snowden nodded. He drew his head back as he glanced at a symbol carved on the wall. He pointed at it. "What do you make of that?" Jelton scanned it.
I'm not sure what that's supposed to represent, or even when it was created. I'm going to assume it was after whatever happened here.
Yeah, I can't imagine that would be good for sales to have that thing in the background. It reminds me of what we saw on the tractor.
Jelton nodded. Let's see if there's any more around.
They visited several other storefronts. At one of the corner stores, Jelton adjusted the lights that were emitted from his helmet. One of the interior walls caught his attention. His translator could not make out what the unusual scrawling on the wall was, but it was clear that the symbols were drawn with intent. Dr. Snowden focused on the wall. That's interesting. The writing looks like it was done by someone short.
A good point, said Jelton. Can your translator work on that?
Dr. Snowden shook his head. It just shows garbled letters. As far as I can tell, it's gibberish.
That could indicate maybe a decaying state of mind.
Yeah, said Dr. Snowden. He walked around, looking at the ground. Another thing, there seems to be quite a few bones in here. Jelton joined Dr. Snowden and pointed at the ground.
And droppings, I think.
They focused on the droppings.
Based on decay, I'd say a week, said Jelton.
Dr. Snowden chuckled. Based on experience, I'd say yeah, although it seems much smaller than what I'd expect.
Maybe the humans that were here were smaller.
I don't know. The city and this mall seem to be built for people around our height.
Another possibility is that it is from whatever came through to this world.
Dr. Snowden nodded. True. Whatever was here, it was short and liked to draw symbols.
Let's see what else we can find.
Over the next few hours, they went from store to store. Jelton was sure that the mall, although seemingly abandoned, was visited from time to time. By what? He was not sure. But the stores around their resting place for the night seemed to be free of them. That could be a good sign or bad. Maybe something more vicious came to visit, or it could just be that there was no reason for them to go there. When they had checked the roof exit on their end, he had seen Evaran and Emily in the distance. They seemed to be having a good time just looking out over the city. Jelton wanted to go up, but Dr. Snowden was getting tired, considering it was 11:25 p.m., and after not finding anything to use for bedding, he knew it would be a rough night. Although everyone had kept their helmets up just in case, he had lowered his a few times to sample the air. He was not worried about contaminants since the rift energy in him would destroy any. The smell was extremely unpleasant, so he had raised his helmet back up. After a while, Evaran, V, and Emily came down from the roof, and everyone assembled in the store where they would be staying the night. There is life here, but it is heavily mutated. We saw some humans, but they looked malnourished and were scavenging in small packs, said Evaran. He extended his ring, showing some of the video taken from V's view. Dr. Snowden grimaced. Ugh, those mutated creatures are nasty, but those humans, they look like they've been through hell. He glanced at Jelton. I don't think they made the symbols we saw, unless they're nuts, but even so, why would they go around drawing it at knee height? Droppings could be them, though.
I agree, said Jelton.
He pointed off toward some of the stores he and Dr. Snowden had visited.
We saw some unusual images.
With a tap at his chest, a projection shot out and hovered over the ground. As he used his thumb to rotate the circular device used for projection, the images of the symbols cycled through. That's kind of creepy, said Emily. They kind of look like the ones we saw at the barn and the tractor. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too, said Dr. Snowden. Evaran raised a finger. I do not think there is a threat here. However, in regards to the symbols, there is a pattern. Whatever they represent, I believe they were drawn by the same group. As it is now midnight, you three should get some rest. V and I will sit at the entrance. We can then move out toward the Cosmic Rift Center when everyone has had rest. Dr. Snowden lowered his helmet and took a drink from his PSD. He quickly raised his helmet back up afterward. Hate this smell. Anyways, it's going to be hard to sleep here, and I need to relieve myself. I guess I'll use a storefront away from here." "I believe your PSD can help with that," said Evaran.
Analysis. Evaran has been working on the structural survival patterns. One of them is a toilet. The other is a temporary bed.
"Huh?" asked Emily. Evaran eyed V. "Yes, as I was about to say and V mentioned, I have several patterns that I have been working on. I will send them to your PSDs. They will be able to create a bed for each of you and a toilet, should you need to relieve yourself. There is also a cleansing beam to clean up with. As Jelton does not have a PSD, he can use a bed pattern from my utility handle to sleep on." "I wish it could have done that on the dumb prison planet," said Emily. "I do as well," said Evaran. "However, these are new patterns in the Torvatta database, given when we received the new schematics while looking into my origin." He perused his ARI, then flicked his finger toward Dr. Snowden and Emily. "The patterns have been sent." Jelton studied both Dr. Snowden and Emily as they interacted with their PSDs. It did not take them long to figure it out. Jelton's eyes widened when he saw the small PSDs emit some type of metallic metal that extended out into a flat bed. After a moment, it solidified, and a bed of what looked like an airy material appeared. Dr. Snowden lay down on it and sighed. "Oh, yeah, this is much better than that cold, dark floor. It's even heated." Emily did the same. "I'm liking this." "There are some other aspects I think we can explore with your PSDs, but for now, this will do," said Evaran. He created a bed with his utility handle and then laid it next to Jelton. "This is yours." "I appreciate it. I was going to ask earlier, but aren't you going to sleep?" Jelton caught Dr. Snowden and Emily grinning. "I do not require sleep. V will go into low power mode, so we should be okay." Jelton lay down on the airy material. He could feel the softness of it, and a part of him wanted to crawl out of his armor. The stark reminder of the smell and cool temperature made him decide against it. A slight tingling seemed to envelop his head. "My head is feeling something." "That is a mild neural effect. It will help you sleep." "I think I would like one of these PSDs," said Jelton. Evaran half smiled. "I am sure most would. Enjoy the night." "Well, before that, I'm going to test the toilet option. I'll be right back," said Dr. Snowden. He retracted his bed into his PSD. Jelton closed his eyes. As he began to doze off, he could feel the warmth and neural effect take hold. He had forgotten what it was like to have a good rest. How the neural effect could work on him was a mystery, but this group personified mysterious. Chapter 7. Emily's eyes slowly opened as the cold air greeted her. Although her bed was heated, she could feel the chill through her armor. Looking up, she saw Evaran looking down at her. He put a finger to his lips and then attended to the others. She watched Dr. Snowden growl at being awakened, but Jelton seemed ready to go after just a moment. Looking around, she saw V in stealth mode hovering out front. Over group communications, she asked, "What's going on?" "There are several thousand humanoids approaching the mall," said Evaran. Dr. Snowden's eyes widened. "Oh, what?" V entered the room and shot down a projection. Emily studied the approaching mass of humanoids. As V zoomed in, she could see that they varied in size. The majority stood about 2 to 3 feet tall. They wore red robes, and she could see that it looked like they had dark gray bone plates over raw muscle for skin. Some had rudimentary weapons, but the sharp claws and teeth suggested they could use those too. Outside the small humanoids, there was a smattering of normal-sized ones. They wore some type of bone armor over their red, striated skin and had a more elaborate red robe. It was the almost naked, massive humanoids that stood out. Their slim clothing let their red muscles show. and the metal plate across the eyes seemed ominous. With the numbers she was seeing, this group was intimidating. V did a scan, and I suspect we now know why the humans were nocturnal scavengers, said Evaran. However, these humanoids seem to have a lot of human DNA in them. Jelton tilted his head. Those are humans? They were at some point, said Evaran. It appears something has been playing with their genetic makeup, or has created something new from a human, although I do not know the process. Dr. Snowden gulped. You mean like genetic engineering? Yes, but not through technology, and more akin to how plants are crossbred. That is my hypothesis. There is simply too much human DNA in them, and although humans could be mutated, that would take much longer than 40 years unless advanced technology was used. But I have not seen any indication advanced technology is present. Oh, what about those nocturnal scavengers? They were fully human, and could possibly be immune to whatever the process is. So what's the plan? Asked Emily. Evaran nodded. With 7 hours of sleep, you should all be rested, so we can move. I was hoping the humanoids would go elsewhere, but it seems some are headed to the mall. They are spread throughout the city in multiple groups. Maybe they always do that, some type of morning routine to collect food, said Dr. Snowden. Perhaps, but we should not be on their menu. Let us head to the roof. They hustled out of the store and assembled on the roof. Emily swallowed hard as she saw the humanoid swarm on the ground. She tilted her head. It seems like they're going building to building. Jelton nodded. Maybe Dr. Snowden's right. Perhaps they're just searching for food of the organic type. If this occurs daily, I can see how a population could be decimated over time. Maybe based on the sealed tunnel from the barn, these humanoids live underground, in the city and just outside it. You think they can smell us? Asked Emily. I do not know, said Evaran. Although your suits contain your scent, we have been to other places and may possess odors not common here. We should assume they can hear and smell us. I'm guessing taking on a whole city of them is out of the question, said Dr. Snowden. We should avoid that. Activate your camouflage shielding. It should help obscure visuals. We are 15 miles from the Cosmic Rift Center, so we can try for that, or find a place to hide, said Evaran. We could just wait here, too. Maybe they won't come up, said Dr. Snowden. Perhaps, but there are more coming in from major buildings around the city. In time, there will be very few places to go. Emily looked over the edge. There's only one way up here, and the stairs are busted. Unless they can climb up the walls or get tossed up here, those big ones look strong, said Jelton. That was my thought as well, said Evaran. He glanced over at another rooftop. I think we could go from building to building using grappling beams. It may be slower, but it would avoid having to fight. Based on what we saw when we arrived at 5:45 p.m. yesterday, I suspect that sometime before the sun begins to set, they will head back to wherever they came from. I'm cool with whatever, said Emily. Amazing, said Jelton. In the face of danger, you seem relaxed. We've been in much worse situations. Apparently so. Okay, then let us begin to head out. V, assess a path, said Evaran. Acknowledged, said V. He shimmered out of view as he took off. Won't they see the grappling beams? Asked Emily. Evaran nodded. They would still need to reach the roof of whatever building we would be on. He waved ahead to one of the corners. When they arrived, he pointed at a building in the distance. V has mapped out a path for us to take. It will lead us to the abandoned hospital where the Cosmic Rift Center is located. Dr. Snowden swallowed hard. All right. So how exactly are we grappling between buildings? Evaran pulled out his utility handle. I will shoot a beam across to a roof structure on the building we want to go to. You three will then secure yourselves to the beam and slide across. Okay. How are we securing ourselves to the beam? A new pattern, I'm guessing? Evaran perused his ARI and flicked a pattern over to Dr. Snowden's and Emily's PSDs. Although I have not tested this pattern yet, you now have the pattern for an object that can attach itself to the grappling beam and move forward. I call it a grappling hook platform. It is specific to the grappling beam. There is a small platform attached to a vertical steel rod that can attach to the grappling beam. Everyone can stand on the platform. Why didn't you give us this before? Asked Dr. Snowden. Emily swatted Dr. Snowden's arm. Because it wasn't tested. She glanced at Evaran. That takes care of us, but what about you? I will run and jump off the roof and pull myself in. Gelton shook his head. You won't make it. You'll hit the side of the building. That is correct. I will hit the building feet first, then reel myself up. This is nuts, said Dr. Snowden. Almost be easier to fight through them. He looked down. Okay, maybe not. Gelton laughed. Dr. Snowden grinned. Emily shook her head. Are we ready? Asked Evaran. What if the height of the building we're going to is higher? Asked Gelton. Evaran nodded. A good question. V is mapping buildings of about the same height, and if they have a structure on the roof we can connect to. If it is much higher, then I will go first and shoot down a beam. You can ride that up. Dr. Snowden exhaled from his mouth. Yeah, no sweat. Gelton laughed again. I don't mean to laugh at your trepidation. I just find it comical that you find humor in even the darkest of situations. That's just Uncle Albert being Uncle Albert, said Emily. She opened her PSD and found the grappling beam attachment device. She activated it and watched as the morphable metal spilled out one end and formed a short, perpendicular, hollow cylinder with a button on the side to open and close it. Out of the other end of the PSD, a long metallic rod with a platform on the end shot out. This is an interesting use of the PSD. Evaran half smiled. The PSD has many uses, and with the new patterns in the Torvatta, we should look into training with them more. Emily smiled. The PSD was versatile, and although she had seen some new PSD patterns, there were so many that it might take a long time to test each one. This was going to be trial by fire. We're ready. Very well, said Evaran. He aimed at a taller building that was a bit away. When his grappling beam connected to a small structure on the roof, he nodded at the others. I will hold this until you are across. Also note, there are 2 arrow buttons on the steel rod you can press to move forward or backward. Emily attached the open cylinder of her PSD to the grappling beam and locked it in. She then stood on the platform. Dr. Snowden and Gelton joined her. Well, here goes nothing, said Emily. She pressed the forward button. They moved across the grappling beam and reached the other roof a moment later. When they were close to the structure that Evaran's grappling beam was connected to, Dr. Snowden and Gelton hopped off. Emily pressed the release button on the cylinder and watched as the platform pulled back into her PSD. Over group comms, she said, We're here. That wasn't too bad. I am on my way, said Evaran. She rushed to the edge with the others to watch. Evaran took a flying leap into the air. As he soared, the grappling beam began to reel him. When he hit the side of the building, he landed with his feet and then pushed off and pulled himself up over the roof's edge. He retracted his grappling beam and motioned forward. V has our next building. He looked down. It appears some of the humanoids are aware of us now. We must hurry. Emily could feel her nanobots tingling. She was ramping up under pressure, something she knew could boost her tremendously if needed. With a grin and raised head, she said, Let's do this. Dr. Snowden paused to catch his breath. After several hours, they had grappled across many buildings. Several times, Evaran had to go first due to the building height, but V had mapped an efficient path. They had gone 10 miles and were only 5 miles away. He could see the hospital in the distance from their vantage point. The pace was frantic, and several times some of the smaller humanoids had reached the roof as they were arriving. They were easily beaten back with repulsion and stun beams, but he knew it would be a different story if they were on the ground. "You okay?" asked Emily. "Yeah, my nanobots are winding up, so I'm good." "Mine are too." Evaran pointed off in the distance. "The humanoids have covered every roof from here to the hospital. It seems they have a means of rapid communication." "Then we fight them," said Emily. Dr. Snowden sighed. "I knew it couldn't be that easy." He grinned when Jelton laughed. "Emily is right," said Evaran. He nodded at Dr. Snowden. "As are you. We can still continue doing what we have been doing, except now we will need to plan on fighting through them. There are not too many on the roof due to limited space, and our repulsion and stun beams work against them. V is harassing the next building and keeping them busy." "Did you run into a world like this?" asked Emily, glancing at Jelton. He shook his head. "This is a new one for me." Evaran moved to the roof's edge and fired his grappling beam at a structure on the next building. The others got into Emily's PSD platform and began to ride across. Dr. Snowden could see that the roof they were going to had a few small humanoids trying to disrupt Evaran's beam to no effect. V was flying around and shooting a mix of repulsion and stun beams and keeping the small humanoids busy. The bone-armored humanoid caught Dr. Snowden's eye. It stood still as if it was observing the situation. Dr. Snowden was thankful none of the big humanoids were up top. The normal-sized entrance to the roof guaranteed that. Dr. Snowden and Jelton jumped off when they were over the roof as Emily reformed her PSD into a staff. Emily spun her staff around while shooting repulsion and stun beams. She knocked the medium-sized humanoid off the roof, along with several smaller ones. Dr. Snowden and Jelton covered the roof entrance. Dr. Snowden shot repulsion beams while Jelton handled any that came through. V continued to help clean up. Evaran's grappling beam dissipated as he landed on the roof. He rushed to the roof's edge, facing the next building they needed to go to. After shooting his grappling beam at it, he said, "Emily, secure the next point. V will cover me." Emily nodded and reformed her PSD so that it could attach to the grappling beam. Dr. Snowden and Jelton hopped on the platform after Emily's PSD was attached, and they all began to slide across. Dr. Snowden furrowed his eyebrows as he looked down. There seemed to be an unusual massing of the large humanoids. His eyes widened when he saw one running toward the large humanoid group. When it hit the group, it launched into the air. Dr. Snowden used his free hand to point at the rapidly incoming large humanoid. "Watch out!" As they all turned to look, the large humanoid crashed into them, knocking Dr. Snowden and Jelton off. Dr. Snowden felt time slow down as he fell with his back toward the ground. He could see that Emily was holding on tight to her PSD as another large humanoid launched toward her. Looking to his left, he saw that Jelton was under the large humanoid that had initially hit them and was trying to get out. Although Dr. Snowden could not see the ground, he had a general sense of when he would hit. He raised his PSD to fire a grappling beam at the wall of the building they were trying to get to. The grappling beam shot out, but not before he hit the ground. He dropped his PSD, which shut off the grappling beam. The impact shot through him like a wave. His breathing staggered as he could feel the blood beginning to swirl in his mouth. If he did not have his suit, he knew he would have been dead from impact. Looking to his right, he saw a mix of humanoids approaching him. The medium-sized humanoid in bone armor looked like it had a human face without the skin. Dr. Snowden grunted as he tried to pull himself up. At least he could form a shield and use his suit's repulsing blast. He fired a repulsion blast at the medium-sized humanoid, sending it and the surrounding smaller humanoids tumbling away. As he went to fire again, he felt a meaty hand grab his arm and then slam him into the ground. His eyes took a moment to focus. Whatever had grabbed him was strong. He looked up in surprise as Jelton appeared and stabbed the large humanoid in the eyes, then spun in a half circle, slicing its throat. The large humanoid faltered for a moment, then fell backward. Jelton landed near Dr. Snowden and helped him stand. "Are you all right?" Dr. Snowden gulped as he saw they were surrounded and more were coming in. "A bit rough. I'm sore and I dropped my PSD." He could feel a tug in his mind. Looking over to where the tug was pulling, he saw a mass of humanoids in his way. He gestured in the direction of the tug. "I think it's over there." "We'll have a fight on our hands," said Jelton. As they took on a defensive stance, Emily landed in the middle of the humanoids. The shockwave sent those nearest her flying back. She batted 2 large humanoids out of the way, then charged through a group of smaller ones toward Dr. Snowden's PSD. When she reached it, she grabbed it, spun around, and shot out a repulsion beam, followed by a mist and then a stun beam. She burst through the opening, tossing Dr. Snowden his PSD. Dr. Snowden caught it midair. Turning on his grappling beam, he nodded at Emily. "Grab me," said Emily, glancing at Jelton. Jelton complied. Dr. Snowden and Emily shot a grappling beam up near the roof's edge, then reeled themselves up. When they were near the top, Evaran appeared over the edge and helped them up. Dr. Snowden surveyed the roof. Evaran and V had cleared it and crumbled the roof entrance. Emily touched Dr. Snowden's arm. "You all right?" He nodded. "Yeah, just a little shook is all." Evaran scanned Dr. Snowden. "You took some internal damage, but it is healing." "Yeah, the survival suit earned its keep today." "We have a moment to rest, but not for too long. V shows more are coming this way now," said Evaran. "Great," said Dr. Snowden, catching his breath. He winced as he rubbed his back. "I'm surprised I was still conscious after that last body slam." "As am I," said Jelton. "I had a cushion in the large humanoid I landed on." He glanced at Emily. "You're quite the fighter." "I try," said Emily. Dr. Snowden wrinkled his eyebrows. "How'd you know where my PSD was?" "I saw it from above and jumped down to help. Evaran said he and V would handle the roof we were headed to." "Well, I'm glad it worked out, because those large humanoids are tough and those small ones are annoying." Evaran gestured at the roof's edge opposite them. "V is softening up the next roof. We will need to be cognizant of any group that might leap up." "Works for me," said Dr. Snowden. The building shook a little. "We need to go. They are climbing up the sides," said Evaran. Dr. Snowden looked over the edge. "They're persistent, I'll give them that." "As are we," said Evaran. Over the next few buildings, they closed the gap to the abandoned hospital. Dr. Snowden noted that clearing the roofs was a bit easier since the buildings were generally taller. The perseverance of the humanoids was unnerving. They climbed up the sides, tossed each other into the air, and tried everything they could to get close. Dr. Snowden looked out over the roof. The scene looked like a sea of humanoids about to wash over the hospital. "I feel like I'm in some zombie apocalypse." Emily shook her head. "These are very much alive." "I concur," said Evaran. He pointed at a small structure in the distance. "A roof door. We need to enter that and head down 1 level, and then we can go to the Cosmic Rift Center." Dr. Snowden acknowledged Evaran and then followed along with the others. After a few minutes, they reached the roof entrance. As they wound down the stairwell to the level they needed, sounds echoed out through the hallways. "Oh no," said Dr. Snowden. "They're inside." "We can handle them," said Emily. Jelton waved his dual blades in front of him. "On this, we are agreed." They burst through the door to the level they needed. The hallway was lit up by Evaran's illumination orbs, and grungy slime caked the walls, along with what looked like molds of some sort. They charged into a room where the Cosmic Rift Center appeared. "Seal the door," said Evaran as he interacted with the center's interface. Emily and Jelton complied. After a moment, Evaran looked around. "Is everyone ready?" Dr. Snowden nodded along with the others. "Let's get out of here." Evaran pressed the execute button. Dr. Snowden closed his eyes as the familiar white glow shot out over the group. Chapter 8. Emily took a moment to focus on their new surroundings. The cosmic rift receiver before them was lit up, but that was the only light in the metallic room they were in. Her PSD did not reveal anything other than the walls made of thick titanium. A sealed door was detected, and a part of the wall was a material that resembled darkened glass, although it appeared to be almost indistinguishable to the eye from the rest of the wall. She jumped back when the receiver shot out a hologram of Locesius. You made it. Impressive. I knew you would, said Locesius. He grinned and closed his eyes for a moment. And thank you for the energy. We just need you to go through about 14 more, and then you can die. Evaran narrowed his eyes. I will figure this out. You have a chance to end this and send us back to my Torvatta, and I will be lenient in my judgment. Locesius burst out laughing. No. Did you enjoy the last world you were on? How naughty of you to disable our viewing satellite. You let something through that appears to have changed the natural evolution of that Earth. Of course we did, said Locesius. Well, not me personally, but the Mortani. What was that something? Oh, you know. A species we discovered in a parallel timeline. It wasn't from Earth, but it had this unique capability. It could take a living organism and convert it. One human was 2 small humanoids, or a modified one, or add 2 more and you get a large conversion. It's all rather interesting. All it took was for one of those flesh creators to arrive, and the rest, well, you got a close-up look. You destroyed a whole planet for your amusement. Test runs, actually. We wanted to assess the resilience of these humans that you seem to have such an interest in, said Locesius. He glanced at Dr. Snowden and then Emily. So far, they're weak. We don't understand your fascination with them. He grinned at Evaran. However, there is a methodology being used. Evaran shook his head. One that seems to have a deadly effect. Yes. Although our satellite was destroyed here, I'll be curious if you make it to the sender. Thankfully, receivers can transmit without a satellite, unless you blow out the hollow emitters, of course. Evaran looked around, which I will do here shortly. What did you do to this parallel timeline version of Earth? Nothing. However, evolution took a different path, and things did not occur like it did in the timeline you seem to protect. Elaborate. Locesius raised a finger. Oh, it will be self-explanatory in 3 hours. Evaran narrowed his eyes. What is this room? 3 hours, and you will find out, said Locesius. He tilted his head and then dissipated. Evaran interacted with his ARI. I have shut off the Mortani access to this location. We may speak freely. Gelton shook his head. These Mortani are cruel. A whole world. Yeah, said Emily. He said they didn't do anything to this world. Maybe it's so messed up they didn't need to. Dr. Snowden nodded. That's a good point. Another idea is that the society here was too advanced for the Mortani to do anything. Those are both valid ideas, said Evaran. He launched 2 illumination orbs that lit up the room. Judging by the strength of the walls, the viewable structure built into the walls, and the sealed door, I would guess this is a room meant to hold whatever came through the receiver. He raised a finger. That would suggest the society here is aware of not only the receiver, but most likely the sender as well. Although we will find out, it is obvious this society wants to keep us alive. How do you figure that? Said Emily. The temperature has stabilized from when we first arrived. Also, the atmosphere in here has a mix of gases compatible with human life. That was not the case when we arrived. The room has adjusted to our arrival. Maybe that's a good sign. Dr. Snowden harumphed. Yeah, keep the lab rats alive. So I guess we just wait. Evaran nodded. I will interact with the receiver's interface and see what more I can learn. For now, take advantage of the lull. Emily walked around, tapping on the wall. When she got to the section that had a glass-like material, she realized it was meant to look like part of the wall. Although she had thought it was a display trick, she now believed it was a one-way mirror, and they were on the side that couldn't see through. She sat against the wall near Evaran. This place is pretty secure. Dr. Snowden and Jelton joined her.
Analysis. I cannot scan beyond the walls.
Advanced society, then, I bet, said Dr. Snowden. Locasius said evolution took a different path. What do you think he meant by that? V flew in front of Dr. Snowden.
Analysis. I understood it to mean humans are not the dominant species.
Great. Watch it be some type of advanced dinosaur or something, said Dr. Snowden, sighing. Emily chuckled. Or advanced bug. Perhaps it is plant-based or rift-based even, said Jelton. Emily nodded. Could be. Whatever it is, I just hope they can be reasoned with, and we can move on. There has to be a parallel Earth that is similar to ours, with maybe something relatively minor in history changed. The chances of that are high, said Evaran. Parallel timelines tend to have similar characteristics. I have seen many parallel Earths similar to yours. There's that at least then, said Emily. She looked around. I don't like being caged like this. Me either, said Dr. Snowden. If you wish to nap, I will wake you when the time is up, said Evaran. Emily eyed Evaran. I thought I would offer, said Evaran with a half smile.
Analysis. I will go into low power mode.
Evaran nodded. Hopefully this receiver has more information. He interacted with his ARI. Emily focused on the data that Evaran was going through. Although the information was speeding by, she could see what was showing. Most of it did not make sense. She lowered her helmet and paced around. Several hours later, Evaran addressed the group. I have analyzed the receiver's data. Emily nudged Dr. Snowden, who had taken a nap. Huh? What? Asked Dr. Snowden, looking around. Emily gestured toward Evaran. We've got an hour to go, but Evaran's analyzed the receiver data. Oh, said Dr. Snowden, standing. He joined Jelton and stood next to Emily. Evaran raised a finger. As we know, these senders and receivers are bonded together. I now know they are projections that trigger and come into physical form when something of ascended or higher power is nearby. That is why it has been up the whole time we have been here. Projections? Like a hologram? Asked Jelton. Not quite. These are physical projections. Think of them as quantum duplicates. However, there is a degradation with that approach, so there must be senders and receivers that act as repeaters. We have not seen one yet, and if we see one, it will be physically present, regardless of whether ascended energy is around it or not. I suspect when we do find the repeaters, I can get a better connection to the source that is duplicating these, wherever and whatever that may be. Jelton tilted his head. And this source, you think that is where the Mortani are? I do. Dr. Snowden cracked his neck. So all we have to do is find a receiver and sender that are repeaters before they weaken you to the point where you would be absorbed by the plane on your death. Yeah, no sweat. Emily shook her head. If that's what we need to do, then we'll do it. We just need to survive until then. Even if we do get to that point, we can still continue until we find the Torvatta. She motioned at Evaran. Would the reformation chamber help boost you? Yes, but I would reform, and this plane form would die. I do not wish for that to occur. Emily's eyes misted. These Mortani are going to pay. She rushed forward and bear-hugged Evaran. Life without Evaran seemed intolerable. "We will try our best. That is all we can do," said Evaran, rubbing her back. Dr. Snowden gulped. "Yep." Gelton rubbed his chin. "Then we wait for another hour to see what this parallel world is about." Emily stepped back. Her nanobots tingled. "Yeah, I just hate leaving it to luck that we'll find a repeater in time. If I can figure out this grid at the Cosmic Rift Centers, we may find it in time. I do not have much to go on at the moment." Emily exhaled from her mouth. "We can do this." Dr. Snowden's eyes fluttered open as a grating sound echoed through the room. Although he had taken another quick nap, it had only been 50 minutes. He had no issues with shutting down for a bit again. Emily was too hyped up to do anything but pace, and Gelton, V, and Evaran had been studying the Cosmic Rift receiver. Dr. Snowden yawned and then stood. "I guess we meet our captors." Evaran nodded and stood front and center. The slim cover over the viewing window into the room slowly raised. Dr. Snowden peered into the now semi-transparent window. It was smaller than he thought it would be, given that the material detected earlier for the viewing surface was larger. It was still hard to see through the window. Evaran tossed out a translation orb and glanced at Gelton. "This will help you understand whoever it is we are meeting, and vice versa. If we had the Torvatta, I could just give you temporary nanobots." Gelton nodded. After a moment, light shone down from the ceiling. Dr. Snowden squinted. The window was reflective, making it even more difficult to see through it. Evaran bowed toward the window, with his left arm slightly in front of his stomach. "If you can understand me, my name is Evaran." He pointed to the others in turn. "Next to me is Dr. Albert Snowden, Emily Snowden, V, and Gelton Stallren. Can you understand this?"
"We can understand you,"
said a deep voice.
"How is that possible?"
"We have an advanced translator."
"This is the first time we have spoken to anyone that has appeared."
Evaran nodded. "May we see whom we are talking to?" After a minute, the semi-transparent window went fully transparent. Emily gasped. Dr. Snowden licked his lips as he looked at the brown, cockroach-like beings standing in a group and staring back. Their short stature, around 3 feet, antenna, 4 legs, and 2 large and 2 smaller arms made his skin crawl. The beings had a shell of some sort on their back, and they wore light armor mixed with chitin-like armor. Their 2 sets of mouths with 6 small mandibles made them hard to look at. Their large eyes, surrounded by smaller ones, did not help that feeling. He knew that if he was repulsed by it, Emily would be worse. A quick glance at her expression showed that to be true. One of the beings pressed a button on a console in the room they were in.
"I'm Crick, facility manager of the Dominguez storage facility."
Evaran nodded. "We mean you no harm. What is the purpose of this facility?"
"To store and research unusual artifacts."
"Is there some place we can talk, face to face?" The beings talked among themselves for a moment, and then Crick pressed the button to talk.
"We have a meeting room for bipeds used by alien researchers. You have been scanned, and no dangerous contaminants are present. We will send in an armed escort. Do you understand this?"
"We do," said Evaran. "My translation orb and V will follow us."
"Acceptable. Please stand back from the door."
Evaran and the others complied. The sealed door made a whooshing sound and then slid to the side. 6 beings in heavy armored suits with elongated weapons entered the room and spread out. One of them gestured toward the door, while the other 5 trained their weapons forward. Evaran glanced around at the others, and then followed the lead being and 2 others out. The other 3 walked behind them. Dr. Snowden studied the hallway as they were being escorted. It had a metallic paneled floor, and the walls looked like they were made of some type of sleek metal. Displays hung off the walls, and large pipes ran along the ceiling. Although he wanted to smell the environment, he did not want to make any sudden moves. He examined the room they navigated to after 15 minutes. Above the door was an image of a humanoid form, with text displaying that the room was meant for bipedal aliens. Inside the room was a U-shaped table with chairs. Large screens blanketed the room, and there were entrances to other rooms along the walls. The 5 slabs angled at 45 degrees at the open end of the table caught his eye. The lead being nodded at the table. Evaran bowed slightly. "Thank you." The guard spread throughout the room and stood at attention along the walls. Evaran and the others took their seats, with the translation orb hovering over the table and V landing in Emily's lap. After a few minutes, Crick entered the room with another being. They lay on the slabs on their stomachs, with their heads hanging off the top and facing the group. "We appreciate your hospitality," said Evaran.
Of course,
said Crick. He waved one of his arms at the being next to him.
this is Ner. He is our chief science officer, responsible for the research into the artifacts that we store. He will be leading this meeting.
"Greetings," said Evaran. He motioned toward the door. "I suspect you have an interest in the device that we came through on." Ner spoke in a deep, grizzled voice.
We do. Before we begin, you mentioned that your translation orb is unique. How is it able to translate without any information being available to it?
Evaran half smiled. "Its explanation may be beyond your current technological level, but it is also being used so Gelton can understand you."
So you're from an advanced society?
"Something like that," said Evaran. Ner looked around the room.
What do you call your species?
Evaran pointed at Dr. Snowden and Emily. "They are humans." He pointed at V. "He is an artificial intelligence." He then pointed at Gelton. "He is a Riven."
And you?
asked Ner. "I am unique. What species are you?" Ner shot a look at Crick, then back at Evaran.
We're Hootenases, the native species on Goral, the planet we're on.
"I see," said Evaran.
About the device in the room, you mentioned you arrived through it. Where did you come from?
Evaran narrowed his eyes. "Before I begin, it would be helpful for me to know where the Hootenases are technologically. I noticed there is a console interface on the table. Does it have access to general information?"
It has access to public information.
"That will suffice. May I interface with it?" Ner glanced at Crick, who waved his antenna around.
That is acceptable, although I doubt you would understand the interface. Know that any deception will be met with undesirable force.
"I understand," said Evaran. He placed his UIC on the interface. After it stabilized, he said, "V, analyze."
Acknowledged.
Ner's and Crick's eyes focused on V. Dr. Snowden watched as information flew by on his HUD. He could see that the Hootenases were advanced, and the images displayed showed an advanced civilization. Goral was Earth, and the technology level seemed more advanced than Earth was in AD 10105. He searched for a current date, but did not see one. It made him wonder if they were traveling to different points in time when jumping between parallel Earths.
Analysis. The Hootenases possess a 6.5 technology rating.
Evaran nodded. "Intriguing. In that case, I can explain what the device is in the other room."
What does that rating mean?
asked Ner. "It is my own personal rating system. It helps me to define what levels of knowledge a civilization has and what can be discussed. According to your rating, it would appear you know of parallel Earths, or, in your case, parallel Gorals." Ner's antenna waved for a moment.
We do? But it is only theoretical.
Evaran half smiled. Although I cannot go into detail, that is where we came from. Nur and Crick clacked their mandibles and moved their arms around while tapping their clawed fingers together.
Is everything that appears next to the device from a parallel Earth, as you call it?
Asked Nur. Yes, it is, said Evaran. He raised a finger. However, I suspect that you have seen others, and they are not like us.
We have, said Nur. 22 to be exact, with your group as number 23.
What became of them?
We did not know what the first 19 were, and there was no facility around the device. They did not make it through the city. The next one was very powerful.
He pointed at Dr. Snowden.
It looked like him, whatever it was. It pointed a finger toward the wall and opened a hole in which it escaped. It was as if it could control the very matter around it. Our weapons had no effect. The last two came through into the facility similar to you. They were bipedal and taken in by the Cregan Star Empire.
Dr. Snowden perked up. It eased his mind to know that the Creegans were still around. We are familiar with the Creegans, said Evaran. The one who opened a hole in the wall sounds like a matter mage.
I'm not familiar with those terms,
said Nur. It is not important. Nur studied Evaran for a moment.
I understand. This facility is under Cregan jurisdiction. Their planetary representatives here on Goral are on their way.
I see. I am surprised that it is not under your control. Nur glanced around.
The Creegans control all major scientific facilities across their empire that deal in unusual artifacts.
Understandable, said Evaran. He tossed a hand out. Not that I agree with it, but I understand where they are coming from. Nur's antenna flicked around.
Their planetary representatives stationed on Goral will be here in 2 hours.
He paused for a moment.
Did the correct time metric translate for you?
It did. What is to become of us?
That is up to the Creegans. They will want to move you to one of their main facilities elsewhere.
Evaran narrowed his eyes. I see. I assume you are aware of another device like the one in the room.
There is another in a nearby facility about 22 miles away.
That is where we need to go. Crick tossed 2 of his hands out.
The Creegans won't allow that, at least until you visit their facilities.
Evaran tilted his head. For the last 2 that came through and were sent away, did any return to the other device?
Only the one who could open a hole in the wall could, this matter mage. It went to the other device and then disappeared in a flash of light,
said Nur. As I would expect a matter mage to do, said Evaran. Dr. Snowden gulped. He wondered if the matter mage was like Max, a mage they had met long ago. It was obvious to Dr. Snowden now that the Creegans were probably doing experiments on those that came through. Whoever the last groups or individuals were, there would have been at least one ascended among them, something he was sure the Creegans would like to understand more about, or any race for that matter. An uncomfortable feeling began to rise in his stomach, that maybe the Creegans were not similar to the ones he knew. I assume that you have a lot of questions about the device we came through on, said Evaran. Nur clacked his claws.
We do, but per the Cregan protocol, we're only to hold you until they take you away.
Evaran eyed Nur. I suspect then that the information gleaned is not shared with you. Nur guzzled for a moment.
That is correct.
Evaran looked around for a moment. Is this room secure?
No, it is public.
Are there private visiting quarters extended to alien researchers?
There are.
Evaran motioned at Nur. Perhaps you could show us that. Nur glanced at Crick, then back at Evaran.
That would be acceptable.
Chapter 9. Emily wrinkled her eyebrows as she studied the banners in the visitor quarters. She had not seen the symbols in relation to the Kriegans before, but the black circle in a sea of red indicated an aggressive tone. It had taken the group around 30 minutes to get there, and the large hallways made the trip feel less confining. Inside the visitor quarters were smaller rooms off to the side that looked like they were meant for humanoids, but the highly advanced table and chairs caught her eye. They were metallic, and there was a glass-like screen in the middle of the table. The floors were metallic, and the paneled walls were covered with screens, only separated by the banners. "This is quite advanced," said Evaran, waving a hand around. He motioned at the guards who had accompanied them. "May we speak privately?" Nur clacked his mandibles together for a moment.
"Contact me if you need me,"
said Crick. He and the guards exited the room, and the door sealed. Evaran and the others took a seat around the table while Nur lay on an angled slab near the front of the table. "Is the room secure now?" asked Evaran.
"Yes,"
said Nur. "Excellent," said Evaran. "I sense that the Kriegans of this timeline are not similar to the ones from ours. It could also be a time difference. What year is it?"
"It is AD 23569, said Nur. "I know you mentioned that your translator can convert our metrics into yours, but I'm not sure if you have a frame of reference for that."
"We understand that," said Evaran, rubbing his chin. "Intriguing. The Cosmic Rift Sender not only connects to parallel versions of Earth, but also at different points in the timeline."
"Time travel?" asked Nur.
Evaran nodded. Emily grinned, as she could see similar mannerisms in Nur as she did in Dr. Snowden. Although Nur's physical form repulsed her, she was a bit more at ease around him.
"Fascinating," said Nur. "I posited in my research that there were parallel Gorals, each with their own timelines, not universes, and that this device linked them together. Of course, I've had no verification until now."
"There are both parallel universes and timelines, and they are different," said Evaran. Nur's antenna flicked around for a moment. Emily always found it interesting to see how advanced civilizations discussed topics with Evaran. She remembered knowing very little about reality in general, and now she could listen in on these discussions with much more knowledge, giving her a unique perspective. Dr. Snowden tilted his head. "Would the Kriegans have shared that with you if they knew?"
"No," said Nur, guzzling for a moment. "I don't know what the Kriegans are like in your timeline version, but in this one, they are brutal, sadistic, and conquerors of anything they come across."
Emily jerked her head back. "Yeah, that's definitely different than the ones we know." Nur focused on Dr. Snowden and Emily.
"Are you native to Earth?"
"We are," said Dr. Snowden. "Our species became the dominant life form, but we have a similar species to yours. They're much smaller."
"Amazing. Do you coexist with them?"
Emily cleared her throat. "On our planet, they're bugs and not sentient." Nur's antenna waved for a moment.
"There was a species on our planet that had your form, maybe a bit larger, and they were fearsome. They died out when we rose to sentience."
"Do you have any visuals of that?" asked Dr. Snowden. Nur interacted with an arm device. A projection shot up from the table, showing images of a large humanoid with bigger than average muscles, a sloped forehead, and large fangs.
"They were sentient, but aggressive. We evolved intelligence faster. One weakness of the males of their group was they had soft, fleshy structures between their legs. We suspected they were used in procreation, but it was a weak spot that was easy to attack."
"You attacked their genitals?" said Dr. Snowden, chuckling.
"There is some debate if that is what it was. It seems you're confirming it. If you possess these genitals, I'd love a visual scan."
Dr. Snowden cleared his throat. That's generally considered private."
"I understand," said Nur. If you wish to make a trade, I can show you my hardened reproductive sacs.
I think I'm good, said Dr. Snowden, bobbing his head. Jelton laughed. Nur swiveled his head toward Jelton. Going back to the humanoids, said Emily, shaking her head. You would have wiped them out?
We did,
said Nur. He clacked his claws for a moment, then focused on Evaran.
I don't mean to change the subject, but this other device, I'm guessing is a sender of some type. The one in the room you arrived in must then be a receiver of some sort.
Evaran nodded. That is correct.
So if you get to this other sender, you will go to another parallel timeline version of Earth.
Yes.
Nur heaved for a moment. I wish I could see these parallel versions.
It's not quite what you might think, said Jelton.
Have you seen many?
17, ironically, prior to meeting this group 2 jumps before.
You're not from the same timeline as the others.
Jelton smiled. I'm not. And let me just say the parallel versions I have seen have been nothing short of a nightmare. I ran into this group while I was escaping from large predators.
It is disheartening to hear that these other parallel versions are less than ideal.
Nur paused for a moment, then looked at Evaran.
You have entrusted information to me that I think you would normally not do.
Evaran half smiled. I have. I can sense that you are not malicious, and like Dr. Snowden, you are a scientist. Nur glanced at Dr. Snowden, who nodded. In addition to that, it seems the Kriegans are enforcing their rules on your species. The fact that they do not share information with you means they view you as a lesser species from my personal observations of Kriegan culture in my timeline.
They do not like us.
I see, said Evaran. He tilted his head. What is your focus in this facility?
To discover what the various artifacts do and if there is any benefit to them. I also do research on various topics related to the artifacts. The Kriegans require us to send anything we learn to them.
Sounds a little one-sided to me, said Dr. Snowden.
The Kriegans have the might to enforce any deal on any civilization. This is not something we chose.
Dr. Snowden shook his head. I wonder what happened to them to make them so ruthless. Different history, I bet, said Emily. Especially in regards to an artifact, maybe? Dr. Snowden nodded.
Artifact?
Asked Nur. It is not important, said Evaran. What would happen if we were able to leave before the Kriegans arrived?
They would hold us responsible and react accordingly. Their retaliations are brutal. They would think nothing of erasing a third of the planet.
Jelton's eyes widened.
Surely you jest. No, not when it comes to the Kriegans. They did not retaliate for them, Mattermage, though, since I think they understood the power that being had. Plus, it destroyed their hunter robots with ease.
That's quite horrific, my buggy friend.
I agree, my bipedal friend.
Jelton and Nur stared at each other for a moment, and then Jelton burst out laughing while Nur hissed and guzzled loudly. Jelton pointed at Nur.
I like you.
Emily smiled. It seemed Jelton could even make a hootin'-ass laugh. We will meet with the Kriegans, then, said Evaran. Nur's antenna waved around for a moment.
Make no mistake. It is not a meeting of equals in their eyes. It's more of a determination on where to send you. I don't think you will survive for long.
Analysis. Do you have information on the Kriegans available?
Nur glanced at V and then interacted with his arm device.
It is available now.
Thank you. I am connecting now.
Evaran sighed. We shall see what occurs then. I cannot allow harm to come to my friends.
I'm sorry that your arrival wasn't more welcoming. We're nothing more than a security center for artifacts and also a minor research facility, said Nur. I did have one observation. One of our artifacts lit up when your group arrived.
Which one? Asked Evaran. Nur interacted with his arm device. A projection shot up of a green, crystal-like structure shaped like a diamond that sat on a pedestal. It was held up with thin metallic supports and had a datasheet hovering off to the side. Jelton grinned.
A rift crystal in its purest form. You've seen this before, asked Nur. My species is born from them in the rifts. These are common there.
Nur's antenna wriggled for a moment.
Rifts. I am unfamiliar with that term.
Your technology level indicates you should know of rifts, said Evaran. He extended his hand. A projection of various types of rifts in space appeared. Nur's body trembled for a moment.
We have seen those, but they defy classification. They're very rare, and we don't even know what they do. Not even the Kriegans know.
He glanced at Jelton.
And that's where you're from?
Jelton nodded.
I wish you could stay so I could learn more.
Dr. Snowden grinned. I wish we could learn more about your species as well, your culture, history, what you eat, what you do for entertainment, and the like.
You have the hearts of a scientist,
said Nur. Dr. Snowden grinned. I like to think so. Except humans have just one heart. It seems this Kriegan thing has sort of put a cloud over the whole situation. Evaran raised a finger. There is the possibility that if the Kriegans were not involved, the Hootenais might be equally as curious in researching us, assuming the history I have seen is correct. Nur's antenna drooped.
Yes, our history has many shameful aspects to it. It was the Kriegans who instilled order into our society. They didn't like aggressive species existing in their space. The decision to change was simple. Genocide or adapt.
That is not much of a decision, said Evaran. He tilted his head. While we wait, I am curious as to what questions you may have in general in regards to any artifact or research you are doing. Take your time and put your questions on a concealed device. I will answer what I can.
You would help me?
I may not be able to, but it would not hurt anything to see where you are and if I can help.
Nur hopped off the slab. I'll get you that list.
He scurried out of the room and then popped back in.
Thank you.
He went back out. The group chuckled. I like him, said Emily. Me too, said Dr. Snowden. Definitely not what I was expecting. Jelton nodded.
Appearances can be deceiving. However, I agree. I like him too.
We're not planning on being taken by the Kriegans, are we? Asked Dr. Snowden. Evaran shook his head. No, but we will stay and meet them. Then we will leave. How are we going to do that? Asked Emily. Evaran's ancient eyes sparkled. The plan is already in motion. Dr. Snowden relaxed into his chair. It had been several hours, and Nur had not returned yet. It was 5:15 p.m., and Dr. Snowden had eaten only a food pellet from his PSD for the day. The thought of a burger and fries danced around in his mind, and his stomach let him know about it. The Kriegans were about to arrive, and he was curious to see them. He did not like what he had heard of them, but it could have been an exaggeration. The visit would be confirmation either way. The door to the room opened, and 3 Kriegans entered. Dr. Snowden noted that the Kriegans were not as he remembered them. Although they had the same reverse cone thing going on the back of their heads, the black armor with red highlights and their sheer size stood out. Each Kriegan carried a weapon that looked like an advanced assault rifle. Their armor seemed to have liquid metal lines that pulsated randomly. Their faceplates hid their faces and seemed to merge into the helmet, presenting a unified block of black metal. If the intent was to appear intimidating, these Kriegans had it down. The Kriegans spread out in front of them and stood at attention. Dr. Snowden could hear Crick's voice out in the hallway.
They're in there,
said Crick. A slapping sound rang out.
Fool! Do you think me so stupid as to not to know that? Go! Scurry away and do whatever it is you do,
said a deep male Cregan voice. Dr. Snowden gulped. It was obvious whoever was coming in was not a fan of the Hootenanzes. He studied the Cregan as he entered the room. The two-piece outfit of a dark, liquid-like material suggested this was not a person geared for combat. Dr. Snowden was not sure how the outfit did not just fall away, but he suspected the liquid aspect was bonded to something underneath. The solid pieces of the suit included a mantle, boots, and forearm covers. A baton device and multiple other types of gadgets Dr. Snowden did not recognize hung off the belt. The Cregan was smaller than the guards, but the eyes did not paint the picture of someone who was benevolent. It was always the eyes. The Cregan studied the group and then walked behind them.
I assume you've had the introduction by Nur, or maybe by the less competent Crick. I'm the Cregan representative, Skara de Gull, assigned to this pitiful planet.
He paused behind Emily.
Nur has provided me with your names, so no introduction is necessary. I'm unclear as to why the video feed was not present, but he said there was a malfunction. I suspect this group might have something to do with that.
Nur was right. It was us. However, I cannot tell you why, said Evaran. Skara smiled.
Of course you can't.
He placed his hands on Emily's shoulders. Her eyes widened.
You're a unique group. We will learn all about you. It can be painful or, he said, lightly squeezing Emily's shoulders, pleasurable.
She grabbed Skara's hand as she rose. With a push, she sent Skara flying back into the wall. Get your hands off me! Evaran, Jelton, and Dr. Snowden stood. Wait, said Skara with a hand out to the guards who had raised their weapons. He laughed as he stood.
Such power. Yes, appearances can be deceptive. Thank you for confirming that the nanobots we detective have given you immense strength. Please sit, and we can start over.
Emily snorted as she took her seat along with the others. Skara went to the front of the room and took a seat next to the slab that Nur had used. What is the intent of this meeting? Asked Evaran.
To gauge you, of course. We saw the video feeds of one who could manipulate matter with ease. That was a powerful demonstration showing that what comes through the device tends to be powerful. Precautions are necessary. As the Hootenanzes are less than intelligent, it falls on me to determine what type of transport to send and what, if any, safety precautions to take. If we could move these devices, we would. It could be dangerous to do this assessment with only 3 guards in the room, said Jelton, eyeing Skara. You think you can take them? Asked Skara, tilting his head. Without a doubt.
Skara smiled.
Show me.
Evaran extended a hand out, palm down toward Jelton. Let us not exacerbate the situation.
Jelton smirked. I know evil when I see it. Evil? Asked Skara with an incredulous look. He burst out laughing. That's such a simplistic term.
He focused on Evaran.
You appear to be the leader of this group. Tell me, what was the parallel version of Goral like?
That information is not to be shared with those of lesser knowledge.
Skara slammed his hand on the table. You think I'm clueless? We know the devices are paired. One sends, the other receives. We also know that when exotic energy is used, you can activate them.
It seems you have some knowledge of the devices then, said Evaran.
We built a suit.
populated with exotic and unusual energies. Every subject we've sent through has never come back. Why is that?"
Evaran raised his head a bit. "You are dealing with forces far beyond your comprehension. If you were to truly learn the status of your importance in relation to everything, you would build a tunnel between the devices and make sure it is sealed. You should be thankful it was our group that came through this time so that I can give you this warning."
Skara laughed. "Is that supposed to scare me?"
"No, it is merely a warning."
"You're referring to the one being who opened a hole in the walls?"
"Yes, that is one example of what can come through," said Evaran. He raised a finger. "I will explain what that being was, so you fully understand."
"Oh?" asked Skara, sitting forward slightly.
"Yes, that was a matter mage. I know of them, and generally they are peaceful, advocates of natural evolution. However, as you know, there are other parallel timelines, and some contain matter mages of a decidedly more aggressive nature. I have encountered those as well."
"So you've dealt with these rogue matter mages before? They can't be that powerful, then?"
Evaran half smiled. "If the one who came through had been a rogue matter mage, he would have converted this planet and this system into energy and then gone on to consume other systems. There is no defense you possess that could defeat that."
"But you had the power?"
asked Skara. He grinned as he eased back into his chair.
"You want me to believe this?"
"It is not a matter of you believing me or not. At some point, something will come through, like a rogue matter mage who may decide to live in your timeline. They would most likely take a dim view of something they consider less than themselves dictating what will become of them."
Skara exhaled from his nose. "We can handle whatever comes through."
"No, I do not think you can."
"Well, we can handle your group," said Skara. "Tell me, in your timeline, how were our counterparts, assuming they existed?"
"They were powerful, and the core of a regional galactic superpower. They followed the way of the Great Selector and talked to them via the Archeron. It was the Kriegans who brought stability to many."
Skara harumphed. "The Archeron. Great Selectors. Nonsense from an earlier era when we still had emperors."
"Not at all. We found the Archeron and gave it to the Emperor. The Kriegans I knew were admired, not feared. Civilizations petitioned to join them, as opposed to being conquered. To be a citizen of the Kriegan Empire was a badge of honor, not one of shame." Dr. Snowden noted that 2 of the guards had ever so slightly tilted their heads toward Evaran. Although their empire had faltered relative to this time period, they had many friends and allies and were never alone. That is what saved them from what was to come. Dr. Snowden was curious as to what Evaran was referring to, and made a note to check it out later if they got back to the Torvatta, or maybe ask Evaran if they had any downtime.
"And what was that something that came?" asked Skara.
Evaran half smiled. "You will find out soon enough. I do not believe the Kriegan civilization here will survive it. Know this, in your time of need, you will rely on other civilizations. What do you think they will do?" Dr. Snowden could detect elevated heartbeats. Although Skara might be oblivious to what Evaran was saying, it had an impact on the guards.
Skara chuckled. "All this because you found the Archeron and gave it to the Emperor? I find that hard to believe."
"Do you want to see it?"
Skara gulped. "Okay."
"V, display my last meeting with Emperor Riven."
Acknowledged,
said V. He flew off Emily's lap and hovered over the table. A projection shot down showing the Emperor holding the Archeron with Evaran talking to him.
Dr. Snowden remembered that Emperor Riven had requested Evaran's presence when the ruling council of Earth, the Earth Ward, were being introduced to the Kriegans in their last adventure. Although Dr. Snowden did not see the meeting, he figured this was it. Skara studied the projection. When it ended, he narrowed his eyes.
That could have been an altered video.
You are right to be suspicious, but that is what happened, said Evaran. He tapped at his side belt and reached into his dimensional pocket, pulling out a ring. This was given to us by the Emperor. It indicates that we are friends of the Kriegans, and it was only given to the select few that had performed a great service to the Empire and embodied Kriegan ideals. Dr. Snowden saw the guards focus on the ring, then look at each other for a brief moment. Skara leaned forward and tossed a hand.
I think I have what I need.
He motioned at one of the guards.
Secure this chamber and coordinate with the Hutanaz facility security. They do not leave this room until the transport arrives.
He smiled.
Do I need to knock you out? Or are you going to cooperate?
I appreciate you giving us an option, said Evaran, putting the ring back. We will cooperate. You do what you need to do.
Skara stood and smirked. Oh, I will. I'm looking forward to seeing what else those advanced nanobots can do and the unusual exotic energy we know is coursing through your bodies. I suspect there is a lot of new information to be had as well.
He furrowed his eyebrows.
You seem to be remarkably calm given the situation.
Evaran half smiled. Experience is a good teacher.
Skara harumphed and exited the room.
Two of the guards remained behind and stared at Evaran for a moment, then left the room. Chapter 10. Jelton yawned as he felt a hand shake his arm. The previous day had been interesting. Although he was unfamiliar with the Kriegans, it was apparent that Evaran and the others knew a great deal about them. Several times during the discussion, Jelton had noticed the guards become increasingly uneasy. He wondered if maybe seeing Evaran as a friend of the Empire, regardless of timeline, and then being treated the way he had been was unsettling to them.
Analysis. It is 6:00 a.m. Earth time. The Kriegan transport will arrive in 2 hours. Evaran has requested everyone meet in the main room,
said V, flying off a bit and hovering over Jelton.
Thank you for waking me, my friend, said Jelton.
He sat up on the edge of his comfortable Kriegan bed.
Acknowledged,
said V as his lights glowed a bit brighter. He flew out of the room. Jelton chuckled. He liked V. There was an innocence about him. But Jelton suspected V had probably seen horrors traveling with Evaran. To remain cheerful was impressive. He sighed and cleaned up and, after getting his suit on, exited his private room. Looking around in the main room, he saw Nur on the slab from the previous day. He was waving his multiple arms around excitedly, and his antennae were moving in random directions. Something had him excited. Jelton took a seat next to Dr. Snowden, who looked like he was struggling to wake up. Emily was alert and focusing intently on Nur, while V hovered over the open space of the U-shaped table. Evaran waved a hand in an arc toward the group. I am glad to see you are up, and I hope you had a good rest.
It was all right, said Dr. Snowden. So, what's going on?
As V has mentioned to each of you, the Kriegan specialized transport will be here in 2 hours. It is time for us to leave. We need to cross through 22 miles of this city.
I take it we're not hopping from roof to roof this time?
Said Jelton with a grin. That is correct, said Evaran. Once outside this facility, there is a nearby transportation unit that will take us about 10 miles out from where the Cosmic Rift Sender is. From there, we will need to go through the city and potentially fight.
Oh, said Dr. Snowden.
Emily cracked her neck. We can do it. What will we be facing? Nur focused on Emily.
Kriegan special forces on this floor, but only about 6 of them. Hootenase's local law enforcement will be on the transportation system and in the city. I've mapped a path you can take to the building where the sender is, and also given Evaran the access codes to get in, although I suspect he does not need them." Jelton tilted his head. "You're taking a great risk in helping us, my friend." "Not really. Skara already knows your group is special, so anything that's hard to explain can be attributed to that." "What do you gain out of all this?" Nur's antenna flitted around for a moment. "Evaran has answered a majority of my questions and pointed me in a new direction on the others. Also, I don't want to see the Kriegans hurt you." Emily smiled at Nur. "Thank you for helping us." Nur guzzled for a moment. Nur will be in a public place before we leave in about 30 minutes, so his presence can be tracked. It will be difficult to pin anything on him since the only meeting he has had is this one, and he arrived through a secret entrance used to spy on the Kriegans. Dr. Snowden wrinkled his eyebrows. "Secret entrance?" Nur gestured to a side panel along the wall. "The Hootenase's military installed it. It has no internal surveillance, and the Kriegans are unaware of it, despite their technology." "Aren't you worried the guards might check in here?" asked Emily. "No. They have strict orders that the doors do not open until the transport arrives." "Huh," said Emily. "So we're taking the secret entrance then?" Evaran shook his head. "To do so would potentially expose the secret entrance, and we need to make it look like we did this on our own." "That works for me. Either way, we're getting out of here," said Emily. "Yes," said Evaran. He glanced at Nur. "We appreciate you helping us, and I hope you find my additions to your research to be of value." Nur clacked his claws. "There is so much to go over. You've answered questions I'm sure the Kriegans already have answers to, but this will help my species." Evaran raised a finger. "Perhaps when we get to my ship, we can show you our timeline. As you gave me your personal address, we know where to go should we visit." "I would greatly enjoy that. And if you do stop by, just make sure it's nighttime," said Nur. "Very well. Get to a public safe spot, and we will leave in 30 minutes." Nur hopped off the slab and bowed slightly, then took off through the secret entrance. Evaran adjusted the paneling to ensure it was flush, and then focused on the group. "We leave in 30 minutes. Prepare for a fight." Jelton exhaled from his nose as he began to go over his suit and weapons. Traveling with this group was exciting and dangerous, but he knew that if anyone could get him back to his timeline, it was Evaran. To speak of traveling so freely and by choice between timelines lit a fire in Jelton's mind. After 30 minutes, everyone had assembled by the room door. Evaran placed his UIC on the console. They do not have a security AI here, an unusual choice given the Hootenaz's technology level, but I suspect that is a Kriegan limitation. "I'm ready," said Emily, cracking her neck. "Yeah, let's do this," said Dr. Snowden, grinning. Jelton laughed as Emily swatted Dr. Snowden's arm. Evaran extended his utility handle into a staff with glowing blue ends. He interacted with his ARI, and the door slid open. The guards turned around in surprise. Evaran tapped one guard on the chest. The guard crumpled to the ground as blue electrical arcs danced around his body. With a continuous motion, Evaran tapped the other guard in the chest, and he also fell. V, scouting mode.
"Acknowledged. Scouting mode engaged,"
said V. He shimmered from view as he flew out of the room. "V will give us a heads up as we move. Let us go," said Evaran. Jelton felt a surge of excitement wash over him. It reminded him of previous missions where he had to fight out of a bad situation. He knew he was more than capable of handling what came his way, and it was a good feeling to be around those of similar experience and ability. Evaran grabbed his UIC and placed it back on his belt, and then the group moved out into the hallway. Evaran motioned to the right. "This way." The group moved down the hallway and ran into a Kriegan patrol of 4. Evaran, Emily, and Dr. Snowden raised their shields. Gelton pulled out his 2 energy pulse weapons. The Kriegans opened fire. The reflected beams shot back at them, causing the 4 to duck. Emily fired a mist beam, while Dr. Snowden, V, and Evaran simultaneously fired stun beams. The cloud enveloped the Kriegan patrol and exploded in a light show of sparks. After a moment, all the Kriegans were on the ground, not moving. Gelton was glad that non-lethal means were used. His dual pistols had a stun setting, and he had set it accordingly. The group hustled up to the Kriegans. Evaran scanned one of them. They have a networked health monitoring system. 2 with unusual signs may not be an issue, but 6 will be. We need to get to the transportation system outside this building. He rushed to the left and reached a ramp system that went down like a stairwell. The group moved down the ramps as fast as they could. When they reached the bottom, they paused outside a door that led to the front lobby of the building. Hootenaz Security has a checkpoint for entry into the building. Set your stun to lower power for them. The group complied. Evaran opened the door slowly while V flew in. Gelton could see the view from V. It was something on Gelton's list to add in the future. Having an AI drone that could stealth was proving to be quite powerful for situational awareness. Although he had basic drones, they had to be manually controlled if they were any distance from the ship. The view from V showed 2 Hootenaz guards resting on slabs. In front of each of them was a metallic rod that ended with a thin metal sheet angled toward the slab. Bright readouts and displays resided on the sheets. Evaran rushed forward and shot out a mist beam, which Dr. Snowden and Emily ignited in a flash of sparks. Gelton found it fascinating that Evaran did not need to communicate what he was going to do in that situation, while Dr. Snowden and Emily complemented the attack without hesitation. That was something born out of experience working as a team. The group hustled to the slabs. Evaran placed his UIC on one and then perused his ARI. The Kriegans have been alerted, and Hootenaz Security are on their way. Activate your camouflage shielding. We are visible with it on in here, but outside, we should be able to make it to the transportation system undetected. Gelton wrapped his cloak around himself and then activated his shielding. So far, everything had gone to plan, but he suspected that after riding the transportation line, the short distance to the Cosmic Rift Center would be rough. He glanced around and noted everyone was stealthed. Thankfully, he had a proximity detector that showed their position, and they appeared as dots in his mini-map of the nearby area. He focused on Evaran as the group exited the building. Dr. Snowden took in as much as he could as they scooted down a high-tech street. A green haze filled the air, and it took him a moment to realize they were underground. The street was part of a platform that jutted out from the side of a massive cavern. Looking up, he could not see the roof of the cavern. However, looking out, he could see the platform edge not too far away, and in the distance across a large open-air area were massive pillar-like structures that he could not see the top or bottom of. The pillars had platforms that ringed parts of them, and bright panels illuminated the sides. Green lighting from a platform above highlighted the area around them. "Whoa, I wasn't expecting this," said Emily. Gelton looked around. "I'm surprised we're underground." He pointed at some specks in the distance. "Look, the Hootenaz can fly. That would open a lot of possibilities in terms of architecture." Evaran motioned forward. "Yes, it would. Come, the transportation system platform is not far from here. We should stick to the edges as much as possible and move single file. If something happens, we will deal with it at that time." "Where is this transportation system exactly?" asked Dr. Snowden. Evaran pointed down and away across a massive chasm. "There. We will go to an overhang where the transportation system exits a building. Once there, we can climb inside, stick to the walls, and once we get to the transportation unit, get up on top, anchor ourselves, and ride to where we need to go. The transportation unit is similar to trains from your time period, except these are a bit longer and move faster." "What if we get blown off or something?" asked Emily. "We will anchor ourselves with our grappling beams on the top and be in a prone position. Dr. Snowden exhaled. "This'll be interesting." Evaran nodded and then moved forward. Dr. Snowden fell in line behind the others. His heartbeat had accelerated, and he could feel sweat forming. Although he was confident they could handle any situation, he was also aware they were probably high up. Even with grappling, dealing with heights of this magnitude made him swallow hard. He felt a hand on his arm. "We can do this," said Emily. Dr. Snowden licked his lips. "Right. Let's go." They moved off the platform and onto a wide path that wound down to another platform. Dr. Snowden gulped as he looked off to the sides. The path was suspended over what looked like a bottom with ample space to fall through. In the distance, he could see a cavern wall, and it looked like massive supports extended out to various pillars. His eyes had adjusted to the green haze, and it made it easier to see the others through their shielding, although he could also see them as dots in the mini-map in his helmet. After an hour, they reached the platform that was about 50 feet above the transportation system overhang. Dr. Snowden wrinkled his eyebrows. He had expected to see rail lines, but instead just saw a metallic rod that shot out of an opening on the side of a massive building. A metallic overhang that reminded him of a balcony rested above a part of the rod, but looking out, he saw that the rod twisted and wound into the haze. "Are you sure that's it?" "It is," said Evaran. "The transportation unit is circular and formed around the rod. I have looked at the engineering specifications. It is quite secure." "So we jump down on the overhang, climb inside into the building, find the transportation unit, climb to the top, and ride it to about 10 miles away from the Cosmic Rift Center?" asked Emily. "Yes," said Evaran. "We have been fortunate that we did not encounter many Hootenanns up to this point. I do not suspect it will be that way when we disembark, as it is a busy segment of the city." He pointed up and away. "Judging by the activity back at the platform we started from, it appears security is swarming that area."
"Then we should move," said Jelton. "The approach we used on the previous Earth with the grappling beam can be used here."
"I concur. I will shoot down, and you three will ride Emily's PSD down." Emily opened up her PSD and formed a grappling hook platform, ready to connect. Evaran aimed and shot a beam at the overhang below. Once it was connected, Emily attached her PSD, and Dr. Snowden and Jelton joined her on the small platform. "We're going now," said Emily. As they descended from the platform, Dr. Snowden looked around and trembled. Although he knew they were probably safe, he could hear the buzzing sound from flying Hootenanns. The grappling beam was yellow and bright and stood out. He wondered if that would be an issue, but with the overhang nearing, they seemed to be okay. After they landed, Evaran took a flying leap into the air and, when he was near, shot out a grappling beam above the overhang. He reeled himself in and then landed. The grappling beam faded. "Okay. Next step is to get inside the tunnel." Dr. Snowden sighed. "I don't expect there's a door we could just open and walk down to it." "There is, actually," said Evaran, pointing at a door. "V, head into the tunnel and find the transportation unit. Per Nur's notes, it should not be too far in."
"Acknowledged,"
said V. He flew off to the side, then under the overhang, and finally into the tunnel. As the group walked toward the door, Dr. Snowden studied the view from V. The tunnel was dark, but a light in the distance indicated a platform. The platform was not busy, and the transportation unit was massive, much larger than Dr. Snowden had expected. It was not fully circular, and there was a flat area on top. He figured that was where they would go. They reached the door, and Evaran used his UIC to open it. Once inside, they walked down a ramp that led to the tunnel. Sticking to a side platform that jutted out, they made their way to V's position. After 20 minutes, they arrived at a large cylindrical transportation unit that sat level with the platform they were on. Dr. Snowden watched as dozens of Hootenanns boarded and disembarked. Evaran pointed at a ladder near the end. "There. Once we are up top, use your grappling beam to anchor yourself."
"I have magnetic gloves," said Jelton. That should work, assuming this is magnetic metal we're dealing with.
It is, said Evaran. He pointed along the wall. Let us stick to the wall and make our way there. After 10 minutes, they had wound their way over to the ladder, climbed up, and anchored themselves. Dr. Snowden could see it would be an interesting ride. Although he had planted his PSD vertically and locked his grappling beam, he had to wedge himself so he did not slide everywhere. Everyone else did as well, creating an amusing pattern. He just wanted to leave this parallel Earth and go to one that might be friendlier. The transportation unit began to move. Here we go, said Emily. As the transportation unit took off out of the building and over the massive open area, Dr. Snowden took a moment to look around. The open area was deep, and he could not see the bottom. Looking up, he saw a ceiling far in the distance, and it made him wonder how deep they were. Hootenanzes were flying everywhere, and all manner of drones and small ships could be seen. He found it interesting that a majority of the buildings looked like large cubes with platforms and verandas on top, all connected via walkways, ramps, and the transportation rod. The large lifts also caught his eye. Like the transportation unit, they had a rod that went vertical with a huge circular platform around it. "It's beautiful," said Jelton. "Yeah," said Dr. Snowden. Although he would have loved to stay and learn more about Hootenanz's culture, he knew in their circumstance escaping was the priority. After traveling for 30 minutes, the transportation unit entered a large cube-shaped building. The unit came to a crawl. "This is our stop," said Evaran. He pointed at the platform, which had a large ramp leading out. "That is where we need to go. Although I think we will be able to move undetected for a large portion of the 10 miles, there is a chance we may be detected. If so, be ready for battle." He waited until the platform had cleared a bit, then slid off the transportation unit. Dr. Snowden and the others joined him, and then, as a group, they moved off to the side. "Are we ready?" asked Evaran. Everyone acknowledged that they were. Emily's nanobots were tingling, and with her heartbeat ramping up, she was ready for the last leg of the trip to the Cosmic Rift Center. The transportation unit ride was a bit easier than she had expected. Several times she thought one of the flying Hootenanzes were going to land, but they all had flown past. Waiting until the platform became less populated just made her more anxious. At least she had seen the route they would take from V's scans. "Are you okay?" asked Evaran, glancing at her. "I'm good," she said. "It's just going from fighting to holding still for a while has my body all confused." Jelton laughed. "You humans are very interesting." Dr. Snowden grinned. "Ain't that the truth?" Evaran motioned ahead. "I believe we can go. V has altered our route slightly due to population density. One thing to note, Hootenanz security drones are out. They know we will try to reach the building with the sender, and security has been increased there." "So we just gonna make a mad dash for the building now?" asked Dr. Snowden. Evaran shook his head. "We can move at a moderate pace, sticking to the sides of the building. The residual heat signatures they give off should help give us cover. For the record, I'm loving this camouflage shielding thing," said Dr. Snowden. I should have probably added it long ago. However, per the Snowden creed, learn, adapt, evolve. Emily swatted Evaran's arm. "That's right." "Let us go," said Evaran. He moved out to the main ramp, sticking close to the sides with everyone in tow. Emily studied the large pathway they were on. It led to a cluster of cubicle buildings that seemed to be stacked haphazardly on top of each other. The green haze was still present, and there were Hootenanzes bustling about. Looking up, she could see some Hootenanzes flying around, but the security drone caught her eye. Hopefully they would not be an issue. They crossed a busy four-way intersection and moved to the first building. Emily grinned as they passed building after building. She could almost reach out and touch some of the Hootenanzes. Several times they had slipped down an alleyway into another busy street. She found it interesting that there were no vehicles. It seemed the city was built with walking or flying in mind. Watching Hootenazes step out from a balcony and take off made her think it must be liberating to be able to do that. After an hour and 5 miles in, they paused in an alleyway near a massive street. "This will be a bit harder than what we have seen," said Evaran. "The area ahead is open, and the security drones are in place. Per the route that Nur gave us, we must move through this area, which is about 3 miles, and then 1 mile through a large warehouse-like structure. At that point, we will be about 1 mile away from the Cosmic Rift Sender building, and there is a winding path we take up to the building. Let us go." Emily gulped as they walked single file into the mass of Hootenazes. It was harder than she expected, and several times she had bumped into one or two, but thankfully they had continued on. It seemed bumping into others was a common thing here. What concerned her was every time she had bumped into a Hootenaz, a drone had flown over. Hopefully that was an automated response, and not them searching. After an hour, they reached and entered the warehouse building. Emily thought it looked more like a large airplane hangar. The huge open doors on both ends were clearly visible, and the interior looked like a massive flea market. Bright signs hovered over different stands, and there seemed to be a variety of objects available. She wondered if Hootenazes had a form of currency, or if this was something else. Most of the items she saw were unusual and seemed like they had many different aesthetic designs, like they were alien in nature. They moved to the side and navigated between the various stands. As they came to the end of the warehouse, a security drone highlighted them and began to blare out a wailing sound. "We have been discovered. Shields out. Run," said Evaran. Emily and Dr. Snowden complied. Jelton pulled out his dual-energy pistols, while Dr. Snowden and Emily pulled out their PSDs. When they were near the base of the ramp, 5 flyers attacked them. The crowd of citizens ran in all directions. Emily aimed up and hit a flyer with a stun beam, dropping it. Dr. Snowden reflected a beam back at a flyer, knocking it out of the air. Evaran hit one with stun beam, and V got another. Jelton hit the last one, but yelled out when a beam from a heavy drone hit him. Emily had not even seen the new drone in all the confusion. She hit it with a stun beam, highlighting its shields. Taking aim with her PSD, she grapple-beamed it down and then switched to a baton. Taking a step back, she hit it like a baseball, then helped Jelton up. Evaran looked around the group, up the ramp. That will not be the last of them. The group hustled up the winding ramp and reached the platform of the building with the Cosmic Rift Sender. A row of Hootenaz guards in heavy armor stood out front, with multiple drones above them. Evaran charged forward, reflecting fire as he went. The others followed suit, with Emily on the left side and Dr. Snowden on the right. Jelton ran just behind Evaran, while V hovered in the air, exchanging fire with the drones. Emily smiled as the combined reflected beams decimated the Hootenaz's shields and then armor. When the group arrived at the doors, she focused on the guards on the left. She switched to her staff, and with a leg sweep, she sent one tumbling and batted another away. Dr. Snowden stood next to her and reflected a beam back at a drone that had tried to sneak up on her. Jelton took the guards in the center. His hands were a blur as he dished out dual weapon fire in the direction of the guards and then the drones in the air. Evaran grapple-beamed the Hootenaz on the farthest right and yanked it in. Once it was near, he took a cue from Emily and converted his utility handle into a baton, hitting the Hootenaz into the other ones. He rushed up to the console and moved his fingers around in the access code patterns required to open the door. A moment later, the door slid open. "Inside, now," said Evaran. The group hustled in and took immediate fire from 4 lightly armored Hootenaz guards. Evaran charged with shield out and his staff held horizontally in front of him against his chest. When he reached the guards, he knocked the center 2 back, and then fired a stun beam from both ends of the staff, hitting the remaining 2. "Impressive," said Jelton. Evaran nodded. "We need to go up 2 floors and then left into a hallway that should lead to the Cosmic Rift Sender. Let us go." The group hustled up 2 floors and entered the hallway. Emily tilted her head. At the end of the long hallway was the corner door they needed, and a hallway led off to the left from there. A lone, smooth, metallic humanoid robot stood silently in front of them, intriguing her. Its skin looked like it was made of liquid metal, with no obvious lines or segments outside of the visor on its head. She could sense something was different about it. "What is that?" asked Dr. Snowden. "Something in our way," said Evaran. He put his shield to the front and ran forward. When he reached the robot, he slammed into it. The robot did not move. It tilted its head and, in one quick motion, hit Evaran, sending him flying back. "What the heck?" said Dr. Snowden. Emily gritted her teeth. The robot was dense and possessed power, but it had not met anything like her. She extended her PSD into a baton and rushed forward. Jelton switched to his dual energy blades and joined her. Dr. Snowden moved to Evaran. When Emily got to the robot, she hit it in the head with her baton. The robot's head tilted to the side, then snapped back into place. It grabbed her by the arm and lifted her in the air. Jelton sliced upward, cutting off the robot's arm that held Emily. Emily dropped to the ground. Jelton sliced the other arm off, then jabbed one of the blades into the robot's head and yanked it back out. The robot staggered for a moment. Emily kicked it in the chest, sending the robot faltering back. "This thing is tough." Dr. Snowden and Evaran caught up. "It is Cregan in design, perhaps one of their hunter versions," said Evaran, scanning the robot. Another robot appeared in front of the door they needed. "Oh no, another one," said Dr. Snowden.
Analysis. There are 4 more close by and headed this way. They will be here momentarily.
Dr. Snowden fell to the ground as a drone materialized and stabbed him in the leg. He cried out in pain. Jelton spun around and sliced the drone in half. "Uncle Albert," said Emily, kneeling next to him. I think I've been poisoned," said Dr. Snowden as his face turned red. "Partially paralyzed. Your nanobots are fighting it," said Evaran. The robot in front of the door advanced toward them. Emily reflected beams from Houdin's guards and drones that were behind them. "They're trying to surround us," said Jelton. Emily narrowed her eyes as her blood boiled. "Evaran, protect the rear. Jelton, pick up Uncle Albert. The robot is mine, and then we're getting the hell out of here." She gripped her PSD and then bolted toward the robot. When she hit it, she knocked it through the door the group needed to go through. She rushed in, grabbed the robot by the legs, dragged it out, and then heaved it at the other robots coming in from the perpendicular hallway. One of the robots moved out of the way and toward her. Emily's nanobots surged through her. A strange feeling accompanied the surge. Jelton, dragging Dr. Snowden by the arms, passed by her and entered the room. Evaran reached her and motioned in. "Move." Emily gritted her teeth and charged the robot. It fired a beam from its visor. She blocked it with her shield. After she grabbed the robot, she spun it around, using the beam to shred the other robots that were sprawled out. Taking a step back, she kicked the robot, which went flying down the hallway. She returned to the doorway and focused on the Houdin's guards and drones coming their way. Several seemed to have some type of stealth shielding, but she could see the outlines. A moment later, she looked around in confusion. She was at the hallway entrance that they had initially come from, and she was not sure how she had gotten there. Looking down, she saw that all the guards and drones were down. There were even 2 Cregan robots out of commission. She did not remember fighting them. One second she was about to enter the next room, and now she was elsewhere. She paused when Evaran called to her. "Emily, we must go," said Evaran. Emily squinted. She was trying to figure out what had happened. "Emily!" She sighed and then charged down the hallway and into the room. Once inside, she grouped up with the others near the Cosmic Rift Center. A bright flash enveloped the room. Chapter 11. Emily squinted as she placed her hands on her knees. Her breathing was haphazard, and she felt like she had just run a marathon. Her nose lit up at the smell of fresh-cut grass, and she could see they were in a park of some type. The first thing she noticed was that her camouflage shielding was off, as was Dr. Snowden's and Jelton's. Evaran wore some holographic outfit that consisted of brown boots, khakis, and a dress shirt. Her head snapped toward movement a bit away from her. Focusing caused two middle-aged women in jogging suits to come into view. The women stopped and motioned toward Emily and the others. Emily flicked her PSD into a baton and stared down the women, who took off running. "Emily, you need to calm down," said Evaran. "Your agitated state is clouding your judgment." She gulped and looked around. "Waves. Think of them," said Evaran. She focused, and after a moment, her breathing normalized. As each wave cascaded over her, the frantic thoughts dissipated and her face relaxed. She popped her eyes open. "Uncle Albert." She hustled over to him. Dr. Snowden's eyes fluttered as he tried to move. "Is he going to be okay?" asked Emily. Evaran nodded. "His nanobots are winning the fight against the paralysis poison, but it will take about an hour or more before he regains full control. A normal human would have been paralyzed for hours. With each jump, we continue to get weaker. If this had occurred in a much later jump, it could have been fatal." Emily frowned as she sat next to Dr. Snowden and situated him so that his head was in her lap. "Are you feeling okay?" asked Evaran. I'm not sure. I don't remember the last half of that fight. One moment I was at the door, the next, you were calling out to me. Apparently I fought, but I don't remember it." "You lost control then, it seems, similar to what happened with Dr. Snowden," said Evaran. "I guess," she said, swallowing hard. "What do you think that means?" "I am not sure, but it could be related to the rift senders causing an imbalance in both of you." She sighed and focused on the waves that were still washing through her. It was one of her favorite features of having nanobots. "I suspect that, like Dr. Snowden, the cosmic aspect that is boosting you has a cost. You will need rest as well," said Evaran. Jelton looked around. "Where are we?" "I have been to this timeline before. However, I am unsure of the time period. You will all need to put on your camouflage shielding while here so as to not alert law enforcement, but for the moment, let us get our bearings," said Evaran. "V. Scouting mode."
"Acknowledged. Scouting mode engaged,"
said V, shimmering from view as he flew away. "Judging by the runners we saw, the aircraft in the sky, and the smells, I suspect it is somewhere in the mid-1980s relative to Dr. Snowden's and Emily's time period," said Evaran. He tilted his head. "I was here in the future." "How do you know what timeline it is?" asked Jelton. "It is a cosmic thing." "Oh, I assume then you have some historical information?" Before Evaran could reply, a projection shot out from the cosmic rift receiver. Emily studied the black-robed character with a hood and shimmering faceplate inside. She was getting tired of seeing any more Tawny. The figure spoke. "I had to see it myself. I'm Brezen Colmelg." Evaran placed his UIC on the receiver's orb and then interacted with his ARI. "I am going to disable your access to this parallel Earth." "Wait. I just wanted to verify it was really you. I don't recognize this plane form, but I can see it is you." "I have never met you." "Your main form has. And it killed my family. We left the plane you so graciously herded us to after the Eternals decided to resettle us. You put us in a plane filled with unsavory beings. They tortured my family to death,
but some of us were able to escape. You then killed them outside the plane before they could reach a plane and take on a plane form," said Brezin. He pointed a finger at Evaran. "You deserve everything that happens to you, murderer. I have never seen so much evil in one being before."
"If my main form killed your family, then it is because they were doing something they should not have been."
"Such as fleeing torturous hadron spawns and not staying in your designated prison." "Sorry, I meant plane," said Brezin. He chuckled as he glanced around. "I hope your family suffers the same as mine did. At least your other plane forms have."
Evaran tilted his head. "What do you mean?"
Brezin smiled. "If you've been sending plane forms after us at every plane we tried to hide in, and we're alive and in this one..."
"You are suggesting my other plane forms were not able to capture you."
"That's one way of saying it."
Evaran narrowed his eyes. Emily's eyes flared. "Get lost."
"Oh, I'm right where I need to be. My only hope is I get to view your death," said Brezin.
He glanced at Dr. Snowden.
"Too bad he isn't dead yet."
Emily extended her PSD and shot a stun beam at the projection. Brezin laughed. Evaran shook his head. "I understand now why you did not stay around in the previous parallel Earth. They were simply too powerful for you, which does not bode well for you in regards to my estimation of your power."
"There's that arrogance."
"And by extension, that also tells me that you do not control where we go, although I know you can activate the sender."
"Well, aren't you clever?"
"It is time for you to go," said Evaran.
"Fine. We'll hopefully soon add yet another plane form to the unsuccessful list."
Evaran interacted with his ARI, and Brezin faded away. Jelton glanced at Evaran.
"These Mortani don't like you much."
"They do not, and I am sure the stories they tell are somewhat biased. I do not kill except as a last resort."
"I believe that," said Jelton.
He looked around.
"The fact that you helped me and have tried to be the voice of reason in all this insanity tells me all I need to know. Although Rift Guardians are mentally enhanced, I can't read you, but know enough from your actions that you are who you say you are."
Evaran bowed his head toward Jelton. Emily snorted. What was all that nonsense about other plane forms? "I believe he was suggesting that the Mortani killed them," said Evaran. "The Mortani's presence here means my other plane forms were not successful." "Well, this one will be successful. He has a gang, and the Mortani will get what's coming to them," said Emily, raising her head a bit. "Yes," said Evaran. "Hopefully it does not need to be through death. There are other options." Emily's nostrils flared. "Like what? Banishment? They'll do this again somewhere else."
"She's right," said Jelton. "I get the feeling this is not the first time they've done something like this."
Evaran raised a finger. "I was referring to reducing them from ascended to mortal." Emily formed a devilish grin. "Oh, I like that even better. Let them live with mortality." "I suspect even as ascended, dealing with the physical necessities of life in general is a burden to them. It will be much worse as a mortal, and they will live and die as mortals. Good, I want them to suffer." Evaran tilted his head at Emily. "I mean, punished for what they're doing." Evaran scanned Emily. "You are still agitated, it would seem." Am I that transparent? Evaran sat next to her and put an arm around her. She laid her head on his shoulder and sighed. Jelton took a seat opposite them.
So what's the plan here?
V is seeking a motel where we can stay the night, said Evaran, pointing off in the distance. He is also searching for what the humans here call an automated teller machine, or ATM, in order to retrieve currency to be used for our stay here.
A motel? I am not familiar with that term.
It is a place where we can stay for a period of time in exchange for currency.
Ah, I'm assuming then we are safe here? I've seen a few stray glances and some staring, but nothing seems suspicious, said Jelton.
Yes, we are safe in this parallel Earth. I have checked the Cosmic Rift Receiver's interface already, and like the other parallel Earth we came from, nothing has been done to this world by the Mortani.
Jelton shook his head. Their selection of timelines is most unusual.
Yeah, said Emily. She sat back up straight and looked at Evaran. You said the Mortani don't control where each gate leads? It is random, a side effect of dealing with quantum probability, said Evaran. They knew this, which makes me wonder what the grid and symbols in the Cosmic Rift Sender's interface is for. It could be a decoy meant to instill hope. We will find out, since at least here we can do so without interference. Emily ran a hand over Dr. Snowden's head. Well, first things first. Let's get Uncle Albert to the motel so he can rest up. She grinned big as she looked at Jelton. Have you ever had a cheeseburger?
I don't think so,
said Jelton. Then you'll get to experience Earth food. Well, parallel Earth food, but Earth food still, assuming this parallel Earth does have that and not something crazy. Evaran half smiled. This parallel Earth is very similar to your own. There are some differences. V is heading back to get my UIC and will retrieve money for us. Dr. Snowden should be able to move by then, and we can head to the motel. For now, activate your camouflage shielding so as not to attract attention. We also need to move some distance away to prevent the Cosmic Rift Receiver from appearing. Works for me, said Emily. She activated her shielding along with the others. Detecting the crew was still possible, but only because she knew what to look for. It'll be nice to sleep on a bed tonight. She exhaled from her nose as she rested her hand on Dr. Snowden's chest. Although she enjoyed the hectic pace of some adventures, sometimes she just wanted a calm period to explore things. Assuming they got out of this, maybe they could go on a vacation. She smirked, thinking about traveling around, helping Evaran as a job. At least the benefits were good. An hour later, Dr. Snowden grunted as he stood with the assistance of Emily. Although the paralysis poison had run its course, his muscles felt like someone had punched them for the last hour. He rolled his head around, cracking his neck. After stretching for a moment, he surveyed their surroundings. It was obvious they were in a park somewhere, and his eyes lit up at the sight of other humans out enjoying the sunny day. Emily had dragged him a bit away so as to make the Cosmic Rift Receiver disappear. He was glad that everyone except Evaran had their camouflage shielding active. It would draw a lot of attention to see 4 futuristic people sitting around a glowing Cosmic Rift Receiver. Finally, a normal Earth. Yes, but not quite as normal as you might think, said Evaran. Nonetheless, V has my UIC and has located a motel about 2 miles from here and will meet us there with some mezzalers, the currency used here. Mezzalers? Sounds kinda like dollars, said Dr. Snowden. This Earth had a different history from yours, but the technology development is about the same. They are a little more advanced, but not by much. Come, let us go. Although we can see each other's faint outline through the camouflage shielding, use me as a guide, and do not stray. Everyone acknowledged Evaran. As they left, Dr. Snowden inhaled the smell of the park. A body of water in the distance provided a cool breeze, and the sound of dogs barking and people chattering put his mind at ease. After running from the Hootenies, this was a welcome change of pace. I like this Earth much better than the last one. Me too, said Emily. Jelton focused on a dog ahead. I assume this creature ahead of us is not violent. Emily chuckled. No, unless you mean it will lick you to death. She glanced at Evaran. Do you think they will see or smell us through our camouflage shielding? Possibly, said Evaran. They will definitely see me. I like your holographic outfit, said Emily. I picked up a lot of information when I was here, including fashion, although that event was in the future. What did it involve? Evaran half smiled. Someone was teleported from this timeline to ours. He was placed in a mental institute. I took him back here. Dr. Snowden chuckled. As fantastical as that sounds, I know it's true. What was it that teleported him? Asked Emily. It was a small timeline rift. They are short-lived and extremely rare, but I have seen them before. One of their unusual properties is that they are not visible to the eye and dissipate when something triggers them. The end result is the object is moved to the other end of the rift. They also do not disturb the environment other than a flash when something enters it. Huh. Well, we could use one of those back to the Torvatta. Indeed, said Evaran. As they approached the park's edge, a frisbee soared toward them. Evaran snapped his hand out and caught it as it was about to hit him. While continuing to walk and without looking, he flung the frisbee back. Dr. Snowden chuckled at hearing the shock expressed by the person who tossed it. Impressive, once again, said Jelton. It was a test, actually, said Evaran. I can see that I am slower in my reaction time. That was expected, but I wanted to see by how much. Dr. Snowden grinned. That would mean you have tossed frisbees before. I have. Parks are no stranger to me. Maybe after all this is over, we can visit one in our timeline, said Emily. We will plan on it, said Evaran. V flew back and handed Evaran some mezzalers.
Analysis. I would like to participate in a park adventure.
We'll do it then. Make it a cookout, said Emily. Evaran nodded. I have added it to the list of things to do after we get back to the Torvatta. He checked the mezzalers. V has retrieved 400 mezzalers. That should cover us for a night or two, as well as provide money for sustenance options. Good. Let's hope they have burger joints here, said Dr. Snowden. Evaran interacted with his ARI. I have sent each of you a list of the restaurants in the area. I can pick up food for everyone once we are settled in. Looking forward to it, said Dr. Snowden. He sighed. Back to the being weaker thing. I can feel it. Probably just the paralysis poison, said Emily. Dr. Snowden shook his head. I don't think so. I feel less. I do as well, said Jelton. I can recharge on these cheeseburgers Emily mentioned. Now you're talking my language, said Dr. Snowden, grinning. The group shared a laugh. They crossed the street and walked down a sparsely populated sidewalk. Dr. Snowden studied the list of places that had been sent to their helmets, classified by food types. He could see that they had different names than what he would have expected, but the burger joints were easy to pick out. It was moments like this that made him appreciate the translator functionality. He raised a finger. It just hit me that the universal translator in the Torvatta is still functioning for us, even though we're in a different timeline. That is correct, said Evaran. Interesting, said Jelton. My translation utility is nowhere close to what you all have. I'm glad you have a translation orb so I can understand others. Yes, but we will not be talking with the locals if it can be helped other than the motel manager. As they crossed a busy main street, Dr. Snowden surveyed the environment. The buildings looked more advanced than what he knew mid-1980s buildings to look like. The vehicles were quiet, and he suspected they were electric. The style of clothing he saw on various people intrigued him. It looked like casual tactical gear. For a rough area, per Evaran's notes, the streets were cleaner than he had expected them to be. He wondered if Evaran's data was wrong about the area. They reached a motel an hour later. The motel looked like it was older than the buildings around it, and U-shaped. Dr. Snowden was looking forward to resting on a bed. They went to the main office and entered. A man behind a large desk littered with pamphlets put down a credit card-sized device and looked at Evaran. "Can I help you?" "I would like 2 rooms for the night," said Evaran. He tapped at the translation orb on his belt, which was hidden under the holographic outfit he wore. 2 rooms, huh?" "Yes. Each room should have 2 beds." You, planning on something wild I should know about?" Evaran tilted his head. "In what way?" Emily giggled over group comms. The man tossed a hand out. "Well, young man like you, 2 rooms, each with 2 beds. I can only guess that you plan on having company. I don't really care, but if it's the wrong type of company that's going to mess the place up, then I will care. You don't want that." "I understand," said Evaran. "How much will it be?" The man looked at his device for a moment and then said, "For you, 110 Mizzalers." Evaran pulled out the money he had and handed the man the amount. "That's a lot of cash you got there," said the man. "Yes, it is. It is to be used only for lodging and sustenance." What?" "Food and drink." The man laughed. "You're one strange character." He handed Evaran 2 cards. "Here you go." "Ask him what burger place he recommends," said Dr. Snowden over comms. Evaran took the 2 cards. "What is the best place to get a burger here?" The man reared his head back. "You definitely ain't from round here. The best damn burger spot is Burger Jack." He raised a hand. "Just watch out for that spicy pork sandwich. It might go in easy, but it comes out hot." "That would be most unpleasant." Emily chuckled. The man laughed. "All right, if you need anything, my number's on the back of the cards. Office closes at 10. "Thank you," said Evaran. The group exited the office and walked to their rooms. "I appreciate you turning on the translation orb for that exchange. It was fascinating," said Jelton. "This intrigues you?" asked Evaran. "Just an observation on my part, based on my experiences. There were many emotions and subtle body cues involved in that transaction."
Analysis. I find human interaction fascinating as well, said V.
"Well, as fascinating as all that was, I could use a bed and a late lunch," said Dr. Snowden. They arrived at their rooms. Dr. Snowden looked around after entering the first room. 2 beds lined up perpendicular to the right wall, and a dresser with a flat-screen television resided on the other wall. In the back were several doors. Evaran handed a card to Emily. "Dr. Snowden and Jelton will have this room. Emily, V, and I will take the other. Let me know what you want to eat, and I will go pick it up." "They probably have delivery," said Dr. Snowden. "They do. But it appears there is no service if you want a burger from Burger Jack." "All right, let's see." Dr. Snowden lowered his helmet and checked out the menu on his PSD. "Get to number 3 for me. I'm not sure what drink they have, so open to whatever there." "I'll have the same," said Emily. She motioned toward Jelton. "Make it another so Jelton can try it out." "Very well," said Evaran. "V is going to scout out the Cosmic Rift Center while I get us sustenance. I plan on going back to the receiver once we are situated to study the interface a bit more."
"I wanted to try a number 3,
said V. Evaran tilted his head at V. V's lights glowed a bit brighter as everyone shared a laugh. "You can have some of mine if you want when you get back," said Dr. Snowden.
"Acknowledged."
Dr. Snowden smiled as he watched Evaran and V leave. Once the door was closed, he got out of his suit and lay on the bed. Emily scrunched her nose. "Well, I'm going to go take a shower." She eyed Dr. Snowden. "It might be a good idea for you two as well." Dr. Snowden sighed. "Yes, ma'am." "I will stand outside and secure our entrances," said Jelton. Dr. Snowden and Emily laughed. Jelton raised his eyebrows. I don't think you need to worry about that here. You can rest and relax," said Dr. Snowden. "I will do so then," said Jelton, lying down on the other bed. "I'll hit the shower," said Dr. Snowden. He watched Emily leave, then went to the bathroom. Maybe a good shower and some food and rest was all he needed. Although he had slept the previous night, it was not as comfortable as the Torvatta. It had been a restless sleep, and he was looking forward to having a good night's rest. Hanging out with everyone with no chaos or confusion, even for a day, was something to be excited about. As V flew toward the Cosmic Rift Center he had located with data retrieved from the Cosmic Rift receiver, he ran an analysis on the situation. Dr. Snowden and Emily losing control seemed to be problematic. V ran an internal query and did not find any instance where it had happened before. His inner container slowly pulsed. He wanted to help them, but was unsure how he could. Perhaps, like Dr. Snowden was there for Emily in her time of need, that was what V would do. As he scanned the city below him, he performed a comparison analysis against similar objects he had in his database. This parallel Earth had some technologies that were more advanced than the ones he knew from Dr. Snowden and Emily's timeline, which V had come to call home. There were other technologies that were less advanced. He recalled visiting this timeline in the future when Evaran had helped someone who was accidentally teleported to their timeline. A projection of Evaran appeared in V's view. Although Evaran looked like a floating head, only V could see him. "How is everything?" asked Evaran.
Analysis. Per the historical records for this timeline, the technology matches what it should be relative to our last visit.
I concur. My observation is the Cosmic Rift receiver is correct in that the Mortani did not influence this world.
Query. From our last visit, the mechanism that transported this timeline's denizen was a timeline rift. Do you believe the Cosmic Rift sender and receiver are involved?
An interesting possibility. It could be that there are ripples from its very presence. Since there has been no influence on this world that we know of, that may very well be the case. If we had the Torvatta, we could verify that.
Acknowledged,
said V. Based on the facial recognition analysis, he could see the very presence of the Cosmic Rift senders and receivers bothered Evaran. V approached a parking garage and flew toward the mapped location of the Cosmic Rift sender. After scanning around, he said,
Analysis. The Cosmic Rift sender is not present.
That should not be possible, said Evaran. His floating head looked around. Check the next level. Although the Cosmic Rift receiver mentioned the location, it did not give a height.
Acknowledged,
said V. He flew to the second level and verified it was not there. When he got to the third level, the Cosmic Rift sender appeared.
It is on the third level.
Evaran's head peered around. Very good. It seems to be like the others. We can head out after some rest. I suspect after the last few worlds, it may do Dr. Snowden and Emily good to be around a similar culture to their own.
To serve as a reminder of what is normal.
Yes, although, with Jelton, I suspect he is just content to be somewhere he can rest in safety. V ran an internal simulation depicting what Jelton would want, but it was missing too many variables.
I do not have enough information to know Jelton's preferences. I have noticed he calls everyone his friend. My observation shows this to have a calming effect on Dr. Snowden and Emily.
Evaran chuckled. Yes, I have noticed that as well. I believe the Riven as a species are naturally friendly, something I have not seen much of in the many species I have encountered. That is most likely due to being powerful in their own right and able to defend themselves.
I look forward to interacting with Jelton more and learning of his species, as well as the history of the Rift Guardians. The tactics used against the Time Wardens could also lend some tactical information.
I concur. If we can, we should see what differences exist between the Rift Guardians' timeline version of the Time Wardens, the ones we encountered with Evaran, and the ones we removed from our timeline.
Do you think the Mortani interacted with the Time Wardens?
Evaran shook his head. I do not know, but cosmic entity interaction with planar entities tends to favor the cosmic entity. V flew around the cosmic rift sender, cataloging and comparing known elements from previous ones. After a few minutes, Evaran said, "You seem troubled."
How do you know?
Evaran half smiled. I have known you since you were D, all the way up to U4, and now in this form. Although you are different in each incarnation, some things are the same. A focus on scanning in the middle of a conversation is something you do when there is something bothering you. V could not determine if it was true that he had similar characteristics to what Evaran had described. Although there was a visual history of V's predecessors, there were no emotional imprint or records of thoughts other than objective facts.
I was not aware of this pattern.
It comes from my personal observations. Now, what is bothering you? V paused for a moment.
I do not wish for Dr. Snowden and Emily to be hurt. You said the cosmic energy in them potentially has a cost. The emergence of new abilities, and now losing control, does not lead me to a conclusion I like.
Evaran drew his lips taut. I would agree. Hopefully, once we have the Torvatta back, we can rectify the situation.
Acknowledged,
said V. It did him good to talk with Evaran. No matter how bad things were, V knew Evaran would be there for any situation.
I will continue scanning and be back shortly.
Affirmative, said Evaran with a grin. V's lights glowed a bit brighter. Chapter 12. Emily smiled as she sat in a chair next to one of the beds in Dr. Snowden's room. She had showered and cleaned up, even if her armor on the outside was still dirty. At least the interior had a self-cleaning mechanism. It had been 30 minutes since Evaran had left, and he had returned with food. Dr. Snowden had his survival suit off and sat on the edge of the bed in his slacks, white shirt, and brown bow tie. She shook her head at the thought that he did not want to wear his survival suit in just his underwear, but she understood that to him it was like a jacket he could take off and not a full-on suit. Jelton was investigating the burger in front of him, and V was still out and about, scanning around. It won't bite you, said Emily, eyeing Jelton. I hope not. It does have an interesting aroma, said Jelton. He tepidly took a bite and chewed for a bit, then swallowed. A curious taste. He grabbed a fry and tasted it. This one has a unique flavor. What do you call it? French fries, said Dr. Snowden. He took a big bite of his burger and closed his eyes. Emily grinned. This may be a parallel Earth, but it passed the Dr. Snowden burger test apparently. She chuckled when he opened his eyes to see Jelton staring at him. My friend, it seems eating gives you great pleasure, said Jelton. Well, yeah, said Dr. Snowden. Emily sipped her drink from a straw. Uncle Albert likes a lot of food, although with these nanobots, it makes it worse since he can eat bad and maintain his weight. Eat bad? Asked Jelton. Evaran raised a finger. Some humans tend to eat what tastes good, as it gives them pleasurable feelings, even if it may cause health issues over the long term. Interesting, said Jelton. He took another bite and swallowed it, then sipped on his drink. Carbonation in the drink? Dr. Snowden laughed. Jelton grinned. I see my unfamiliarity with your food as a source of enjoyment. I'm glad that is so. It's all right, said Dr. Snowden. After all we've been through, sometimes it's good to pause and enjoy the moment for what it is. I agree. Usually when I'm on a Rift Guardian mission, I use a mental bond to facilitate enjoyment, since language and intent is a bit more difficult to do depending on the beings I'm dealing with. Emily perked up. Mental bond? I am curious about this mental bond as well, said Evaran. Jelton put his burger down and looked around. my species has the ability to give a part of ourselves temporarily over to another, forming a mental bond. The receiver can then form a new memory based on their older memories and be active in it. They can't tell the difference from regular reality while in it. This process also forms a strong bond of friendship with me."
"Whoa, really?" asked Emily. "Do you participate in the memories?"
"Only to the extent that I can facilitate it. I don't appear in the memory unless the receiver wants me to. Those are usually memories of a more intimate manner. However, generally, the memory is personal to the receiver, although if I bond myself to multiple people at the same time, it can be a shared memory." She glanced at Dr. Snowden, then Evaran, and then back at Jelton.
"Are there any side effects?"
Jelton chuckled. "Depending on species, there is generally a deep bond formed with me afterward, as if we've been friends all of your life. Every species reacts differently to it, usually positively. When I mentally bond to create the experience, I'm physically vulnerable. It's usually performed in a safe environment."
"So, if Uncle Albert, Evaran, V, and I all shared in this experience, it would be a big shared memory of something created from all of our memories?"
"Yes. If you all want to try, I am willing to do it. It's the least I can do after the help you have given me. I don't know what the after effect would be for your species, or Evaran and V, but I don't think it would be negative."
Emily cleared her throat. A part of her wondered how much would be shared of one's thoughts, but another part found it fascinating, a way to bond without language. It made sense for the type of missions that Jelton ran, dealing with timeline changes and traveling through rifts. "I'm up for it if you are." Dr. Snowden furrowed his eyebrows.
"I could try it, I think."
Everyone glanced at Evaran. Evaran's eyebrows slightly moved up. "It will be a group bonding experience, and something new. We should wait for V, though." "Oh yeah, of course," said Emily. She shook her head and snorted, then looked at Jelton. "Are you sure it's all right to do this?"
"Of course it is," said Jelton. "I owe this group a great debt. Although I can already communicate with everyone, I have no problem mentally bonding with each of you, assuming you have no issue with having a friendship bond."
"Awesome," said Emily. Evaran tossed out a remote projection orb, which showed the view from V flying above the city. "V, did you catch all of that?" "Analysis. I did, and would like to share in this experience." "Very well. Head back, and we can try it." After 15 minutes, V arrived at the room. Jelton had arranged 2 chairs on the side of the bed. He motioned for Dr. Snowden in one chair and Emily the other. Evaran sat next to Jelton on the side of the bed, while V landed in Emily's lap.
"Okay, in order for this to occur, everyone just needs to touch a part of me, and then I will initiate the mental bond. Although I will be temporarily vulnerable, I think we are in a safe spot, and if any danger should occur here in the physical world, you would be immediately disconnected. All right. Is everyone ready?"
Everyone acknowledged Jelton.
"Good," said Jelton.
He leaned forward a bit and placed a hand on Dr. Snowden's and Emily's chairs.
"Go ahead and place yourself in contact with me."
Dr. Snowden and Emily placed their hands on Jelton's hands, while Evaran touched Jelton's shoulders. V laid a claw on Jelton's hand.
"Close your eyes," said Jelton. "Here we go."
Dr. Snowden shuddered as his senses went crazy. One moment he was in the motel. The next, he was in the living room of Dan, his dead brother. A Christmas tree sat in the corner with wrapped presents underneath, while a string of lights ran along the edges of the room and the window. Dr. Snowden could smell something good coming from the kitchen and saw that an unusually long dining table had been set up in the room off to the side. The house was as he remembered, outside the dining table, and the kitchen was down a hallway from the dining room. Looking to his side, he saw a startled Emily, Evaran, and V in a humanoid male form.
Wow. V, you chose a humanoid form. It kinda reminds me of Jake Melkin's with the fair skin, blue eyes, short hair thing, but your face is more like Evaran's. I like this look, said V. Emily grinned as she ran a hand across V's cheek. You have flesh. Analysis. It is an interesting sensation, said V, running a hand over his forearm. A man came out of a hallway and into the living room. Well, hell, y'all sneak in when I wasn't looking? Dr. Snowden's throat constricted. It was Dan, and this was the annual Christmas Eve dinner. Emily rushed over and bear-hugged Dan. Whoa, Tiger. What's all this about? Asked Dan, rubbing at trembling Emily's back. Emily sniffled, and in a weak voice, she said, I'm so glad to see you. Dan eyed Dr. Snowden. Albert, what did you do to her? I didn't do anything, said Dr. Snowden. He wiped his eyes and walked over and hugged Dan. Dan's eyes widened as he focused on Evaran and V. I see you brought some friends. Maybe they know what's happening. I believe they possess tears of joy, said Evaran, raising a finger. I am Evaran, and alongside me is V. Dan nodded. A woman entered the room and paused at the entrance to the dining room. Dan, what did you do? Me? Asked Dan. Dr. Snowden chuckled as he focused on Sarah, Dan's wife, who had died giving birth to Emily. Sarah and Emily were spitting images of each other, although Sarah was older. Dr. Snowden walked over to hug her. Albert, it's always good to see you. You know you're always welcome inside our home, said Sarah. And outside it? Asked Dr. Snowden, grinning. Sarah stepped back and swatted Dr. Snowden's arm. That's so you. Emily turned her head to look at Sarah. And there's my baby, said Sarah, extending her arms. Tears ran down Emily's face as she rushed over and embraced Sarah. Dan, now I know you did something, said Sarah, eyeing him. Dan laughed. I'm beginning to believe Evaran's suggestion that they're just happy to see us. Sarah grinned as Emily pulled back. Well, I could use some help in the kitchen. Know anyone that can do that? Me, said Emily with a big smile. Come on, said Sarah, grabbing Emily's hand. They took off toward the kitchen. Dan shook his head. Well, I'm glad she's happy to see us. He glanced at Dr. Snowden. You too, judging from those red eyes. It's just good to see you, said Dr. Snowden. Dan bobbed his head for a moment. James and Karen are coming over. They said they had some friends as well. You know he'll be fashionably late, said Dr. Snowden, chuckling. He wondered what Dr. Bryson would look like, and which version it would be. Always was. Dinner should be about ready. Let's head to the table. Dr. Snowden inhaled deeply. Yeah. Dan took a seat at one end of the table, while Dr. Snowden, Evaran, and V sat on the left side. The doorbell rang. Dan hopped up. I'll get it. Dr. Snowden watched Dan walk to the door. This is so lifelike. It is pulling from your memories, so it will be as accurate as your memories are. I suspect Sarah was a mix of what you knew and our recent encounter with her parallel universe version, said Evaran. Analysis. I like this setting. Me too, said Dr. Snowden. His attention focused on the group coming in from behind Dan. Dr. Bryson was as expected, with jeans, a short-sleeve flannel shirt, and sneakers, while Karen was in comfortable jeans and a shirt. It was definitely casual. What surprised him were the three other women in the group. Leverin, Evaran's parallel universe plane form, stood behind Dan. Next to her was a woman that looked like a younger version of Leverin. But it was Jane Trellis, a time refugee they had helped in AD 3104, who took his breath away. He stood up and swallowed hard, then walked over. Can't start without us, said Dr. Bryson, shaking hands with Dr. Snowden. Definitely not, said Dr. Snowden, hugging Karen. Jane walked up to Dr. Snowden and put a hand on his face. then kissed him. Dr. Snowden's eyes widened.
"Is that any way to treat your wife?"
said Jane, eyeing Dr. Snowden. "My wife?" The group laughed. "You're being funny again," said Jane. Dr. Snowden licked his lips as Jane stood next to him and slipped her arm around his waist. He motioned at the other young woman next to Evaran. "And you are?"
"Edith."
"Oh, wow," said Dr. Snowden. He knew Edith to be Evaran's version of V. Evaran tilted his head as he shook everyone's hand and then homed in on Evaran. "Interesting. You must be from Dr. Snowden's memories."
"I am,"
said Evaran.
"We should sync."
"I agree." V walked up to Edith. "Analysis. Your form is pleasing."
"Thanks,"
said Edith. She playfully poked V's arm.
"Yours is as well."
Dan cleared his throat. All right, everybody. Now that introductions are over, take your seats, and we can enjoy what Sarah and Emily have cooked up." The doorbell rang again. "Who is it now?" asked Dan. He opened the door. Dr. Snowden swallowed hard at the group he saw. It was a who's who of everyone that he had met at least once. He recognized Jay Bierman, Sanjay Chandrakar, Andia Kiggs, Rakar Hojador, Silva Gahajor, Delia and Mary Everoak, Tim Maroth, Lord Vigon, Lord Noskov, Jake Melkins, Robert Melkins, Sandus, and Draxus. "Wow, I wasn't expecting this." The group came in and shook a startled Dan's hand and then embraced Dr. Snowden, Evaran, and V. "These must be more of your friends. How many you got coming?" asked Dan, laughing. "If you're a friend of Albert, you're a friend of mine. Come on in and take a seat." Dr. Snowden sat and marveled that the table had enough chairs for everyone. He tried to keep it together, but the mood was one of sheer happiness. He could not remember ever feeling this good. Emily walked in and gasped. She ran over and kissed Andia and then enthusiastically embraced everyone else.
"So this is a human Christmas Eve dinner, huh?"
asked Sandus. Emily wiped her eyes and hugged Sandus. "I knew you would come. Of course, of course." After Emily and Sarah, with the help of Andia, set the table, everyone took their seats. Dan cleared his throat. "Dig in." Everyone began to fill their plates and talk with each other. Dr. Snowden held Jane's hand, which made it difficult to get food on his plate, but he was enjoying every moment he could. One glance at Emily showed she was having the time of her life. A lump formed in his throat as he watched her face light up when talking with everyone, reminding him of how she used to be. He found it hard to believe that Jelton could create this. Yet it was all there. Dr. Snowden sighed with contentment as Jane leaned in and kissed him on the cheek. "This is a most unusual dream," said Draxus. Dr. Snowden narrowed his eyes. "Are you real?" "I believe so. I was meditating, and then I was here," said Draxus. He looked around and narrowed his eyes. "I suspect we are sharing a dream somehow, perhaps because we are connected." Evaran studied Draxus. An intriguing concept. "Well, since you're here, enjoy the moment," said Dr. Snowden, slapping Draxus on the back. Dr. Snowden was unsure of what to think, but in the back of his mind, he suspected this was the real Draxus, even though that timeline should be gone. Dr. Snowden knew the dream layer did not care about timelines, though, and existed in all of them. Looking around at everyone made Dr. Snowden's heart sing. Seeing Lord Vigon and Lord Noskov again was a treat. Jake and Robert Melkins were eagerly talking to Edith. Rakar and Sandus were having a good conversation. If Dr. Snowden had to envision the best Christmas Eve dinner, this would be it. He was curious about how Evaran and Evaran were going to sync. Evaran had mentioned in a previous adventure that he wanted to join in Dr. Snowden's dreams to see what Evaran was. Now he did not have to. For the moment, Dr. Snowden enjoyed hearing the laughter, music, and friendship, even if it was not real. As he had come to find out about reality, if it happened, then it was real. He grinned as V and Edith poked around their food. They were probably trying to figure out what it was. At least V would be. Dr. Snowden exhaled from his nose and basked in the moment. Jelton grimaced and then exhaled when everyone came out of the mental bonding. For him, it had only been 10 minutes, but for them it would have been half a day. The drain of 4 people made him tremble. Usually it was 1 or 2 at most. 4 was pressing it, but he was more than happy to help this group. Evaran was beyond anything he had ever seen. Dr. Snowden and Emily were good representatives of their species, which they called human, and V was a role model for AIs. Put into a safe setting like the one they were in, he had no concerns with offering the exchange. Dr. Snowden popped open his eyes. Wow! Emily opened her red eyes and sniffled. That was beautiful. She jumped out of her chair and hugged Jelton. In a weak voice, she said, Thank you so much for that memory." Jelton embraced Emily.
Analysis. I enjoyed that experience. Thank you for allowing me to be part of it.
"Of course," said Jelton. Emily pulled back into her seat and swallowed hard. Evaran raised a finger. I was able to sync with Leverin. It somehow appears a part of her has reformed inside both of you. I am not sure how that is possible. Emily cleared her throat. You mean like when Sanjay was in us when we had part of his consciousness due to our nanobots? She recalled that occurring when Evaran had saved them from an alien abduction. Yes, said Evaran. That would explain the divergence in your abilities. She has boosted you based on what role she felt you embodied. He glanced at Emily. She felt you were a warrior, so she gave you enhanced fighting abilities when you need it. He focused on Dr. Snowden. She thought of you as a healer and someone who can bridge gaps between others. Healing is a universal language of sorts, and your ability to channel is due to that. That could also be one reason that you are suffering from blackouts. Dr. Snowden rubbed his chin. That's amazing, despite the blackouts. She's still helping us even after. He sighed and then glanced at Jelton. Your mental bonding was powerful. I saw Jane in there. He forced a smile as his eyes reddened. She was exactly as I remembered her, said Emily. Yeah, and she was my wife, something I know I can never have. For that moment, though, it was great, although I think Draxus was real somehow. Evaran tilted his head. It is possible. I heard him mention sharing a dream, and that is within the realm of possibility. That timeline is gone, though, said Dr. Snowden. The dream layer that exists on the edges of the universe covers all timelines, regardless of their state. I figured, said Dr. Snowden. I had a good discussion with him. From his perspective, everything is going well, and he's a leader now. Jelton glanced at Dr. Snowden. I felt something unusual about this Draxus during the mental bonding. Perhaps it was that connection. Did you channel energy to him before? Yeah, I did. It was a life-or-death situation. It seems we are bonded somewhat through the dream layer. Evaran rubbed his chin. We should explore that later at some point. Sounds good. Emily gulped. Dad was exactly how I imagined he would be. Mom was interesting. Kinda reminded me of the parallel version some, but she was different. Evaran gestured at Dr. Snowden. I am guessing most of her personality came from Dr. Snowden. He glanced at V. How was Edith?
Analysis. She was excited to be there. As I had a significant personality profile on her, I calculated her core presence was based on my memories and then added to by everyone else. I was glad to see everyone, although I am curious how my memory stores were accessed. Jelton eased back onto the bed, putting both hands behind him as supports. It is rift energy that I extend, so it can connect to any organic memory store or create them as necessary. I had a duplicate of me in a previous adventure that was made up of my nanobots and rift crystals, said Emily. That is definitely within the realm of rift energy.
said Gelton. He exhaled. The exchange took a bit out of me. I'll need some rest.
You were right about the bond thing, said Emily. She lightly squeezed Gelton's arm. I feel like I've known you all my life, and that you're a close friend. She gulped. A very close friend? Same here, said Dr. Snowden. It's hard to describe, but I trust you implicitly. As do I, said Evaran. That is a unique ability, and I can see how it would help in cases where communication was difficult, or if sensitive negotiations were required. V hovered near Gelton.
Analysis. You are my rift brother from another mother.
Gelton laughed.
I'm not sure if that translated over to me right, but if so, I find it humorous.
V's lights glowed a bit brighter. Evaran stood up. Everyone rest up. V and I are going to head to the rift receiver to learn what we can.
Rest is something I can do, said Gelton, lying on his back.
After a good meal and then another meal in our memories, I think a nap is in order, said Dr. Snowden. Emily chuckled. I'll watch over you both. I'm mentally drained a bit, but not enough to nap. I just want to bask in that memory some. Very well, said Evaran, walking to the door. He opened it and turned his head. I will be back shortly. Gelton lay on his bed and closed his eyes. 2 hours later they opened when Evaran returned with V in tow. Dr. Snowden was waking up too, and although Emily said she would not nap, she had done so in a chair. It seems I woke everyone up, said Evaran. Gelton slid his legs off the side of the bed.
Did you find anything interesting?
Not as much as I thought I would. It seems the receiver and sender have many different systems, although the holographic projection one seems to be the same. The receiver does record who comes through, and that appears to be stored locally on the receiver. I suspect that information is sent to wherever the Mortani are, or to a place where they can access it. Although they cannot control where a sender sends someone, they can match up two receivers to determine a being's jump path. Huh, said Dr. Snowden. So they could check the receiver on the last world and then this one, and that's how they are able to track our path. Yes, they do seem to have the ability to come to some of the worlds, and I do not know how they do that.
Like sending something physically? Asked Dr. Snowden.
Yes, but the power required is immense. I suspect it is rarely done, although we know they did it once already on that Earth with the red-skinned humanoids. There may be additional approaches they are using to influence a world. Emily chuckled. Seems obvious to me. Brainwashing.
What do you mean? Asked Gelton.
Well, if this thing appears and anyone can talk to it via holographic projection, the Mortani could get anyone to do anything if the person is easily influenced. Dr. Snowden wagged a finger. And they could easily use knowledge as currency. Do this and I'll give you information on how to cure something, or something like that. All they need is someone with a smidge of exotic energy. Evaran looked around the group. A viable hypothesis. If a cult formed around that, it could be quite dangerous. Knowledge pollution on a grand scale, said Dr. Snowden.
That's an interesting possibility, said Gelton.
Emily pursed her lips. I'm guessing, then, that the worlds affected would need to be invested in, time-wise. This one may not have been influenced because they saw no value to it. I guess the bigger question is, what do they gain out of messing with these worlds? I mean, the gates are there to suck power from Ascended, but why mess with a world? The Mortani mentioned test cases, but I suspect we will find out in time, said Evaran. Emily grinned. Speaking of worlds, I know you have the history of this one. How's it different from ours? Your curiosity continues to be refreshing, said Evaran. He raised a finger. In this parallel Earth, America was formed, but did not get the Louisiana Purchase. This led to a chain of events where the America you know is divided into 6 countries. Let me guess, California and Texas are their own countries, said Dr. Snowden. Yes, although Texas here is much larger, California here is also bigger. That's so crazy, said Emily. I wish we could spend some time here, just need to get the Torvatta first. I will add it to the list of destinations to explore. Jelton chuckled. To travel as you do anywhere must allow for a unique perspective on topics. It definitely does, said Dr. Snowden. He glanced at Evaran. Can you make the history available to us? Evaran interacted with his ARI and then flicked his finger toward Dr. Snowden and Emily. It is available now. Jelton grinned as he watched Dr. Snowden and Emily pull out their PSDs and dive into the information. We should stay the night here, and then in the morning we can head out to the Cosmic Rift Center, said Evaran. It is not too far away. Although Jelton was interested in learning about this parallel Earth, he had no reference point. He figured maybe he could get a data dump later when they got out of their current predicament. His muscles were sore from the mental bonding, and his mind was drained. He lay down on his bed and stared at the ceiling. Although he normally rested in silence, he enjoyed listening in on the excited conversation about this parallel Earth's history. The deep bond formed went both ways, and he was fond of Evaran and the others. They were the most unique group he had ever encountered, and he understood how lucky he was to be where he was. He closed his eyes and began to feel his body relax. Chapter 13. Emily cracked her neck as they walked to the Cosmic Rift Center. It was 10 o'clock a.m., and her eyes still glowed from the mental bonding the previous day. A good night's rest, backed by a morning breakfast from Burger Jack, and she was ready to go. Having a hot shower again was a luxury she also took advantage of, in addition to being able to relieve herself in a manner she was more used to. Looking to her right, she noted that Dr. Snowden seemed upbeat, despite their situation. Evaran was calm as always, and V was hovering off in the distance. Jelton hungrily studied everything around him. Emily suspected Jelton's intense studying was to get a better sense of the human world. She could still feel a strong bond with Jelton, and although she had not noticed it before, he was attractive. Maybe that was an effect of the bond on humans. She chuckled, thinking of Dr. Snowden being excited about Jelton. She refocused on those around her. Although everyone but Evaran was camouflage shielded, she could still see their faces on a display inside her helmet. She could also sense where they were, and outside her helmet, their outlines appeared as a shimmering light. "We are almost there," said Evaran. Several people on the sidewalk gave Evaran a confused look. Emily chuckled over group comms. "They probably think you're talking to yourself." "Perhaps so," said Evaran. "When we get there, I am going to try to disable the sender. Although we should be able to activate it, we can study the symbol grid without the Mortani flashing us away. Make note that we all need to be together when we approach the sender in case that event does occur." "I didn't make much progress on that grid on my previous jumps," said Jelton. "Although, it never flashed on me except that first time. I think they only flash to trap others inside their game or whatever this is." "Makes sense," said Dr. Snowden. "Why wouldn't they just configure the sender to flash it when anyone is in range all the time?" asked Emily. Evaran raised a finger, causing other people on the sidewalk to stare at him as they passed. "I suspect the Cosmic Rift sender and receiver are not of Mortani design. The sender and receiver can only be activated in the presence of non-planar energy, and I think they need to manually activate the flash, or indirectly press the execute button. It may be beneficial for them to talk to a being instead of flashing them, and to also record the grid symbol signature where the sender was activated."
Analysis. They are building a database of ascended beings and their sender location, while storing ascended energy for those who are flashed.
"V is quite correct," said Evaran. "That may be a good thing, as when we find a repeater, we may be able to access that database and see if we can find the symbols to get back to the Neanderthal parallel Earth." "What's to stop them from just flashing us when we get to a sender that's a repeater?" asked Emily. Disabling their ability to flash us is one of the items of interest for me when I study the sender we are approaching. Emily studied the street as they crossed it. The Cosmic Rift sender was in a parking garage. She wondered how many beings came through and just settled down. After 30 minutes, they reached their destination. Dr. Snowden sighed. "Let me guess it's not on the ground level." "It is not," said Evaran.
Analysis. It is on the 3rd level.
Emily slapped Dr. Snowden's arm. "Good exercise." "Always need that in the morning," said Dr. Snowden with a grin. Emily laughed. They proceeded to the 3rd level, and after walking halfway down an empty row, they paused. Evaran pointed at an empty spot. "The Cosmic Rift sender is there. I believe we are out of range to be flashed, but once we take a few steps toward it, it should activate. I will run a similar program to disable the Mortani's ability to interact with it. My access to the cosmic interface does not require my UIC, but the Rift Grid interface does. However, there is the possibility it might not work. We should all move together as a group." Everyone acknowledged Evaran. "Let us go," said Evaran. Emily held her breath as they stepped forward in sync. The Cosmic Rift sender appeared. Evaran interacted with his ARI, and then said, "It is done. I do not know if it was successful or not, but we are now within the flashing range. Time to investigate the symbol grid architecture." Emily studied the interface as Evaran placed his UIC on it. If the Mortani could flash them, they would have done it by now. She figured if the Mortani were not scared yet, they would be, knowing that Evaran was systematically shutting down their access to worlds that the group went to. "Intriguing," said Evaran, rubbing his chin. There is an asynchronous update that occurs when the execute button is pressed. However, the destination of where it sends the symbol grid configuration is obscured. "Obscured how?" asked Gelton. "It seems to be routed through a cosmic energy structure. I cannot discern what it is tied to, but suspect it either goes to a repeater to be relayed or directly to the source itself." Gelton shook his head. "If the Mortani didn't build this, who do you think did?" Everyone focused on Evaran. "A cosmic entity of some type," said Evaran. His lips drew down slightly. "Definitely not the Overlord," said Emily. "I would agree. I suspect its origin is from another plane," said Evaran. "Another thing. The Mortani cannot configure the symbol grid, but can push the execute button. That is why they do not know where someone will go." "So the symbol grid does have a purpose then," said Gelton. "I believe so," said Evaran. "Based on the configurations we have selected before, I am beginning to see a pattern. This would only be known to those who can distinguish timeline quantum signatures, such as myself. I can see that the quantum signature is being calculated." He raised a finger. "However, that calculation involves variables and their associated data coming from the cosmic structure." Dr. Snowden tilted his head. "So if we can connect to the cosmic structure somehow, we could find those variables, finalize the calculation, and then find the timeline we started in." "That is correct," said Evaran. Emily shook a finger. "And the repeater would most likely be where we get that cosmic structure information." "That is also correct. We would then have access to the database that maps grid symbol configurations to timelines." Gelton laughed. "You all make a good team. I'm enjoying listening to you figure this out." He narrowed his eyes. "This is far beyond my knowledge, but I understand we must find the repeater. However, it strikes me that if we know the symbols and the quantum signature of the timeline it goes to, you could figure out the pattern in time." "Yes, but it would require many jumps." Emily raised her head a bit. "More jumps than we can afford. Lokesia said to go through 14 more. Is that when you become vulnerable to absorption to the plane if you died?" "Based on the drain I am detecting, yes, and that is a concern," said Evaran. He gestured at Jelton. However, Jelton's analysis was correct. "What happens if these senders drain us of all our energy?" asked Emily. Evaran waved a finger at Dr. Snowden and Emily. "You two would become mortal again, with your nanobots still affecting you. V would become a pure AI. I would perish, as my plane form requires cosmic energy to sustain itself. I am unsure of what would happen to Jelton, but would assume without rift energy he would die, although he can replenish himself from other sources, so it would take longer." "That's a grim scenario," said Dr. Snowden. "One I would like to avoid," said Evaran. Dr. Snowden tossed a hand out. "I could always see if I could siphon off cosmic energy from the rift center to you if it got to that point." Evaran shook his head. "I suspect that would strand us, and it may be fatal to you to move that much cosmic energy." Dr. Snowden sighed. "Last resort, then." "It would be too dangerous. Nonetheless, I have noticed that the sender's connection to the cosmic structure seems to get stronger each jump we do. My hypothesis is that the jumps naturally lead to a repeater, and then they begin again to another repeater, and so on." Emily wrinkled her eyebrows. "The Mortani seem confident about you not figuring it out before you're too weak." Dr. Snowden chuckled. "Or they underestimate Evaran. That's not uncommon. I wonder how many plane forms didn't make it." "I do not know," said Evaran. "However, I will know soon enough. More importantly, I now know how to disable the Mortani's access to the sender. Since the receiver and sender are linked, I can send a command from the receiver. We will not need to worry about them flashing us away again." He looked around. "Okay. Are we ready?" "Sadly, yes," said Dr. Snowden, sighing. "I could use a few more Burger Jack rounds." Jelton laughed. "Maybe it's best you don't," said Emily, swatting Dr. Snowden's arm. Evaran retrieved his UIC, entered a grid symbol configuration, and then pressed the execute button. A bright flash enveloped the group. Jelton opened his eyes and immediately noticed the slight mist that seemed to hang in the air. He was standing on a cliff overlooking a valley of trees that sat between two mountain ranges. Emily stood to his right, next to the cosmic rift receiver. They locked gazes for a moment, then spun around to check their environment. Jelton wrinkled his eyebrows. He had expected to see Evaran interfacing with the receiver, V in the air, and Dr. Snowden hanging out. What surprised him was not only were they not there, but it seemed the receiver had doubled in size from when he had last seen one. "Uncle Albert?" asked Emily. After walking around the receiver, she said in a rising voice, "Evaran? V?" Jelton spread out as well, but he did not see anything, and looking at the ground, he did not register any sign of them having been there. "I'm not sensing their presence." "Me either," said Emily. Her breathing rate began to increase. She closed her eyes for a moment. In a wavering voice, she said, "Waves. I'm thinking of waves." Jelton was not sure what the waves were about, but it seemed to calm her down. "Can you try communicating with them via your PSD?" Emily nodded as she pulled out her PSD. After interacting with it, a hologram shot up of Evaran. She exhaled as her face relaxed. "There you are. Where are you guys?" "I am not sure yet," said Evaran. "It appears you and Jelton are not with us. I suspect we are on the same planet since we can communicate via PSD, but at different receivers. It also seems we have been reduced in size." "I didn't know that was possible," said Emily, looking around. "Neither did I. But we are dealing with cosmic and rift energy combined," said Evaran. "What do we do?" Evaran raised a finger. "V is scouting out the immediate area. He is flying toward you, and estimates you to be around 60 miles away based on the ping received from your PSD. The Cosmic Rift Center appears to be sitting between us." "In this forested valley of sorts?" said Jelton. "Yes," said Evaran. Dr. Snowden popped his head into Evaran's projection. "I'm glad to see you two are safe." Emily smiled. "There's no need to worry, even if we're smaller." Gelton found it interesting that Emily put up a tough front when every sense told him she had been close to losing it moments ago. Although he knew her to be resilient in general, something about being alone made her very nervous. "Stay where you are for now until V reaches you," said Evaran. "Once he is there and has verified your position, he will scout out multiple paths to the Cosmic Rift Center once he finds it. Then we can all head toward it. Although our group communications are spotty, we can use the PSD to communicate at this range. I suspect the closer we get to each other, the stronger the group communication signal will be. As I said, per the PSD ping, there are 60 miles between us." "So we each have about 30 miles to go," said Emily. She shook her head. "I'm no stranger to going that distance, but this mist will make it hard to see, and on top of that, being smaller will make it take longer." Gelton narrowed his eyes. "There's something in the mist. My body is ingesting whatever it is. It's like a food source of some type." Emily sniffed the air. "Smells like regular air to me. Maybe I should raise my helmet." Evaran's eyes roamed around for a moment. Gelton is correct. This mist seems to be some form of air-based plankton. He focused on Emily. "Your nanobots would handle any that went into your body. Same with Dr. Snowden. V and I are immune to such effects, and from what I understand, Gelton would just convert it to rift energy." Dr. Snowden coughed. "Okay, well, I'm raising my helmet." Emily raised her helmet while grimacing. "There is no need to be alarmed," said Evaran. "However, if any organic creature can feed like this, then it is possible we may come across unique life forms where evolution has taken a different path." Emily cracked her neck. "I'm not worried about that." Evaran narrowed his eyes. "In this environment, perhaps more caution than normal should be observed. Nonetheless, V is having issues with mapping the terrain, but he has a rough outline for Dr. Snowden and me. While V is headed your way, we will move out." "Okay," said Emily. "Be safe." Evaran paused for a moment. "Of course." The projection ended. "Okay, I'm not letting whatever is in the mist enter my body," said Emily. Gelton chuckled. "I understand your reluctance. For me, I'm enjoying this free energy source." "So you can just, what, eat them by contact?" "My skin can absorb various energy sources if I focus. It doesn't do that by default, but I'm always looking for energy sources." Emily grimaced. "If that works for you." She smiled at Gelton. "At least I have you with me." "It's good to not be alone, and I'm glad for your company," said Gelton. He looked out over the valley. "It will be a rough trip. There could be anything in that forest." Emily followed Gelton's gaze. "Yeah, it reminds me of those haunted forests I saw in kids' books growing up." Her face lit up. Gelton eyed Emily. "You're excited." "Yeah, maybe a little. It's something new," she said. "I used to be a lot more cautious before traveling with Evaran. It seems all it takes is 9 months alone on an alien prison planet stuffed away in another dimension to really learn who you are and what you're about." Gelton's eyes searched Emily. He could see that experience must have been life-changing for her. Although he appreciated her in her current state, it saddened him to know that her innocence was taken at such a young age. "I understand. As a deathless Riftblade, we undergo a survival trial that lasts several years. Not all make it out, but once we do, we are forever transformed." He looked down. "It makes me appreciate chaosless moments all the more." Emily smiled. "Two survivors. We can do this." Gelton laughed. "I love your enthusiasm. It's quite infectious." After 30 minutes of more light talk, V came into view.
"Analysis. I have mapped several routes for you to take. My scans are not optimal."
"V," said Emily. She raised her hand. V high-fived her and then raised a claw toward Gelton. Gelton replicated what he saw Emily do. "I assume this is some form of greeting, and it is good to see you, my friend." V's lights glowed a bit brighter.
I do use it as a form of greeting at times.
Very well.
Evaran has asked me to travel with you both. My scans cannot penetrate this mist, other than showing major land formations. The mist is registering as many life forms, obscuring my view. I am sending you both possible routes now.
Jelton extended his hand out and observed the various route projections. He used his finger to flip through them and then glanced at Emily.
Which one do you prefer?
We can go to the edge of this cliff, grapple down, and then head toward the massive river. Once there, we'll need to find a way past that. But there is a narrowing of it, she said, pointing at her PSD projection. Here, we can cross there. Then it should be a straight shot through the forest to the Cosmic Rift Center, assuming V's scans aren't that far off. She tilted her head to V. Am I reading this right, that the sender is in a city of some sort?
Analysis. According to my low flyby, the city structurally registers as similar to those found in the time period of the mid-1800s on Earth Prime. There is an unusual wall surrounding the city that does not fit the architecture, but I did not investigate.
Earth Prime, is that what you're calling our Earth?
Yes,
said V as his lights pulsed for a moment. I like it, said Emily. She shook her head. The 1800s, huh? That should be interesting. Did Evaran find anything out from the receiver?
Yes. Similar to the first parallel Earth we went to, the Mortani introduced the mist to this world approximately 30 years ago. He will also shut off the Mortani access to the sender and receiver, but he wants to talk to the Mortani first.
They can all go to hell, said Emily, clenching her jaw. Jelton shook his head. These Mortani are mischievous, toying with unsuspecting populaces. Yeah, and I'm also beginning to notice a trend that we appear roughly 30 years after an event. It makes me wonder if that was when the receiver and sender arrived.
A good observation, said Jelton.
He exhaled from his nose.
To the cliff's edge, then.
V, scout mode. Even if you can't detect much of anything, it might be best if you're hidden, especially given that we're all smaller.
Acknowledged. Scout mode engaged,
said V. He shimmered out of view. Jelton studied his palm projection that showed the view from V. The life sign detection was just a blur of red. Swapping between the views, however, showed that some could detect the landscape underneath, although it was a rough outline for the most part. He walked alongside Emily. The ground was a mix of dirt and rock, and the mist was everywhere. Looking out, he could not see too far away. Emily strode with confidence, and it boosted his own confidence as well. When they reached the edge of the cliff, they paused. Wow, said Emily. It looks like we'll be descending into a cloud. I can't see the bottom.
Analysis. There is a forest at the bottom.
Emily exhaled. All right. She looked at Jelton. You ready? He nodded. Let's do this. Dr. Snowden sighed as he gazed out across the forested valley. The mist was foreboding, and the unusual sounds made it seem like there were bad things in the forest. Being halved in size was a new twist, along with the group being split. Evaran was studying the receiver while V had flown off to meet Emily and Jelton. Why there were two receivers on the planet was a bit of a mystery. At least he was able to verify that Emily and Jelton were together and safe, for the moment, anyway. Intriguing, said Evaran, perusing his ARI. You find something? Asked Dr. Snowden. I did. It would seem that multiple receivers will split the group, but it is a local operation. The mere presence of multiple receivers does the split automatically. So if there were 4, we would each be at 1 and even smaller? Yes, said Evaran. Let us be thankful that was not the case. A projection of Locesius clapping shot out from the receiver.
Very good. And I see you found a new traveling partner as well. Before you disable the receiver, I want to talk to you for a moment.
I had some questions as well, said Evaran. Dr. Snowden could sense that Evaran was irritated, even if the only sign on his face was his lips drawn tight. Locesius eyed Evaran.
Very well. I'll go first. I know you've talked with her and Brezen already. By extension, You know why we won't help you.
That is known. There is a belief that I killed some of Brezen's family.
Yes, but I don't think he explained the scope of it,
said Lucesius, tilting his head.
You destroyed thousands, including my sister. We just wanted to survive. Do you know what Hadron spawn do to ascended beings they capture?
Yes.
So when we escaped, after thousands of years of torture, to seek out a better plane to live a life free of those who would harm us, you arrive in the cosmic medium. No questions were asked. And not even a moment out of the plane and my sister was gone. She wasn't strong enough, fast enough to evade you.
I would not end a being's existence without a very good reason.
This plane form might not, but your main form wasn't very talkative.
I only have your perspective to go from. To this point, you have proven to be malicious. If you came only to attempt to demoralize me, that will not work. Lucesius smiled.
No, I didn't come for that, although I did want to see your response. It's not every day I get to see and talk to my sister's killer without fear of retribution. I came because I had a question.
Go on.
If you were to capture us, for the sake of argument, what would you do?
Evaran eyed Lucesius. You would lose your ascended status, but you would live.
You would make us mortal? We would prefer death in that case.
That is your choice to make at that point. You have proven that you have no regard for life. Lucesius dipped his head for a moment while he closed his eyes.
Not quite the answer I wanted to hear. Now, what are your questions?
I do not believe you built these cosmic rifts and senders. The knowledge required is very advanced, and it appears you have very little control, other than to interact with them to some degree. The fact that you do not have full control leads me to this conclusion. Would you agree with my assessment? Lucesius laughed.
Oh, ha, ha. Yes, you are correct. Not surprising considering who you are, although I almost wish you could meet the creator of them. You won't, though.
And why is that?
Because as dark as your plane form was on the plane where this was developed, she couldn't handle us. Like many of your other plane forms, they sought us out. Some to make us mortal, like you want to. Others to terminate. And a few who want us as pets. If I were you, I'd be a bit more cautious about sending plane forms into a plane.
Evaran narrowed his eyes. I see. I only have your word for this, but soon enough, I will know the truth. He interacted with his ARI. The projection ended. Well, at least we know they're just users, said Dr. Snowden. Evaran narrowed his eyes. Yes. Dr. Snowden tilted his head. Something's bothering you. You are perceptive, said Evaran. He looked out over the valley. This would be an efficient way to inspect parallel worlds if you did not have a Torvatta. Oh, it's the talk of your other plane forms that bothers you. Yes, a dark plane form has happened before. If this is their handiwork, and the Mortani hijacked it, then I am partially responsible for this situation. Dr. Snowden smiled. I don't think any plane form, dark or not, would create something that would reduce anyone to mortal status. I wish that were true, said Evaran. However, I could see why this system was done. Although I personally would never do it, it is within the realm of possibility that a dark plane form could. Lucesius could be wrong. Maybe he's just taunting you. Another possibility is that there's a powerful being that came in and this is their handiwork. Evaran half smiled. That is also a possibility, one which I prefer. He exhaled. For now, we should focus on meeting up with Emily, Jelton, and V, and then we can all head to the Cosmic Rift Sender. That works for me, said Dr. Snowden. He slapped Evaran on the back. It's been a while since it's been just you and me. Evaran eyed Dr. Snowden for a moment, then laid a hand on his shoulder. Know that I am always glad to have you around. I'm just happy to be around, said Dr. Snowden, chuckling. All right, I'm ready to go. They walked for a while across sloping grasslands. Dr. Snowden studied the forest edge ahead of them. Even with his helmet up, providing multiple views, the forest was still intimidating. Being half-sized just made the forest even more frightening. The odd sounds he kept hearing did not help the ambiance. It sounded like creatures bellowing. He knew that humans had a tendency to see patterns, and the mist swirling around provided ample opportunities for just that. His muscles tensed, and his heart jumped as something flew by them. It took him a moment to realize it was just the wind pushing a swirling mass of mist past. Are you okay? Asked Evaran, pausing. Yeah, it's just that this mist and forest is ominous. It's playing mind games with me. Evaran looked around. I understand. However, you are in a powerful survival suit with defenses and a PSD. Yeah, and I have you with me. That as well. Dr. Snowden's muscles relaxed. All right, I'm actually looking forward to our next jump. Evaran nodded, and they continued on. Chapter 14. Emily's skin crawled as she thought she saw something move on the cliff wall as they were descending. Jelton had put his arms around her and held tight as they used the grappling beam to connect to a massive tree and then drop down the cliff. Although he had a grappling line, it had a finite length and was not meant to scale cliffs. She refocused on the movement she had detected earlier. It came from what looked like black splotches with a red circle in the middle of it. Her heart raced when she saw insect-like creatures land in it, then get absorbed. The splotches had moved toward her, but she was out of range due to the speed at which they descended. When they reached the bottom, she retracted her grapple beam. Those were some interesting creatures on the wall, said Jelton. Yeah, they reminded me of amoebas, kinda. I'm glad we didn't have to fight them. She looked around. They might be easy compared to what's ahead.
Analysis. Scans indicate it was a colony of smaller organisms,
said V. Great, said Emily, rubbing her forearm. She studied the massive trees in front of them. Let's head to the river. V, scouting mode.
Acknowledged. Scouting mode engaged.
He flew off. Jelton walked alongside her. Her muscles were tense, and she had her PSD out in baton form. Relaxing here could be a quick death. She could sense that there was life all around her, which messed up her awareness. Being sense-blind did not suit her, and she gripped her PSD in pulses. Her eyes focused not only on the path they were taking, but on the trees above them. This would be an ideal ambush environment. No sky was visible, but at least there was generous space between the trees. I suspect this place is filled with foul creatures, said Jelton. Yeah, but they will find us worthy prey if they attack us, said Emily. Jelton laughed. As always, you're still fearless. Comes with experience, she said, smiling at Jelton. Her face turned a slight shade of red when she looked at him. He had a way of lightening the mood, and she was grateful not to be alone. Having a deep mental bond probably just enhanced her feelings toward him. Her attention focused on her helmet interior, showing a display of a location not too far away. A red dot by it indicated V was there.
Analysis. I have found a structure,
said V over comms. Is anything there?
I have not detected any life forms with a visual scan,
said V. Emily swatted Jelton's arm. Let's check it out. As they hustled toward V's location, she could see insect-like creatures in the air around her and some on tree bark. Using her enhanced vision, she could zoom in and see that their terrifying faces were made up of multiple eyes, mandibles, and teeth. She was not sure if they were native to this parallel Earth, crossed over, or mutated. One thing she was sure of: they would not last long if they tried to attack her. The insects seemed to keep their distance. Maybe it was the cosmic energy in her repelling them. They arrived at V's location, the wooden log cabin that sat shrouded in mist. Outside it were various tables, and a smaller wood shack sat off to the side. Open space sat where a wooden door would have been. There were window cutouts on the front and sides, and vegetation had grown all over the cabin and wooden structures. The eerie silence, except for the occasional weird shouts and cries in the distance, added to the ominous environment. Jelton walked around the outside tables. A structure made of wood. This must have been a young civilization. Yeah, said Emily. She paused at the cabin entrance. V, you see anything in there? V flew in and, after a moment, said,
Analysis. It is empty. A skeleton was detected, as well as writing carved into the wall.
Emily glanced at Jelton, then went inside. V shot a beam at the skeleton, and then one at the writing. Emily examined the skeleton, then looked up at the window above it. There's only the waist, and up here, it's like whoever this being was, it was dragged out through the window. And only half of it made it out, said Jelton, kneeling near the skeleton. It would appear that whatever did this was too big to come in through the door. However, that would not prevent smaller scavengers from entering. He pointed at the skull. The skull is missing half of the top part, like it was pecked away. Emily grimaced as she knelt next to Jelton. Being half-sized made the bones appear larger than she knew they would normally be. She picked up a bone and studied it. Bite and claw marks. Every single piece of edible tissue and organ was pulled or scraped off. She shook her head and then stood. They stepped over to the writing. Do you know what it says? Asked Jelton. Yeah, said Emily. Although she knew the symbols were probably not English, the planner translator showed it to be. It says, to beware the mist, you can't escape. She reached up and ran a finger along the second line. Head to Throngville. Looking at the third line, she said, if you're reading this, leave now. Jelton shook his head. Sounds like a dire warning. He gestured at an image scratched out a bit farther away. It appears our friend left a map.
Analysis. Throngville correlates to the city the Cosmic Rift Sender is in.
Excellent work, my friend, said Jelton. V's lights glowed a bit brighter. Emily smiled. She enjoyed seeing V's lights glow, and Jelton being nice to V endeared Jelton to her even more. They exited the cabin. Well, at least there's a path of... Emily snapped her head around. We're not alone. I sense them too, said Jelton. V, check it out.
Acknowledged,
said V. He flew into the air and off a bit. After a moment, a creature appeared in V's view inside Emily's helmet. The creature was massive, with 6 long legs, disjointed at the knee. It stood around 20 feet tall, with a furry, pea-shaped black body. On the top side were multiple eye stalks, and on the underside was a massive, oval-shaped mouth that ran the length of the body. 2 massive, segmented arms ending in claws hung off each side. They reminded her of crab arms. Long, thin strings that snaked around hung from the edges of the mouth. What is that? Asked Jelton. I'll find out, said Emily. She focused on the creature. Once she was able to view the environment from its perspective, she could see that she and Jelton were highlighted in red. It hit her that to the creature, she and Jelton were the size of a small dog. Her breathing went haphazard as she could see around 15 other creatures surrounding the cabin. It must have the ability to see through the mist and also move silently. At least she could see a way out. She blinked hard and then pointed. There are only 2 in that direction. I don't think they can move fast, so we should be able to outrun them. Jelton pulled out a blade and his energy blaster.
So be it. Ready when you are.
Emily gestured out. Their legs are their weakness. I suspect if it came down to it, we could also hit the eyes, though that might be hard from our position. V, can you target the most remote one and see if you can lure them away?
Acknowledged,
said V. He flew off. She watched as V projected a hologram with noise. The creatures did not move. V hit one with a repulsion blast. The creature stood strong and emitted an odd sound. It turned to face V. Its eye stalks roamed the environment. V shot a stun beam. The creature issued forth another strange noise. They're too big to be affected by the blast or stun, said Emily.
They must be somewhat intelligent, as they didn't just charge off to attack, said Jelton.
Emily sighed. Pack hunters. All right, V, find us that narrow spot by the river. We'll use you as a beacon.
Acknowledged,
said V. He flew off. She lightly squeezed Jelton's arm. Ready?
I'm ready,
said Jelton. Move, said Emily. She charged forth. The nearest creature reacted immediately. It stomped in front of her. Jelton fired a blast at the creature's mouth. The creature flicked a leg at Jelton, sending him hurtling off into the brush. Another creature moved toward him. Emily swung her baton at the nearest leg, but the creature lifted it out of the way. She turned and ran toward Jelton. Jelton jumped to his feet and fired at the creature advancing on him. Emily surged past him and ran under the creature. She fired a grappling beam up and attached it to the body. Her nanobots surged through her. She spun and sent the creature crashing into the one she had fought earlier. Come on, the others are coming. They hustled toward V's location. Looking back, Emily could see the creatures were moving through the forest with ease, and their long legs allowed them to cover more ground. They sidestepped around the trees effortlessly. It was obvious they were native to this environment.
They're fast,
said Jelton with a hand on his chest. She could see that he had taken a hard hit. The creatures were apparently strong too. They burst into a clearing where another creature waited.
Another foul creature, said Jelton.
Emily changed her PSD into a staff and charged toward the creature. The creature bent down on its back legs, causing the horizontal body to be angled and lower to the ground. Its claws snapped furiously at Emily as it advanced. She batted the claws away, and when within range, she swung her staff, sending the creature squealing and careening out of the clearing. She waved off to the side. Come on. They moved with purpose out of the clearing and continued on to V's location. After a 10-minute run, they reached the shore of a massive, fast-moving river. Emily motioned downriver. The narrowing is not too far from here. Jelton bent over and squinted hard. Are you okay?
Yeah, I think just hard to breathe.
Emily's nostrils flared as she slipped an arm under Jelton's arm and steadied him. We'll do this together. As they hobbled down the riverbank, she could sense the creatures were still behind them and gaining ground. Sets of eyes sat just above the surface of the river. Another threat to deal with, she was sure. They reached V's location after another 10 minutes. Emily's heart sank. The river they had run along was joined by another smaller river. They were cornered. Looking back, she could barely see the dark blobs of the creatures coming their way. She sighed.
Analysis. We are trapped.
Jelton exhaled from his nose.
Then we fight.
There's too many, and not enough space, said Emily. She looked around and then closed her eyes for a moment while exhaling from her nose. After opening her eyes and extending her PSD into a staff, she said, It looks like we have no choice but to fight, unless you can think of something else. Jelton raised his head a bit.
I am at your side.
V, contact Evaran and let him know of the situation. Also, try to see if there is anything we could use to grapple away.
Acknowledged.
Emily gritted her teeth as the creatures came into view. A quick check from the creature's perspective showed there to be 30 of them filing in now. It was going to be close quarters combat. Her nanobots kicked into high gear. If it was a fight they wanted, a fight they would get. Traveling through the misty forest was just as Dr. Snowden thought it would be. It had been only 20 minutes, but the dark ambiance made his skin crawl. Several times he had heard strange creatures bellowing out. The dim lighting did not help things, and the mist seemed to be denser in some areas than others. The trees looked warped, like a fire had burned them, and purple and green striated vegetation had covered them. The bushes looked like tentacled monsters coming out of the ground. He had touched some of the bushes and trees, and noted they had a slimy feel to them. At least he was not alone, and Emily, Jelton, and V seemed to be okay for the moment. "You are deep in thought," said Evaran. "Just soaking in the environment," said Dr. Snowden. "I'd hate to ever be lost in here." Evaran half smiled. "I suspect you could handle whatever came your way." Dr. Snowden enjoyed the compliment, and although he did have enhanced nanobots and a survival suit, he knew he could easily be taken down if he was not careful. He had planned to train more with Emily, and he had, but not at the level that he felt truly confident in his combat abilities. Violence was always a last resort, and he valued diplomacy as the ideal route for any given situation. Traveling with Evaran seemed to be more fighting than thinking usually. He almost bumped into Evaran, who had come to a halt. Evaran tilted his head as he extended his hand and scanned a wall made of spiked, rotting logs that were held together by other logs. This wooden structure appears to be the wall of a fort of some sort. Dr. Snowden could barely make out towers in the distance, but he could see a gateway with missing doors nearby. He pointed at the gateway. "Looks like there's an entrance there." "You wish to investigate this?" Dr. Snowden dipped his head while raising an eyebrow. "Your curiosity continues to be refreshing. Let us go." They stepped through the gateway 5 minutes later and entered an open courtyard. Dr. Snowden's eyes narrowed as he surveyed the environment. The pile of skeleton bones caught his eye immediately. Beyond that, it looked like something had made cut marks on the interior logs. There was a large building in the distance, surrounded by smaller structures. Rampways set off to the side and led up to a second level alongside the wall. Evaran clasped his hands behind his back as he strolled into the courtyard. Dr. Snowden laughed. Evaran paused and turned his head. "I'm sorry," said Dr. Snowden, shaking both hands out in front of him. "I'm not laughing at you. It's just, we walk into a creepy fort on a parallel Earth with a mist obscuring everything, a pile of bones nearby, and the group split and halved in size, and you casually walk through as if it's routine. That's so classic you." Evaran half smiled. "If you wish, I can run around and panic." Dr. Snowden chuckled. "I think we're good." He gulped as he looked around. "Although I know I can probably defend myself here, this place, this parallel Earth, it's unnerving. Something is very wrong here." "That appears to be the signature of Mortani involvement." "Yeah," said Dr. Snowden. He arced his hand out. "I mean, look at this. I bet the people here had no idea a mist was going to roll in and turn them into a pile of bones, assuming those are the bones of the fort's inhabitants." "They probably assumed it was bad weather. Nonetheless, the pile seems to suggest the bodies were put into one place at once. The bones also appear to have stress fractures." "You mean something broke their bones, then piled them?" "I am not sure. Judging by the patterns I am seeing, it seems they were constricted at some point and then stripped of their flesh. Whether that happened prior to coming to the bone pile, I do not know." A cold chill ran up Dr. Snowden's spine. "That's disgusting." "I imagine it was painful as well." Dr. Snowden exhaled from his mouth. "Let's see what other mysteries this fort has." They continued on toward the large building. When they entered the dark building, Dr. Snowden extended his hand and pressed his thumb into his palm, causing a beam of light to shoot out. Evaran tossed 2 illumination orbs out, which also helped light up the room. Dr. Snowden's eyes were attracted to several items hanging on the wall. They looked like paintings, but had rips in them. He could barely make out humans in the paintings, and they wore some type of outfit that reminded him of those he had seen in images of the American Civil War. The lack of heavy vegetation stood in stark contrast with what was outside. Over the next 30 minutes, they explored the myriad of rooms in the main building and the smaller structures off to the side. They reconvened back in the main building. Evaran raised a finger. Emily, Gelton, and V ran into some trouble. Are they okay? It appears they are cornered and being assaulted by unusual-looking creatures. Dr. Snowden gulped. What can we do? Unfortunately, nothing. We have to trust that they can handle the situation. Dr. Snowden sighed. You're right. Those creatures probably don't know what they're getting into with Emily and the others. They are too far away for us to help. However, V has mentioned several options available, and he will update me shortly. All right, said Dr. Snowden. Although he always worried about Emily, he knew she was more than capable of taking care of herself. He could see Dan in her, defiant to the end. He continued on to a counter that looked like it had names and verses carved into it. I think this was a cantina, and those other rooms in the other buildings were living quarters, a stockade, and other support rooms. I concur, said Evaran. Dr. Snowden shook his head. To think, this is probably where everyone came when the mist rolled in, and now they're outside in a big pile of bones, once again assuming they're theirs. Evaran scanned the walls. It would seem these humans did not go without a fight. I wonder why the bones were dragged to the pile. Perhaps whatever did this will arrive, and we can find out. Dr. Snowden cleared his throat. Yeah, let's hope that doesn't happen. A slithering noise came from outside the building. You hear that? Asked Dr. Snowden. Goosebumps raised on his arms as his nanobots began to tingle. I did. Evaran retrieved his illumination orbs, then pulled out his utility handle. After extending it into a staff, he exited the building. Dr. Snowden peered out, and Evaran disappeared. You still there? I am, said Evaran over group comms. However, the mist composition is making it difficult to pinpoint anything. Okay, I'm coming out too, said Dr. Snowden. He crept up to the door and peeked out. His helmet showed Evaran just ahead, scanning around. Dr. Snowden's muscles relaxed as he stepped out of the door. The immediate rise in noise made him pause. It seemed like it was everywhere. Okay, I seem to have startled something. Evaran joined Dr. Snowden. We need to leave this place. My senses may be hampered here, but due to the sound I am detecting, there is something, or some things, surrounding the fort. I suspect they are responsible for the pile of bones. Well, they'll get a nasty surprise if they try to feast on cosmic-enhanced nanobots. Evaran motioned toward the fort entrance. Let us leave. They continued on. As Dr. Snowden focused on keeping up, his foot hooked a vine, causing him to fall. His eyes widened as the vine wrapped around his leg and began to pull him toward the pile of bones. Evaran! Evaran wheeled around and then shot over. More vines slithered out from the bone pile across the ground and began to wrap around Dr. Snowden's leg. Dr. Snowden reached out and grabbed Evaran's hand. Evaran attempted to pull Dr. Snowden away, but to no avail. A large vine erupted from the bone pile, swatted Evaran off to the side, and then reared back. It slammed down hard on Dr. Snowden. Dr. Snowden lost his breath, and everything went black. Chapter 15. Emily watched as the large creatures came into focus. She took a deeper look around and noted that the second small river that joined the main one had large trees near the bank. According to her view from V inside her helmet, he was on the other side, and she could see what he was looking for. I think we can grapple across the small river. From there, we can take the bank up to where it joins the main river and follow it until we find a point we can cross. V's highlighting several trees we could use. We might dip into the river, said Gelton. I think getting a little wet is okay, she said.
Then wet we shall be.
Although the creatures were approaching fast, they still had some time. Emily retracted her staff and then aimed her PSD at the tree V had highlighted. Using him as a guide, she fired. The grappling beam connected to the large tree. Okay, grab onto me, said Emily. Jelton approached Emily from the back, then slipped his hands around her waist. He held tight and locked in his grip. Emily's heartbeat increased a bit from the contact. It had been a while since she had been that close to someone she might be interested in. She pushed a button on her PSD. They began to be pulled across the river. Peeking back, she saw that the area where they had been was swarming with the large creatures, some falling into the river and being swept away. Although initially she and Jelton had dipped into the water, their speed and angle had lifted them out. When they were over the other riverbank, she disengaged the grappling beam, causing them to fall forward onto the ground. Jelton winced as he landed. Emily landed with both feet and one hand on the ground. She rushed over to Jelton. Are you okay?
Yeah,
said Jelton through gritted teeth.
It'll take more than a drop to down me.
She smiled. Looks like we got out just in time. Let's hope there aren't any on this side. It seems those creatures don't want to go into the river. That's good for us. Can you walk? Jelton stood with her assistance.
Yeah, I just need a moment.
He lowered his helmet.
Analysis. I will scan ahead and find a crossing point.
Okay, said Emily. She surveyed their environment. The trees were massive, and the mist seemed to be more sparse. Outside the noise of the small, fast-moving river they had just crossed, it was relatively quiet. Hopefully it would remain that way as they made their way along the riverbank to the point where the river merged into the main one and then finally to a point where they could cross. Jelton exhaled from his nose.
I think I'm capable of travel. This mist is nourishing me. I suspect it would warp others not native to it, though. Do you think the creatures we ran into were mist natives, or this parallel Earth's denizens just warped?
I don't know, said Emily. I bet V has a lot of information from his scans, though. We can check it out once we're out of here. Jelton nodded. They followed the riverbank, and after 30 minutes they reached the intersection where the small river joined the main river. V flew back and hovered.
Analysis. I have located a suitable position to cross.
Emily studied the images inside her helmet that V presented. It seemed that the crossing location was not too far down the river, but the width of the river seemed to be about the same. You sure?
Yes. There is a large cliff on the other side you can grapple across to.
Oh, all right. That means we might get wet again, at least at the start.
Analysis. The cliffs are larger than the trees. Given the speed of your grappling beam's retraction and height of the cliff, there should be no interaction with the river.
Emily examined the mathematical formulas showing V's calculations. She smiled at V. Okay, Mr. Smarty Pants.
Mr. Smarty Pants' designation has been added,
said V. His lights glowed a bit brighter. Emily laughed. The last time she heard V accept a new designation was when he was called Blue Ball. As the group continued to the location V had marked, she studied the surrounding environment. The sparse mist gave her a better view of the trees. Although being half-sized made everything seem bigger, she knew the trees would still be massive, even if normal in size. They looked like they had some type of black substance that oozed across the bark. There were no leaves, and the ground between the trees was filled with spiky bushes with minimal foliage.
This place is harsh,
said Jelton. He pointed at something in the water. Emily grimaced as she saw a dead creature resembling a moose floating along. The large, dark shape taking bites out of the carcass from below caught her attention. Yeah, let's stay out of the water. They reached the crossing point after another 20 minutes. Emily focused on the cliff along the river. It was hard to see through the mist, even as sparse as it was. Okay, I can't really see the top of the cliff from here.
I will find a suitable location to attach to,
said V. He flew off across the river. After a moment, Emily could see where V had marked. It was right above a large ledge that jutted out over the river. "This'll be interesting."
"I assume I'll need to hold on to you again," said Jelton.
"Yeah."
"I don't know what the protocol is on humans' personal space, and apologize if it makes you uncomfortable."
She smiled. "I don't mind." He placed his arms around her and held tight. Although she would not admit it out loud, she enjoyed the embrace. He had mentioned the mental bonding would leave an impact, but she realized that it was probably different for whoever had done it. For her, she saw him as a close friend, and also as someone she would not mind spending more time with if the situation were different. Having him wrap his arms around her and hold her tight made her mind wander to something more exciting, but she refocused on the task at hand. She aimed and fired her grappling beam. Once connected, she pressed a button on her PSD. As they sailed into the air, a large creature jumped out of the water to snap at them. Emily's heart had jumped for a moment, but by the time the creature had reached the low starting point, they were well beyond it. It fascinated her how strong the grappling beam was. Per Evaran, it was a cosmic rope of some type that could attach to any point with matter. They continued to rise in the air and picked up speed as they approached the ledge. When they were over the ledge, she shut off the beam. Jelton dropped his embrace and jumped to the ground. She joined him and rolled until she was able to stop.
"I really like that beam," said Jelton, catching his breath.
"Me too," she said. Looking around, she could see that it was a short climb to the top of the cliff. "V, how far off are we?"
Analysis. We are actually closer to the Cosmic Rift Center.
"Good. Let's get to the top of this cliff and continue on." After they took a moment to collect themselves, they grappled to the top of the cliff. Looking forward, she could see that they were on the edge of a forest.
"Another forest," said Jelton. "At least the mist is sparse here, too."
"Yeah," said Emily. "According to V, we're only about 20 miles out now." Jelton placed a hand on his chest.
"Perhaps we should take this moment to rest, then, before continuing on."
"Okay. How's your chest doing?"
"The creature hit hard. Much harder than I thought it would. The mist is actually healing me indirectly, and some time to recharge would be beneficial."
"Yeah," she said. "V, can you check out the surrounding area?"
Acknowledged,
said V. He shimmered as he flew out. She sat next to Jelton against a large tree. Watching the view from V was like watching a blurry video. Mist was everywhere, but she could see that the forest continued on from what was visible. At least this time she was not alone. She placed an arm around Jelton, who tilted his head at her. "Contact like this can help heal."
"No issue here,"
said Jelton, grinning. She leaned her head back and sighed. Traveling with Evaran made any type of exploration of relationships difficult. She would take what she could get. Getting a food pellet and some water while handling a body function was on her immediate list, but for now, she enjoyed the moment. Dr. Snowden grunted as his eyes fluttered open. His skin felt like it was on fire and his bones ached. He exhaled from his mouth as he took stock of his surroundings. The table he was on was sturdy, and he could see what looked like rows of bookcases around him. The odor of something being cooked wafted through the air. He squinted his eyes and swung his legs off the table. His nanobots let him know Evaran was approaching. Looking up verified it. "How are you feeling?" asked Evaran, raising his hand and scanning Dr. Snowden.
"All right, I think."
He sighed.
"Looks like you had to save me yet again."
Evaran extended his hand out. "I would not be so hasty in that conclusion." A projection shot up out of his ring. Dr. Snowden focused on the visual feed. It showed some mist and then an image of himself on the ground with a mass of vines wrapped around his lower legs. A massive vine was trying to tear off his suit. His eyes widened when the vines violently jerked away. Even the mist was clearing at a rapid pace. The large vine twisted and turned and then fell to the ground. It stopped moving and began to quickly decompose. The smaller vines were trying to retreat to the bone pile, but as they went, they began to rot. When the vines reached the bone pile, the pile began to disintegrate. Ah, my nanobots. Yes, they operated quickly. Dr. Snowden glanced down at his survival suit. It looked like someone had taken a steak knife and randomly stabbed him all over. The legs had the most cuts. So those vines penetrated my suit, drew blood, and unleashed my nanobots on them. Yes, given that the mist is organic, your nanobots did not discriminate. They were highly effective. Dr. Snowden focused back on the projection. It showed Evaran lifting and then carrying Dr. Snowden out. Vines farther out cleared a path as Evaran walked toward them. That's crazy. Perhaps you were not tasty enough for them. Dr. Snowden chuckled, then grabbed his sides. Oh, well, I can feel myself healing, but it still hurts. He looked around. This place looks like a library. It is, said Evaran. After leaving the fort, I followed a worn trail toward the Cosmic Rift Center. It took us to this town, where I found this library in decent shape. Why does it smell like something cooking? I used my heat beam to clear a spot on one of the tables. Ah, all right, said Dr. Snowden. I appreciate you carrying me. He shook his head and laughed, literally and figuratively. You underestimate yourself. Me? Yes. Nanobots? No. Seriously, thanks for carrying me out of there, said Dr. Snowden. He cleared his throat. So, a library, huh? Yes. It would appear most of the bookcases have fallen into disrepair, said Evaran. He raised a finger. However, some of the books seem to be intact. They are a bit dirty, but still readable. It seems the mist did not impact all of them as much as I would have expected it to. Dr. Snowden stood with the assistance of the table. After adjusting his glasses, he said, I guess you can't use your UIC to scan them. I cannot. Then it's the old-fashioned way, said Dr. Snowden. I wonder what cataloging scheme they use. I do not know, said Evaran. He walked off a bit and pointed down a stretch of bookcases. There are some paintings in glass frames along a wall back here. They appear to show some type of historical progression. Dr. Snowden's eyes lit up. Now that sounds more my speed. He followed Evaran down the aisle between bookcases. The bookcases were rotting, which made the books not rotting stand out even more. When they got to the end of the aisle, they went left and stared at the first painting. It showed a man with a red wig and a blue buttoned-up coat. Dr. Snowden saw a plaque with a description. The man was a famous general that led Gallon to its independence. Dr. Snowden was not sure about the date, but it seemed to show somewhere in the 1600s. He figured Gallon was the name of the region they were in. The next few paintings were similar in style, showing a famous person along with an increase in the time period. When they got to the last one, he studied the woman in what looked like light metallic armor over fatigues. He figured it must be the most recent, since the technology in the painting was similar to what was around them. According to the plaque, the woman had conquered Simplar. Evaran narrowed his eyes. A lot of conflict in this visual journey. Well, if they're human, then that's normal. Nothing seems out of the ordinary to me. I concur, said Evaran. He looked around. I am curious if there is anything on this mist. I'd love to find out, said Dr. Snowden. He bobbed his head for a moment. We should check in with Emily and Jelton. Evaran nodded and extended his hand, palm up. A projection shot up from V's view. V, how is everything?
Analysis. We are resting after crossing 2 rivers.
V, is that Evaran? Asked Emily, looking up at V.
Yes.
Emily waved. We're doing all right. Just taking a break. Jelton is napping, I think. I am glad to see you are all safe, said Evaran. How is Uncle Albert? Dr. Snowden stood next to Evaran. I'm doing all right. Apparently, I was attacked by some vines who didn't like the taste of me. Emily's eyes widened. Are you hurt? Just some minor scrapes. My nanobots sorta went overboard in protecting me. Huh. Well, where are you two now? Dr. Snowden grinned. In a library. It seems we're in a part of Gallon, which I guess is a country name. We are going to see if we could find out anything about the mist while we're here." "Cool," said Emily. "We'll be headed out here shortly. We're about 20 miles away, according to V's calculations." "It is 15 for us, but we are within an area where the forest is less dense and there are more roads," said Evaran. "We will see you soon." Emily saluted. "Over and out." The projection ended. Dr. Snowden chuckled. "She's in a good mood." With Jelton around, that is no surprise. Dr. Snowden narrowed his eyes. "What do you mean?" She had her other arm around him while he rested. "I suspect the mental bonding has had an impact on her." "Oh yeah, I had that too." "Yes, but you are not female." Dr. Snowden's eyebrows raised. "Oh, you mean those two? Well, I guess I could see that." "Does this bother you?" Dr. Snowden laughed. "Emily can make her own decisions. I just hope that whatever they are, they make her happy." "You are wise," said Evaran. "Let us see if we can find anything on this mist." Dr. Snowden's eyes lit up. "You don't need to ask me twice." As V flew around the surrounding area, he ran a simulation on Emily and Jelton. V cross-referenced actions he knew Emily had taken, given the same set of subconscious movements. He also accessed records on human behavior and concluded that if given a chance and a proper environment, she would interact with Jelton like she had with Andia. V also understood that it would be out of place to discuss it with Emily, although he would have liked to. Understanding human behavior allowed him to interact better and figure out what things meant. After a few minutes, he had reached several hundred feet in the air. It was difficult to scan since the mist registered as life forms everywhere. He had switched through various views, but they were all muddled. A mist disturbance on his radar caught his attention. He flew over to a creature resembling a hot air balloon made of flesh. The bulbous head on the bottom seemed to pulse, and tentacles dangled off it, while 4 thick legs hung off at each corner. It was one of the more unusual creatures V had catalogued. The creature pivoted toward V. V approached it.
"Hello."
The creature emitted a high shrieking noise. V did not understand what that meant, and he recorded the communication attempt as a failure. As he flew around the creature, which tried to face V at all times, he performed a series of scans. He knew Dr. Snowden would be interested in analyzing it later. It was one aspect V appreciated about Dr. Snowden and Emily. They were curious. In most sentient species at the technology level of Earth in AD 2012, curiosity was usually frowned upon or had a very narrow focus. Some civilizations followed whatever topic was deemed worthy of study from whoever was in power. With Dr. Snowden and Emily, no topic was considered unworthy of study. V descended after a bit and entered the forest area around Emily and Jelton. His first task was to ensure there were no immediate threats. As he buzzed around unusual trees, some creatures moved away in surprise. He tried to perform scans on them, but they were difficult to find once they had moved. The trees he scanned were unlike anything he had seen before. They had organs inside them, and small insects seemed to live on the bark. There were openings higher up in the trees that oozed a slime of some sort. He calculated that Emily would find this disgusting. One tree he approached had moved slightly, as if it detected his presence. He shot out a distraction hologram of a grizzly bear, but the tree did not move. Rechecking his logs verified that he had scanned the tree moving. Perhaps the tree did not like what it saw, assuming it could see. He wound his way around several paths that led to a pond near a large open area before Throngville. One path stood out since it had fewer trees and seemed to be on a well-worn path. A quick scan revealed that the pond was a mix of water and some unknown substances. There were small insects skittering across the surface, and occasionally a ripple indicated the presence of something in the pond. He concluded that it was not something to swim in, and recorded it as a potential threat. The open area with unusual tree-like structures beyond the pond piqued his interest. Like the other trees, There were organic components, but these components looked like humans caught in sap. The first tree-like structure he scanned had a split in its side, with a human corpse stuffed inside. A thick gel had filled in the gaps. He predicted Emily would also find this disgusting. How Gelton would view such things was an area of interest to V. He was building a data model of interactions, plotting Gelton's reactions to various actions. The mental bonding experience was something V had enjoyed, and he was unclear on how it was possible. Seeing Edith made his inner container warm, and talking with old friends, even from memories, was an enlightening experience. He knew how rare it was to experience such interactions, and was glad that he was asked to join in it. The open area, with unusual tree-like structures, was large. Finding a path through it was difficult, mainly since the structures were everywhere. Once he reached the city, he scanned the unusual metal poles that formed a massive barrier between the open area and Throngville. A battlement with a walkway was at the top. He concluded that the best approach would be any that emphasized speed. After going through various simulations, he chose a path and then flew back. Once he arrived, he saw Gelton was still resting, while Emily stared around, seemingly content. V did not want to disturb them, so he hovered just out of visual range and ran a continuous scan. He figured if Emily called to him or Gelton awoke, he would make himself visible. Emily's relaxed state was good for V to see, and he wanted her to be in it for as long as possible. He also knew that she was probably aware of her surroundings, even in the relaxed state. Showing her the unusual things he had seen would probably tense her up. With that in mind, he flew around and waited. Chapter 16. Gelton snapped his eyes open at the sound of something rustling nearby. It was just Emily coming back from somewhere. He cracked his neck and took a deep breath of the mist. His chest injury had healed, and his body quivered with energy. The mist was a non-stop feeding station for him, and he suspected many other creatures could take advantage of that. He hopped up and flexed his arms around. "You look like you're ready to go," said Emily. "That I am," said Gelton. He could see a small glow about her, and her movements seemed to blur a little sometimes. The mental bond was strong, and he wondered if it was due to the cosmic energy in her. Although Riven were born from rift crystals, he had enjoyed learning about other species' reproductive methods, which usually involved great pleasure. He also enjoyed more personal and intimate mental bonds with other species, something Galden often teased about. Their pleasure was also Gelton's. He briefly wondered what an intimate mental bond with Emily would be like. It probably involved more than just putting an arm around him. Emily waved. "V has been scanning several paths, and I think we found one that we can take."
"Analysis,"
said V, appearing between Gelton and Emily.
"There is a patch of open area with unusual structures on that route."
"I still don't think it's anything," said Emily. "They looked like dead humans merged into a tree with some type of transparent gel or resin that had hardened around them." Gelton narrowed his eyes. "How many?"
"Analysis, 1,304.
If they were to somehow be activated, that could be bad."
"That was my calculation,"
said V. Emily smiled as she shook her head. "I think we need to focus on the things that actually move and attack. The other 3 routes had some interesting creatures. While I think we could fight them if we had to, they're big and nasty looking."
"Like our friends back across the river?"
asked Gelton. Emily nodded. These creatures, though, were a bit smaller, but were bipedal, still large to us.
"Then it's settled,"
said Gelton.
"I'm fully charged and ready to go."
"You're like a battery," said Emily with a grin. Gelton chuckled.
"I feel like it sometimes. Have you contacted Evaran?"
"Yeah, earlier when we arrived here."
"Good. Let's move out."
They checked their gear over and, after a final look around, departed. Gelton studied the twisted trees that they passed. The forest seemed to become less dense the farther they went. He paused at one of the trees. It had a dark purple patch that seemed to pulse. Emily stood next to him. That's disgusting. A tree with a pulse, said Jelton. I guess the vegetation and trees would only need to adapt to consuming the mist.
Analysis. The ooze on the tree captures the mist organisms.
Emily tilted her head. Are you saying this is part animal?
Internal scans show organs mixed with wooden supports.
So the tree is like a skeleton that houses organs, said Emily. She grimaced. That makes me nauseous just thinking about it. I wonder if it can see or hear, said Jelton, looking around. Emily pointed up. There's a gel up there that looks like it has something moving inside it. Maybe those are its eyes. She shivered. I wonder what its defense capabilities are. Being immobile in this environment seems like it would be dangerous.
Analysis. There are small insects higher up.
Emily cleared her throat. So in addition to the organs, there are also bugs crawling around. Ugh. Jelton chuckled. All right, let's move on. They continued through the forest, and after 30 minutes they came to a large pond. Jelton studied the odd-looking reeds that sat upright out of the water near the shore. His eyes widened when an insect landed on it and was then sucked down the rod. He pointed at the rods. I think there's a creature in the water. Yeah, I saw that, said Emily. I bet it's immobile too. She glanced at the water. That makes me wonder if that's even water. V hovered over the lake.
Analysis. It is a mix of oil and water and an unknown substance.
Emily shook her head. I can't even imagine what the people here had to go through. Even if they survived somehow, what would they have to look forward to? Jelton sighed. Another question is, what do the Mortani gain from this?
Analysis. This could be an experiment using a live world.
A true biological weapon. Emily glanced at V and Jelton. Maybe this is what the world is like that the Mortani are on, and they're terraforming it somehow. That's a definite possibility, said Jelton. They skirted around the pond and continued walking, making observations as they went. 15 minutes later, when they reached the edge of the large open area with the tree-like structures V had scanned earlier, Emily motioned outward. I originally thought those structures were immobile, but after what we've seen on the way here, now I'm having some doubts. We should prepare for battle. Just in case, said Jelton. He pulled out his dual-energy pistols. The structures were just as V had shown them to be, twisted at the base and reaching toward the sky. Each structure held a human in various states of decomposition, and a hardened gel covered them and filled in the gaps of the structure. He could also see ooze on some of the branches. V, have you tried shooting out a distraction hologram? Asked Emily.
I did earlier on the other tree structures, but it had no impact. I will try it with these now, said V. He flew out a bit and then shot down a holographic projection of a grizzly bear. The structures did not move. Emily pulled out her PSD and contacted Evaran. Evaran appeared on the screen and said, How is everything? We're about 5 miles out. There's an open area that covers most of it, and I think I know where most of the city's population is, said Emily. V has transmitted me the scans of the structures. You should be careful. It seems the humans inside are not permanently bound. Just run fast if they decide to come alive, said Dr. Snowden, shaking his hands in front of him as he popped his head into the projection. Emily grinned. You know I could. Yeah, I do, said Dr. Snowden. Evaran looked away for a moment, then back. We are also close to the city. V can mark a location outside the city where we can meet up. Then we can enter the city together. Okay, said Emily. She glanced at V. Go, we'll be okay. Acknowledged, said V. He shimmered and flew off. I guess we'll wait until V marks a spot, and then we'll head out, said Emily. Be safe, said Evaran. The projection ended. It looks like it's just you and me for now, said Emily. Jelton smiled. I don't mind that. Emily grinned as she looked out. A part of her wanted to hug him, but the other part figured it might be out of place. She sighed as she studied a structure closest to her.
The human inside it looked like half its skin was missing, and the hand was just bones. She hoped they at least died quickly. With her PSD extended as a baton, she waited for V to let her know when to move. Dr. Snowden did not like the state of the library, but over the last hour and 10 minutes, he and Evaran had combed through it looking for any notes or signs about the mist. Most of the books were in worse shape than he had thought, and they looked like they just had the covers. It made Dr. Snowden wonder how any messages could be left. As they snooped around a large counter with shelves underneath, he found what looked like a medium-sized metal box with a large glass window on the top. He pulled it out and set it on the surface. "Check this out." Evaran stood next to Dr. Snowden and scanned it. "It appears to be a storage device of some sort. I don't think you'll be able to use your UIC on this," said Dr. Snowden. He examined the device and found a set of small hooks and latches. "Should we open it?" Evaran half smiled. "Would you be satisfied if we left and did not?" Dr. Snowden laughed. "No, but you knew that already. All right, opening it now." He undid the latches and pried open the cover. Inside were several paper documents with writing on them. It took a moment for the writing to become clear. "Looks like someone did take notes on the mist. There's also some journal entries." "I would suspect it was the librarian or someone on the staff that did so. They must have seen what the mist did to books and taken this precaution. I'm glad they did. Let's hope we can read it before the paper is destroyed by the mist," said Dr. Snowden. "Pull them out and lay them flat on the surface. We can scan them to have a digital copy." Dr. Snowden complied. Evaran ran his hand over the myriad of documents while scanning them with his ring. Dr. Snowden watched as each document appeared in his digital view inside his helmet. Using his hands, he was able to navigate through them. Looking down, he could see that the documents had turned a slightly darker shade. Wow, the mist works fast. He studied the close-up image from Evaran's projection that showed the mist interacting with the paper. It looked like a massive swarm of bugs. "I'm glad I have my helmet up." "Your nanobots would be more than a match for them, in addition to possessing cosmic energy," said Evaran. He gestured at the documents on the table. Based on the journal entries, it would seem it was the librarian's journal. Dr. Snowden focused on the journal entries. His heartbeat increased as he went through them in chronological order. The entries were short and to the point. They painted a harrowing scenario where the librarian and her staff initially holed up in the library but succumbed to the mist. It seemed the mist just appeared and covered the town in less than a day. The last few entries were unintelligible. "She documented every person who succumbed to the mist." It would appear so. Now we understand what the mist did. Dr. Snowden gulped as he continued to read about person after person having their skin turn pale, their eyes sink in, and their hair fall out, and new mutations pop out of their skin like hardened plates. It seemed like the mist was converting people instead of killing them, at least those not taken by other mist monsters. His stomach churned reading one entry about how a male staff assistant was pulled out through a window and eaten by a large creature that had a lion-like body with the head of a large bird. Instead of a tail, there was a thick tentacle with a set of grasping claws. The assistant stood no chance, and a quick glance outside ended up being his demise. Another entry covered how one of the staff went insane and thought the rest of the staff were monsters. It ended with someone dead before she was killed and moved outside, only to come back later to attack the library. This stuff is horrific. Yes. However, the librarian continued to document as much as she could before perishing herself, said Evaran. Yeah, she must have had a lot of mental fortitude. It seems she was the last one. I can't make out what the last entries are. I suspect her mind was gone at that point. Dr. Snowden exhaled from his mouth. I'm guessing my nanobots are protecting me from losing my mind here. Evaran raised a finger. Not so much your nanobots, more your cosmic energy. The mist would be unable to manipulate that. However, these notes on the mist have some interesting information. It seems the staff were aware that the mist was made up of small organic creatures. Although most were microscopic, some were large enough to be seen by the naked eye. I suspect there was some type of hive-like intelligence at work as well. Dr. Snowden shuddered. That makes my skin crawl. I bet Emily's is too. Speaking of which, we should probably contact them. After discussing the situation with Emily via Evaran's projection, Dr. Snowden felt better that they would meet up soon. Emily had seemed to be in an even better mood than before, but he suspected Jelton's proximity had something to do with that. The images of the structures near Emily and Jelton were twisted. He glanced at Evaran. Am I reading this right, that the trees had organs and bugs in them? It would seem so. This is a harsh world, where the mist is at the bottom of the food chain now. I suspect that was not the case when it initially rolled in. Nonetheless, we should head out. Emily mentioned they were only 5 miles away from the city, and once V has marked our meetup location, we can enter the city as a group. Shouldn't we wait until V has marked a location? Asked Dr. Snowden. We can head in the general direction. This town is empty, other than the mist, from what I saw when I arrived. Dr. Snowden sighed. All right. At least I feel better physically, although reading those journal entries just brought me down. The terror and fear those people must have felt, not to mention the despair and hopelessness. He shook his head. It's not right what the Mortani did to these innocent people. I think if the cosmic rift sender and receiver source is destroyed, it will cease to exist everywhere. Won't that cause a lot of timeline changes? It will, said Evaran. Dr. Snowden looked around. If we did this in the future, then we should be seeing the changes now, right? Not quite. This is a special case, because cosmic energy is involved. Everything will be reset. However, we will still have our memories due to our makeup. Jelton will as well, since he had some injected into him via your transfer. And we also shared a mental bond, which involved a merging of energies. Any concerns with Jelton having some cosmic energy in him? Some, yes. However, in this unique scenario, I think it is okay. Gotcha. If anyone deserved it, he would be high on my list. I concur. If there are any complications, we can address them later. Right now, we have more immediate concerns. Dr. Snowden drew his lips to the right. I know. Let us go. Chapter 17. Emily noted the location V highlighted to meet Dr. Snowden and Evaran. It had only been about 10 minutes, but standing around on the outskirts of a massive open area filled with what she assumed were corpses and trees made the hairs on the back of her neck rise. Although she was confident in her combat abilities, there was a primal feeling of dread that the mist elicited. She could not put her finger on why, though. You okay? Asked Jelton, touching her arm. She snapped her head toward him. Yeah, I'm fine. Her eyebrows furrowed. That was weird. I was so deep in my thoughts that I almost forgot where I was. It seems that may be a side effect of the mist. Imagine it on those without our abilities or skills. Yeah. Let's get out of here. V isn't too far away, and I'm looking forward to seeing Uncle Albert and Evaran. Let's move then. They hustled into the open area and began to weave their way around the gnarled tree-like structures. Emily paused after 5 minutes. She raised a hand. You hear that? Jelton stood still. I do. It sounds like a snapping noise. You don't think those corpse things are coming alive, do you? They seemed pretty dead to me. To me as well, said Jelton. They continued on, and after another 5 minutes they stopped again. Okay, the noises are getting louder, said Emily. She narrowed her eyes. This darn mist, I can't sense anything clearly. We're getting close to the meeting location, said Jelton. He pivoted and pointed off in the distance. There is a disturbance headed our way. Emily followed Jelton's pointing and saw one of the corpses running full speed toward them. It seemed to have a skin made of a similar gel to the trees. Since it was transparent, she could see the corpse inside. It was making a sound like it was gasping for air while emitting an odd, screaming noise that started low and rose in volume. A wave of revulsion swept through her. She raised her PSD and fired a repulsion beam, sending the corpse flying back. Move! They turned and rushed toward the meeting location. Emily could now sense the corpses, although their screaming was now everywhere. The amount of them seemed to increase, and her and Jelton's presence near any tree-like structure seemed to activate them. Unfortunately, the only way to the meeting location was through the open area. Jelton stopped for a moment to fire ahead. She could see the two corpses in front of them drop. One of the corpses grabbed her arm. She hit it in the head with her baton, then kicked another that was nearby. "We can't stand still." With her PSD now a staff, she whirled around, making sure not to hit Jelton, and knocked down a few more corpses that had come within range. Jelton hit another one that was rushing toward Emily's backside. Emily burst forward, grabbing Jelton's arm as she went. "Let's go." As they neared the location that V had mapped, she could see V flying toward them. "V, we're coming in hot."
"Analysis,"
said V over group comms.
"Evaran and Dr. Snowden are at the meeting spot, but are under assault by unusual creatures."
"Yeah, we ran into a few ourselves," said Emily as she continued to run. Looking ahead, she could see the light show that filtered through the mist.
"Evaran and Dr. Snowden are fighting their way to you now,"
said V. Emily smiled as she thought about regrouping. Although she enjoyed being around Jelton, she missed being around Evaran and Dr. Snowden more. Even seeing V made her feel better about the situation. 10 minutes later, they reached Evaran and Dr. Snowden. Jelton stood back to back with Dr. Snowden and helped shoot at corpses that came close. Emily joined Evaran, and together they created a circle of destruction, sending corpses flying away by both repulsion and brute force. "What's the plan?" asked Dr. Snowden in a wavering voice. "We need to leave this area," said Evaran. "The city is nearby. Follow me." Emily lightly squeezed Dr. Snowden's arm, and together with Jelton in tow, they followed Evaran. The sheer amount of corpses was mind-boggling. It seemed like every few steps, at least 2 or 3 more appeared. It made her wonder if the open area was some sort of feeding ground that the mist shepherded humans toward. The frantic screams of the corpses trying to get them was unsettling. "We're almost there," said Jelton. She could see the edge of the city. Large metal poles standing about 40 feet high with a gap of less than a hand's width between them extended as far as she could see when she looked left and right. Looking up top, she could see battlements, which meant there was probably a walkway up there. She pointed at the battlements. "Grapple?" Evaran looked up. "There is no overhang for you to grapple to. Even connecting to the part just under the top would still put you out of range." He focused on the group. "Hold this position. I am going to go up top and then onto the walkway. I can then shoot down and connect to your platform and pull you all up." "I can make it up," said Emily. Evaran cast a sidelong glance at Jelton and Dr. Snowden. "Okay, but don't take too long," said Emily. She knew that although she could handle it, and maybe even Jelton, Dr. Snowden would probably struggle. The last thing she wanted was for him to fall, get hurt, and then attacked by the corpses. Dr. Snowden repulsed a corpse. "Yeah, please don't take too long." Evaran had already begun to scale the barrier, and after a moment, he was at the top. "Form the grappling platform." Emily complied. Evaran shot down his grappling beam, which connected with the cylinder part of the platform that was normally used when the grappling beam was horizontal. As they boarded the platform, one of the corpses grabbed Jelton and pulled him out. Several others swarmed on top of him. Emily's blood boiled as she jumped off and barged into the group. She tossed 2 away immediately and kicked a third. Jelton jumped up after grabbing her hand, and together they ran back to the platform where Dr. Snowden and V were firing as fast as they could to keep the oncoming horde at bay. "We need to go," said Dr. Snowden. Once they were on the platform, Evaran began to reel it up. When it hit the top, Evaran took a few steps back, giving the others room to get off the platform and onto the walkway. Dr. Snowden exhaled from his mouth. Okay, that was a little intense. His eyes widened when Emily gave him a big hug. I'm so glad you're okay, said Emily. Of course, said Dr. Snowden, rubbing her back. She went over and hugged Evaran. It is good to see you again, said Evaran. She stepped back and high-fived V. Dr. Snowden and Jelton shook hands and also high-fived V. We should remain vigilant until we are off this planet, said Evaran. He pointed into the distance. The Cosmic Rift Center is in the center of this part of town. Jelton peered over the edge into the open area where a horde of the corpses had gathered and were swarming against the barrier. I think we got out just in time. Yes. However, it seems we have attracted the attention of everything in the area. Jelton looked over at the other side. I can't make out much, but it seems there's something moving down below, although nowhere near the intensity of the other side. We will deal with whatever it is shortly, said Evaran. V, scan around and determine the best path to the Cosmic Rift Center. Acknowledged, said V. He shimmered and flew out of view. Dr. Snowden looked around the walkway. You think this was a natural part of their civilization, or built after the mist came in? It's an effective barrier. I am not sure, said Evaran. However, its architecture is inconsistent with the civilization that we have seen to this point. I suspect it was built by something else. Emily peered over the edge and looked up and down the walkway. It's massive and seems to extend out a ways. They must have been some fast builders. Or they could morph matter to do their bidding. You think a matter mage was here? Asked Dr. Snowden. Perhaps, said Evaran. I'm not familiar with matter mages, although I do recall you mentioned them earlier, said Jelton. I'm assuming they are powerful beings, though, if they can control matter. Matter mages are very powerful. There are other possibilities, but I do not think we will ever know. What is apparent is that this city was seen as a last refuge of some type. We should use this moment to take a break as V scans. They all sat on the walkway and waited for V to report back. Dr. Snowden leaned back in his sitting position, placing his hands behind him for support. He had been watching V's scanning view for the last 10 minutes. The mist was in the city, but it was sparser than outside the city. Buildings looked to be made of wood and stone. Some were large, while others were elongated, but a majority seemed to be square in shape. Several streets were well-worn dirt paths, and some were made of brick. There was no sign of electricity using structures, but it seemed like the city had been about to take the next step. A variety of creatures had shown up on the scans. Dr. Snowden was just glad that most of them were smaller, relative to the corpses, and appeared to hunt solo. One of the more interesting ones was what looked like a quadruped with wings and a crow's head. The two unusual arms coming out of the chest seemed eerily human. There were several others that resembled mutated rodents, and one that looked like a large crab that had just caught something to eat. He shuddered to think they might run into them. The barrier shook. What was that? Asked Dr. Snowden, getting to his feet. Evaran peered down off the external side of the barrier. The barrier shook again. Evaran tilted his head. Emily and Jelton stood. Earthquake? Asked Dr. Snowden. No, said Evaran. His eyes searched the mist. We need to drop into the city. Something massive moves this way. Dr. Snowden gulped. He could not sense anything, but that was expected, given the mist's effect. His stomach churned at the thought that the shaking barrier was due to some giant's footsteps. He hustled over to the internal side of the barrier, and after using his grappling beam to anchor himself, he rappelled down. Jelton and Emily grappled down, while Evaran jumped. Once the group was assembled on the ground, Dr. Snowden shut off his grappling beam. He really liked the beam and felt like he was becoming proficient with it. The ground shaking became more violent. Evaran motioned forward. V has determined a path for us. Let us go. The group hustled out of the open area where they had landed and into a street leading away from the barrier. Dr. Snowden peered behind them as they ran. His heart almost stopped upon seeing the massive giant at the barrier. It was composed of a multitude of corpses, all held together by the hardened gel. The smaller corpses climbing all over the giant made him nauseous. Once the corpses got into position, the gel softened and molded them into place. Dr. Snowden stopped and pointed at the giant. "Look!" The group paused to see. "That's not good," said Gelton. Emily glanced at Evaran. "Are we fighting it?" "No," said Evaran. "We must move fast. That giant will be through the barrier momentarily, and it will cover more ground than we can." He turned and rushed off with the group in tow. As they came to an intersection, Dr. Snowden peeked back and saw that the giant had kicked through the barrier. The sound of the corpse horde pouring in was deafening. "It's through!" The thud of each giant footstep reverberated through the ground. Dr. Snowden could feel his nanobots kicking in. As he began to breathe harder, the tingling sensation he was familiar with increased, making it easier to run. He could sense that Emily was in a heightened state as well. Gelton was focused and able to keep up with Evaran, who was a lightning bolt racing down the streets. After a few minutes, they reached a T-junction and turned left. Dr. Snowden could see that the giant would be upon them soon. "We're not going to make it." The giant made a loud noise and stopped. V buzzed around the giant's head, shooting stun beams. The giant swiped at V several times. The group reached another intersection and went right. Dr. Snowden's heart jumped when he heard the giant roar. Out and off to the side a bit was a large walnut shell with tentacles slithering through the mist. It was a Cephalus, which meant V was using a distraction hologram. The hologram was made more real by the mist pushing away around it. Gelton pointed off to the side. "Something approaches." Dr. Snowden's blood went cold at the rising and frantic screaming. It was like the corpses could not wait to render them to pieces. Emily extended her PSD into a staff and then rushed into a throng of corpses, batting and hitting them away. Dr. Snowden was unsure where the corpses came from, considering they would not have been ones from outside the city. A dark thought that the tree-like structures were inside the buildings creeped through his mind. Whatever the case, there was now a group of them beginning to swarm. Evaran went to the other side and fired a repulsion beam. "Group up in a circle and repulse them away. We can still move in that formation." Everyone complied. The commotion caused the giant to stop and look in the group's direction.
"Analysis. You have been sighted,"
said V over group communications. The group moved quicker while keeping the corpses at bay. "We are nearing the Cosmic Rift Center. V, disengage and meet us there," said Evaran.
"Acknowledged."
Evaran paused in front of a large building that had a steeple with a circle and an X in it. "The Cosmic Rift Center is inside. We will hold this spot until V is with us." Dr. Snowden watched as V flew toward them, all the while keeping the hologram up as much as he could. The giant was already crushing anything in its path as it ran toward the group. As V joined them, they rushed into the building. The Cosmic Rift Center appeared, along with its associated podium for the symbol grid interface. Evaran interacted with the symbol grid. Dr. Snowden flinched as a fist slammed through the roof and into the ground just a few feet away. It then began to rise back up. Evaran pressed the execute button on the symbol grid. A white flash enveloped the group. Chapter 18. Emily jumped back as the teleported top part of the giant's fingers fell to the ground. She grimaced as she kicked at the hardened gel and corpse parts that had made up the hand. "That's so disgusting." "Yeah, looks like we got out just in time," said Dr. Snowden, exhaling from his mouth. Emily lowered her helmet and stepped away from the mangled mass of flesh and gel. The warm wind whipping across her face was a nice change of pace. She smiled as the sun danced across the gently sloping hill they were on. In the distance sat a forest, and even farther away, a castle with a large pyramid-like structure inside it. Her muscles relaxed, and she was already beginning to forget the mist. Outside the revolting smell of the remains of the giant's hand, everything seemed calm. I think I like it here much better already.
It's a serene environment, said Gelton, looking around. He glanced at Evaran. Have you discovered anything on the receiver about this place?
I have not yet, said Evaran. A projection of Brezin shot out from the receiver. Evaran narrowed his eyes. But perhaps I should, and I can shut down this projection while I am in there.
Go ahead, said Brezin. However, I wanted to say, you surprise us.
How so?
You're the first group to ever come from that mist world.
Evaran shook his head. You inflicted great harm on that world.
It was a test, and it succeeded quite well.
So you now have a world-killing mist at your disposal, something I will take from you.
Brezin smiled. Assuming you can find us. You're now below the threshold where your death means you get absorbed. How nice that you landed on a Hadron spawn-controlled world. I don't think you'll make it off this one, and with that, another plane form will fail.
It is time for you to gloat elsewhere, said Evaran. He interacted with his ARI. The projection ended. Emily glanced at Evaran. If you're down that much percentage-wise, then we are as well. She gulped. I am feeling weaker.
As am I, said Gelton.
Dr. Snowden lowered his helmet.
Same here. I feel like something's missing.
He grimaced.
What did Brezin mean by a Hadron spawn-controlled world? You think there's another overlord here?
I am not sure, said Evaran. V, scout the area.
Acknowledged,
said V. He shimmered as he flew off. Are you feeling okay? Asked Emily, glancing at Evaran. I am. Like you, the energy drain is quite noticeable, said Evaran. His lips moved down a bit. We will need to be careful. I do not wish to perish and be absorbed. She tossed a hand out. That won't happen. You got us, remember? Evaran and the gang. Evaran half smiled. Your optimism is encouraging.
Oh, wait a minute, said Dr. Snowden. I thought we had 14 jumps or something before that happened.
You are correct. However, this jump sapped more than usual for a reason. Everyone focused on Evaran. He raised a finger. We have found the repeater. Emily grinned. Awesome. So you just figure out the coordinates back to the Torvatta and then we get out of here. That is the goal. I am not sure what to expect. A cursory scan indicates that the receiver system here is much more complex. It will take some time to decipher it. In the meantime, we can rest while V assesses what we are facing here. Emily pointed at the remains of the giant's hand. Well, that's going. It smells horrible. I'm gonna go bury it somewhere.
I'll help you, said Gelton.
Dr. Snowden tossed a hand out.
Maybe we have a pattern for an incinerator.
Evaran tilted his head. That is an interesting solution. His eyes darted around for a moment. It appears there is one, although it is not large.
Well, we could just put what we can into it, burn it, and repeat.
That will hopefully remove the smell. As powerful as it is, it may attract scavengers. Emily studied the pattern database. Although she relied heavily on her PSD, all the new patterns invited a multitude of ideas to look up later. She found the incinerator pattern and executed it. Her eyes followed the morphable metal as it extended into a rod and formed a rectangular box about 3 feet by 2 feet at the base and 2 feet tall. It reminded her of a square frying pan. On top of the box was a cover that seemed to be able to slide off to the side. She set the box on the ground. Well, my PSD's being used, so I got it, said Dr. Snowden. He formed a shovel and began to scoop the remains of the giant's hand into the box. I think the incinerator's large enough for all the remains.
I'm not sure how to help here, said Gelton.
Emily smiled. You just keep looking good. Dr. Snowden paused to raise an eyebrow. Emily's eyes widened. She'd been thinking it, and it just blurted out. Maybe that was due to the familiarity and closeness she felt with Jelton, like she could tell him anything.
Okay, I can do that,
said Jelton, nodding. Dr. Snowden laughed as she continued to shovel. Emily's face turned red as she looked away. At least Dr. Snowden was in a good mood. After getting the giant's remains into the incinerator, she closed the top of the box. With a press of a button on her PSD, the box glowed for a moment. Once it stopped, nothing was left of the remains. It reminded her of the water purifier when it removed everything but pure water. Well, that's taken care of, although I can still kinda smell it. We can move upwind. We will need to find shelter and determine our next steps. Night is approaching in a few hours, I believe, said Evaran. He narrowed his eyes as he tossed out his remote viewing orb. It appears V has found something. Emily's heartbeat accelerated as she saw the long red banners outside some buildings near the castle. The banners had a red triangle outlined in black with some white space around the edges. Inside the triangle was a hollow red circle with lines to each point in the triangle and white space filling the gaps. Her mouth went dry. This was a purifier world. It can't be. Evaran looked down. I am afraid it is.
What does this symbol on the banner represent? Asked Jelton.
Purifiers, said Dr. Snowden. We ran into them long ago. They're responsible for putting Emily on a prison planet. But we did kill their leader, the Overlord, a Hadron spawn.
I'm not sure what a Hadron spawn is, said Jelton.
Evaran raised a finger. Hadron spawn are from elsewhere, similar to the Mortani. Although their overlord is no more, there would still be worlds out there controlled by his minions. It appears we found one. Emily cracked her neck. Her nanobots pulsed and her eyes angled down. After tapping her hand with her baton, she said, I'm ready for them. Let's just wait and see what we're dealing with, said Dr. Snowden. Emily sighed as she reverted her baton into a PSD. You're right. She gritted her teeth as the projection continued to show parts of the town. The purifier guards were easy to pick out, and the building seemed medieval in design. She pointed at the projection. You think the humans we're seeing are native to this planet? Or brought here? I do not know, said Evaran. However, if there are purifiers here, then there is a rift door. Jelton perked up.
What is a rift door? I apologize for asking so many questions.
It is not a problem. This would be of particular interest to you. A rift door is a podium with a rift crystal that allows a rift portal to form between two rods. This is how the purifiers travel between worlds.
I've actually seen something similar to that. Rift crystals, when linked, support that, said Jelton.
He rubbed his chin.
Do you know how to operate it?
I do, but we must use the rift crystal to access the cosmic structure on the cosmic rift sender to find the coordinates to the world with the Torvatta. Then we need to send ourselves there, said Evaran. He waved a finger between Dr. Snowden and Emily. It may be best to send you both back to Earth when we find the rift door, and Jelton if he wishes. I can then bring the rift crystal back here and figure out how to get the coordinates to the Torvatta. Emily laughed. Will you stop trying to get rid of us? Evaran half smiled. I figured I would present the option. We go where you go, said Dr. Snowden. Jelton glanced at Evaran.
These are good friends. Do not abandon you at the first chance available.
Yes, they are, said Evaran with a grin. Nonetheless, V will continue scouting. It would appear the pyramid is a purifier structure, and it was built inside and on top of the castle. He is going to monitor the security patrol patterns. Emily's eyes lit up. We're going to sneak in to get the crystal. Yes. However, the crystal will give us away once we have it, so we will most likely need to fight our way out, hopefully in a manner that does not bring too much attention. We can then escape through the city and meet back here. Then I will have time to use the Rift Crystal's power to help me work on the repeater." "How long will it take V to monitor the security patrols?" asked Dr. Snowden. "I am not sure, but most likely at least 8 hours. Jelton raised his head a bit. "If we're staying the night, then I will scout the area and see if there's a place for us to stay." "I'll join you," said Emily. Dr. Snowden grinned. "I'll join Evaran as he studies the receiver then." Emily chuckled as she hugged Dr. Snowden. Despite their situation, she had her family with her and nothing was attacking them. Now all they needed was a safe place to stay the night. She wondered if they could camp out in the open, but maybe the purifiers had their own scouts. One thing she was sure of was that any scouts or purifiers that ran into them would wish they had not. She activated her camouflage shielding and took off after Jelton. Dr. Snowden walked around the perimeter of the cosmic rift receiver. The area was a nice change from the mist world. The ability to see farther than a few feet made him smile, although the smile wound down as he pondered the loss of more cosmic energy. He could feel it physically, and it took a mental toll as well. Maybe his body had gotten used to having it, and now that it was lower, it was like coming off an addictive substance. His hope was that if they could find the source, he might be able to restore some of it with his channeling ability. With that in mind, he approached Evaran. Evaran looked up and observed Dr. Snowden. "You are troubled." "Yeah, kinda. I was just thinking, if we find the source of the rift receiver and sender, could I somehow restore what we've lost?" "I am not sure," said Evaran. "Let us try a test. Touch the cosmic rift receiver and see if you can extract any cosmic energy." Dr. Snowden licked his lips. "All right. The last time I tried that, I passed out and could only pull rift energy." He eyed Evaran. "I'm not going to blow up or anything, right?" "If so, we have an incinerator pattern we can use to clean up." "Oh, well, that fills me with confidence." Evaran half smiled. "You should be okay, since you are not channeling a large amount." Dr. Snowden exhaled from his mouth as he went to the cosmic rift receiver. He placed a hand just shy of touching it. "Well, here goes." He touched the receiver and focused on trying to extract cosmic energy. It was like touching cold metal, but he could not feel the ability to pull cosmic energy, although he could feel the rift energy. "Nothing on the cosmic side, but I could feel the rift energy." Evaran rubbed his chin. "Intriguing. It would seem that your ability is limited, although I suspect, like Emily, your mental state may impact that." "You mean like I need to stomp around, swing in the air, and then touch it?" "I do not know. Do you wish to test this?" Dr. Snowden chuckled. "No, I was being silly. Let's hope I don't have to use it anytime soon. That last time was a doozy. I guess then if I really wanted to pull out cosmic energy, like in a crisis situation, I could, maybe. Not worth passing out for a test, though." "Understandable." Dr. Snowden studied the projection that was being emitted from Evaran's remote viewing orb. It showed V flying around and scanning. "V, have you checked inside the pyramid yet?"
"I have not,"
said V via the projection.
"I can do so now."
Oh, I didn't mean now. I was just curious."
"It is quite okay,"
said V. The projection changed to show V flying toward the pyramid. The purifiers Dr. Snowden saw looked different from the ones he remembered. These were more advanced in regards to their armor and weapons. Given that he had fought purifiers thousands of years ago, that was not too much of a surprise. The golden helmets stood out to him. They seemed more like large, elaborate masks with an oversized face. It presented an intimidating look, along with the rest of the armor. The purifiers were pushing humans around and barking in deep, guttural voices. It was obvious that the purifiers had invaded and laid claim to the city, and probably the world. "These purifiers are different from what we have encountered," said Evaran. Dr. Snowden had been so mesmerized by what he was seeing that he had not even noticed Evaran coming over. Yeah, these look like they might be tougher than what we fought. This may be an opportunity to learn more about the Purifier efforts now that the Overlord is gone. If they know he's gone. If they tried to go back to the pocket universe of the Overlord, they would be unable to do so. I wouldn't put it past the Purifiers to not even care if their Overlord is gone. If they're driven by blind faith, then it won't matter, said Dr. Snowden. Perhaps. We can learn more when we get the Rift Crystal. Dr. Snowden refocused on the projection of V approaching the pyramid. Huh. Up close, the pyramid looks like a modern building, just shaped into a pyramid. Look at that design. Interesting. I suspect as modern as it seems to us, it is probably considered ancient to the Purifiers, given the nature of their armor and weapons. Yeah, probably. It looks like something I would see in Las Vegas. V flew into the pyramid. The massive hallways with large rooms were a far cry from the Purifier temples Dr. Snowden had seen before. The technology was also more advanced. The floor was tile of some sort, and the walls were metallic panels. It had lighting on the ceiling and along the walls. He pointed at the projection. I bet there's a much more advanced bottom part to this. I concur. I suspect the top part is for public use. V, see if there is an underground access way, said Evaran.
Acknowledged,
said V over the projection. Dr. Snowden turned his head as he heard laughing off in the distance. He saw Emily swat Jelton's arm as they pointed at something in the forest. Whatever was being discussed, Dr. Snowden was happy to see Emily at ease. It made him curious about how strong the mental bond with Jelton was. Even now, Dr. Snowden considered Jelton to be on the same level as Dr. James Bryson, an old friend. A smile crept onto Dr. Snowden's face. I can feel it too, said Evaran. Jelton has a unique gift. Yeah, even if the situation is bad and nothing could be done, I think I'd still feel better just knowing he was near, said Dr. Snowden. I can see how that could easily be abused, but I don't think he would do that. Perhaps not. Still, I have had V run a continuous scan on us when he is near to compare our current reactions to previous ones. Dr. Snowden wrinkled his eyebrows. For what? Just in case we are being influenced. I don't think you can be influenced. When dealing with rift energy, which I am weak toward, especially with what happened with the last main rift crystal we were involved with, anything is possible. Although I do not believe it is affecting me the same as it would you or Emily, said Evaran. Yeah, you're right, of course. I guess V is immune to being influenced then.
Analysis,
said V over the projection.
My inner container may not be, and my AI side would be difficult to override.
2 layers of defense, said Dr. Snowden.
I would not wish for you to be influenced,
said V.
However, reactions to Jelton have performed within parameters.
That's good to know, said Dr. Snowden. I guess even with cosmic energy in me, I'm not invulnerable. Evaran half smiled. Not much is, except for maybe the Torvatta. Dr. Snowden sighed. I'm looking forward to seeing it again. I feel like it's a part of my life now, and not having it around is stressful. He tilted his head at Evaran. I'm sure it bothers you even more. It does, said Evaran. He tilted his head toward Dr. Snowden. However, I am in good company. Dr. Snowden smiled. The level of trust he had for Evaran was absolute, and Dr. Snowden knew that if it ever came down to it, he would probably give his life for Evaran. Emily would as well. Dr. Snowden hoped that time would never come, and they could just travel around for a long time.
Analysis. An underground access way has been detected,
said V. Dr. Snowden snapped out of his thoughts as he focused on the projection. V had flown down a ramp and was inside an advanced hallway. Yeah, that's much different than topside, said Dr. Snowden. He watched, mesmerized, as V used his bag of tricks to gain entry to secured areas. One of them Dr. Snowden remembered from a previous Purifier Temple scouting mission. V would toss out a holographic projection, then mimic the sound of someone running up to where he needed to go, and then he would go silent. The Purifier would then lower the shield to enter the room V needed to access. Dr. Snowden watched V do it 3 times with success. On top of that, V recorded the symbolic pattern to gain entry via consoles. After 10 minutes, V entered the rift door room. "Well, there it is," said Dr. Snowden. The 2 pillars that served as the edges for the portal, along with the podium that housed the rift crystal, was just as he remembered it from before. Some things never change. "It is not too far to get to from the entrance, although there is more security," said Evaran. He rubbed his chin. "I believe getting it will be much easier than leaving with it. V, once you leave there, continue assessing the security patrols. We will need to determine the best time to move."
"Acknowledged,"
said V. Dr. Snowden sat on the ground as he focused on the projection. All he needed was a log to sit on and a campfire, and he could watch the projection all night long. He took a swig of purified water from his PSD and ate a pellet. Wherever Emily and Jelton found to stay the night, Dr. Snowden was sure he would sleep well. Chapter 19. Jelton awoke to the sound of Dr. Snowden relieving himself a bit in the distance. Emily was still asleep, with her head in Evaran's lap, and V was nowhere to be seen. Evaran's remote viewing orb was nearby and showed a projection of the pyramid. "You are up," said Evaran. Jelton yawned as he stood and stretched.
"Yeah, and oddly enough, I slept pretty well."
"You chose a good spot. This rocky overhang provides decent cover, and the ground is soft."
"It was, and I did appreciate you offering your utility handle, but you may have needed it."
Evaran nodded. Dr. Snowden joined them.
"This place seems like paradise after the mist world."
"At least we can see better," said Jelton.
He glanced at Evaran.
"You see any creatures around while we slept?"
There were several. However, an intense light beam from my utility handle sent them away. Dr. Snowden gulped.
"Were they potentially dangerous?"
"Some were, but they were the size of a house cat," said Evaran. "One was larger and looked like a bear with horns. I was able to roughly communicate with it, and it was under stress, as it seems the purifiers kill indiscriminately."
"Purifiers? Oh, I just knew we would run into them again," said Dr. Snowden.
Emily yawned as she sat up and stretched. "Everyone having a meeting without waking me?" Evaran half smiled. "Did you sleep well?" "Yeah, I did, actually." "Your lap has a neural effect," said Emily, smiling. She studied the projection. "V still out, huh?"
"Analysis. I am on my way back,"
said V via the projection. Emily stood and looked around. "Okay, I have some morning business to handle. Don't leave without me." Everyone chuckled. Jelton watched Emily walk away and then watched the projection. V was flying fast and would be there shortly. Jelton could feel the rift crystal in the pyramid, even out this far. It was faint, but noticeable. He suspected the nearby cosmic rift receiver was obscuring some of it. Emily returned with her helmet down. "Okay, I'm good to go. What's the strategy?" "We go through the town," said Evaran. He raised a finger. "I suspect we can use it to help sow confusion should we be compromised. Everyone will need their camouflage shielding up, although I am not sure how effective it will be. It is possible they can detect it." "So we'll find out pretty quickly then," said Dr. Snowden. "Yes. V has scanned the purifier guards in town, and they have some advanced equipment."
"If they weren't able to scan V, then that's a good sign," said Jelton.
V arrived and hovered near Evaran.
"Analysis. I took my scans out of their line of sight."
"Then it sounds like we'll need to do the same as much as possible," said Jelton.
"That is the first goal," said Evaran. "The second will be to infiltrate the pyramid. We should be able to get in through the main entrance. It is physically guarded, although the doors are closed at night. They are open at the moment. Once inside, we will follow V to the Rift Gate room, get the Rift Crystal, and try to make it out as quietly as we can." "You said earlier the Rift Crystal will give us away once we have it. How is that possible?" asked Emily. Evaran raised a finger. "The external side of camouflage shielding guides light rays around you, but there are small gaps in it that allow light to be routed in to help form an image of what's outside. That's shown on the interior side. An observer looking at you will not be able to detect you unless they have extremely enhanced senses. The Rift Crystal is bright and will shine through those gaps, in essence painting the outline of your shielding." Emily gestured at Jelton. "Okay, but he's part Rift energy. Why does his shielding work?" "Because his Rift energy is not in crystal form and external to his body." Jelton gestured around. "My camouflage shielding is not as powerful as what you have, but it is a known issue that when using it, you don't want anything generating bright light inside it." Dr. Snowden rubbed his chin. "So how can the shielding prevent our heat from showing up?" "There is a dimensional aspect to the shielding that redirects heat," said Evaran. "Dimensional mechanics strikes again," said Dr. Snowden with a grin. "Heat dispersion has always been an issue with my shielding, but when fighting those without strong sensors or senses, it's still useful," said Jelton. Emily beamed a big smile. "Well, it sounds like we might be fighting them on the way out." Jelton noticed Emily seemed almost giddy about the prospect of fighting the purifiers. That was not too surprising, considering what they did to her. He just hoped she did not lose focus during the fight. The cosmic energy in her sometimes seemed to make her get into a different state of mind. "Let's hope we get out quickly." "Okay," said Evaran. "Everyone handle what they need to, and we will leave in 20 minutes. Everyone acknowledged Evaran. "I could use some energy from the receiver," said Jelton. "Of course. Follow me," said Evaran. They moved toward the cosmic rift receiver. Jelton noted that V stayed behind while Emily and Dr. Snowden stretched and checked over their suits and their PSDs. When Jelton and Evaran got to the cosmic rift receiver, Evaran placed his utility handle on it. Jelton grabbed the end facing away from the receiver. As rift energy surged into him, his eyes glowed a bit. He enjoyed the feel of raw rift energy and knew that if he held the rift crystal, he would probably absorb as much of it as he could. After 20 minutes, he was relaxed. He glanced at Evaran. "I thank you for doing this for me." "It is my pleasure. These receivers should not be here in the first place, so if I can weaken them by giving you their energy, then that is acceptable." Jelton smiled as he took his hand off the utility handle. "I'm good for a while, I think. The rift energy is so pure." He noticed Evaran tilting his head. "Don't worry. You can carry the rift crystal. It would be too tempting for me to draw from it." "Very well," said Evaran. "Let us go." They rejoined Dr. Snowden, Emily, and V. "Everyone put up your helmets and camouflage shielding. All communication will be via our helmets." After everyone complied, they moved out. Jelton could see the path V was taking. It wound through the lightly forested area ahead and then into the town outskirts. From what he had seen, it should be an uneventful trip to that point. After reaching the forest and arriving at the halfway point, Evaran said, "We are being watched." "Where?" asked Emily. "V, highlight the creature," said Evaran. V hovered over a spot a bit off in the distance. Jelton could see a quadruped creature wearing light armor. On its head was a device of some type. "Is that a guard dog or something?" asked Dr. Snowden. "It looks more like a large hyena with tiger claws," said Emily. "V, disable the creature," said Evaran. "Acknowledged," said V. He aimed all 4 arms down and fired a stun beam. The creature collapsed. They hustled over to it. Evaran scanned the creature with his ring. Interesting. The device on its head is sensitive to exotic energy. This creature would be able to see us through our camouflage shielding. Makes sense. Come to think of it, said Emily. When I was on the prison planet, I talked with an ex-purifier that said they were able to detect wildborn, that were then tossed through a rift gate that could absorb ascended energy. I think it was a special type of gate because the ones we used back then didn't have that effect. She shook a finger out. I bet this creature, or maybe just the device, is how they sniffed them out. I concur, said Evaran. We are near enough to the town that the creature in its current state should be okay here, but we need to be clear of other creatures and their device's detection range, which seems to be about 50 feet. I do not think it relayed our position, as there would be guards here by now. What if there are more in the city, said Dr. Snowden, or even on the guards themselves?
Analysis. No devices similar to this one were detected on the guards.
Huh. So these creatures are specialists. They look more like search and destroy rather than search and capture. Evaran shook his head. The creatures are not meant to kill. I suspect its form is defensive in nature. The device also has a viewing component on it. So they're just living detectors, said Emily. Yes, and since we are camouflage shielded, we are still undetected visually as far as I know. We should move and stay out of the line of sight as much as possible. Jelton studied the creature as they passed by it. The creature looked more than capable of defending itself, and it probably established the reputation among the native animals that, wherever it went, purifiers were not too far behind. He looked around. Hopefully there were none nearby. He refocused on the group as they moved out. Dr. Snowden surveyed the rest of the forest as they continued on. Compared to the mist world, the forest seemed bright and full of life. The one aspect that stood out to him was that he could sense living things around him again. In the mist, it was like someone had wrapped a cover around him. Insects could be seen on the sparse trees, and with open ground between each tree, the sun created bright rays that made everything seem serene, even though he knew what they were walking into was anything but. When they reached the town outskirts 20 minutes later, he focused on the stone buildings and scattering of humans that he saw. The dirt roads looked like they were well worn. Off in the distance at various points, he could see large poles with purifier banners hanging from them. A chill swept through him. He had not seen the impact of the purifiers on towns when he had encountered them before, but he knew he was about to get a first-hand look. The humans he saw as they approached the first building made his heart sag. Their eyes looked devoid of any semblance of contentment, and they moved almost as if they were on a rushed schedule. Down the road were two purifiers who were beating one of the humans. He pointed forward. If the purifiers are human supremacists, why would they be doing that? I do not know, said Evaran. What I do know is that these purifiers appear to be different. It is possible that without the Overlord's guidance, they have reverted to basic urges. Emily sighed. The need to fight and conquer. Is that common among humans? Asked Jelton. Our past wasn't that great, said Emily. A lot of wars, fighting and the like, but it was over things like land and resources. I suspect these purifiers are fighting over worlds if they have gates. Maybe with the Overlord gone, there are a lot of factions now. A purifier free for all, and we're in the middle of it, said Dr. Snowden. He chuckled. All we need now is for the Time Wardens to show up. Let us hope that is not the case, said Evaran. The group entered the street and walked down it. As they passed the two purifiers beating an old man, Dr. Snowden could sense that Emily was getting agitated. She zapped one purifier with her stun beam and then knocked the other against the wall, creating an impact crater around where he hit. The purifier fell to the ground and went limp. Emily, what are you doing? Asked Dr. Snowden. She strode over to the beaten man. Go. The man looked around in confusion, then scrambled to his feet and took off. Evaran tilted his head at Emily. I understand your need to interfere, but we must abstain from that. I couldn't just let them beat that man the way they were, said Emily. They might have killed him. Dr. Snowden could feel the pure rage coursing through her voice. While he had the urge to help the man as well, he knew it would potentially lead to their detection. Focus on the waves, said Evaran. We cannot stay in this position. Let us go. Dr. Snowden rubbed Emily's back before heading off with the group. He could hear Emily breathing hard, and it probably took all of her will to calm down. It was unnerving to think she snapped so quickly. Then again, he was also short-tempered, but the nanobots had smoothed him out. Maybe her enhanced nanobots worked differently. They navigated several streets and paused when they were about halfway through the city. A purifier patrol was hustling to where Emily had beaten down the other purifiers. With them was a scout with a device on its head, similar to the one from the forest. We must move out of the line of sight, said Evaran. He rushed down a side street and entered a space between buildings with the rest of the group behind him. V flew up high and provided a bird's-eye view of the patrol. The creature stopped at the side street entrance for a moment and sniffed the air. The purifiers hit it on the back legs, causing it to jump forward. Whew, said Dr. Snowden. I think it sensed us. I believe that as well, said Evaran. We will need to be more cautious. V, reassess our route.
Acknowledged,
said V. As V flew, Dr. Snowden could see that various patrols were moving toward the town outskirts. Humans were scattering out of the way of the patrols, and he could see that the windows in many of the buildings were closing up. You think an alarm has been sounded? I am not sure. Their rapid response tells me they have some form of communication unknown to us. Perhaps it is a communications channel similar to what we have. Nonetheless, we may still be in the clear, as they have no visual. The purifiers may associate the downed patrol as an attack by something else. Like what? Asked Emily. Perhaps there is a human faction fighting them, said Evaran. A downed patrol on the town outskirts would be plausible. There could even be a faction of whatever was native to this planet. We will not know until we get inside the pyramid, and I can access the Rift Crystal Podium. I'm sorry, said Emily. I'm not sure what came over me. I just knew I had to do something. You have a strong sense of justice, and I suspect the cosmic energy is enhancing that. You have more cosmic energy than me or Uncle Albert, but you don't snap at every injustice, said Emily. I am also ancient and have learned to control it. When I do interfere, it tends to have timeline implications. Emily sighed. All right, come, let us go, said Evaran. The group hustled out of the space they were in and took off down the side street in a different direction. It took them another hour, but they were able to avoid any additional patrols thanks to V's overhead view. Dr. Snowden examined the massive pyramid before them. Castle walls surrounded the base, but a large open gate stood forward and left of their current position. Looking at it from V's view, Dr. Snowden could see that there was a gate on each side. The one before them had 2 towers on each side, with guard booths on the ground. In addition to that, several of the creatures they had encountered before sat among the purifier guards that were milling around out front. I don't think we're going in that way, said Jelton. Evaran raised a finger. Perhaps we can, with a distraction. Dr. Snowden grinned. It's V time. Yes, that was the thought.
Analysis. I believe I can pull them away, but it will need to be something that pulls the guards on the ground away.
So, something not too big or too small, said Emily. After a moment, she said, Remember when we fought Kaltoris? He had some entries on the purifiers. I bet if you showed some reptilian Druze, that would get their attention. An excellent idea, said Evaran. V, join us after they leave.
Acknowledged,
said V. He flew off toward the right of the gate. Dr. Snowden chuckled when V created an elite Druze that stood 8 feet tall, surrounded by a pack of regular-sized Druze guards. The reaction by the purifiers was instant. The ground units surged down the street toward V, who moved the hologram down another street. Once the gate was clear of ground units, Evaran waved forward. "Now we go." The group hustled up to the gate and slipped in. They moved off to the right as additional purifier patrols exited through the gate. "The pyramid entrance is ahead. Watch for those creatures who can detect us," said Evaran. The group advanced through the open area between the castle walls and the pyramid base. They shot up a massive ramp and, at the top, slid behind a pillar. Dr. Snowden peered into the entrance and only saw 2 purifier guards. "Lightly guarded." "It makes sense. I bet they think any attack will come from above or through the rift gate," said Emily. "I concur," said Evaran. He crept up to the entrance and, with the group following him, walked between the 2 guards. Dr. Snowden's muscles tensed up. He thought he saw one of the guards turn its head. His muscles relaxed as the group continued past the guards. V had already mapped out the internals, and the underground access was not too far off. The view from V showed that he had dissipated the distraction hologram and was on his way back. The group continued down several massive hallways and reached the path to the underground ramp. "We will wait here until V arrives," said Evaran. Dr. Snowden leaned against the wall. On the way to the ramp, there had been several close calls where a guard had looked in their direction. Another had been when a guard almost ran into Gelton. Dr. Snowden had seen Emily almost strike out a few times. He was more tense than he thought he would be. The next step was to get the crystal, then get out. It would probably be rough, and he was worried Emily might go off script. Hopefully, this would be the last parallel Earth they had to visit. While he did enjoy seeing different worlds, the experience was not the same without the Torvatta and with the energy-sapping cosmic rift centers. He sighed as he waited for V along with the others. Emily gripped her PSD tight as they waited for V. She was not sure what had come over her earlier in town, but the urge to attack the 2 purifiers was something she thought she could control. It was almost as if her body reacted on instinct. At least they were close to getting the rift crystal, and after a fight out, they would be on their way home. She could sense the rift crystal. Hopefully they would not run into any issues retrieving it. After 10 minutes, V flew back and hovered near Evaran.
Analysis. I will open the shielded doors and then close them. Stay behind me a bit and come when I open them.
"We will," said Evaran. V flew off. After V had flown a bit away, Evaran motioned for everyone to move forward. Emily observed some guards that had walked by. The urge to hit them washed over her, but she closed her eyes and focused on waves. It surprised her how powerful the feeling was. Being near purifiers was unleashing a torrent of bad memories. She would not disappoint Evaran again. The group moved down several hallways. Evaran raised a hand for the group to stop. Emily watched as V, several hallways away, unsealed a door. "We must move quickly," said Evaran. The group hustled to the sealed door and stepped through. V flew in after them and then sealed the door.
Analysis. There are 2 more to go.
He flew off. "Not too bad so far," said Dr. Snowden. "Let us not get complacent," said Evaran. Dr. Snowden chuckled. "I don't think I could be if I wanted to right now." The group moved through the second door after V unsealed it. Emily noted that they had only passed 1 patrol, and even then, the patrol was just 2 purifiers. It seemed as if they did not expect anyone or anything to infiltrate the pyramid. The group hustled down to a spot a few hallways away from the 3rd shielded door. V had paused, as there was a purifier sitting at a workstation behind the door. Emily smiled when the purifier looked up in surprise as the shielding went down. The purifier walked up to the door and examined the sides of the doorway. V flew off and projected a sound down a side hallway. The purifier tilted his head for a moment, then started off to where V was and then down the side hallway. "Move," said Evaran. The group hustled toward the unshielded door. V projected a hologram over the side hallway entrance.
Analysis. This will cover you. Go.
The group crossed the third and final door and then walked down a small angled hallway. V joined them after a moment.
The guard is back at his post now.
Excellent work, V, said Evaran.
It was very impressive, said Gelton.
Emily smiled. She knew V would usually flash his lights a bit brighter, but that would probably be a bad idea where they were. According to the map that V had provided, the rift door room was not far away. V flew ahead. Emily's nanobots tingled the closer they got. She swallowed hard when they reached the entrance to the rift door room. Looking inside, she saw 2 purifiers. One was at the podium that housed the rift crystal. The other was standing guard just inside the room.
How are we doing this?
V will disable them, said Evaran. V hovered in the center of the room and angled 2 arms at each purifier. He shimmered into view and fired stun beams from all 4 arms simultaneously. The purifiers slumped to the ground. The group rushed in. V, watch for any activity.
Acknowledged,
said V. He flew out of the room. Evaran placed his UIC on the podium. I will download all the information here, and then we will pull the rift crystal. Emily's breathing had gotten heavier when she saw the rift door rods at the other end of the room. An image ran through her mind of being forced to her knees, kicked in the side, and then tossed into the rift door. Her lips drew down as she also remembered her nanobot duplicate dying to save them. After 10 minutes, Evaran pulled his UIC off and put it back on his belt. Tapping at the podium caused the rift crystal embedded in the pole part of the podium to expose itself. He grabbed the glowing green crystal and cradled it. This should have enough for us to override the Cosmic Rift Center. V has already unsealed the 3 doors we came through, and also disabled the few guards he ran into. It will get hectic once we are ground level. We can try to stay out of sight, but I suspect we will fight. If so, head to the left tower once we are outside the pyramid. We can grapple up and over and go from there. Everyone understand? Everyone acknowledged Evaran. Good, let us go, said Evaran. He stepped out into the hallway with everyone in tow. Emily took quick glances at the guards V had taken down using his stun beams as the group hustled away. Her heart was racing, and her nanobots were ramping up quickly. They reached the ground floor without incident, then stuck close to the walls. Her eyes flared when she heard a guard yell out a guttural sound. An energy blast from the guard's staff hit the wall in front of Evaran. We have been discovered. Run, said Evaran. He used his free hand to aim his utility handle at the guard. A stun beam later, and the guard was on the ground. Emily moved toward the front of the group. Follow me. She knew Evaran would be handicapped with the crystal secured and wondered why he wanted to carry it instead of anyone else. 2 guards ran into the main hallway from outside. She extended her PSD into a staff and knocked one back outside. She swept the other one's legs, then placed her staff end on his chest. He stopped moving as blue electrical arcs danced on his body. The group moved outside and then paused. A horde of guards had amassed at the entrance and were coming their way. Go to the tower, said Emily. Her eyes narrowed, and in a grizzled voice she said, These are mine. Evaran and the others paused for a moment. We should fight together, said Evaran. Go, said Emily. Her nanobots surged through her. Evaran observed her for a moment, then nodded. After verifying that Evaran and the others were on their way to the left tower, she charged forward and repulsed the small group of purifiers that were chasing behind. They went flying into the wall. She raised her forearm shield as the other purifiers shot energy beams at her. With a smile, she grappled one of the purifiers. As she reeled him in, she ran toward the large group. When her captured guard was close, she planted her feet and fired him back at the others like a slingshot. The guard went through them like a bowling ball. A beam hit her side. Looking up, she fired a stun beam and disabled both purifiers in the entrance towers. She could see on her mini-map that Evaran and the others had grappled up to the tower and were now going down the other side of the castle wall. They just needed more time. The guards got up and charged her. She leaped into the air and landed in the middle of them. Time slowed down as she zipped between them, hitting some and stunning and repulsing others. She laughed as the remnants scattered. Running out into the city, she hunted down the retreating purifiers. She was not sure how many there were, but they were no match for her, not in this state. They would be punished, all of them. Several times a glow had washed over her eyes, and she was farther along than she thought she would be. She burst into an alley. A human woman raised her hands and crouched as Emily walked by. Emily wrinkled her eyebrows. The woman seemed to fear her, but the reason why eluded Emily. "Emily," said Evaran over communications. Emily saw another purifier and chased after him. When she reached him, she shot a sticky globule at his feet, then hit him under the chin. The purifier's mask went flying off. She examined the scared man that stood before her. Other humans around her stared in disbelief at the maskless purifier. Emily pointed at the purifier. "They're human. Just like you." The crowd surged toward the purifier and began to rip him to shreds. "Emily," said Evaran again. Emily sighed. "I'm here. Please come. Dr. Snowden has been injured." Her eyes widened, then smoldered. With a quick turn, she bounded out. It seemed word spread quickly about the purifiers, as the town citizens were assaulting them and taking their weapons. She suspected the purifiers would not last long in this town. Her mind focused on Dr. Snowden. There would be even more to pay if he was hurt. After 30 minutes, she burst into the small clearing in the forest where Evaran and the others were. She knelt beside Dr. Snowden. "What happened?" Dr. Snowden seemed to be fine. Evaran raised a finger. "I apologize for the deception. He is okay." "Huh?" asked Emily as she drew her head back. "I don't understand." "I called you 7 times. It was not effective, so I used another tactic." "I only heard you twice." Dr. Snowden pulled his lips to the right. "It was 7 times. You were somewhere else." Emily sighed as she sat down. "I was punishing the purifiers." "Well, I think you liberated the whole town," said Dr. Snowden. "It was only a handful, maybe 30 or so." Gelton looked at Dr. Snowden and Evaran, then Emily. "It was more like several hundred." "What? I don't remember any of that." Evaran scanned her. "I suspect your cosmic energy took over for a bit." "Again?" "It would seem so." Emily lowered her helmet as her eyes searched the ground. I wasn't in control." Dr. Snowden dipped his head toward her. "You are now, and it seems me being hurt snaps you out of it." Evaran motioned off in the distance. "Come, we can head to the Cosmic Rift Center, which is not far away. I do not think we will be interrupted." Emily gulped as she stood. Gelton and V touched her arm. Although she smiled at them, her mind was racing. Something was wrong. She clearly did not do what the others said she did. Or maybe she did. Maybe that was why the human woman feared her. Hopefully no innocent humans were caught up in her fury. Her nanobots had begun to decrease in intensity, and the soothing waves she imagined washed over like a cool river. Whatever happened, they had the rift crystal, and they were going back to the Torvatta. She grinned as Dr. Snowden appeared on her side and interlocked arms with her. Gelton did the other side, and V rested on her shoulder, using one of his segmented arms to hold himself in place. She was glad to have them there with her as they continued on. Chapter 20. Dr. Snowden studied the rift crystal that rested against the cosmic rift sender. Evaran had already disabled the sender, so they would not be flashed away. The grid symbol interface had a green glow around it, and Dr. Snowden suspected that was the rift crystal at work. Green tendrils reached out from the interface's pole, making the whole area light up. He squinted his eyes as he moved back a bit and focused on Evaran. "So now we can access that cosmic structure thing you talked about." "Yes, and it is already connected. It appears all that is needed is a significant amount of rift energy. I suspect that was a failsafe by the creators. Do you really think it was a dark plane form from another plane that made this? Evaran drew his lips tight. It is how I would design it, although I would have added some additional safeguards and, of course, no energy stripping or random flashing. I bet the Mortani stole this technology and twisted it, said Emily through gritted teeth. Evaran scanned Emily with his ring. Even now, the cosmic energy inside you is in flux. Jelton wagged a finger at Evaran. You don't think our mental bond did something, do you? I am not sure, but that is a possibility. Cosmic energy in a human is unusual by itself, and I have never studied the effects of that. This is a new process for me. Another possibility is that the energy-stripping effect of the senders may be a cause, said Evaran. I'm fine, said Emily, tossing a hand out. I do not think you are, said Evaran. However, we will deal with it after getting back to the Torvatta. Emily pretended to study her forearm. I'm looking forward to seeing your ship, said Jelton. He bobbed his head. And also seeing home again. Evaran interacted with his ARI. Then prepare yourself. I have found the coordinates for the parallel Earth with the Torvatta and have downloaded additional information. Everyone gathered around Evaran. If anyone wishes to stay longer or visit the Mist World again, we can, said Evaran with a half smile. Will you just press the execute button, said Emily, swatting Evaran's arm. Evaran pressed the button. A bright flash enveloped the group. Dr. Snowden grinned big when he looked around and saw the familiar forest that indicated that they were back on the Neanderthal world they had initially been flashed from. V, go into scout mode and bring the Torvatta here, said Evaran.
Acknowledged. Scout mode engaged,
said V. He shimmered and flew off. Dr. Snowden sighed. The words I've been waiting to hear. He saw Emily looking off into the distance. After walking over to her, he said, You sure you're okay? Yeah, she said with a forced grin. Dr. Snowden knew she was putting up a front, but he would not pursue it. It was something she would need to work out on her own. All right. If you want to talk, just let me know. I know, and thank you. He eyed her for a moment, then stood next to Jelton. So, you finally get to see the Torvatta. Yes, and I'm excited to see it, said Jelton. Well, I'm also looking forward to using a ship to move around instead of walking everywhere. Perhaps we can have one of those burger things from that other world. Dr. Snowden laughed. I'm up for it. That and a hot shower. Evaran raised a finger. Once we are back on board, we should take the remainder of the day to rest up. And you're going to go through a mountain of data while we do that, aren't you? I am, said Evaran. You know me well. One interesting aspect is that I have data on each world we went to, and with everyone's visual feeds, we will be able to see composites of those environments in the Hollow Room. Jelton tilted his head. Hollow Room? Oh, just wait, said Dr. Snowden, grinning. I expect I will be surprised often, my friend, said Jelton, laughing. Dr. Snowden felt like Jelton had been with them forever. The thought of the mental bond causing instability was something that gave Dr. Snowden pause, but with the Torvatta, he was sure it would be resolved. At least he hoped so. He could not imagine losing what he had now, and he was sure Emily felt the same way. Unlike some of the previous adventures, he hoped they could spend some time with Jelton and his people. Evaran pointed off into the distance. The Torvatta arrives. Everyone assembled around Evaran. I'm so happy to see it, said Emily. As am I, said Evaran. She tilted her head. With all the depletion we've taken, do you think the Torvatta can restore it? Unfortunately, I do not think it can. It would take a reformation for that to occur. Yeah, let's not do that, she said. Dr. Snowden's eyes lit up when the Torvatta landed. It was his home, and only the second time it had been unavailable. Emily burst forward and ran inside the Torvatta. Dr. Snowden followed Evaran, with Jelton at his side. "An interesting design," said Jelton as he looked around. "It may look small and without power, but trust me, it has power," said Dr. Snowden. Jelton paused at the shielding. "This shielding, it's different than anything I've encountered before." "It is unique," said Evaran, motioning forward. Jelton glanced at Dr. Snowden, then stepped through the shielding. Dr. Snowden grinned when Jelton entered the Torvatta and took everything in. "A most impressive interior," said Jelton. He peered into the immediate left and then right doorway. He wrinkled his eyebrows. "There are rooms that should not exist, yet here they are." "Dimensional mechanics again," said Dr. Snowden. Jelton checked out the other side rooms, then went to the command center. He stood next to V. "You have masterful control of this craft." V's lights glowed a bit brighter. Evaran sat in his command chair and interacted with the arm console. "V, take us to low Earth orbit and put us into scan profile 1 and stealth mode."
Acknowledged.
Jelton gripped a chair in the U-shaped seating area as he looked down and saw the ground becoming more distant. "There is much to know here." Dr. Snowden nodded back at the conference room. "How about we get something to eat, and then I can show you your room?" He glanced at Evaran. "I assume he has one?" "Yes, one has been designated. I have sent the location to your PSD." Dr. Snowden looked around. "Hey, where's Emily?"
Analysis. She mentioned a hot bath. I suspect she does not want company while she performs this action.
Dr. Snowden laughed. "Well, I would suppose not. Come on, Jelton. Let me introduce you to a whole world of food." Jelton grinned. "I look forward to it. Lead on." Jelton studied the burger that Dr. Snowden had replicated. Next to it was something called a hot dog, and a plate of French fries sat slightly away from the burger. Jelton enjoyed Dr. Snowden's enthusiasm in displaying different types of food, and one food called pizza seemed to excite him more than the others. The carbonated drink was tasty, and all the sensations elicited from the food and drink made it easier to understand why Dr. Snowden liked it so much. "Well, dig in," said Dr. Snowden, biting into his burger. Jelton complied. "I'm so happy to be back here," said Dr. Snowden, wolfing down his fries. Jelton chuckled. "It would seem so. I can sense that this ship is very powerful." "Definitely. Wait until you try to sleep. That's the part I'm looking forward to." "Has sleep always been an issue for you?" Dr. Snowden took a swig of his drink. "Yeah, and being stressed doesn't help things. However, here on the Torvatta, there's a neural effect that helps you sleep. Its impact is very noticeable when you haven't had it for a while. Speaking of which, what's the next step for you?" "I assume I will be taken back to my ship in my timeline, and then from there I'll return to our headquarters," said Jelton. He tilted his head. "If this group is going to face the Mortani, then the Rift Guardians can provide assistance. Do you think Evaran would be open to that?" "That's a good question. Normally he tries to keep things small, but in this case, maybe having some backup wouldn't be such a bad idea. I'd ask him and see what he says." "I'll do that. The Reval would gladly give the Mortani a fight. Even if they don't come, I'd like to see them." "I'll see to it," said Jelton. After eating and some light conversation, Dr. Snowden stood and rubbed his stomach. "Okay, hot shower, then I'm taking a nap. I can show you to your room now if you want." Jelton grinned. "You go ahead. I'm sure V or Evaran can show me." "All right," said Dr. Snowden. He exited the room. When Jelton went to the command center, he only saw V at the front console. Jelton approached V. "Do you know where Evaran is?"
"He is on the roof,"
said V. Jelton eyed V. Does he wish to be alone?
Analysis. I do not think so.
All right, said Jelton. He looked around. How do I get up there? V flew over to the roof lift.
You can use this.
Thank you. You've been most helpful, said Jelton as he entered the lift. V's lights glowed a bit brighter before he flew back to the front console. Jelton studied the lift as it rose. It seemed featureless, yet a light filled the area. When the lift stopped, Jelton tepidly stepped out. The light blue guardrails stood out immediately, and beyond that was the planet they had just been on. Shielding encompassed the roof and stood out a bit from the ship. At the roof's edge, Evaran leaned on the guardrail. He turned his head to the side. Did you enjoy your meal with Dr. Snowden? I did, actually, said Jelton. He joined Evaran at the guardrail. This is an amazing view. Evaran nodded. I had some things to discuss with you if you have a moment. Please proceed. What's the next step for me? Evaran half smiled. We will go to your timeline and take you where you want to go. If we could go to the Cosmic Rift Sender, I could get my ship back. Very well. If you give V the coordinates and time index, we can do that. Jelton raised a finger. On that note, I would suggest that if you're going to take on the Mortani, you let the Rift Guardians assist you. Evaran rubbed his chin. I have thought of that. However, I try not to involve others if possible. A compromise, then, said Jelton. I go with you when you visit the Mortani. If it's determined you need support, we'll make it available. Evaran took a moment to study Jelton. That would be a wise course of action. Good. On another topic, I suspect that our mental bonding has impacted Dr. Snowden and Emily. Maybe, said Evaran. The human form was not meant to house cosmic energy, and although I have been monitoring it, I suspect it is consuming them. If it helps, we do have modified siphon tanks at our headquarters that we took from the Time Wardens. I don't know if it will work on cosmic energy, but I mention this as an option to reduce or remove their cosmic energy if you request it. Evaran clenched his jaw for a moment. I know that the Time Warden siphon tanks can remove cosmic energy. I saw it on another plane form in this plane. I would be interested in seeing your modifications. He glanced at Jelton. Perhaps we should visit your headquarters after dropping you off at your ship. Your ship uses rift crystals to move around, if I recall. It actually has various binds and recalls. Intriguing. I have seen a ship that used rift crystals to bind to the last rift it went through. That's a default scenario, said Jelton. We've adapted our technology to store multiple binds, although we usually only use one when investigating something. We can recall to any of them. Very well, said Evaran. As long as we have the coordinates, we can meet you there. Then we can meet with your command, and I can view the siphon tanks. After that, we can head out to where the Mortani are and assess the situation. Jelton smiled. My friend, I think that is an excellent plan. I do find that the mental bond has affected me, and it is a new experience. Although I am cautious of any ascended normally, I sense that you, and most likely the Rift Guardians in general, have high levels of integrity. I like to think we do, said Jelton. I have thoroughly enjoyed traveling with you and the others, and a part of me believes that this was always meant to happen. Chance meetings of this level are very rare, and when they occur, I believe there is something else driving it. An apt assessment. All right. I'll check out the living quarters that Dr. Snowden so highly recommends. V will show you where it is when you head down. Okay. What are you going to do now? Evaran looked out among the stars. I have a lot of information obtained from the Cosmic Rift senders and receivers. Although I do not have the Mortani location yet, I suspect it will reveal itself once I begin to research.
If I can help in any way, please let me know.
Very good, said Evaran. Enjoy your rest, and I will see you and everyone else once you have had time to rest. Jelton forearm shook with Evaran and then left the roof. Although Jelton had a lot on his mind, he enjoyed the ease of talking with Evaran. Jelton did not think that joining the crew for what turned out to be a harrowing journey through multiple Earths was by accident. The rifts probably had some influence, or maybe even something more powerful. He had a lot to think about. After going back to the command area, he was led to his room by V.
Analysis. If you have any questions, I can assist you.
I may have a few, actually, if you have the time.
V extended a segmented arm in the air.
A high five it is, said Jelton as he returned V's high five. My friend, I am always honored to have your assistance.
He followed V into the room. The main room they entered was a hub of sorts, with doorways leading off to other rooms. He could see that there was a matter replicator in the room and several pieces of furniture. With a look at V, he said,
Now, what are the features of these living quarters?
V flew around and began to give a tour. Jelton smiled. Although as a Rift Guardian he felt the urge to be out and about, the living quarters and Torvatta by extension felt like a miniature headquarters. Along with a strong crew, a brief thought of what it would be like to travel with Evaran and the others flashed through his mind. Maybe one day. For now, there was still the Mortani threat to deal with. Chapter 21. Emily sighed as she looked in the mirror in her living area. A part of her was not sure what she was looking at. The thought that she was not in full control of her body scared her. To come this far, only to lose control, seemed odd. She was not sure what the others were up to, but she wanted to see what had happened on the purifier world in the Hollow Room. It was 7:00 p.m., so she suspected everyone was probably doing their own thing for the rest of the night. That was okay with her. She wanted to be alone for the moment, although she might need V's help setting up the Hollow Room from his view. She went to the command area and found V, who was alone out front by the console.
Are you feeling okay?
Asked V. She shrugged. I'm not sure, to be honest. Would you mind showing me what happened in that last fight? In the Hollow Room?
Of course,
said V. He flew forward and then paused.
Will this be uncomfortable for you?
She sighed. Probably, but I need to know. V continued on to the Hollow Room with Emily in tow. Once there, he configured the room to show the scene from his view. Emily's eyes were glued to the scene beneath her. Since it was V's perspective, it was a bird's-eye view. She could see herself attacking the purifiers.
I have linked the audio.
She listened as Evaran called out to her several times. V had even flown down within her range, but she did not respond. A chill swept through her. She did not recognize a majority of the fighting. It was like someone had taken over her body and gone to town on the purifiers. She raised her hand. Can you pause for a moment? The scene paused. She studied the small side street her hollow self was on. In it, she had attacked some purifiers, but some of the town's citizens had been caught up in it. It seemed that no care or caution was given when around innocents. Dread swelled up in her. No wonder the woman she had seen was fearful. She swallowed hard. Continue. Over the next 30 minutes, she watched as her hollow self swept horde after horde away. Some of the fighting moves were unknown to her. She did not recall ever using the PSD's morphable metal to extend into a giant fist that flew a short distance out, knocking heavily armored purifiers back and then returning to its starting position. In another scenario, she created a large four-pronged claw and used it to grab purifiers and toss them around. Her first thought was why not use a grappling beam, but she figured the claw gave more control.
Is this what you wish to see?
Asked V. Yeah.
Was it what you expected?
She shook her head. I don't recognize that person.
I tried to get your attention, but you ignored me.
She smiled. You know I would never do that intentionally. It seems saying Uncle Albert was hurt snapped me out of whatever was going on.
Yes.
Okay, I've seen enough. I think I'll take the rest of the day to just relax in my living area.
I can accompany you if you wish.
She looked up at V. You know what? I'd like that. Although she had thought she wanted to be alone, she would not mind having V around. They exited the hollow room and went to her living area. She lay on the bed on her stomach. I could use one of your world-famous massages. V flew out of the room, and a moment later he came back in full body mode. Emily's muscles relaxed as V went to work. With the neural effect and V's masterful massage skills, her eyes began to droop, and then close. When she opened them, she looked around. It was quiet, and V was gone. She slid out of bed and checked her PSD. It was 8:00 a.m. She must have been more tired than she thought. After getting cleaned up, she went to the conference room to get her breakfast. Normally, she would go train in the hollow room around 7 a.m., but she was not feeling it today. She smiled when she saw Dr. Snowden with a cup of coffee and Gelton talking animatedly. Evaran was at the front of the table, and V was hovering nearby. She's up, said Dr. Snowden. I am, said Emily. She got some orange juice and took her seat. Why is everyone up so early? Usually it's just me, and Evaran and V, of course. I went to bed early and slept a long time, said Dr. Snowden. I feel good this morning. Likewise, said Gelton. Well, since we are all here, perhaps we can go over the day's itinerary, said Evaran. Sounds good to me, said Emily as she sipped her juice. We will head to the parallel Earth where Gelton first came into contact with the Cosmic Rift Sender. Once he has his ship, he will recall to his headquarters. We will meet him there and explore his culture. From there, we will return to the Purifier world. I need more data to discover the Mortani's location. Once we find it, we can check it out. Gelton will come with us, and if we determine we need help, the Rift Guardians will assist. What do you think the Mortani defenses will be like? Asked Emily. I am not sure. They are ascended, but I suspect they still have a trace of cosmic energy in them. Physically, they will be strong. They may or may not have a base, and if they do, they may have some type of defense force. We will learn more when we visit in Scan Profile 1 and Stealth Mode. Dr. Snowden chuckled. At least when we go back to the Purifier world to work on the Cosmic Rift Sender, we won't need to worry about being bothered. That is correct, said Evaran. Gelton smiled. I'm excited for you all to see our headquarters. I know the other Rift Guardians will also be excited to meet you all. Evaran, maybe, said Dr. Snowden, crooking a thumb Evaran's way. No, all of you, said Gelton. Especially when they see all the other worlds I went to. Is there no concern that it might cause a paradox or something? Asked Emily. Evaran raised a finger. Not necessarily. If we remove the source of the Cosmic Rift Senders and receivers, they should all disappear, and the timelines will correct themselves. Dr. Snowden wrinkled his eyebrows. What about the time we spent there? Since our initial jump would have never occurred, our existence in the other timelines would not be rendered, and we would have the memories even though they wouldn't be real, said Dr. Snowden. Correct, said Evaran. He tilted his head. Does this bother you? I remember you asked this before, but no. Although I can see how when half your memories are no longer real, that could be an issue. I understand. If you miss any of the worlds, we can always visit them in the Hollow Center. Emily laughed. Yeah, no thanks. I'm with her, said Dr. Snowden, nodding at Emily. I did want to briefly discuss the anomaly in both of your cosmic energies, said Evaran. Emily's stomach tightened. I do not know what occurred back on the Purifier world, but I suspect the cosmic energy in you both is currently unstable. Jelton mentioned that the Rift Guardians have siphon tanks, similar to the ones the Time Wardens had. It is modified, and after we deal with the Mortani, we can determine if it is needed to stabilize you. I hope it stabilizes, but if not, I can't go on not being in control of my own body, said Emily. Dr. Snowden shook a finger. Yeah, I don't want the prospect of death every time I heal or channel. We will look into it, said Evaran. No decisions need to be made now. I just wanted to inform you both of the option. Emily smiled at Evaran. Hopefully it will resolve itself. Okay then. Let us head to where Jelton first encountered the Cosmic Rift Center, to the command area. Emily followed everyone out of the conference room. Although she was trying to put up a brave front, she did not think the cosmic stability problem would go away. Something would have to be done, and losing what she had now made her just as fearful as not being in control. She sighed as she swatted the thoughts out of her head. Dr. Snowden studied the planet where Jelton had first encountered the Cosmic Rift Center. The Torvatta had jumped to the timeline to the exact point that Jelton had left. It still amazed Dr. Snowden how the Torvatta could translate coordinates from disparate systems. Even Jelton seemed impressed. An overhead map of a landmass showed up in a data window, with a red dot flashing in a forested area.
Analysis. Jelton's ship has been located.
Take us down, said Evaran.
Acknowledged.
The Torvatta is truly impressive, said Jelton. I understand it's unique, but it would make being a Rift Guardian so much easier.
It could also potentially be a dangerous weapon in the wrong hands, said Evaran. Jelton nodded. The Torvatta angled itself and then flew into the planet's atmosphere. After 30 minutes, it had set down just outside Jelton's ship.
I thought I would never see my ship again, said Jelton, standing.
It is outside the flashing range, so you should be okay to go get it, said Evaran.
Analysis. Multiple robots detected.
They're mine, said Jelton. I'm glad to see them.
Dr. Snowden studied the various robots that were being highlighted. Most looked humanoid, yet frail. Others were drones. It seemed most of them were for observing or basic menial work. Evaran motioned at Jelton's ship. We have your headquarters coordinates and time index. We will meet you there momentarily. Jelton exhaled from his nose.
Very well.
He shook hands with everyone and high-fived V.
I'll see you all again shortly.
He exited the Torvatta and approached his ship. Dr. Snowden watched as a drone flew overhead and scanned Jelton. The robots all seemed to pause when Jelton came within range of the ship. Dr. Snowden was curious what was being said, if anything. Can you boost the audio?
Acknowledged,
said V. Dr. Snowden listened intently.
Log. There is much to tell. I'll update the records once I'm back at headquarters, said Jelton.
He smiled as he stood outside his ship.
Prepare for recall.
Dr. Snowden remembered meeting Bilazine, a rogue time traveler. He had a ship that could bind to the last rift it had encountered, then recall to it. Dr. Snowden wondered if it was similar. Jelton boarded the ship after the robots and drones. After a moment, a screen appeared on a console with a view of Jelton strapped into a chair.
My ship is functional, and I'm ready to recall back to headquarters, said Jelton.
Excellent, said Evaran. The screen faded. Whoa, look, said Emily. Dr. Snowden tried to make sense of the glow that emanated from Jelton's ship. The glow began to pulse, and after a moment, the ship disappeared. He glanced at Evaran. He said recall. Is that what Bilazine's ship did? Yes, although, due to their advanced nature and Riven origin, the Rift Guardian ships can recall to multiple binds. It is apparent one of them is back to its headquarters. That's pretty cool, said Emily. It's still no Torvatta. I concur. V, take us to the Rift Guardian headquarters coordinates."
Acknowledged.
The Torvatta ascended to low orbit. Everything outside faded out and then eased back into view, and then the Torvatta opened a portal and flew through it. Once through the portal, Dr. Snowden's eyes popped open as he examined what looked like a massive landmass floating in space. There were no stars that he could see, but a massive flattened green rift crystal hung suspended over the landmass. The area between the landmass and the crystal was bright, but not tinted green as he expected it would be. It had the feel of a clear day on Earth. He saw Jelton's ship nearby. A communication window appeared showing Jelton in his ship. "Welcome to the Rift Guardian headquarters," said Jelton. "It is good to be here," said Evaran. "I've updated our docking controller, and they've sent me landing coordinates, transmitting them to you now."
Docking coordinates received,
said V. "Good. Follow me," said Jelton. His ship angled and flew in toward the landmass. "Interesting place," said Dr. Snowden. He looked around. "There's a few stars missing." Jelton smiled. "We're in a dimension inside a rift." "We're inside a rift?" asked Emily with wide eyes. "Yes." Dr. Snowden looked around, expecting to see some telltale sign of a rift, but there was nothing. Looking at the approaching landmass, he could see advanced and sleek metallic buildings. The large rift crystals floating around the area reminded him of green diamonds. The headquarters area overall seemed like a large college campus. Buildings were scattered around, and sprinkled among them were larger structures that resembled ancient Greek buildings with large pillars. He was not sure what everything did, but the area they were going to was a massive open patch with solid platforms to land on. Between each platform was purple grass, and well-maintained walkways merged into larger ones that led into the headquarters areas. He glanced at Jelton. "Fancy place." Jelton smiled. "It's home." The Torvatta landed on a platform next to Jelton's. "Okay, shutting down communications now," said Jelton. The communication window disappeared. Everyone exited the Torvatta and met up with Jelton. As they made their way to the headquarters, Emily said, "So there's no sun here?" "None," said Jelton. He gestured upward. "The interaction between the overhead crystal and our lighting system creates a well-lit environment." "It's beautiful." He smiled at her. "I'm glad you think so." Dr. Snowden noted that having Jelton around seemed to put Emily in a better mood. It could also be some impact of all the rift energy around. His nanobots were tingling like there was some danger around, but he did not see anything. They reached a large arch. Dr. Snowden observed that there were no walls surrounding the buildings, and that the arch was just where the main walkway from the landing platforms ended. Although he could see other Riven walking around ahead, there were no guards. Maybe, like the Purifier Overlord, defense was not a concern when you have your own dimension. They passed through the large arch and entered into an open area surrounded by various buildings. Dr. Snowden studied the various Riven he saw as they passed. Most looked like they were ready to fight at a moment's notice. A handful wore elaborate robes. What each of them had, though, were visible weapons. Maybe they did not need guards when everyone was ready to fight. There were other humanoid aliens around, but he suspected they were all Rift Guardians. They reached a massive building with several pillars out front. The design reminded Dr. Snowden of the Parthenon. This one had guards out front, and they looked more like small mechs. The armor was infused with rift crystals, and a green glow emanated from them. As the group approached, one of the guards dipped his head. Jelton returned the action. Dr. Snowden noted it seemed much less formal than he expected. It surprised him that the guards did not stop the group to see who was with Jelton. He must be highly respected. "Wait here," said Jelton. "I'm going to update my commander that you're here. I'm sure he'll want to meet you, and then we can do whatever we want afterward." "Very well," said Evaran. Dr. Snowden watched Jelton walk away. Learning about new cultures was always exciting, and Dr. Snowden treasured that aspect of travel. At least they were in a friendly place. The Mortani seemed so far away, and he suspected that if most of those who went through the cosmic rift sender and receivers got home, they would probably want nothing to do with the Mortani. He knew Evaran would see to it that the Mortani were held accountable for their actions. Evaran tilted his head at Dr. Snowden. Dr. Snowden smiled. Chapter 22. Emily used her PSD's augmented reality view to look around. She used to have to pull the PSD apart for her screen, but she found a new pattern that extended a television-like outline with the PSD handle acting as a base. It reminded her of a square magnifying glass, except instead of glass, it was a transparent screen that showed augmented reality information. It was easier to use. Looking around, she saw that everything had a touch of rift energy in it. The amount of information, from the building materials to the various labels popping around Rift Guardians as they walked by, always amazed her. Her PSD was like an extension of herself now. Although she had missed the Torvatta, losing her PSD would be just as bad, and that had happened before on the prison planet. She knew that even without the Torvatta, her PSD was always there, by her side and ready to be used. "You seeing all of this?" said Dr. Snowden, looking around with his PSD. He had a similar pattern as she did. "Yep, kinda cool," she said. She pointed at a riven. "Look, you can see the rift energy just smoldering off them." Evaran raised a finger. "I am unaware of a riven or rift guardian culture, but they may not like being pointed at." "Huh?" asked Emily. Evaran gestured toward the riven she had been observing. The riven stared at them. "Oh," said Emily. She retracted her augmented reality pattern back into her PSD. "I get caught up in using it sometimes." "Like me and the Planner Cartography Lab," said Dr. Snowden. She chuckled. After 20 minutes of light discussion, Jelton returned. "Our base commander, Galden Cull, is interested in meeting you. I have briefed him on the events, so he is aware of the situation," said Jelton. Evaran motioned forward. "Lead on." As the group crossed the open area toward a large hallway, Emily soaked in more of the environment. There were some areas that had a raised ring on the ground with a blue liquid inside it. It reminded her of a small swimming pool. What was different was the large green rift crystal that seemed to hang in the air above the liquid. There were several of these structures dotted around, alongside unusual trees. They looked like they were made of fiberglass, but had an organic-like moss that seemed to cover it. It was one of the more unusual building interiors that she had seen. The group reached the hallway, and after 10 minutes they were on a patio area that overlooked the edge of the landmass. It reminded Emily somewhat of standing on the Torvatta and looking off into space, except there were no stars to be seen. A burly, gray-skinned riven sat in one of several comfortable, fiberglass-like chairs in a ring pattern. Each chair had green, glowing lines on them. Focusing on the riven, she took notice of the green, rectangular strips that arced from his cheeks to the back of his head. Lightly glowing green circuitry-like lines ran along his face, highlighting his dimly lit silver eyes. A thin metallic headband resided over his forehead, while 2 shiny metal plates ran along the sides of his head, with a cutout for his ears. Jelton gestured at the riven. "This is Rift Guardian Base Commander Galden Cull." Galden motioned for everyone to sit alongside him.
"Please, have a seat. Jelton has told me much about you in the short time he has been back."
Everyone complied.
"I wanted to first say thank you for helping Jelton. He's the least likely person to need any type of help, but it seems the trap he was in was beyond even our knowledge."
Evaran nodded.
"Jelton tells me that these rift senders and receivers possess cosmic energy that is unknown to us. He also said you all possess it in varying degrees. Is this true?
It is, said Evaran. Gelton also has a trace in him as well.
I wasn't aware of that, said Galden,
eyeing Gelton.
Gelton grinned. It was to help me. I feel the same as I always do. I'll do a full checkup once we're done here. As expected. Now, these Mortani, they seem to operate these cosmic structures.
Galden glanced at Evaran.
You're going after them now.
We are, said Evaran. Although you are limited to this timeline, the Mortani are not, and they are causing great harm. They need to be held responsible.
A strong sense of duty, said Galden, smiling. I suspect we're not too different from each other, although, from what I understand, your domain is much more expansive than ours.
Gelton motioned at Evaran while glancing at Galden.
I suggested that, after assessing the Mortani, when they're located, we could possibly help. How would we do that? Asked Galden. It depends on what we find, but I wanted to bring it up now so you could think on it while we investigate what we're dealing with, said Gelton. The Reva are not assigned, so maybe they could be used. You're going with Evaran for this assessment? Asked Galden. Of course. They saved my life. It's the least I can do. You wanted me to investigate the anomaly. This is me doing it. Also, I believe that it would be beneficial to work with Evaran. I think he is from a higher place.
Galden eyed Evaran.
You've made quite the impression on Gelton.
He raised a finger.
That's unusual in itself.
I did not come here to ask for help, as I prefer to keep external involvement to a minimum if possible, but I will gladly accept any should the need arise, said Evaran.
You would take on these Mortani with just your crew?
If that is what it takes. Justice must be served.
Galden grinned. Your convictions are strong.
Evaran nodded, and then looked around. Gelton mentioned the Rift Guardians had siphon tanks.
We do, and they're from the Time Wardens. We modified them a bit so they siphon faster.
How do you use them?
They are meant for those who have been convicted and possess exotic energies.
You make them mortal, said Emily.
Galden glanced at Emily. Yes. Afterward, we put them on a prison planet.
The hairs on her neck raised. You do?
We do, and operate a facility near the end of time, or at least as far as we can go. The prisoners are treated fairly, and there is no chance of them leaving the planet.
Oh.
That seems to bother you.
Emily shook her head. I've been on a prison planet with rift gates that could sap energy, but it was a different species and used by a different faction.
I see, said Galden. The operation we have is fair, and the prisoners have a large area to live in. We assign each prisoner a part of the planet where they're free to do what they want.
Sounds like it would be lonely, said Dr. Snowden.
They can travel between their regions, but only if the prisoner in that region allows them to. They are also given communication technology.
You're not worried they might break out?
Galden chuckled. Where would they go? There are no planets within several 100 million light years. There are also no ships of any kind other than the drones we use.
How do you maintain regional borders, then? Asked Dr. Snowden.
We use rift shielding.
Huh. "That's pretty interesting," said Dr. Snowden. He motioned at Evaran. "If we capture the Mortani, this sounds like the place they should go." Galden grinned. "We can offer that." He turned toward Jelton. "Give me some time, and I'll go over everything you have. In the meantime, assess this Mortani threat, and we can go from there. If they can do this in our timeline, then it's possible they could do more." "You are wise, as always," said Jelton. He looked around at everyone. "After my checkup, who wants a tour?" Emily grinned. She got the sense that Galden was old, much older than he appeared. It fascinated her, the amount of trust he had in Jelton. Maybe there was a different type of bond between Riven. Whatever the case was, she was interested in checking out the Rift Guardian base. She had a lot of questions on rifts, rift energy, and rift crystals in general. It seemed to be something they ran into more often than not. She was sure Evaran would angle to get more information as well, considering large rift crystals could siphon his very being. With a final look around after everyone had stood, she smiled and followed everyone out. Dr. Snowden grimaced as he looked around the lightly forested area that surrounded the grassy open space they were in. It had been a day since they were at the Rift Guardian headquarters, and now they were back on the Purifier world at the Cosmic Rift Center. Although it was 10 o'clock a.m. Earth time, it seemed more like the afternoon on the planet. The goal was to find the source of the senders and receivers. Emily and Jelton walked around the area while Evaran was hard at work analyzing data gleaned from the sender. V scouted their surroundings. Dr. Snowden had enjoyed the previous day spent at the Rift Guardian headquarters. He had learned that visitors were rare, but the Rift Guardians he did encounter were very friendly. A part of him suspected it was due to them sensing that cosmic energy was at play, although they would not know that it was cosmic energy. Another possibility that floated through his mind was that they might have been able to sense that the group had mentally bonded with Jelton. Either way, Dr. Snowden enjoyed viewing all the unique structures and learning more about the Rift Guardians. They had a shared hatred in regards to the Time Wardens. When visiting a research facility, he had immersed himself in looking at those encounters. The Rift Guardian Time Warden war was long-lasting, but the Rift Guardians had won. Deathless Rift Blades like Jelton turned the battle. They were able to sneak in and slice through Time Warden shields and armor effortlessly with their Rift Blades. There were also other specialized units that could handle Time Warden commanders and other types. With the Time Warden Timeplex gone, the Rift Guardians had secured their timeline. "Intriguing," said Evaran. Dr. Snowden stood next to Evaran. "What is it?" "Perhaps we should discuss this with the others," said Evaran. He talked into his ARI. "Emily, Jelton, please come to the Cosmic Rift Center." Dr. Snowden looked out and saw Emily and Jelton begin coming back. The ability to communicate with the group via the PSDs, Evaran's ARI, and V was very useful, something Dr. Snowden had come to rely on. After Emily and Jelton arrived, Evaran tossed out a remote viewing orb. A projection shot up, showing a white dot on a black background. Evaran pointed at the dot. "That is a normal Cosmic Rift Center. It is a quantum projection." The projection changed to show a series of dots connected by thin lines. One of the dots was bigger than the others and outlined in green. The larger dot is a repeater, which is what projects Cosmic Rift senders and receivers, and is itself a sender and receiver. We know that there is a pattern in the number of Cosmic Rift senders between each repeater. The projection changed to show several repeaters connected to a golden cube. The repeaters are connected to a source, one that is powered by cosmic energy and anchored in this universe in another timeline. Using the rift crystals supplied by Galden, I have discerned the location of the source. However, from what I have gleaned, the source itself funnels all energy collected to somewhere else, a dimension outside the universe, in the space between the universal cell wall and the universe itself. Dr. Snowden wrinkled his eyebrows. That's the white liquid energy place, right? Universal energy? You are correct, said Evaran. Jelton tilted his head. I'm sorry, did you say outside the universe? Evaran raised a finger. I did. An explanation is in order. As Dr. Snowden mentioned earlier, the plane is made up of universal cells. Each cell contains universal energy, and in the middle is the universe itself. Dr. Snowden believes it looks like a bubble. Strands from the cell walls to the universe represent exotic energy. The energy is then dissipated across the universe via the timelines. This cosmic rift system takes that exotic energy out of the timelines and, by extension, the universe, then funnels it into this extra universal dimension. So, we go to the source, shut that down, and then head to this dimension? Asked Emily. Yes. I suspect the dimension is where the Mortani are. However, what is at the anchored source I do not know. We will find out. Why didn't we detect it when we were in the universal cell last time when we were building Evaran's Torvatta? It is difficult to detect anything in the universal energy medium that inhabits a cell, outside of the exotic energy strands and the universe itself. Dr. Snowden raised his eyebrows. The Mortani are acting like parasites to the universe. An apt analogy, said Evaran. A ruckus near the forest's edge caused them to look over. Dr. Snowden observed the humans that approached. They did not look like they were ready to fight, but instead walked casually. They had purifier weapons, but wore non-purifier clothing, similar to what he had seen earlier on the humans when they had gone through the town. The human group paused a bit away from the cosmic rift center. Then they got on bended knee. What's all that about? Asked Emily. I do not know, said Evaran. Let us investigate. They assembled before the human group. Evaran tossed out a translation orb so Jelton could understand. With an upward hand motion, Evaran said, Please rise. The humans complied. What is your purpose here? The humans looked around at each other. Then a dark-skinned, middle-aged man with a thick black beard stepped forward. I'm Evaran Chronicles. I represent the citizens of the town that the heroic Emily liberated. Emily drew her head back. We wish an audience with her. Evaran motioned at Emily. She stepped forward. Okay. What's this about? There were whispers that the Overlord had been purged by someone only known as the heroic Emily. You fit her physical depiction, and from what we saw, you performed as described. We were witness to your greatness this time, said Lizelle. He looked down. It was hard to believe that the whispers were true. He looked back up with misted eyes. But you came and saved our town. We saw you punish the purifiers for their misdeeds. His voice rose. Your fury was unlike anything we've ever seen. It was pure, precise, and focused. Oh, I'm not sure how you would have heard about the Overlord, or if it's even possible, said Emily. The whispers are said to have come through the Overlord's eyes to one of the Overlord's guardians. Well, I wasn't really myself, but yeah, the Overlord is dead. The humans murmured among themselves. Lizelle cleared his throat. We have burned the purifiers we captured to symbolize the cleansing of our town. Our rebellion spreads, and more purifier strongholds are under siege. We will reclaim this land, and we owe everything to you. Wait, you burned them? Does this displease you? Emily glanced at Evaran and the others, then back at Lizelle. Well, you do know they're humans too, right? Give them a chance to repent. I'd wager most of them didn't want to be purifiers. Show them a better way. Evaran nodded at Emily. Your mercy will be known.
For those who refuse to repent, what should we do with them?
I don't know. Do you have a prison system? The humans looked around at each other. What is your justice system?
Ah,
said Lizelle.
we had none. It was do what the purifier said or die.
A prison planet would be a good solution, but there's no longer a rift door here.
I'm unaware of what a prison planet is or a rift door.
Emily tossed a hand out. The Overlord's eyes. The humans gasped. Don't worry. It's no longer operational, said Emily. She motioned at Evaran and the others. We disabled it.
Your power is truly unfathomable.
Emily chuckled. Well, I don't know about all that. Anyways, you can create your own system to house those who break your laws.
It will be done.
How'd you know we were up here? Lizelle pointed at the cosmic rift sender.
The light from this pillar shines into the sky, and it flashed momentarily. We came to see what caused it, and found you here.
Evaran tilted his head. That was the Torvatta passing through the light.
I do not know what the Torvatta is.
It is not important. Emily glanced at Evaran. Is there anything else we need to do here? We have enough information. Emily faced Lizelle. We have to go. But I wanted to wish you the best of luck. Lizelle and the other humans kneeled. He looked up and said,
This moment will be forever remembered.
Emily exhaled from her nose, then followed Evaran and the others to the Torvatta. Once inside the shielding, Dr. Snowden chuckled. You really made an impression. Well, that wasn't weird at all, said Emily. I don't know, said Dr. Snowden. Emily, the Overlord Slayer, has a nice ring to it. Jelton laughed. She raised an eyebrow. I'm beginning to see how Evaran feels when people call him a god. On a more serious note, I think once we remove the source, the cosmic rift sender and receiver projections will disappear, and the timelines will be updated. That means our presence here will be erased, she said. With a glance at Evaran, she said, Right? That is correct. So regardless of what I say or do, no impact. Yeah, but we'll still have yet another set of lost memories, said Dr. Snowden. Jelton tilted his head. Lost memories? Dr. Snowden slapped Jelton on the back. Temporal shielding. Although the timeline will change, we won't. That means all the memories on the timelines we accrued will still be with us, but the timelines won't have us in it. Normally they would, but the rules are different when crossing timelines. Evaran raised a finger. It would seem to an objective viewer that we left our timeline and that was it. However, we would still exist thanks to temporal shielding and the Torvatta. I see, said Jelton. Then my interaction with these timelines would also be erased, but I would still have the memories of being there. That is correct, said Evaran. Dr. Snowden grinned. Crazy, huh? Jelton laughed. From what I've seen so far, not so much. Evaran motioned inside the Torvatta. Let us head to the source. Chapter 23. Jelton was impressed by everything he had seen while traveling with Evaran. The Torvatta was as powerful as advertised. It could go from timeline to timeline without requiring a rift. The dimensional rooms intrigued him. How the Torvatta was able to house them was a mystery. When talking with Galden, they both agreed that Evaran and the Torvatta were truly unique. Jelton was sure that Galden was going to be okay with helping Evaran, if just to be in Evaran's graces. As Jelton sat in the left U-shaped seating area, he looked out into low-orbit space. Having left the Purifier planet, they were ready to visit the source of the cosmic rift senders and receivers. To be able to travel like this was exhilarating, and he enjoyed being a part of the group. V, take us to the source, said Evaran. Acknowledged, said V. His segmented arms flew over the console. Jelton's eyes lit up watching the Torvatta shoot out a silver beam that formed a blue-bordered portal with a rippling red surface. He wondered if the beam colors had any significance. The Torvatta flew through the portal, and as it exited, it increased in speed.
Emergency time jump activated,
said V. The exterior of the Torvatta faded out and then eased back in. The Torvatta held its position.
We have arrived roughly 200 million years after the creation of the timeline,
said V. Emergency time jump? Asked Dr. Snowden. I've never heard of that. In situations where the Torvatta exits into an extremely hostile environment where its shielding may not hold up, it automatically jumps back in time to a defined point. It is a very rare occurrence, said Evaran. Where are we? Asked Jelton. Looking outside, he saw galaxies in the distance, but it was pitch black for the most part. In a location between galaxies, said Evaran. He interacted with his chair console. Interesting. The source was a massive black hole, infused with cosmic energy. I didn't see any stars or anything back there, said Emily. This is due to the source consuming everything. Cosmic energy was able to maintain the black hole. The speed the Torvatta encountered was the source pulling us in, despite how far away we were. If we had appeared closer, there would have been a problem. Dr. Snowden raised an eyebrow. You're saying this mega black hole ate the universe? As big as it is? Evaran raised a finger. Yes, with the side of cosmic energy. That's hard to believe. But we all just saw it, said Jelton. So what do? We will find the source at the moment it was introduced to this timeline. It should not be nearly as powerful, and the Torvatta should be able to render it useless. What would have happened if we had gone into the black hole? I don't think it would have crushed the Torvatta, said Dr. Snowden. With a normal black hole, you would be correct. One infused with cosmic energy, not so much, said Evaran. Emily shook her head. So this source black hole gobbled up the universe, which is still hard to believe from what I've seen of its size, and it's being used to project these gates across the timelines via the repeaters. I guess if it needed a massive amount of power, that would be it. Yes, and the power from this can easily cross the timelines. As we have the signatures of the source now, we can begin locating the extra-universal dimension it is connected to. V, move us to within 10 light-years of where we saw it, and then begin jumping through time, as we did before, until it is located.
Acknowledged.
Jelton shook his head. To be able to do that is impressive. I continue to be amazed at what the Torvatta offers. The outside faded out and back in several times. After the 6th jump, a small object highlighted on the screen. It appears we have found it, but it is growing rapidly. V, continue time jumping, said Evaran. Jelton observed the object getting smaller and smaller the closer they got to the source's introduction to the timeline. When they arrived at just before the source appeared, the Torvatta flew in. So what happens now? Asked Dr. Snowden. Evaran gestured forward. At the point the source was introduced, it will have a direct connection to whatever put it there. The Torvatta will be able to read that and determine its location. I'm still finding it hard to believe anything can swallow the universe, said Dr. Snowden. It's simply too massive for me to understand the gravitational forces required for that. Evaran tilted his head. Although gravity plays a role, think dark energy, but in reverse. Dr. Snowden jerked his head back. Okay, so like light energy? He said with a grin. Something like that, said Evaran. Jelton pointed at the screen. It looks like it has appeared. He studied the tiny speck of light that was rapidly expanding as a halo.
Analysis. The origin of the source has been located.
Good, said Evaran. Move us in and pulse the shields.
Acknowledged.
The Torvatta flew directly past the outer ring of the halo and toward the small light orb in the middle. Once the Torvatta reached it, its shields pulsed. The orb fluttered for a moment, then went dark. "That's it?" asked Emily. Evaran narrowed his eyes. "It was a cosmic speck, which are common in the cosmic medium outside this plane. I suspect it was projected here from the extra-universal dimension. So the Torvatta, by pulsing its shields, dissipated it?" "Not quite. It absorbed it, since, as you know, the Torvatta is a plane itself. If the cosmic energy had time to grow the speck, it would have absorbed the Torvatta." Jelton shook a finger at Evaran. "So all the cosmic rift senders, receivers, and repeaters will no longer be projected." "Yes, that is correct." "I can see why the Mortani fear you. Even in this form, you are able to effect great change." Evaran's lips slightly turned down. "I am not sure of the Mortani's accuracy in regards to the events they say I participated in. However, I do not like to be feared." Emily grinned. "Well, those who are doing bad things have every right to be fearful of you." "Perhaps, but it is still unsettling to me." Dr. Snowden motioned toward the now dark outside. "So what happens to this timeline now?" "It will continue to develop as it should." "I'm sure the Mortani will be aware that their power source is gone." "They will," said Evaran. "However, as they would be temporally shielded due to being outside the universe, they will have lost memories. They may try to insert another cosmic speck, but now that we have the coordinates of where they are, it is time to assess what we are dealing with. V, take us to their extra-universal dimension."
"Acknowledged."
Jelton watched the Torvatta shoot out a white beam that formed a blue-bordered portal with a rippling dark gray surface. He understood now that the colors must represent the location type. In this case, it was outside the universe. It was still mind-boggling to know there was something outside the universe. He would have an interesting report to give Galden. The Torvatta flew through and exited into a colorful, gaseous environment.
"Analysis. Multiple exotic energies detected."
Evaran rubbed his chin. "Interesting. This dimension is in a gaseous state, with intermingled exotic energies." He perused his ARI. "There are quite a few here." Dr. Snowden walked up to the front wall and looked out. "Can we be detected out here?" "Yes. Our movement will give us away if anything is monitoring. It appears an object of some type has been detected nearby." "How big is this place?" asked Emily. "Relatively small. About the size of your solar system," said Evaran. "That's a small dimension, at least compared to the ones we've seen." "Yes, it is. V, take us in and perform standard scans."
"Acknowledged."
Jelton was once again blown away by everything he was learning. To speak so casually of such cosmic entities was something he would expect of a being far beyond anything he could imagine. The Torvatta approached a bright, semi-transparent bubble. Jelton observed the massive spherical structure inside the bubble that looked like it was made of some type of metal. It reminded him of a small moon. Various light beams of different colors connected the structure to the bubble shielding. The Torvatta passed through the bubble and began to scan around. Dr. Snowden pointed at a data label showing the structure's material. "Terracor. That stuff repels exotic matter, if I remember right." "You remember correctly. The shielding is a derivative of it. This is how the Mortani can exist in this location and draw upon the various energies that are dumped here from the source," said Evaran. "Well, they don't have a source anymore," said Emily. Dr. Snowden wrinkled his eyebrows. Are the readings right? It shows there's air in here." Evaran perused his ARI. "You are correct. This atmosphere appears to be habitable for humans, and the spherical structure has gravity suited for humans as well. That is most unusual." "Are we going to land?" "We are. V has located several domed structures on the surface that appear to be some type of entrance. He will scout it out and take my UIC to be used if possible."
"I will?"
asked V, pivoting in the air to face Evaran. Everyone shared a laugh. Yes, said Evaran with a half-smile. V's lights glowed a bit brighter. Jelton appreciated the light humor that the group used to diffuse new and tense situations. The Torvatta approached and then hovered outside one of several massive metallic-like domes that had an extension with an open entrance. Jelton narrowed his eyes. There were no sealed doors in sight, and it looked like anyone could just walk in. Maybe out here there was no need for security at that level. V hovered for a moment in the center of the command area. "Be safe," said Evaran.
"Acknowledged," said V as he flew out of the Torvatta.
Dr. Snowden pointed toward the hollow room.
"I want to see this in 360 degrees.
Jelton tilted his head.
"I would be interested in seeing that."
Dr. Snowden slapped Jelton on the back.
"I think you'll like this."
Emily smiled as Jelton looked around in amazement in the hollow room. She remembered the first time she had seen a full 360-degree view when V had infiltrated Malacru's Avos Imperium facility. Everyone sat on seats that were arranged in a half circle. To her left was Dr. Snowden, and Evaran was to her right. Jelton was wandering around, trying to read all the labels that V was displaying. V had left the Torvatta and was approaching the open entrance of the large dome they had seen earlier. As always, V was tagging things, and they appeared as labels in the hollow room.
"It's like we're in V's head," said Jelton.
"Yeah, it's pretty cool," said Emily. Jelton waved his hand through various labels that identified the different exotic energies.
"I know the atmosphere is compatible with humans, but it seems there are traces of exotic energies I've never heard of before."
Dr. Snowden adjusted his glasses.
"Me either."
He looked at Evaran.
"Are these new to you?"
"Some are," said Evaran. "However, I am aware of most of them, but I have only encountered a few inside the universe."
"Are they on the same level with rift energy?"
asked Jelton. "Most are below it, although I am seeing some that sit between it and cosmic energy in terms of power." Jelton shook his head as he took his seat.
"We thought that rift energy was as high as it went in terms of ranking, yet here is proof it is but one type among many other powerful exotic energies."
"Cosmic energy is as high as it gets, for the most part. The fact that it is involved is troubling," said Evaran.
"For the most part?" asked Emily. "What else could be higher?"
"Aurelian energy."
"Oh, that's right. You're Aurelian enhanced. Kind of like we're cosmic enhanced."
"A good analogy." Jelton could not fathom those levels of energy. Dr. Snowden looked around outside.
"So this is some super-powered exotic energy air."
"Something like that," said Evaran, his lips moving down slightly. Emily sensed that Evaran's unease of the situation was growing the more they learned. The discovery that the source was a cosmic speck, as he called it, seemed to agitate him. Something was off, and she did not like the feeling she was getting. It could also just be that she was still uneasy about what had happened on the Purifier world. She sighed as she watched V continue on. V flew into the open entrance that had a light red mist hanging around. The walls looked like they were metallic, but the labels showed they were made of Tyracor. In the last adventure, she recalled fighting Salazar, a ruthless AI who had a Tyracor-enhanced robot body. Her PSD stun and repulsion beams did not work on the body. Refocusing back on the environment, she observed that the mist seen earlier seemed to permeate the environment. What surprised her was the label showing that the mist contained heavier pockets of exotic energy. She pointed at the mist.
"I know there's traces of exotic energy in the air, but why is it heavier in this dome?"
"I do not know," said Evaran. She knew Evaran would normally be excited about learning something new. That was not the case here. She continued to watch V. As V flew through a large open room with no visible structures, Dr. Snowden narrowed his eyes.
"Did any of you see movement?"
V paused and pulsed a deep scan of the room. Emily's eyes widened as several wisp-like beings appeared floating off in the distance. They looked like someone had taken a sheet and stuck a broom under it, except the sheet was made of thicker gas, and it was stationary as opposed to the swirling mist around it. Intriguing. These are gaseous beings of some sort, said Evaran. V flew up to one of the beings and hovered just in front of it. A small pulse of light emitted from the being. Emily noted that there were no features visible other than the density of the mist and the fact that it was held in place. That thing is creepy. She glanced at Jelton. You ever seen anything like this?
I have, said Jelton. I was on a planet with a heavy gaseous mix, and there was a sentient life form that floated around, but it had a thin membrane. I'm not seeing any membrane on these beings.
Evaran raised a finger. This membrane is just a slight density change of the gas. It would be hard to detect these without V's enhanced senses.
So these things are just prowling around the corridors of a mostly featureless massive dome, said Dr. Snowden. I don't like it. Something's not right.
I would concur, said Evaran. V continued on until he reached a large doorway. Emily wrinkled her eyebrows. There's no mist on the other side. V scanned the doorway and then entered into a massive circular room. In the center of the room was a cylindrical gold pillar that looked like it went from the floor to the ceiling. Ever-changing gaseous shapes of various colors flew around the pillar at all heights. Small electrical arcs zapped out from the pillar to the shapes every now and then. What is that? Asked Emily. Evaran sighed. Based on V's preliminary scan, it is a cosmic strand that appears to possess a mixture of cosmic, universal, and rift energy. You don't sound too enthused about that, said Emily. There should never be a cosmic structure of any type in this plane. A strand is much more powerful than a speck. Now we know where the speck came from. So we just have to shut it down then, Emily said with a smile. She noted that Evaran was still staring at the cosmic strand. The look on Evaran's face was not one she had ever seen before. It reminded her of dread. We're going to shut it down, right? Of course, said Evaran. V continued on to a hallway that circled the cosmic strand room. Several doorways had a light glowing border. He entered one and followed it as it wound down. Emily pointed at one of the gaseous beings as V descended. It had a light armor of some type in the shape of a humanoid, with a weapon attached to what would be the backside of the chest piece. Its head was an open-face helmet with a mist and glowing yellow eyes inside it. What is that? I am guessing the security forces for this structure, said Evaran. This place makes my skin crawl, she said. Yeah, me too, said Dr. Snowden. After another 15 minutes, V reached a series of hallways and empty rooms, and then came upon a massive room. In the center was a vat with a transparent glass-like material. The floor, walls, and ceiling had an organic creep spread over it. Along the wall were multi-sized holes with organic interfaces interspersed throughout. Emily focused on the multitude of humanoid robots that were attached to the wall. They reminded her of the ones Salazar had used in a previous adventure. The room was a sharp break from everything they had seen before, but she knew who the being was that floated in the vat. Locesius. It would appear that he is absorbing energy via this vat while projecting himself as needed, said Evaran. The robots also appear to be Terracore-based. Now we know where Salazar got his. I also suspect this is how Locesius physically interacts with the universe. This confirms to me that he can send physical matter to the universe. Why didn't he send those robots after us? Asked Emily. I suspect due to the energy required to do so. A holographic projection is one thing. Moving more than that would be hard. I also believe he knew what the outcome would be, considering we already took care of Salazar. Dr. Snowden chuckled. He wanted no part of Evaran and the gang. Also, shutting down their access to the cosmic rift receivers on a few of the planets would not allow them to come through. Makes sense, said Dr. Snowden. Emily's eyes flared. Locesius needs to come out of that vat. Evaran raised a finger. Yes. However, we have only seen him so far, and V has not mapped much of this structure. I suspect there are many more Mortani in rooms like this, in addition to all the security forces we have seen.
This would seem to require the Rift Guardians' help, said Gelton. I know as a group we are formidable, but against these odds it would seem insurmountable. The Ravaw could handle this.
Perhaps, said Evaran. V will continue mapping the structure, and when we have the full layout, we can go from there.
A good idea, said Gelton.
Emily's eyes narrowed. The Mortani were within reach, and she could almost feel her cosmic energy bubbling inside her. They had threatened Evaran, and he was acting weird, two things that did not seem like a good combination. Maybe by stopping the Mortani and shutting down the cosmic strand, Evaran would be back to how she knew him, and the cosmic energy inside her would stop being unpredictable. She exhaled from her nose as she continued to watch V fly around inside the structure. Chapter 24. Dr. Snowden glanced around the room they were in back at Rift Guardian headquarters. It had been a day since V had mapped the Mortani facility, and with a good breakfast, Dr. Snowden was ready for the day. Although it was 9:00 a.m. Earth time, in the Rift Guardian dimension it always seemed to be midday. The room was large, and the walls looked like they were made of green glass. A large screen sat at one end of the room, with beanbag-like cushions arranged in a haphazard manner throughout the rest of the space. The lack of a central table intrigued Dr. Snowden. Galden was near the front, talking with Evaran, and Emily and Gelton were looking around the seats. V was interfacing with some type of console near the screen. Gelton sat down on one of the cushions.
I think V was able to connect to our systems via Evaran's card device.
I'm sure he did, said Dr. Snowden, sitting next to Gelton. Emily joined Dr. Snowden, and they all faced the front, where Evaran and Galden had turned toward the group. The main screen changed to show a cutout side view of the structure. Let us begin, said Evaran. As we saw, the Mortani facility is massive and spans the whole structure. V was unable to scan the interior as much as he normally would, but we have most of the large areas and connecting passageways. In addition to that, there were 136 Mortani detected, with 3 near the surface. The screen changed to show 3 rooms, all similar in design. Dr. Snowden adjusted his glasses. The amount of guards seemed to vary, but not by much. The organic creep on the floor, walls, and ceiling was still unsettling. Evaran gestured at the screen. As you may have guessed, the 3 are Locesius, Her, and Brezin. The others appear to be in some storage room in the center of the structure. They seem to be in some type of stasis. The screen changed to show a set of rooms with advanced technology scattered around. Consoles and screens were everywhere, and blue seemed to be the color scheme. Dimly lit digital line patterns were etched into the walls, and they pulsed on a rhythmic cycle. These rooms appear to be made for humans, said Evaran. The screen zoomed into one of the consoles. You can even read some of the interfaces. Dr. Snowden wrinkled his eyebrows. So where are they? I didn't see any humans. Evaran looked down. You did, actually, just not in the form you expected.
You mean those gas beings were human?
At one point, yes. I am unclear on where these beings came from, but V was able to gather some information by placing my UIC on one of the workstations. Although there was no security AI present, I could only get a bit of information before being ejected. It would appear that in this dimension, the UIC is not as effective. Emily shook her head. So you think the Mortani took over this structure, converted the humans, and then enslaved them? It is my working hypothesis. The travel logs indicate this sphere is from another universe. I suspect they traveled here, then encountered the Mortani. They must have been some advanced humans, said Emily. According to the scant logs V scanned, they were very advanced. I am unclear on how the Mortani took over the structure, but they have. Emily shook her head. Humans in a gaseous state. I couldn't even imagine. Galden gestured at the screen.
Although the Riven have encountered gaseous life, we have never seen it exist like this. The environment to sustain them must be very powerful.
Fortunately, they can be disrupted, though, said Jelton. Our rift weapons should be able to do that. The being's exotic energy makeup doesn't contain cosmic, and per Evaran, the ones detected are of a lower rank than rift energy. Evaran raised a finger. Although I generally frown upon dissipation, I know of no other way to get past those guards. Camouflage shielding won't work? Asked Dr. Snowden. I am afraid not. The mist would highlight our shields. Galden raised his head a bit.
Force will be needed. The Rift Guardians can help with that.
Dr. Snowden tilted his head. Okay, so how are we approaching this then? The screen changed to show the structure again. We will enter at 2 points, said Evaran. Emily, Galden, and I, along with Rift Guardian forces, will capture Locesius, extract him, and have V pick us up, and then we will do the same for her. Dr. Snowden and Jelton will lead a group of Rift Guardian forces and capture Brezin. V will be piloting the Torvatta and move it to where it needs to be. Once Locesius, her, and Brezin are secured on the Torvatta, we will deal with the other Mortani in the center of the sphere, and then the cosmic strand. Dr. Snowden swatted Jelton's arm. Looks like we are teaming up.
A worthy team, said Jelton.
The screen changed to show various weapons. Galden gestured at the screen.
From the readings V took, our weapons will be lethal to the guards. Although the guards seemed to vary, there was nothing I saw that the Rift Guardians can't handle, although this Terracore armor will protect them if hit. They are not fully covered in it. We will just need to be accurate in our aim and hit the gaps. I also understand that in close quarters combat, any of our weapons that can target an exposed area will be just as effective. We will also carry regular planar weapons that should be effective against the Terracore armor.
Emily smiled. If you took down the Time Wardens, these should be no problem.
Indeed,
said Galden, nodding at Emily. Evaran dipped his head. I would caution against being complacent. There may be other forces we have not seen. V was only able to do a cursory scan, and the structure is massive. The 3 entry points alone are several hundred miles apart, so although we may still be able to communicate, assisting one another will be difficult. We can do this, said Emily. Evaran nodded. On another note, Galden has agreed to put the Mortani into siphon tanks and then release them on the Rift Guardian prison planet as mortals. Serves them right, said Emily. Evaran tilted his head at her. Sorry. I'm just agitated at all the harm they caused. I see, said Evaran, studying her. I'm fine, she said, looking away. The screen changed to Locesius's room and zoomed in to the humanoid robot bodies lined up along the wall. Evaran pointed at the bodies. We will collect these bodies after the fight and take them to a maintenance room on the Torvatta where the Terracore will be extracted. Half of all collected will go to the Rift Guardians to do with as they please. The other half will be stored here on the Torvatta. He waved a finger between Dr. Snowden and Emily. We can enhance your suits with it. That'll shore up our weakness to certain exotic energies, said Dr. Snowden. That is the idea, said Evaran. Terracore is extraplanar in origin, so this is an opportunity to collect some. So, the Rift Guardians are coming with us? How many are we expecting? The screen changed to show various Rift Guardians in different armors. Galden pointed at the screen.
As there were hundreds of guards and possibly unknown others, I am assigning the 3rd battle group, known as the Revar, to you, and they're about 500 in size. They're split into several factions based on their skills, but they should be more than enough. These are the ones you will see most often.
Dr. Snowden remembered that Jelton was a member of the Ravaw and had spoken of them previously. The screen changed to show one faction with heavy armor, a massive sword on their backs, a large rectangular rift energy shield, and a glowing shotgun-like weapon.
This is the Dreadguard faction. They have the greatest armor and are brutal in close-quarters combat,
said Galden. Jelton swatted Dr. Snowden's arm while nodding. Dr. Snowden could see that Galden and Jelton were beaming with pride in explaining who would be coming. The screen changed to show several lightly armored Rift Guardians with oversized forearm covers.
This is the Rift Core faction. They can fire rift beams from their forearms and have decent armor. For close quarters combats, they carry rift-enhanced blades, but for this, they will also carry a normal one. They make up the bulk of the group.
The screen changed to show a silver robot with smooth skin and green pulsating lines over its body. Forearm blades stood out prominently, and its fingers were pointed. Its face had a green band where the eyes should be.
This is the Reborn faction. When a Rift Guardian is gravely injured and near death, we can transfer them to these bodies. They are quite resilient and serve many roles.
Dr. Snowden always found it interesting how different species handled the breakup of their military. The screen changed to show Rift Guardians similar to Jelton.
This is the Riftblade faction. As you have seen with Jelton, they are an elite unit, performing a variety of tasks. They are much smaller in number, and only a few will be available, said Galden.
Jelton grinned.
We also investigate disturbances across the timeline. Yes, and most are out doing just that.
As the screen changed, Galden pointed to the mix of Rift Guardians.
This is the Rift Bond faction. They handle communications, engineering, medical, and several other support roles. They are the backbone of any group.
He raised a finger.
Although this is a high-level description, each faction is further divided into general and specialized roles, and each has a commander.
They look impressive, said Dr. Snowden.
I like to think so, said Galden.
He looked around.
I'll be joining Evaran's group and taking command of the Ravaw. Sitting around here is making me rusty, and I'd like to see outside the universe.
If it gets to be too much for you, we can bring you back to your office, said Jelton. Galden eyed Jelton. Jelton laughed. Dr. Snowden smiled. The informal nature of the Rift Guardian seemed not only flexible, but also to foster a strong sense of camaraderie. Evaran looked around. Per Galden, the Ravaw are en route, and will be here by the end of the day. Let us plan to leave at 9:00 a.m. Earth time. Dr. Snowden acknowledged Evaran. There was a lot going on, and it did not surprise Dr. Snowden that Galden was coming out. Dr. Snowden did not think many could resist seeing outside the universe or even another dimension. The forces he had just seen were impressive. It was no wonder the Time Wardens lost against the Rift Guardians. They came up against a much tougher foe. He could see that the Rift Guardians with Terracore-enhanced armor would be even tougher. Evaran must trust them to give them that. Dr. Snowden hoped that this operation would go without a hitch, but with unstable cosmic energies in him and Emily, the unknown full strength of the Mortani structure, and Evaran seeming concerned about something he was not talking about, things could go bad. It would not be the first time. Dr. Snowden would do whatever was needed to help Evaran take care of the Mortani. Emily did a double check over her light armor. Her hands gripped her PSD as she shook it around in the command center of the Torvatta. It had landed at one of the entrances back in the Mortani sphere, and it was 10:00 a.m. The Torvatta living quarters were packed with the Ravaw, and they were eager for battle. Per Jelton, they had recently wiped out a Time Warden anchor station, and they were in a holding pattern. Although everyone had assembled at the Torvatta an hour ago, and the trip to the Mortani sphere was instant, it took some time to get everyone into the living quarters. It was a never-ending stream of Rift Guardians, and she had a chance to see them up close. They looked much more grizzled than the Rift Guardians she had seen earlier. Their marked armor was scuffed. Although she remembered Galden saying they were 500 strong, there were actually 460. Some had died during their last fight, and the ranks had not been replenished yet. She figured it was more than enough, though. The plan was simple. She, Evaran, Galden, and about 200 of the Rava would establish a route from the entrance to Locasius's room, and then capture and retrieve him. They would then fly to another entrance and repeat the same thing with her. While they were doing that, Jelton and Dr. Snowden would be with the remaining Rava and get Brezin. If they finished first, then they would get her. Once the 3 top Mortani were captured, the other Mortani in the center of the sphere would be retrieved. They were all in one large storage center, and she did not see any type of defense like Locasius's room or the other rooms. There were not many guards there either. After all that, the cosmic strand would be dealt with. She sighed. Although the unstable cosmic energy in her and Dr. Snowden bothered her, she hoped it would not rise up in the fight. The last thing she needed was to lose control. There was still that nagging feeling that Evaran knew something dreadful, but was not saying anything. Maybe after this was over, he would let her know. Dr. Snowden bumped into her. "You ready for this?" "Yeah, I am. I was just going over everything, last-minute check." "Of course," said Dr. Snowden. He moved in a bit closer. "You sure you're feeling all right?" "Don't worry about me. I'll be fine." He shook his head. "Sorry. I always worry about you. You know that." She grinned as she hugged him. Despite everything going on, Dr. Snowden was an anchor for her, and she was glad to have him around. The thought that this may be the last hug if something went wrong jumped into her mind. Her eyes misted as she pushed the thought out. That sense of dread was as strong as ever. Dr. Snowden pulled back. "All right. Looks like you, Evaran, and Galden are up. Good luck." "Thanks," said Emily. She joined Evaran and Galden on the Torvatta ramp. The Dreadguard faction had begun moving out, followed by the Reborn, Riftcore, and Riftbond factions. A handful of Riftblades waited with Galden. She marveled at the intimidating presence of the Dreadguards. It was like a wall of metal, shields, and armor. Galden tilted his head.
"The Dreadguards have engaged with the local defense. The last of the Rava coming with us are exiting the Torvatta now."
"We are ready to go when you are," said Evaran. He glanced at Emily. She grinned. "Let's do this." "I was awaiting that." She swatted his arm. It felt like old times, preparing for a fight alongside Evaran. She exited the Torvatta's shielding as the last of the Rava coming with them disembarked. The Torvatta lifted and flew away. Emily checked that she could see little windows inside her helmet that showed Evaran and Galden in her local communication group, Dr. Snowden and Jelton in another, and V in a third. At least she would be able to communicate easily if needed without having to open her PSD. All it took was a simple switch to flip groups, and she could also select all 3 if need be. She extended her PSD into a baton and followed Evaran and Galden into the Mortani Dome. The red mist had intensified.
"We have some casualties," said Galden.
He pulled out his large sword and rushed forward. The group paused at several Riftbond medics tending to some fallen Rava.
"They'll be okay," said Galden. "From what's being reported, it seems that these guards were not only fierce close-quarters combatants, they can also shoot out some type of beam that gives them control of the very air around them."
"That's new," said Emily.
"We have adjusted and are establishing waypoints."
Evaran narrowed his eyes. "Let us go." They continued on. Emily noted the waypoints had a mix of several factions, and everything seemed to be going okay for the most part. She got a communication update that Dr. Snowden and Jelton had landed at the entrance nearest Brezin, and they were preparing to disembark. V mentioned he would be ready to fly to either entrance, depending on the order in which the Mortani were retrieved. They hustled out to the next waypoint. She noticed there were more fallen Rava the farther they went in. The Mortani guards had casualties as well, although all she saw was crumpled armor on the ground, as if everything inside the armor had dissipated. After 20 minutes, they reached the entrance to Locesius's room. The dread guards had stopped short of entering the room, per Evaran's wish. There were only 80 or so left of the Rava with them. The others were at waypoints or tending to the fallen. Jelton had contacted them and let everyone know that he and Dr. Snowden and their accompanying Rava were at the entrance to Brezin's room. Evaran peered around the room. "It's awfully quiet in there," said Emily.
"Too quiet," said Galden. "I don't like it."
"I will enter by myself," said Evaran, motioning forward. "If there is a trap, I will spring it. Be ready to fight." Galden forearm shook with Evaran. Emily lightly squeezed Evaran's arm. Evaran entered the room with his utility handle as a staff. As he approached Locesius's vat, a projection shot out.
"Impressive. I really didn't think you would get this far," said Locesius.
"I had no doubt." Locesius looked around for a moment.
"And you brought friends? A lot of them."
He bobbed his head.
"They have been successful so far."
"It is time for you to face justice for your actions." Locesius laughed.
"Is it now? You think you can just walk in here and take me out?"
"That was the general idea."
"As if you haven't done enough. Even here, we're tortured by you. You are as misguided as you are foolish, just like your other plane forms. Now you can join them. Know this, Celestial. Your reign of terror ends here," said Locesius.
His projection faded. A loud rustling sound shot out across the room. Emily tapped Galden's arm. "That's our cue." They joined Evaran with 40 Rava spreading out across the room, while the others held the hallway. Evaran's eyes searched around. "Prepare to fight. Something is coming." Dr. Snowden studied the open tunnel entrance that led to another Mortani dome. In a moment, he, Jelton, and the remaining Rava would enter the dome. It had been 10 minutes since Evaran, Emily, Galden, and their Rava complement had entered their respective dome, and Dr. Snowden hoped they were doing okay. Although he was not sure about splitting up, the presence of the Rava strengthened him. Even now he could hear them preparing themselves for battle through chants, songs, and hand motions. It made goosebumps rise on his arms. From what he understood, they were ancient and had fought through many campaigns, and now they came at the request of Evaran. Several dread guards exited the Torvatta shielding. Behind them were some rift cores, reborns, and rift bonds. Several rift blades were awaiting Jelton's command to move. After around 30 Rava had entered the dome, Dr. Snowden and Jelton followed them. Peering back, Dr. Snowden could see the remaining Rava begin to filter out. He knew V had wanted to come, but V was needed as a pilot. Dr. Snowden's muscles tensed at what was to come. Fighting dimensional beings was becoming somewhat of a pastime for him. He enjoyed the various allies and friends he had come to meet on excursions like this one. "Let's join the battle, my friend," said Jelton with a short sword in one hand and a rift energy pistol in the other. Dr. Snowden gulped as he studied the end of the tunnel they were approaching. The mist seemed denser, and he could hear the din of battle in the distance. "The enemy has been engaged," said Jelton, rushing forward. They reached a circular four-way junction. In it were the Rava vanguard fighting a mass of dome guards with their spectral forms covered in Terracore-enhanced armor segments. The significance of the moment was not lost on Dr. Snowden. The ancient fighting force of the Rava now taking on an extra-universal fighting force. He watched as one dread guard sliced through a guard. Although the guard was semi-transparent, it seemed they were affected by regular planar weapons. The guard had dissipated, and all the armored segments fell to the ground. In another encounter, a reborn had engaged in melee with a guard, while a rift core crept up and shot point-blank at the guard. The hit was precise, between two chest segments. The guard dissipated like the last one. The Rava had taken some casualties as well. When Dr. Snowden went to help a rift core under attack, one guard had extended a hand and caused the air around the rift core to hold him in place, while another guard plunged a sword through the rift core's chest. The scary part was the faceless nature of the guards. Although they had glowing eyes where a set of regular eyes would be, their faces were just a swirling mass of dense gas. Dr. Snowden ducked out of the way as a guard swung a weapon at him. Jelton leaped forward and sliced through a gap in the guard's chest armor segments. He then shot into a gap in the stomach armor segments. The guard dissipated. Dr. Snowden gulped. He had not even detected the guard. Maybe the nature of the exotic energy-laced air had something to do with it. He shot a mist beam at another guard, and then a stun beam. The guard dissipated. At least that combo worked, but he would need to be careful of friendly fire. Fighting in these tunnels with so many around was not ideal for area of effect attacks. Assessing the situation, he admired Jelton as he whirled around the fight. Although not as fast as Evaran or Emily, Jelton was a quick and powerful fighter in his own right. The rift blades around him were also powerful and swiftly handled the guards surrounding Jelton. The Dread Guards had beaten back more guards trying to enter the junction and began to advance down a hallway. More Rava entered the junction, and a waypoint was established. The rift bonds attended to fallen Rava, while other rift cores and reborn secured the area. Dr. Snowden could see that the Rava were highly organized, acting as one as they moved. Jelton swatted Dr. Snowden's arm. "Come on, we're falling behind." They took off after the Dread Guards. Each waypoint was the same. One aspect of the Rava that stood out to Dr. Snowden was that they had adapted to the guards and were becoming more efficient. A Dread Guard would charge through a bunch of guards, while Reborns followed behind, using their arm blades to slice through the guards. The Rift Cores followed with close-up shots. This usually split the room in half, and once the initial group had stormed through, a second group attacked when they entered the room, sticking to the sides, causing a pincer movement. After several waypoints had been established, they reached Brezen's room. Dr. Snowden shuddered as he looked in. The trypophobia-inducing effect of the room commanded his attention. Looking closely at the holes on the organic walls made him think they were scarred tissue, and something had poked through the room's skin. He grimaced to imagine what could have done that. Along the walls, evenly spaced out, were the robots he had seen before on V's feed. At least from fighting Salazar on their last adventure, he had some experience fighting the robot form. Then there was the upright vat in the middle of the room with Brezen in it. It sat on a box-like metallic support of some type. "Let's update Evaran," said Jelton. Inside Dr. Snowden's helmet, the icon for Jelton, Evaran, Emily, V, and Galden lit up. "We're at the entrance to Brezen's room," said Jelton, speaking on the group channel. Evaran flashed as he talked. "Excellent. We are at the entrance to Locesius's room." "Is it all quiet over there like it is here?" asked Dr. Snowden. "It is. We may not respond immediately if we are fighting." "It seems like a trap," said Jelton. "I agree. Proceed with caution. I will contact you once we have secured Locesius." "Sounds good," said Dr. Snowden. Evaran, Galden, Emily, and V's communication icons went dim again. Dr. Snowden glanced at Jelton. "That's not a good sign when even Evaran is unsure about something." "I'm sure he can handle himself. He has Emily, Galden, and the Rava backing them. That is quite a formidable force." "You're right, of course." Jelton waved around the room, ordering half the Rava to secure it. He commanded the other half to secure the hallway entrance. Dr. Snowden joined Jelton as they approached the vat. A projection of Brezin in a black robe with a silver faceplate under a hood appeared before them.
Persistent, I'll give you that. Brezin,
said Jelton.
We're here to arrest you for crimes against this universe.
Brezin laughed.
Oh, Rift Guardians.
You believe yourself competent after dealing with the Time Wardens. They're nothing. He looked at Dr. Snowden. But him. He has cosmic energy. I've enjoyed feasting on it, and now it seems he has come to surrender the rest of it to me. I'm not giving you anything, said Dr. Snowden. So you think. Your energy, and that from your precious niece, will give us the power to challenge Evaran, an unexpected sequence of events, but one we will take advantage of. Jelton pointed at Brezin. You mock the Rift Guardians and make idle threats against my friends. I may not know your history, but I know your actions and have seen the consequences of those actions, and they're not good. Mark this moment. It will be the last time you are able to affect anything. Brezin shook his head. Have it your way, deathless Rift Blade, although I suspect we can remove deathless from your designation in a moment. A loud rustling sound echoed around the room. Prepare to either earn your name by dying and feeding me, or defeating what comes your way. The projection ended. Jelton looked around the room and then ordered some Rava to extract the vat from the structure that held it in place. He motioned at Dr. Snowden. Be ready to defend yourself. Dr. Snowden swallowed hard. The powerful feeling of security had vanished in Brezin's presence. Brezin's confidence was unsettling, as if he was not concerned in the slightest. Dr. Snowden wondered what could warrant that. Looking around as the rustling noise got louder, he suspected he was about to find out. Chapter 25. Emily surveyed Locesius's room as the rustling sound got louder. The Rava were already attacking the Terracore-enhanced robots, who were still motionless. The Rava first tried to pull the robots away from the wall, but they held tight. When the Rava began attacking the robots with swords, the robots came to life and began to fight back. It was not the robots that had her attention, though. It was the organic creep that had been on the floor, ceiling, and walls pulling back. The creep converged and then covered most of Locesius's vat, showing only a view of the meatball-like head through an opening. The vat then rose into the air, powered by a thick, pulsating, muscle-like trunk. The muscle shuddered for a moment. Emily's eyes were drawn to the myriad of loose strands that had razor-sharp points on the ends hanging off the trunk. Her heartbeat jumped when they extended out and began attacking the Rava. The strands were fast, and she saw a nearby rift core grabbed, then pierced by several strands and pulled apart. Turning her head, she saw cat-sized bugs pouring out of the holes in the wall. They resembled stink bugs, but had massive mandibles that looked like they were meant to rend anything they could reach. A reborn was the first unfortunate victim, as over a dozen of the bugs tore him to shreds. "It's a trap," said Galden, knocking back a robot with a massive hammer. "We need to get back and regroup in the hallways," said Emily. She looked back and saw that the robots had massed up and covered the entrance. Although the Rava were fighting from the hallway into the room, and other Rava were fighting from inside the room, the robots held strong. She jerked her head back as a strand shot past her. It had been meant for her head. Her nanobots flared. She angled her staff and reformed it so that it had two sharp blades at the end. With a twirl, she cut the strand and another that had tried to strike out at her. Evaran spun around with a bladed staff similar to Emily's and cut several strands that had been meant for him and Galden. She could see that while Evaran was holding his own, even in his weakened state, the Ravaagh were getting torn to shreds by the strands and the bugs. Firing area of effect weapons was dangerous in such tight quarters, probably by design. She pointed at the robot-covered entrance. "We need to clear them out." Galden and Evaran joined her, and together they attacked the robots. One robot knocked Galden down, and several bugs approached him. Emily stood over Galden and spun around, slicing up the bugs with her staff. As she lent Galden a hand, a robot broke from the group and charged her. Evaran stepped in and hit the robot with his staff, sending it careening into the side wall, taking several bugs with it. Emily raised her shield as a strand shot out at her. Her eyes flared. She had had enough of Locesius. After verifying that Evaran, Galden, and some dread guards had opened a hole in the robot defense, she began to move toward Locesius. "Emily, stay close," said Evaran. "You two widen the hole. Locesius is mine," she said. She barreled toward Locesius's vat. Along the way, she used her energy shield to deflect strands that shot out at other Ravaagh, and she sliced the ones she could. She knew Evaran would be upset with her, but as tough as the Ravaagh were, they were outnumbered and being swarmed. Everything seemed to slow down as she neared Locesius's vat. He looked like a fat, meaty worm waiting to be diced up. Locesius shot over a dozen strands at her. She spun her staff in a circle in front of her, cutting the strands down. Locesius's projection appeared next to her. "You're more capable than I gave you credit for." She sliced through his projection and continued on. He reappeared in front of her. "Why don't you give up now? It's obvious this fight is mine." She burst through his projection and reached the trunk. With a flurry of slices, she cut into it, taking out several holes where the strands had shot out. Locesius appeared next to the damaged area and pointed at it. "Isn't it amazing to your puny mortal mind how ineffectual that was?" Emily drew her head back as all the wounds she had inflicted healed themselves, with more holes for the strands to shoot from. Looking back, she saw that Evaran and Galden had cleared the entrance, and they were now extracting Ravaagh to the hallway. A strand reached out and grabbed her ankle. She went to slice down with her staff, but another strand wrapped around her wrist and pulled her forward while more strands shot out toward her. "What's the matter? Can't move?" asked Locesius, laughing. Evaran appeared next to her, slicing through the strands. He then injected his staff into Locesius's trunk and emitted a stun pulse. Locesius's trunk shuddered for a moment, then pulled Evaran's utility handle into it. Evaran and Emily stepped back. "Yes, the realization that you finally met something that you can't hurt," said Locesius, laughing. "You might have been a threat at full power, but in this state—" Emily glanced back at the doorway. "Evaran, get to the hallway." Evaran looked at her for a moment. "Go. I can't control what I think is about to happen," she said. Her nanobots were going wild, and the last time they did that she had lost control, and whatever was inside her had taken over, to great effect. Evaran hesitated for a moment, then ran toward the hallway. A mass of strands shot out and grabbed Evaran. They lifted him into the air as several bugs approached. Emily trembled for a moment as anger surged through her. Evaran focused, then burst out of the strands. "Impossible!" said Locesius. Evaran glanced at Emily. "Get my utility handle." "I have another idea," said Emily. "Now go." She stepped back a bit from the trunk as Evaran exited into the hallway and helped secure the entrance. After he and the Dreadguards had used their shielding to block the entrance, she faced Locesius and smiled. Locesius's projection floated toward her as strands snaked around in the air. The few robots left had encircled her, and the remaining bugs were angling to jump on her. "Is this how you want to die?" The mighty Evaran fleeing, sacrificing his sheep. Emily laughed as she could feel herself beginning to lose control. She looked down at her hands and saw that she had reformed her PSD into a dagger and sliced her palms. Blood oozed out. She did not know when it had happened, but it was clear she was about to lose control. She forced a grin as terror swept across her face. Good luck. Locesius tilted his head. What are you doing? After Emily no longer had awareness, she spun in a circle, flinging her blood everywhere. The air changed as her nanobots began to consume the mist. The bugs and strands that were hit shuddered and turned black, then crumbled into dust. She punched one robot's head off and kicked another into the distance. The robots converged on her. She grabbed one and spun around, using it as a bat to knock the others away. The remaining bugs not hit by the blood jumped in. She punched each one in sequence. They turned black as they hit the ground. What is this? Asked Locesius. She charged forward. Strands shot out at her. She dodged them and danced around each one as it struck out. As she grabbed each one, they turned black. When she got to the trunk, she plunged both hands into it. No, said Locesius in a gargled voice. After a majority of Locesius's trunk went black, it began to crumble, as if it had been turned to ash. She pulled out her hands. Locesius's vat, now without a trunk or structure supporting it, fell to the ground. Evaran rushed into the room and caught Emily as she collapsed to the ground. Dr. Snowden surveyed Brezen's room. Although Dr. Snowden suspected this was a trap of some sort, having the Ravaw in the room and being alongside Jelton made his muscles relax a bit. Whatever was to come, Dr. Snowden knew he had the backing of an ancient fighting force, one uniquely equipped to fight in an exotic energy environment. The Ravaw had been on alert ever since the rustling sound had gotten louder. The organic creep on the floor, walls, and ceiling pulled in and covered Brezen's vat. It then rose up from the center of the room with a thick, muscle-like trunk under it. The creep had left a small opening that showed Brezen's face through the semi-transparent, glass-like shielding over the vat. Dr. Snowden's muscles tensed. The fleshy strands with hardened points caught his eye. The sheer number of them made it look like a stringy coat. His attention focused on movement along the walls. The robots' faces had lit up, and they were beginning to engage the Ravaw. Dr. Snowden jumped back as a strand shot out toward him. Jelton slashed the strand, causing it to fall to the ground. Let's get the vat. As the Ravaw not fighting the robots moved to the center, medium-sized bugs dropped out of the holes in the wall and immediately began attacking. Dr. Snowden raised his energy shield and blocked a bug from jumping on him. Jelton shot it with his energy pistol. Ugh, always bugs, said Dr. Snowden. Jelton ducked as a robot swung at him. He ran around the robot and plunged both of his planar daggers into its head. The robot faltered for a moment. Hold it, said Dr. Snowden. His nanobots began to pulse. With great effort, he swung and hit the robot in the head with his PSD baton. Its head crumpled. Jelton pulled out his dual daggers and kicked the robot away. A dread guard swooped in and lopped off the robot's head. Dr. Snowden exhaled, then cried out as a strand hit him in the side. Jelton sliced it. Damn those things, said Dr. Snowden. His blood was beginning to boil. They rushed toward Brezen's trunk. Halfway there, a robot grabbed Dr. Snowden and threw him against the wall. A dread guard tackled the robot, and they tumbled off to the side. Dr. Snowden took a moment to focus. As Jelton turned to come over, Dr. Snowden said, Get the trunk, I'll be fine. Jelton paused, then turned back to the trunk. A reborn came over to help Dr. Snowden up, but 6 bugs jumped on the reborn, making quick work of it. One of the bugs turned and launched itself onto Dr. Snowden. He got his shield up, but the bug was pressing hard to get around it. His hand glowed as he reached around and grabbed one of its legs. Get off of me! The bug paused, then stopped attacking. Dr. Snowden tilted his head. He could sense the bug, and an image formed in his mind of the room from the bug's perspective. It showed himself, Jelton, and Rava as red shapes, and the robots, Brezin, and other bugs as green. Dr. Snowden focused and reversed the colors. Another bug approached Dr. Snowden. The bug that Dr. Snowden had connected to jumped at the other bug, and they began to bite each other. Dr. Snowden was not sure what just happened, but it was clear he could change the perspective of the bug. Another test in the form of a robot came his way. Dr. Snowden jumped up and raised his shield. When the robot arrived, it tried to bat the shield away. Dr. Snowden sidestepped and grabbed the robot's arm. Like the bug, Dr. Snowden could see the environment through shapes and colors. How that was possible against Tyracor armor was unknown to him, but it seemed to work. He reversed it for the robot, and then focused on a strand that had wrapped up Jelton's leg. The robot surged forward, and when it reached the strand, it gripped the strand and pulled it apart. Jelton winced as he stumbled away. He looked over at Dr. Snowden with a confused expression. Dr. Snowden licked his lips. Whatever was going on, he was not going to argue with its effectiveness. Brezin had intended for the room to be a kill zone. Robots had barricaded the entrance, and more bugs were swarming out of the holes in the wall. The Rava were fighting admirably, and a majority of the robots not at the entrance had been taken down. It was the strands shooting out from Brezin's trunk, wrapping up and piercing everything, that were causing trouble. Dr. Snowden knew he had to shut down the trunk, but first he needed to get everyone out of the room. The Rava would not survive long trapped in the room. The other Rava in the hallway were fighting to break in, so he would just need to get the robots out of the way. He activated his group channel and said to Jelton, "We need to clear the entrance." Jelton joined Dr. Snowden, and together they rushed over to the entrance. When they got there, Dr. Snowden touched 2 robots on the shoulders. He made them begin to remove the other robots, who had turned and were beginning to assault the 2 robots. "It's working, whatever it is you're doing," said Jelton. Dr. Snowden's nanobots started to pulsate ever faster. He ran around, touching each robot in sequence, making them clear the entrance, target the bugs and the strands, and help the Rava exit the room. Once a majority of the Rava had been evacuated, the robots focused on exterminating the bugs and fighting the strands. A projection of Brezin appeared next to Dr. Snowden and Jelton near the entrance. Impressive. And, might I say, unexpected. "They're coming for you next," said Dr. Snowden. "Really? Observe." The robots had eliminated the bugs from the room and were proceeding toward the trunk. As they neared, a bevy of strands shot out, wrapping up each robot and piercing them at critical points. Dr. Snowden gulped. The force needed for that was powerful. "As you can see, I'm far from defenseless," said Brezin. Dr. Snowden looked down for a moment. He knew what he had to do. "Nothing to say?" Dr. Snowden glanced at Jelton. "Secure the entrance from the hallway." "What? Just do it. And trust me." Jelton went to object, but after sharing a look, he nodded and turned to exit. Several dread guards filled in behind him after he was safely in the hallway. Their shields faced toward the room. Dr. Snowden peered back and verified that the hallway was secure, then pivoted forward. As he walked toward Brezin's trunk, several strands snaked about in the air around him. Brezin's projection walked with him. "And now what? You going to make a deal?" "No," said Dr. Snowden. His nanobots began to surge. "What then?" asked Brezin Cole. He began to laugh. "You going to fight me physically?" "No." When Dr. Snowden was halfway to the trunk, 2 strands reached out and grabbed his ankles, while another 2 grabbed his wrists. The strands lifted him into the air. "Is this your grand plan?" asked Brezin. "I'll admit, it's a bit baffling. How allowing me to paint my room with your blood is going to help anything is beyond me. Perhaps this is an unknown human tactic that I'm not aware of." Dr. Snowden focused and tried to see the room from Brezin's perspective. He knew that if he could get control of the organic material supporting Brezin, then the fight would be over. "Oh," said Brezin. He wagged a finger at Dr. Snowden. "Clever. And that might have worked on a lesser being, but not on a cosmic being." A strand slapped Dr. Snowden, knocking his glasses off. "You're not Evaran, or even your niece. They can fight. You? Not so much. Trying to outfight me with your mind? Laughable. Sadly, I can't kill you outright. I need to remove that precious cosmic energy from you." "I won't fight you," said Dr. Snowden. He could feel his nanobots forming a hurricane inside him. It was a last-ditch effort, but he knew what was coming. The focus of channeling energy away from Brezin was taxing. As Dr. Snowden began to lose consciousness, he stared at Brezin. "I'll see you shortly." Brezin tilted his head. "What game are you playing?" After Dr. Snowden lost consciousness, he grabbed the strands on one wrist with the opposite hand and ripped them off. The ankle ones came off next. He walked toward the trunk. A horde of strands shot out, penetrating Dr. Snowden's body. They pulled him in close to the trunk. As they did, they began to turn black as his nanobots coursed through them. What is this?" asked Brezin. When the nanobots reached the trunk, they began to decimate it. The trunk turned black and fell apart. After Brezin's vat fell to the ground, the nanobots re-entered Dr. Snowden's body. He crumpled to the ground. Chapter 26. Jelton was not sure what he had seen. Dr. Snowden's nanobots looked like a swarm, and they had decimated Brezin's trunk. Once the nanobots were back in Dr. Snowden, who had crumpled to the ground, Jelton rushed into the room with the Ravaw at his back. He dropped to his knees and held Dr. Snowden as the Ravaw retrieved their fallen. Dr. Snowden was still conscious, but his breathing was haphazard. Jelton signaled for the Ravaw to evacuate the fallen Ravaw, Brezin's vat, and Dr. Snowden. The Ravaw secured the vat and put Dr. Snowden and the fallen Ravaw on transportable slabs that the rift bonds had brought. Jelton sighed as he contacted Evaran. "We just had a tough fight. Dr. Snowden is out, but Brezin's room has been secured at a great cost. We lost over half the Ravaw that entered the room." "We had a rough fight as well. Emily was hurt and is unconscious, and we lost a lot of Ravaw as well. Galden is okay, and we are headed back to the Torvatta. Then we will make our way to you," said Evaran. "Okay, see you then," said Jelton. He looked around at the fallen Ravaw. Some had been ripped to shreds by bugs. Others looked like their faces had been caved in, but most had holes in them where the strands had pierced their armor. If this was just Brezin, Jelton knew Locasius would have been a tough fight as well. Jelton figured Emily probably used her nanobots. What the cost of that was he did not know, but it seemed the use of them, at least at the level he saw, caused both her and Dr. Snowden to pass out. On the way back toward the dome entrance, several dome guards had tried to penetrate the waypoints, but they were rebuffed by angry Ravaw. After 30 minutes, Jelton's group reached the Torvatta. He took a moment to check in the living quarters, which he noticed had medical slabs set up. The rift bond were busy treating the injured Ravaw. It was not lost on Jelton how many Ravaw had perished, but the determined look in the other factions let him know they were ready for revenge. He joined Galden, Evaran, and V in the medical lab, where Dr. Snowden and Emily had been placed on a slab.
"Those nanobots are quite powerful," said Galden. "I've never seen something like that before."
Evaran raised a finger. They are infused with cosmic energy. That is why they were effective. I do not suspect regular ones would have had an effect.
Jelton shook his head. "Dr. Snowden gambled that they would work. I think he tried to do some type of mind control on Brezin first, though."
"Mind control?" asked Evaran.
"That's what it seemed to be. He was able to make the bugs and robots do his bidding just by touching them. It was quite effective, but it didn't work on Brezin."
"Interesting."
"If he hadn't used his nanobots, we would not be here now. He saved many lives, in addition to taking down Brezin. It seems Emily did the same on your end," said Jelton. "She did, and she was nothing short of impressive," said Galden.
He waved a finger between Dr. Snowden's and Emily's slabs.
"They have earned an honorary position in the Revoir after this."
Jelton and Galden shared a look, and then Jelton glanced at Evaran.
"Are they going to be okay?"
"They will be, although I am unsure of how long it will take for them to recover. Emily lost control, and I have never before seen that amount of nanobots used out in the open, at least for her. The quantity from Dr. Snowden on the Mistworld was maybe a quarter of that."
Jelton sighed. "The amount that came out and then went back into Dr. Snowden was nothing I've ever seen before."
"We still have her to contend with," said Evaran. "However, we now know what to expect. I had not anticipated what we faced. I have downloaded Dr. Snowden's and Emily's helmet feeds, and V has been analyzing it. V, have you found any weaknesses?"
Analysis. The trunk possesses a high regenerative factor. It can be disrupted at the molecular level, but not stopped completely.
Evaran rubbed his chin. "So if we can disrupt that, and the strands by extension, handle the robots and bugs, then we can remove Her's vat."
"I would recommend we toss in an explosive device, but that would destroy everything,"
said Galden. "Yes, and we need her alive."
Analysis. A disruptive molecular solution can be devised. It would affect the planar component of the organic material. The disadvantage is that someone would need to get close enough to inject it without the strands blocking it.
"Why not just shoot it in a syringe projectile?" asked Galden.
"The strands would catch it before then," said Evaran.
After a moment of silence, Jelton said, "I can do it."
Evaran shook his head. "That would be my responsibility. However, I believe V in stealth mode could get in close enough. Her will want to talk to me, and I can use that as a distraction to let V get close. Once Her is preoccupied, V can inject it, and then the Revoir can then enter the room and cut out the vat, while defending against the robots and bugs."
"A sound plan," said Galden. He raised his head a bit. "We will do our part."
I suspect that Her knows what occurred with Locasius and Brezin, and the method in which they were taken down. Her is most likely prepared for something similar," said Evaran. He touched Galden's arm. "I am sorry for your losses, but I do greatly appreciate your help. I suspect the situation would have been much worse without it."
Galden nodded. "It is the duty of all Rift Guardians to help where needed."
Despite the situation, Jelton felt a surge of pride with Galden at the helm of the Rift Guardians and helping Evaran. The Rift Guardians had proved themselves in Evaran's eyes, something Jelton did not take lightly given everything he had seen to this point. "V, take us to the dome entrance for Her," said Evaran.
"Acknowledged,"
said V. He flew out of the room.
"I'll give an overview of the next step to the remaining Revoir," said Galden. "We may be down in numbers, but knowing the Revoir, they'll be eager to get back in."
"They are an admirable group," said Evaran. Galden and Evaran forearm shook, and then Galden exited the room. "For my part, I will create the molecular disruption and put it into a syringe. We do not want it airborne, as it would potentially affect us as well, said Evaran. He glanced at Jelton. Should V fail, I will fill in for him. Should I fail, I hope you can complete my task.
My friend, V will succeed.
They shared a look, and then Evaran went off to the research lab. Jelton exhaled from his nose as he joined Galden in the living quarters, where he was giving a fiery speech. The Raval were cheering, and even those lying on the slabs were raising their arms in solidarity. He raised his head. This was what being a Rift Guardian was about. Even in the roughest of times, they stood strong. In the face of the most powerful enemy group they had ever faced, they did so with courage and with powerful allies and friends. Her had no idea about the fury about to be unleashed on him. V flew next to Evaran, Jelton, Galden, and the 200 or so remaining Rava that were ready to fight. It had been 2 hours since they had extracted Locasius's and Brezen's vats, and they had landed at the final dome containing her. They stood just inside the entrance. Although V tried to scan through the mist, his sensors got scrambled results. Even the communication was spotty. What he could scan were the health aspects of those around him. The Rava exhibited aggressive behavior and appeared to be ready to fight. However, Evaran, Galden, and Jelton were calm. V found it unusual that in dire circumstances those he had predicted might be worried generally were not. A memory of Emily and Dr. Snowden joking around in the conference room pushed through V's memory. Although being the pilot to move the Torvatta around was logical, his inner container pulsed at the thought that they were hurt. The logical course of action was to let them rest, and a part of him wanted to help fight, but the other wanted to wait in the medical bay until they awoke. Given their current state, it would be a while before they woke up. V, scout mode, said Evaran.
Acknowledged. Scout mode engaged,
said V. He shimmered out of view and flew ahead. As he passed through the mist, he noted that there were trails, so his stealth would not be as useful. Several guards had looked his way, but he kept heading toward the entrance. He communicated over group comms.
Analysis. A guard patrol is headed your way.
I see them, said Evaran, and it is good to have you here with us. V's lights glowed a bit brighter. He wished he could have done more and would do whatever it took to take down her. Continuing on, he flew up to her's room. It was about 30 minutes away from the entrance, and along the way, V had not seen many guards. Running an internal calculation, he suspected most were present at the previous 2 fights, and those who remained were moved to more critical areas. Over group comms, he said,
I have reached her's room. It is currently empty, except for the organic creep and his vat.
Very well, said Evaran. We have met light resistance so far, and established several waypoints already. We will be there shortly. V hovered just inside the hallway entrance. He was unsure if he could be detected by her. Scanning the room yielded very little information, other than the mist was lighter and it was quiet. V would make sure that when in the room, he would apply the syringe without being detected. Evaran would make for a good distraction. After 30 minutes, Evaran and the others reached a bend in the hallway near V's position, but out of the line of sight from her's room. Jelton peered around the bend and then shook his head.
Quiet as usual. It's always the quietest right before battle,
said Galden, slapping Jelton on the back. Evaran handed V the syringe and then looked around. V, wait for my signal, which will be me dipping my head to the left.
Acknowledged.
Is everyone ready? Everyone acknowledged Evaran. Evaran looked around for a moment, then strode around the bend and into the room, with V in stealth mode flying close behind him. Jelton and the others moved up to just inside the hallway entrance. A projection of her appeared in front of Evaran.
So, you claimed 2 more Mortani. Is your hunger for conquest ever sated?
Evaran stopped at the midpoint between the hallway and her's vat. I am not here for conquest. The organic creep converged around Her's vat, then formed a trunk similar to Locesius's and Brezen's. Strands initially hung off the sides, but snaked out into the air. The robots on the sides of the wall activated and took a step forward, while medium-sized bugs poured out of the holes in the wall. Her shook his head.
Oh? Yet you bring an army of lesser beings here and capture Locesius and Brezen. You're just doing what you do best, punishing those who disagree with your cosmic view.
No. I punish those who choose to walk a path that harms others, said Evaran. He raised a finger. You could have stayed in this dimension and not interfered with the universe. You chose not to. I suspect that whatever previous encounter you had with me involved you doing something that harmed others.
You may value these lesser beings, but I do not. They are resources to be used. They can't even escape a plane.
That is no reason to deprive them of their existence. Her smirked.
You only care about these lesser beings because of Cyrillus. Yes, we figured that out since you began jumping through worlds. Your cosmic energy we've been feeding on has a trace of the plane in it.
V detected that Evaran stood a bit straighter at the mention of her name. Anything that comes from her, I value, said Evaran.
Oh, yes. We knew this plane was special to you, but we didn't know why exactly initially. After all, it was you who gave us this location. Well, a more sinister plane form. Tell me, do you value Cal Taurus or Salazar?
V recalled that Evaran had stopped the dimensional being known as Cal Taurus in his bid to conquer Earth. Salazar was a ruthless AI that V had personally dealt with on their last adventure. They had a right to exist, but they chose to walk down the wrong path, as you have. They were judged appropriately, as you are now, said Evaran. Her shook his head.
Even at this micro level of reality, you still impose your will.
He pointed at Evaran.
Your last two friends may have taken down Locesius and Brezen, but they paid a price. They're not here to help you, and you performed poorly. I hope they die a horrible death.
Evaran clenched his jaw for a moment. I am in a weakened state, yes, and also below the threshold for reforming, but you will still be brought to justice.
Such heroism. It ends here today, Celestial. You'll join the rest of your dead plane forms in the cosmic strand,
said Her. Strands shot toward Evaran, wrapping him up. They pulled Evaran forward. V stayed close to Evaran. The robots blocked off the entrance and faced the hallway while the bugs filled the gap between Evaran and the entrance. When Evaran was a foot away from the trunk, Her said,
You're not even putting up a fight. But I guess we both knew how this would turn out. I didn't expect that you would put on a show for your Rift Guardian friends, but perhaps vanity has consumed you.
Evaran half smiled. Brute force is always an option, but there are alternatives that should be explored first. He dipped his head off to the left for a moment. V flew to the other side of the trunk. He materialized and then injected the syringe into the trunk. Her cried out as the strands went limp. His projection faded. Evaran turned his head to the side. Now, Galden, Jelton, and the Rava, led by the Dreadguards, burst through the robots. The Dreadguards used their shields to push the robots to the side, while Reborns and Riftcores rushed in to shoot and crush the bugs. Evaran pulled out his utility handle and formed a double-bladed staff. He began cutting into the trunk, slicing out the pieces that were tied to the vat. The Riftcore and Reborn made short work of the bugs, and the corralled robots were torn limb from limb by angry Dreadguards. Galden and Jelton joined Evaran to help get the vat away from the trunk. V extended his segmented arms and used his claws like a knife as he spun like a circular saw, cutting away the strands. After several minutes, the Rava moved in and retrieved the vat, then pulled it out to the hallway. Jelton beamed. "We did it! I wish we could have done that on the first two." "I do as well, but I think her would have adapted a countermeasure," said Evaran. He looked around at the cheering Rava. "We did well. Let us get her to the Torvatta, and then we can begin extracting the other Mortani." Galden waved ahead.
"Jelton, go with Evaran. I'm going to take the remaining Rava and secure the storage area. I'll establish waypoints on the way to it. Based on the amount of guards we've encountered, it should not be a problem."
He forearm shook with Jelton and Evaran. Once Her's vat was loaded onto a slab, Evaran, Jelton, V, and a few Rava moved out. Evaran turned his head toward V and raised a hand. "I almost forgot." V high-fived Evaran and then Jelton when he raised his hand.
I was glad to be here for this. I believe Dr. Snowden and Emily would have been proud.
Not would, but will. Once we have secured the Mortani in the Hollow Room, we will attend to them, and then we will need to deal with the cosmic strand, said Evaran. Acknowledged. Chapter 27. Dr. Snowden squinted as he took deep breaths. His muscles felt like someone had lit them on fire, and a massive headache throbbed away. Just breathing required some effort, and he could taste a metallic residue in his mouth. After a few moments, he let his eyes adjust and looked around. He was in the medical room of the Torvatta, and Emily was next to him on another slab. Outside of her and him, it was empty. Emily coughed and then slowly began to awaken. Evaran, V, and Jelton entered the room and stood between the slabs. Dr. Snowden cleared his throat and sat on the edge of the slab, facing Emily. Emily grimaced as she sat up and rested on the edge of her slab, facing Dr. Snowden. "It is good to see you are both up," said Evaran. He scanned them with his ring and then perused his ARI. "You are healing at a rapid pace, as expected." Dr. Snowden shook his head. "I feel like I've been run over."
Analysis. Has that happened to you before?
Dr. Snowden grinned, then winced. "No, just a metaphor." Jelton patted Dr. Snowden on the back.
"I'm glad to see you are doing well, my friend."
"Thanks."
"Did we get Brezin?" "We did. And he is now in the Hollow Room being adjusted for life outside the vat," said Jelton. His eyes narrowed. "Soon he will experience life as a mortal, and then be incarcerated for his crimes. All the Mortani will."
Emily cracked her neck. "I guess then we got Locasius. What about her?" Evaran half smiled. "He was captured and is in the Hollow Room as well. We used a molecular disruption to destabilize the trunk. Credit to V for applying it."
Analysis. We had to cut the vat out of the trunk.
"Good. I guess the other Mortani have been retrieved as well?" asked Dr. Snowden. "That is an ongoing process, and they are being moved to the Hollow Room as well in temporary holding structures," said Evaran. "As they are in stasis, we will take them out once they are back on the Rift Guardian prison planet." "We must have been out for a while for all that to occur." "Roughly 3 hours." Emily grinned. "So now we head to the Rift Guardian headquarters after we get the rest of the Mortani?" Evaran looked down for a moment, then back up. "Not quite. There is still the issue of the cosmic strand to deal with. V and I need to perform some tests on it and then determine a course of action." "Well, I'm going with you," said Dr. Snowden. "Me too," said Emily. "Perhaps you two should stay here and rest," said Evaran. A moment of silence passed. Jelton laughed.
"I take that as a no. I too would like to come. Galden is directing the removal of the other Mortani, and the Rava not in the dome are being treated. The healing capabilities here are nothing short of tremendous.
and the living quarters are spacious and comforting."
"Then it is settled," said Evaran. "V, get the slab with the scanning device and let us head out." "Acknowledged," said V. He flew out of the room.
"Scanning device? Slab, how big is this thing?" asked Dr. Snowden.
"It is about the size of the planar beam generator. It is very sensitive to exotic energy, even cosmic, and I need to ascertain some disturbing things." Emily tilted her head. "What things?" "The Mortani in custody have made some bold claims as to the origin of the cosmic strand. Locesius said it was created in the plane where I have a dark plane form, and when we captured her, he mentioned that I would join my dead plane forms in the strand. The scanning device will let me know if this is the case." Emily gasped. "What?" "I would not take anything they say as the truth yet. They may just be taunting me. We shall find out."
Dr. Snowden slid off the slab. "Yeah, we're definitely coming. Hopefully this dumb headache goes away. And the pain, too."
"You had a lot of nanobots exit and then re-enter your body in a short amount of time. Your blood pressure dropped immediately, yet you still continued on. I am not sure how that was possible." "Same for me then, I guess," said Emily. "I lost control again."
"We both did," said Dr. Snowden. He tossed a hand out.
"At least we got the Mortani." Emily sighed. "Very well," said Evaran. He paused for a moment, then said, "V is awaiting us at the Torvatta ramp. Let us go." They assembled on the ramp. Dr. Snowden slapped V on the back. "Body mode. I can push the slab if you want to go in orb mode."
"It is quite okay,"
said V. As they proceeded into the dome entrance, Dr. Snowden studied the scanning device. It looked like a rectangular steel box, and a console sat on a part of the top. He ran a finger along the cool, metallic side and could feel a pulsating energy within. Looking around, he noted that the mist was gone and the Mortani on transportable slabs were still being moved out. After 15 minutes, they reached the cosmic strand room. Dr. Snowden stared at the gold cylindrical pillar in the center of the room. He still did not know what the ever-changing gaseous shapes of various colors that flew around it were. The room seemed to sparkle from the small electrical-looking arcs that zapped out from the pillar to the shapes every now and then. V pushed the slab next to the pillar and interacted with the console.
"Scanning commencing."
A part of the scanning device top opened up, and a swarm of small orbs flew out. They began to emit multicolored scans of the pillar and the floating shapes. Evaran perused his ARI, and then sighed. The Mortani were correct. Dr. Snowden's eyes widened. "This is all that's left of your other plane forms?" "Yes. The strand is pure cosmic energy, with a telltale signature that would be recognized by someone like me." Emily shook her head. "That's horrible. What about this sinister version of you? Can you tell if it created this?" "I cannot," said Evaran. He sighed. "However, the craftsmanship is on a level of something I could do, and I understand how it would be done." "So how do we shut it down?" asked Gelton. "I am not sure yet," said Evaran, his lips drawing down slightly. He raised a finger. "The scanning device will do its work, and then we can assess the options." Dr. Snowden narrowed his eyes. Although most could not tell, the slight drop in Evaran's lips, tiny droop in his eyes, and small change in his tone indicated he was unhappy. It could just be finding out about what the Mortani were up to, but Dr. Snowden suspected it was something more. He would be glad when this was over. Maybe they could take a break and find something a little less adventurous. Then again, that was what this outing was supposed to be in the first place, but it had turned into something else entirely. He sighed as he watched the console on the scanning device. Emily had watched the console screen on the scanning device, but she did not understand most of what it was showing.
Based on Evaran's reaction, it was apparent that he did, and the continual changes in his face indicated that he was dissatisfied. Learning that the Mortani had been hunting and killing his plane forms must have been a hard pill to swallow. On top of that, they put the dead plane forms into the cosmic strand, and now Evaran had learned that one of his plane forms had gone rogue and might have been the architect of it. At least with these Mortani, that would end, although it was always possible there were more. She grimaced as she ran a hand alongside her face. Although the area had a peculiar odor, she could sense that she did not smell too great. She glanced at Jelton. The thought that maybe she should have cleaned up before coming out went through her mind. She sighed. Evaran narrowed his eyes as he looked around. The scanning device has concluded its scans. Everyone assembled in front of Evaran. As I mentioned before, this cosmic strand is composed of my dead plane forms, 342 to be exact. The Mortani have been busy. Jelton shook his head.
Then they knew exactly what they were doing coming here.
Yes. Per her, they came here because my sinister plane form on another plane sent them here to hurt me. They now know the plane was formed from Cyrillus.
These Mortani have a lot to answer for, said Dr. Snowden.
Yes, they do. Galden has assured me that they will be turned into mortals and placed on a prison planet. Emily smiled. I hope we have front row seats for that. Evaran eyed Emily for a moment, then said, As this is a cosmic strand, it is a beacon to those outside the plane. Although they may not end up here in this universe, they could be anywhere. There is no telling how many have come already. Like the Overlord, said Emily. Yes. As such, the cosmic strand must go. Jelton pointed at the strand.
Seems reasonable. How do we get rid of it?
Evaran raised a finger. It needs a power surge, one that will overload it and change it from this state to one that the plane can remove.
That may be hard to find, said Dr. Snowden, chuckling. It's not like we can pick that up at a gas station.
Emily grinned, but her grin wound down after a moment. She had expected Evaran to half smile or nod, but he was instead looking at the ground. So, where do we get this cosmic energy? There is only one place where there is enough cosmic energy to overload the strand, said Evaran. He looked up. Me. Emily's throat constricted. What? What do you mean? I will overload the strand by giving it my cosmic energy. This strand simply cannot exist. I have already lost a significant portion due to the cosmic centers, but even in this weakened state, I can still affect it.
What'll happen to you? Asked Dr. Snowden.
Evaran drew his lips taut. I will cease to exist.
No, said Emily as she rushed forward and bear-hugged Evaran. You can't leave us.
She shuddered as tears fell onto her face. Evaran rubbed her back and sighed. Unfortunately, I must. The next group from outside the plane may not be as easy to handle. I cannot allow the opportunity to exist. Dr. Snowden walked over and joined in hugging Evaran. In a cracked voice, he said, Please.
There has to be another way.
Jelton wrinkled his eyebrows.
I agree with Dr. Snowden. Is there no other way, my friend?
I am afraid not. Emily trembled as she hugged Evaran tighter. She knew it was the right thing for Evaran to do, but that just made him leaving even harder for her to take. Looking off to the side with her head on Evaran's chest, she noticed the normally blue lights in V's chest were fluctuating in different colors. It was the first time she had ever seen that.
Analysis. This is unacceptable.
V, know that you have been my steadfast friend. I was honored to have the privilege of creating your outer container.
You cannot go. I do not wish it,
said V. He walked over and put his arms around Evaran. Emily squinted hard. Evaran looked down at Emily. Know that I have enjoyed both of you traveling with me. Your insights into humanity and perspective helped me to see things in a new light. There has to be another way, said Dr. Snowden, pulling off his glasses and wiping his eyes. We just need some time. As ironic as it is, there is no time. We have already seen the effects of this strand in the Overlord's presence. Emily sobbed. Her heart felt like someone had hit it with a hammer. As weak as she was still feeling from the earlier fight, this exacerbated it even more. Dr. Snowden stepped back and cleared his throat. I have an idea. Emily and V disentangled themselves from Evaran. I can transfer cosmic energy. Let me transfer the strands of energy to you, said Dr. Snowden, tossing a hand out. Evaran narrowed his eyes. A worthy idea. However, you would perish from the sheer amount that would pass through you. That's a risk I'm willing to take. But not one that I would ever endorse, said Evaran. He turned and forearm shook with Jelton. You have been a strong companion on this outing. I wish I had more time to get to know you and the Rift Guardians better. Jelton bowed his head. The honor has been mine to know you. Dr. Snowden licked his lips as he swung his head around. This is crazy. No. Just no. Can you at least reform in the Torvatta? Evaran shook his head. There will be nothing left of me to reform with. He walked over to V and placed both hands on V's shoulders. You will have control of the Torvatta. After dropping off the Rift Guardians, take Dr. Snowden and Emily back to Earth at the appropriate time index. Then exit the plane and head to my main form. V's lights pulsated wildly.
It will be done, but I do not like this.
I understand, said Evaran. He walked over to Emily and Dr. Snowden, who both hugged him again. Lord Vigon and Lord Noskov will help you with whatever you need on Earth. Tell them that is my final wish. After a moment, Dr. Snowden and Emily pulled back. What about that future event with the Hawkscurus? Asked Emily, wiping her nose. I do not know, said Evaran. Emily tried to stem the flow of tears from her eyes. Evaran stood in front of the pillar and sighed. He turned around and faced everybody. I am proud to have had you all as part of my family. Know that you have had an impact on the plane and will continue to do so. The thought that these were her last moments with Evaran caused Emily's nanobots to surge. She ran over to Dr. Snowden and death-gripped his left arm. You are survivors, said Evaran. You are also human, and will learn, adapt, and evolve. Dr. Snowden grimaced as his chest heaved. His lips were turned down, and his eyes were red from all the crying. Emily began breathing haphazardly. Goodbye, said Evaran. He turned around and placed his hand on the strand. A burst of light ran through the strand as the flying shapes were immediately sucked into the pillar. Small parts of Evaran's plane form began to dissipate, exposing the cosmic energy molded underneath. We have to do something, said Emily. Dr. Snowden shared a look with Emily. She knew that look. He had made a decision. She nodded with her trembling head. Jelton tilted his head for a moment, then said, If you're going to do what I think you're going to do, I will join in your attempt. Dr. Snowden shook his head and, in a weak voice, said, You'll die. Then I die among friends, said Jelton, raising his head a bit. Besides, I may be able to filter it out somehow. Dr. Snowden sighed. All right. It's the least we can do for Evaran. Evaran's plane form continued to dissipate. Dr. Snowden placed a hand out, palm down. Emily placed hers underneath and held Dr. Snowden's hand. Jelton placed his hand on top of Dr. Snowden's. V walked over and placed both hands around everyone else's.
I will assist you.
Are you sure, V? asked Dr. Snowden.
I do not know if I can continue without Evaran.
Dr. Snowden furrowed his eyebrows as he exhaled from his mouth. All right, I'll touch the strand, and Gelton, you pull Evaran's hand away. You can count on me, friend, said Gelton. They positioned themselves next to the strand and Evaran, keeping their hands clasped. Gelton placed his free hand near Evaran's, while Dr. Snowden placed his free hand next to the strand. V tilted his head.
Let us do this.
Everyone shared a determined look, then nodded. On the count of 3, said Dr. Snowden. 1, 2, 3. Gelton pulled off Evaran's hand while Dr. Snowden touched the strand. Emily's eyes popped open as a tidal wave of cosmic energy surged through her. Although she could feel her nanobots trying to compensate, it was too much. She was going to die, and she knew everyone else was too. At least Evaran would live and continue doing good. She had had a good life, despite the ups and downs, and being able to see everything she had was something she treasured. Looking at Dr. Snowden, whose tufts of hair stood straight up, almost made her laugh. But the pain running wild in her was too much to bear. It was all she could do just to maintain holding hands. Every muscle in her body seemed to have frozen, and the heat was rising to a point that she could hardly focus. She saw Gelton valiantly trying to hold on, but his face showed great pain. V had electrical arcs dancing over his body, and he was trying not to move. The parts of Evaran's suit that had disappeared began to reappear. It was working. She smiled. If she was going to die among friends and family, so be it. Chapter 28. Dr. Snowden gulped as he tried to open his eyes. Everything was quiet around him, but he knew the familiar scent of the medical lab of the Torvatta. He was not sure how he had gotten there or what had happened. The last thing he remembered was a wave of cosmic energy surging through him and struggling to maintain contact with the cosmic strand. Although it had felt like his hand was going to melt, he had kept it pressed hard. Another curious sensation creeped through his body. His nanobots were attempting to heal him, but they were nowhere near what he had felt before. Something was very wrong. He tried to move his arms and legs, but it was like they were pieces of wood. At least he could breathe, although he could feel something covering his mouth. Everything went black. When he regained consciousness, he felt stronger, but the feeling that there was something wrong was still there. He struggled to open his eyes, and after a few attempts, he was able to crack them open slightly. The outside light almost felt like it was burning his eyes. After a few more focused attempts, he was able to open them. His body was sore, and trying to move caused ripples of pain to course through him. A familiar voice caused his spirits to rise. "Relax. You have been through a traumatic experience," said Evaran. Dr. Snowden rolled his head to the side and saw Evaran standing by the slab. There seemed to be a glow about him that Dr. Snowden had only seen a few times in his eyes, but this was over his whole body. Dr. Snowden tried to talk, but realized his mouth and throat were parched. Evaran disappeared for a moment, then reappeared with a bottle and a straw. He held it up to Dr. Snowden's mouth. Dr. Snowden drank as much as he could. His throat relaxed, and he could feel his jaw again. "You cannot speak just yet, but know that your body is healing rapidly," said Evaran. He placed a hand on Dr. Snowden's head and half smiled. "Go back to sleep and let your body rest." Dr. Snowden wanted to jump off the slab and hug Evaran, but he was in too weak a state to do much of anything. He closed his eyes. Everything went black. The next time he opened his eyes, it was much easier. All his senses were back, and he felt strong enough to move his sore muscles. He propped himself up and looked over at Emily, who was beginning to awaken. The scene was familiar to him. They were there before heading to the cosmic strand room. Emily propped herself up and looked over at Dr. Snowden. They shared a smile.
Evaran's alive, said Dr. Snowden in a weak voice.
Yep, it worked, she strained to say.
Do you feel different, other than sore?
She wrinkled her eyebrows. In a soft voice, she said, Yeah, it's like I'm missing something. You?
Same.
She shook her head. I feel empty.
Yeah, me too, at least compared to how I used to feel.
They turned their heads as Evaran walked in and stood between their slabs. He reached out and tapped their hands. I can explain.
Dr. Snowden smiled. I'm so happy to see you.
Me too, said Emily.
Me three,
said V, flying in and hovering near Emily.
V, said Dr. Snowden. You survived too.
V flew over and high-fived Dr. Snowden, then Emily. Dr. Snowden continued to smile as he looked around.
Where's Jelton?
Evaran licked his lips and looked down. He did not make it. A lump formed in Dr. Snowden's throat. The crushed look on Emily's face signaled all he needed to know about how she felt. His breathing staggered for a moment.
What happened back there?
Evaran looked at the ground for a moment, and then looked back up. Your reversal of strand energy into me via touching the strand was successful. I am not only back at full strength, I am a bit more now. He glanced at Emily. I was able to reroute some of the cosmic energy back. You were the first. Although I could not restore what you had before, I was able to give enough to sustain you. He focused on Dr. Snowden. I did the same with you and V, although with V, he did not lose as much initially due to his unique nature. He rubbed his chin. Jelton, though, only had a sliver of cosmic energy in him from Dr. Snowden's healing attempt when we initially met, and some from the mental bonding. I tried to infuse Jelton with the overflow I had, but it did not take. His body is being prepared for the deathless ritual by Galden, which takes place tomorrow. Galden said that a deathless rift blade can be resurrected by the large rift crystal, hence their name. But I am not sure he can come back from this. We shall see. Dr. Snowden sighed. He gave his life to help us. Emily grimaced. He was a true friend. All the way to the end. You both should be strong enough to view the ritual tomorrow with me and V, said Evaran. Dr. Snowden rubbed his forearms. What about this empty feeling I have? I feel like something's off. I wondered if you would be able to detect that, said Evaran. Most of the cosmic energy that Leverin gave you is gone. I suspect that it was evolving and would have eventually superseded your consciousness. There is still a trace residue inside you. Oh, said Emily. On one hand, I'm glad it's been reduced, but on the other hand, I'm already missing it. Understandable. In addition to that, you lost more nanobots. I injected Jay's old nanobots into both of you to compensate. Do not worry. You will not develop any of his traits. Jay Bierman was another person that Evaran had saved during their initial encounter with him so long ago. While Jay had his nanobots removed, Dr. Snowden and Emily chose to keep theirs. So, how many do we have now? About half from your initial injection, said Evaran. He raised a finger. However, with the cosmic residue in you, your capabilities will be about the same from your initial injection, but you will be more aware. Emily looked down. I've lost my speed and strength. Evaran placed a finger on her chin and lifted her head up. But you still have a powerful mind. Remember, your PSDs have many new patterns in them. You may need to rely on that more than brute force. Also, you're still stronger and faster than a normal human. I know, I just think I'm going to miss that feeling cosmic energy gave. Dr. Snowden tilted his head. There's always science and technology. Yes, said Evaran. With the recent fight, we fought an exotic energy-based foe. Per your family creed, we will learn, adapt, and evolve. Sounds good to me, said Dr. Snowden. He gulped. I can't believe Jelton is gone. If the wrist crystal revives him, he may not be, said Evaran. Emily narrowed her eyes. Do you really think that's going to work? Evaran clenched his jaw for a moment. No, but it does not hurt to have hope. We know cosmic and rift energy can work together based on the cosmic rift senders and receivers, but a lot of cosmic energy passed through him. Dr. Snowden frowned. Jelton had stuck it out with them to the very end, offering himself to possibly save everyone else spoke to his character. Dr. Snowden exhaled from his mouth. Although he was happy to be alive, and that Evaran, Emily, and V were too, the loss of cosmic energy, nanobots, and Jelton countered it. Nothing could ever be easy. I suspect you both are hungry, said Evaran. Dr. Snowden's stomach gurgled at the thought of eating a burger, but a memory of Jelton smiling and laughing as he had experienced tasting a burger for the first time swept the thought away. Still, Dr. Snowden needed something in his stomach. Maybe I'll just have a cup of coffee. Just orange juice for me, said Emily, gingerly sliding off her slab. Dr. Snowden did the same thing, and then they hugged Evaran.
A hugging session,
said V. His lights glowed brighter as he joined them. Dr. Snowden hoped that the rift crystal would revive Jelton, but there did not seem to be much hope. For the moment, he enjoyed having family around him. Emily glanced around the large open area with a massive rift crystal hanging in the air. It was 1:00 p.m. Earth time, and after a good night's rest and a good breakfast, she was feeling better, but her stomach churned. Seeing Jelton in decorative armor on a slab under the rift crystal made her heart ache. His slab was on an elegant structure that reminded her of a miniature step pyramid. Around the pyramid was what seemed like the whole base in full regalia. They were split into 4 quads, with an open aisle between each of them. She sat on a chair to the right of Dr. Snowden and to the left of Evaran. V hovered nearby. They were on a platform for distinguished guests. Peering back, she could see Rift Guardians of varying ranks, probably high-ranking to be where they were. Looking forward, she watched as Galden started up an aisle toward the pyre. She shuddered and rubbed the goosebumps on her arms when he began to hum a deep tune. Others behind him joined in the humming as they got closer to the slab. After a few moments, Galden sang slow in a low, deep tone. Some of those nearest Galden began to sing along at parts as a chorus. Eventually, all the Rift Guardians were either humming or singing in low, deep voices. The acoustics of the area made it reverberate throughout. Emily appreciated the coordination. It seemed like something the Rift Guardians had done many times. It seemed ancient, and despite the advanced technology she saw around her, it showed the Rift Guardians were first and foremost survivors to be around and still sing it. Her throat constricted as her eyes misted. It's a mesmerizing song, said Dr. Snowden, licking his lips. It's like from another time. I can't hear what they're saying, though. Evaran raised a finger. It is their resurrection song. They are telling the Rifts that a Rift Guardian approaches, and that they will punish the Rifts for any misdeeds it may have done. The idea is that the Rifts would rather revive a deathless Riftblade than let them perish and then be judged. Wow, said Emily. That's kind of cool. In a weak voice, she said, I hope the Rifts don't want to be punished. Evaran put an arm around her as he eased back into his chair. She laid her trembling head on his shoulder as tears ran down her face. When Galden got to the slab, he placed a ceremonial belt on Jelton's waist while continuing to sing. The other Rift Guardians in the procession placed elaborately engraved rift crystals all around him. "What are they doing?" asked Dr. Snowden, leaning forward. "I suspect that is to create an attraction between the rift crystal in the sky and whatever is surrounded by the ones they are laying. From their historical records, though, it is meant to symbolize the accomplishments achieved in life." "It looks beautiful," said Emily, wiping her eyes.
Analysis. There has been an increase in rift energy in the area of the slab.
Evaran perused his ARI for a moment. "I see it. Interesting." Emily strained to see, but she did not notice anything. It was another reminder that she was now lesser. She sighed as she leaned back onto Evaran's shoulder. Dr. Snowden tilted his head and then narrowed his eyes. He pointed at the crystals. "Look, something's happening!" Emily jumped out of her chair and ran up to the platform edge. She gripped the waist-high metal bar that served as the platform barrier. Looking out, she saw that the crystals glowed a deep gold. Green electrical arcs started out small. They shot down from the large rift crystal and connected with the rift crystals around Jelton. After a few moments, it was like an electrical storm. She was amazed at the Rift Guardians who were nearest. They did not even budge from their position. Even Galden and his procession, who stood just a few feet away, barely moved. "You think it's working?" asked Dr. Snowden as he stood next to Emily. Evaran joined them. "I am not sure, but I have detected cosmic energy." Dr. Snowden and Emily stepped back as a massive green beam shot down and hit Jelton. Jelton lit up in a mix of green and gold. After a moment, he let out a deep breath and sat up. The Rift Guardians cheered. A beaming Emily grabbed Evaran's arm. "Let's go." "I do not," said Evaran. He glanced at Emily, who was tugging hard on his arm, and Dr. Snowden on the other. Evaran half smiled. "Let us go." When they reached the ground floor, they walked down one of the aisles. The cheering died down as the Rift Guardians knelt toward Evaran. Emily gulped as she walked, interlocking arms with Evaran and Dr. Snowden. V perched on her shoulder. She could see that Jelton had stood and was awaiting them. Her eyes lit up at seeing him smile. He extended his arms out to his sides. "My friends, I am alive." Emily broke rank with Evaran and rushed over to hug Jelton. Although she knew her mental bond made Jelton feel closer to her, her friendship with him was unique. Jelton smiled as Emily stepped back. Dr. Snowden forearm shook with Jelton, then half hugged while slapping Jelton on the arm. "I'm glad you made it back." Jelton raised a finger. The Rifts did not wish to be punished this day. Everyone shared a laugh. Jelton approached Evaran and knelt. Galden joined him, and the area went silent. Jelton looked up at Evaran. "I now know. You are more than you appear. I saw a god in mortal form, willing to sacrifice himself for the good of us all. I now possess some of this cosmic energy, and it has given me the ability to see more than I thought possible. I now also know that we are but children of the one you call Cyrillus, and you, her partner. I am honored to be alive to say these things to you." "Rise," said Evaran. He shared a look with Jelton. "How about we are just good friends?" Jelton laughed. "It is done." "So you now have a residue like us?" asked Emily. "I do, and I can sense it." Galden narrowed his eyes. "I can as well, as can the others in my procession. Jelton is unique, the first of his kind, a blessing from Cyrillus." Emily had a feeling that the old Rift Gods of lore were about to get kicked out and replaced by Evaran and Cyrillus. Evaran half smiled. She was unique in her own right. Jelton looked around for a moment. He raised his hand when he spotted V. "You can't escape a high five, my flying friend." V's lights glowed a bit brighter as he flew in and high-fived Jelton. Everyone chuckled. Galden motioned off into the distance. "We always prepare a resurrection feast, just in case." He beamed big. "I'm glad to say we get to use it this time." "I'm famished," said Jelton. He looked around. "And I'm honored to feast in this company." Emily grinned as she interlocked arms with Jelton. The group followed Galden as he walked down an aisle. The Rift Guardians' cheering and chants echoed throughout. Emily sighed in contentment as she shared a look with Jelton. Whatever was to come, she was just happy to have everyone alive. She hoped they could stay for a while. It seemed on some adventures they had to leave shortly after, but this one had no implications for her timeline. Looking ahead, she saw Evaran and Galden talking, and to her side was Dr. Snowden, with V flying between everyone. As sad as she was about losing her cosmic energy and some of her nanobots, she knew it had saved Evaran, and if it helped even in the slightest in helping Jelton live, then it was worth it. Chapter 29. V hovered inside the siphon tank room that Evaran, Dr. Snowden, Emily, Galden, Jelton, and the Rift Guardian technicians were in. It had been a few days since the resurrection ritual, and they were now in a processing facility on the Rift Guardian's prison planet. Although they had a portal to it from their headquarters, Evaran had insisted on taking the Torvatta there after determining the planet's location and time. V found it logical to keep the Torvatta close, since it had not been, for the most part, while they were jumping around parallel Earths. He had struggled earlier in dealing with the potential loss of Evaran, and was saddened at almost losing Jelton. Although V's inner container was generating the emotions, his outer container had difficulty in dealing with it. The room was rectangular, with 2 doorways that led to other parts of the facility. On the wall away from the doors was a cylindrical tube that looked like it had been cut in half vertically. It stood about 10 feet tall and had thin metallic plates on the side with multiple wires coming out of it. At the top of the tank was a large green rift crystal. V remembered what that could do to Evaran, and in addition to the modified Time Warden technology, the tank would siphon energy instantly. Per Galden, the facility only had the current tank and 1 backup. V observed the others in the room. Emily and Dr. Snowden had lower nanobot counts, and their cosmic energy ration had been greatly reduced. That lined up with his analysis that they were saddened. Although they outwardly appeared to be happy, he could see the body signs that indicated otherwise. He entered a note to check up on them later. Jelton's animated hand gestures suggested he was excited. Galden stood while observing Locesius, who had just been wheeled in and was being hooked up to the tank. V calculated that Locesius would be hostile.
"You!"
said Locesius as he was strapped in. He glared at Evaran.
"You just can't leave us alone!"
Evaran narrowed his eyes.
"Apparently, you could not leave my plane forms alone. I would erase your existence for that injustice by itself."
He cast a sidelong glance at Dr. Snowden and Emily.
"However, that would be too easy an out for you. I believe you need to experience life as a mortal, under the care of the Rift Guardians. You can still live your life, but you will no longer be immortal."
"No! You can't do this!"
"On the contrary, I can," said Evaran.
He gestured at Galden. Galden walked up to a console next to the tank, gestured for the technician to stand aside, then interacted with the console. The rift crystal above the tank began to glow. Tendrils snaked out from it and creeped toward Locesius. The tank shook as he struggled to get out of his restraints. V ran a facial recognition scan on Evaran's unusual look. It was something V had only seen a few times, and the conclusion was that Evaran was angry. Locesius growled.
Is this what excites you? Seeing an immortal reduced to mortality? I didn't ask for any of this. I was content in my own plane and had nothing to do with the Synesian breach.
Perhaps. However, you did come to Synesia, and the Eternals decided your fate. I do not know what happened to you or the other Mortani. However, I do know what your actions were upon arriving here.
Short-sighted. How convenient.
This is one plane form you will not absorb, said Evaran, his lips turning down slightly. The rift tendrils reached Locesius and glided over his body. After a moment, they snapped onto him and began to pulse. Locesius screamed in pain, and then passed out. The tendrils retreated, and the rift crystal dimmed. Galden glanced at Evaran.
He was the first one, and it appears it was successful. He'll be out for a bit, but when he wakes, it will be his first moments as a mortal.
I appreciate you helping me, said Evaran.
There are quite a few to go through. It may take weeks to process them all.
I understand, said Evaran. We will remain here until every one of them has been processed. I want to talk to each of them individually before they are siphoned and when they wake up as mortals. Galden glanced at Jelton, then back to Evaran.
Of course.
We're staying for a while, I guess, said Dr. Snowden, chuckling. You do not need to stay here in this facility, but I need to see this through, said Evaran. Every Mortani needs to understand what is happening to them and why, and I need to know what they did. Emily squeezed Evaran's arm. Are you all right? I am fine, said Evaran. V compared Evaran saying that several times in the past, and the result was that Evaran was not fine. Well, I'ma stay here with you then, said Emily. Me too, said Dr. Snowden. Jelton laughed.
Count me in.
Galden shook his head.
I'll leave you to it. Jelton, you can handle things from here.
He forearm shook with Evaran and Jelton, then shook hands with Dr. Snowden and Emily, and laughed while high-fiving V on his way out. Locesius was pulled out of the siphon tank by the technicians and taken out of the room. Brezin was wheeled in next, then strapped in.
So, in the end, you got what you want, said Brezin.
Almost, said Evaran. He raised a finger. There are many of you to process. We can talk after you are mortal.
Brezin scowled. I have nothing to say to you.
Evaran's eyes briefly flared. As a mortal, you will not need to speak for me to find out what you did to my plane forms. Brezin's eyes widened, and he began to shake as the rift tendrils reached him. Once he was purged, he was taken out and replaced by her.
I suppose mercy is not an option,
said her. This is me being merciful, said Evaran. He clenched his jaw. I look forward to seeing what your involvement was with my plane forms. In addition to that, at least as a mortal, you will never threaten this plane or its denizens again. Her sighed.
A part of me knew we could never escape you. You do realize that most of your plane forms were killed trying to abduct us.
Evaran motioned his hand around in an arc. They apparently did not have the friends I have. Her laughed, then cried out when the rift tendrils cascaded over him. After he passed out, the technicians moved him away.
So 3 down, 133 to go,
said Jelton. Evaran half smiled. Yes, and I am glad that you are all here. I wouldn't miss it for the world, said Emily, swatting Evaran's arm. V flew down and swatted Evaran's other arm.
Me either.
The group shared a laugh. Jelton stood next to Galden in his office. Looking out over the large open area was always a calming experience, and Jelton was there to give Galden an update. It had been 3 weeks since they had started processing the Mortani, and Jelton had sat in on most of them in both the stripping of their energy and the later questioning.
"So how many have been processed?"
asked Galden.
94. At the current rate, they'll be done in about 2 weeks.
Galden nodded.
Evaran is very thorough.
That he is. I can't say I blame him. These Mortani have been killing him in other planes for some time.
These planes. I understand what they are now, and that we're in one created by Evaran's cosmic partner, Cyrillus.
Yeah, said Jelton.
I know what you're thinking. The rifts are part of the plane, meaning Cyrillus is our creator indirectly.
He glanced at Galden.
I suspect the old rift gods of our past may lose some prominence.
Galden sighed.
What, then, does that make Evaran? He is a god between the planes, and even in mortal form and weaker here, he is still powerful.
Jelton chuckled.
He is merciful, though, and wise, kind, and he seeks justice as we do. I suspect that the Reva will revere him as a god, and that will spread. I don't see a concern there, said Galden.
He turned, went to his desk, and sat behind it. Jelton took a seat in front of the desk.
We knew of other timelines. The rifts told us of that, and it is our history, seeing the universe and what's outside it. That was a first. Then learning there were more universes, and then finally the planes themselves. We even know that there are collections of planes in plane systems. It makes me feel so small.
Jelton shrugged.
You're not small. Breakfast has been kind to you.
They both laughed.
How are you feeling?
Asked Galden, moving his head around as he peered at Jelton.
I feel good. Very good. I can sense things that I'm not sure how I missed before. I'm faster, stronger, and I feel like I can think quicker. You're the first Riven with this blending of cosmic and rift energy, said Galden. I know. And some of the Reva have taken to associating that with a demigod status.
Galden narrowed his eyes.
Let's hope that doesn't become an issue.
It won't. I plan to continue my duties as a deathless Riftblade.
Galden grinned. I think after everyone witnessing your resurrection, you may find yourself more popular than you expect.
He pulled his lips in.
I'd like to move you up as my second.
Jelton remembered that Gutalis, Galden's former second, had been killed a while back.
You mean I'd have to shadow you and do all your work? He asked with a grin. Not quite, said Galden, shaking his head. We do have other outposts and bases. It may be time for us to colonize a new planet somewhere outside the rift. That will take a lot of time, and I need a backup I can trust. You command respect from everyone here, and with the Reva vouching for you, I see no one else who could be my second.
Jelton gulped. He knew this was a big step for Galden, not only to replace his second, but to share command. Although Galden was seen as the face of the Rift Guardians, and the Riven in general, this would mean that Jelton would now be afforded a similar status.
I'll do whatever is needed. That's the answer that tells me you're ready, said Galden.
He stood and forearm shook with Jelton.
I had been trying to decide on a second for a while. I'm glad it is you. I'll do my best.
You better, said Galden, eyeing Jelton. They nodded at each other.
On another note, Evaran has a rift door to the Torvatta that can connect to one of our portals here. He has asked about using our prison planet and siphoning ability for those he wishes to incarcerate, said Jelton. Then it will be done. It's the least we can do. Although I never believed in the rift gods of old, Evaran is the closest thing to one I've ever seen."
"I feel the same way," said Jelton. Galden chuckled.
"See? We already think alike."
He tossed a finger out at Jelton.
"So, I've noticed you've taken some time between questioning to spend time with Emily. You saw that, did you? I've known you for several hundred years now. I know when you're interested in someone."
Jelton laughed. "That is true. Yes, I did spend some time with her. She wanted to explore the mental bonding experience a bit more."
"And what form did you take in it?"
"I don't think she wanted to relive memories. I think she wanted you in it." Jelton shook his head. "I can't keep anything from you. I took on the form of a human male with fully functioning anatomy. She brought in someone from her past named Andia Kiggs. The experience was fun."
"Fun?"
asked Galden. He burst out laughing. "You always have a way with other species." He pursed his lips for a moment.
"You know, when she leaves, she will have withdrawals."
"That goes both ways," said Jelton. "I'll miss not only her, but I share a bond with Evaran, Dr. Snowden, and V as well, although not quite like I do with Emily." He raised his head a bit. "Nonetheless, I'm going to miss them. But they can always visit via the Rift Door or the Torvatta. I don't have a bond like you do with them, but I think I'll miss them too. They are a worthy group, and if they visit it will be cause for celebration." "We are in agreement," said Jelton.
"All right. I appreciate the update. As for your new position, we'll have a ceremony in about a week. I'll send you the details."
Jelton stood and forearm shook with Galden. "Interesting times ahead."
"I believe so."
Jelton grinned, and then went back to assist Evaran with the Mortani processing. Dr. Snowden surveyed the landing area where the Torvatta sat. Although it had taken about 5 weeks, Evaran had questioned every Mortani after they became mortal. The method used to gain information was not unfamiliar to him. It involved nanobots and Evaran entering their mind. Dr. Snowden suspected Evaran did not trust their conscious mind. Normally, Dr. Snowden would find that invasive. But given what the Mortani had done to Evaran's plane forms several hundred times, Dr. Snowden understood Evaran's desires to know exactly what happened. There had also been a ceremony that promoted Jelton as Galden's second. Dr. Snowden appreciated the elaborate ritual, and it did not escape him that the Rift Guardians in attendance had full reverence for Jelton. It was more than just a promotion to them. It was the embodiment of one of their own being promoted to a demigod status. Dr. Snowden could see it on their faces. The Raval were the loudest in welcoming Jelton to his new role, and they, in turn, rallied the other groups. Dr. Snowden suspected that Jelton would enter the Rift Guardians' history books. Emily and Jelton were joking around, although Dr. Snowden could tell Emily was sad. Her body language was all he needed to know that. He was sad as well. It felt like the lost cosmic energy and nanobots had taken a part of him with them. The feeling of something being wrong was still there. He knew Emily would be hit especially hard, given that she prided herself on her physical prowess, not out of vanity, but as a means of defending herself. Per Evaran, both Dr. Snowden and Emily would need to rely on their PSDs more and be creative with them, although they would still retain a higher level of awareness than when they had initially been injected with nanobots. Galden approached Evaran and Dr. Snowden.
"It was an honor to be visited by all of you."
Evaran forearm shook with Galden. "Your help was greatly appreciated."
"I talked with Jelton about this, but should you need our help for incarceration or anything else, you know where we are and, more importantly, when. Your rift door is compatible with ours.
but I suspect you could just travel here in the Torvatta, said Galden. He handed Evaran a small orb. This will identify you to us should you use the rift door. I suspect this is not the last time we will meet.
Excellent. I too believe we will meet again, said Evaran. He forearm shook with Jelton. I enjoyed the ceremony promoting you to Galden's second. You will do well in that role.
I'll try my best, said Jelton. He sighed. I'm going to miss your counsel.
Evaran cast a sidelong glance at Emily, then focused back on Jelton. I suspect we will be back in time. Galden forearm shook with Dr. Snowden and Emily, then laughed while high-fiving V.
You all made great sacrifices. It will not be forgotten. Although I am saddened at your departure, I understand that you must move on.
Dr. Snowden grinned. Well, at least we can remain in control of ourselves now. I'd definitely like to come back and visit sometime. Me too, said Emily. She hugged Galden. Take care of Jelton, and don't let him being your second get to his head.
I won't, said Galden, chuckling.
Jelton laid a hand on Dr. Snowden's shoulder.
My friend, we faced many a trial. You were great, and I'm proud to have known you.
Dr. Snowden nodded. The feeling's mutual.
Jelton high-fived V. You're one of the most unique characters I've ever met, and I'm proud to call you friend.
Acknowledged. My friend, said V. His lights glowed a bit brighter. Jelton walked over to Emily and hugged her. Evaran cleared his throat. Dr. Snowden, V and I will be on the roof. He glanced at Emily. Come on up when you are ready. Emily's eyes misted. Okay. Dr. Snowden waved goodbye to Galden and Jelton, then followed Evaran to the roof with V. Once they were at the guardrail looking out, Dr. Snowden said, This mental bond thing is going to hit Emily hard, isn't it? I believe so, said Evaran. She has had additional mental bonds with Jelton. I suspect they are very close. Yeah. Analysis. Did either of you have additional mental bonds with Jelton? Dr. Snowden laughed. Oh, V, the additional mental bonds Emily had with Jelton were of a more personal nature. Think along the lines of Solia? Acknowledged, said V as his lights fluctuated. Dr. Snowden looked out. So you think we'll run into any more Mortani? Not this particular group, said Evaran. They knew of other cosmic entities headed this way. The Mortani were one of the later groups to arrive. How many we talking? Several hundred, and they are a mix of cosmic entities I have never met before. Even after stopping the Mortani and removing the strand, the damage has been done. Dr. Snowden tossed a hand out. Well, at least we stopped more from noticing it. This is true. Unless the sinister plane form they mentioned is still giving others the location, said Evaran. Dr. Snowden chuckled. Yeah, let's hope that isn't the case. Analysis. Will the recordings you took of the Mortani's memories be available for perusal? They will be, but only to you, Dr. Snowden and Emily, said Evaran. Although I generally do not like to be invasive when it comes to memory retrieval, we were dealing with those who thought nothing of killing me over and over. Dr. Snowden sensed Evaran was still angry, as much as his form would show at least. You use that dream state to reality technology like what you gave the Dravens? Yes, I modified it slightly. Dr. Snowden looked forward to viewing them. Will we get to see your other plane forms? Evaran tilted his head. This interests you? Well, yeah. Evaran half smiled. Then you will be in for a treat. Dr. Snowden chuckled. He looked out and saw that Emily and Jelton had hugged tightly and were now touching their foreheads together. With all that was going on, Dr. Snowden understood Emily's need for closeness. He enjoyed Jelton's mental bond,
and even with just one, it had an impact. Hopefully, Emily would be all right after they left.
Analysis. Has a destination been chosen after we leave here?
Evaran tilted his head. You have a request?
I would like to visit Solia again,
said V. Dr. Snowden laughed. No objections here. I'd like to see more of 10105 myself. Then that is where we will go, said Evaran. He slightly dipped his head. I wanted to again say thank you for helping me. Well, you know I wasn't just going to let you go without trying. It's a human thing. Evaran half smiled. Humans can be quite stubborn, but I am glad you were. Same here, said Dr. Snowden. I don't think I could imagine my life without you, the Torvatta, and Emily around. It hurts to even think about it. I understand. Know that I did not make that decision lightly, but after seeing what the Mortani had, it was the right decision, said Evaran. He retracted his hand. Dr. Snowden sighed. I know it was. It just, as Emily would say, sucked. I'm just glad it all worked out. You gave up some of your nanobots and cosmic energy. Dr. Snowden shrugged. Learn, adapt, and evolve. They shared a look. V flew between them and rested an arm on Dr. Snowden's and Evaran's shoulders. Besides, said Dr. Snowden, it's in the past. Let's look to the future and hope for a better one. You are wise, said Evaran. He looked out over the guardrail and sighed. Despite all that has occurred and will occur, for the moment, everything is as it should be. The end. This has been The Cosmic Parallel, Book 8 of the Evaran Chronicles. Written by Adair Hart. Narrated by Michael Pauley. Copyright 2018 by Adair Hart. Production copyright by Adair Hart.